Check, check, 1, 2.
Again. Test, test, test. Testing.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the public hearing for the Planning and Development Committee. Today is February 3rd, 2025. It is now 10:35. I do believe that my co-chair is in the building, but maybe in another meeting, so I know he will be joining us at some point. I am looking around to make sure I have other folks who may want to comment besides me. Senator Gordon, would you like to make some opening remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to the public hearing today, hearing what people have to say, and looking forward to, I think we have, 104 people listed. So I've read all the testimony. I'm looking forward with my colleagues to hear more about the bill. So thank you.
And just as a reminder to those testifying and to the folks online at home, if you were given a link for today to testify, that is not a link that you can share with other people. Everyone got their own unique link. So we are noticing that there are multiple, I'm going to say John Smiths in the waiting room. Only the real John Smith is able to testify on the link that John Smith was sent. So I hope that is abundantly clear. Everyone is getting 3 minutes to testify today, as we always do. Hannah, our wonderful clerk, will let you know when your 3 minutes is up. Please summarize at that point. And it's not that we don't like you, it's just that everyone gets 3 minutes. And we will absolutely have legislators both online and in person to ask questions. Without further ado, our friend Randy Collins from CCM is up first.
Good morning. Normally I would be very excited to be this early, but I didn't get back until late last night, so threw me off a little bit. So my name is Randy Collins. I'm the Associate Director of Public Policy for the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Going to speak on a few bills early this morning, and then my coworker is going to be coming in and talking about some of the transit-oriented development and land use ones. But I wanted to look at a few of the tax bills that are out there. The first one I wanted to speak to is House Bill 5447, an act limiting property tax increases. CCM opposes this bill. I think we saw something similar last year. Artificially restricting a municipality's ability to raise the revenue that it needs to fund all aspects of government through property tax increases, which is what we're overly reliant on, would just severely handcuff towns. As unfunded mandates are passed down, we have inflationary costs, labor costs that go up. A lot of these costs are beyond the ability of municipalities to control. If they weren't able to raise property taxes to meet those revenue, to meet their revenue needs, would we be relieved of the obligation to fund some of those bills? How would we pick them if, as I said, we'll see any number of property tax mandates or unfunded mandates come down? Do we not pick them? And the ability to say you can override with a 2/3 vote. Again, it just will severely restrict municipalities. Also want to speak quickly on Senate Bill 1183, an act concerning personal property tax exemptions for motor vehicles used exclusively for farming. Again, CCM opposes any property tax exemptions. We are overly reliant on the property tax. We understand that is regressive, but there are currently, I think, well over 100 mandated property tax exemptions. OFA calculated this one to cost $52.6 million. That money would just simply be shifted to some other aspect, commercial, residential payers. It doesn't reduce the cost. It doesn't reduce the cost for municipalities, and simply picking winners and losers. If we want to look at property tax reform, I think we have to look at it holistically, and we can't. We're looking at the veterans exemption from last year, which is significantly more expensive than we had anticipated at 4 or 5 million. We're looking maybe at 50 million because of the way that the bill was written. We need to fix that. So that coupled with changes to the motor vehicle assessment have significantly reduced municipal revenues. So we are adamantly opposed to any further reduction of the property tax base. The last one I want to comment on is an act establishing a property tax exemption for property located on certain tribal lands. CCM again opposes this one. As currently, kind of as it is right now, this would really impact 2 municipalities. The town of Ledyard, which is looking at, I think originally I thought about 500,000, but they're estimating that is going to move to almost a $600,000 or $700,000 reduction in property tax if this were to go through. It could impact Montville, though they have a different tribal compact with the Mohegans. So it is not an apples to oranges. So again, we would oppose those bills. We've submitted testimony on a few others and happy to take questions this early in the morning.
Thank you so much for your testimony this morning. I believe with regard to at least the veterans tax credit, I believe veterans is looking to fix that one. So that's good news. Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can tell you as ranking senator on the Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, we are actively looking to fix that bill. So I would say stay tuned.
Yes.
And I've heard from my communities and towns very much so. I have a quick question. I don't want to put you on the spot first thing as the first person here, but I appreciate the viewpoints on the bills. For the proposed House Bill 5447 about the limits on property tax increases, as you know, in Massachusetts, they've had an issue with, not an issue, but a law for a number of decades relative to limiting tax increases, and then municipalities can override it. If this were to also have something almost identical to it with a straightforward override, if a municipality wanted, say by majority vote, is that something that would still be opposition? Is it more opposition in general to having any limit on, or would it be more if the town wanted to then have an override, then the town could decide that at any given time, or city?
So Massachusetts, they could refer to as Prop 80, that they did that impose a property tax increase cap. But that was also accompanied by a few other pieces that the legislature passed. One was it prohibited the Massachusetts legislature without a 2/3 vote from passing an unfunded mandate onto municipalities. They actually have an office that just reviews legislation to make sure it is not an unfunded mandate. So the legislature votes to override that and then votes on the bill. The state of Massachusetts also assumed significant portions of special education costs, taking that burden off the town. And they also made reforms to some of the arbitration, the binding arbitration laws that affect municipalities and their ability to, I think it was to reject certain arbitration awards without going back to last best offer to make sure that they were in. So as I said, I think if we were to look at those different pieces put in there, it could be something, it could be a conversation that I think might be worthwhile to have. But again, that's that comprehensive property tax reform. But just to say you can't raise it without a vote, unfortunately, most residents are like, oh, there's my town voting to raise taxes again, not realizing why I have to do this. So I think we'd look at it that way of how does Prop 80 work? And certainly be happy to talk with our colleagues in Massachusetts and see, since 1980, where are they now? I know they're having some problems, but it's sustained them fairly well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And unfortunately, my computer has just decided to restart. Hannah, do we have anyone online who wants to ask a question? Okay, thank you so much. Anyone else for questions for Randy? Thank you. Thank you so much. Up next, we have Chairman Rodney Butler of the Mashantucket Pequot Tribe. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I think it was perfect timing following Mr. Collins from CCM and talking about the tax exemptions that are warranted or not. He did make a reference to apples. Some of these are apples and oranges. I would say that's truly the case with the tax exemption that we're looking for the tribes of Connecticut. The difference between our exemptions and the exemptions that were referenced earlier, that the exemptions that support tribal economies are actually funded by the state via the slot distributions that we get back to the state. And so there's no additional financial burden to the state in the context of our tax exemption that we're talking about. So, but thank you again for allowing me to be here today. I appear before you on the issue that we've brought to the General Assembly for consideration for years now, addressing the wrong on allowing an adjacent municipality to exert its taxing authority on tribal land. I'd like to thank the Planning and Development Committee for raising SB number 11188 to address this harm. Here with me today, I also have my general counsel, Jody Cummings, so I just want to give him a shout out. We've made significant progress on this issue over the last few legislative sessions, more so just educating folks on the injustice that we're placed under. Despite the sovereignty of the Massachusetts Pequot Tribal Nation, personal property taxes continue to be assessed by the town adjacent to our reservation. It's equivalent to East Hartford taxing the food vendors at the Hartford Excel Center, or Rhode Island taxing the property of Connecticut business owners, situations that would never, ever be tolerated. Yet this is exactly what happens in Mashantucket. Ledger taxes the personal property of stores at Tanger outlets and restaurants that are lessees of the tribe on the reservation. The tribe, not Ledger, provides the governmental services to those lessees on the tribe's trust lands. And the same is true for Montville and Mohegan, although they have a nuanced agreement. Diversion of these funds compromises our ability to raise the revenue needed to support the government services that we provide to our citizens. The tribe provides the full range of government services, including police, fire, emergency services to our citizens, business tenants and vendors, and millions of visitors that come to our reservation each year. We built our infrastructure from the ground up. We have a sewer treatment facility, water treatment facility, cogeneration facilities. We generate probably 2/3 of our power that we consume directly within the boundaries of Mashantucket. And in this case, imposing taxes and being subject to dual taxation, given our neighboring government's imposition of property taxes, is just absolutely unfair. It completely disregards our governmental status and significantly hinders our ability to encourage economic development within our lands. Neither the state of Connecticut nor any of its towns would ever have to endure the same circumstances that we're under as sovereign nations. I'm convinced that a tax exemption in state law for non-Indian owned personal property located on tribal trust lands is the most equitable and efficient way to address the dual taxation issue. Our proposed exemption offers a simple and narrowly targeted solution that provides much needed clarity in this law. The proposed exemption equally respects the tribal sovereignty of each tribe and acknowledges their lawful authority over trust lands.
3 minutes. Please make your closing remarks.
Thank you so much. SB 1188 asks the state to recognize and support tribal sovereignty with good tax policy that respects tribal sovereignty and helps to promote economic development that benefits both the tribe and the state. For the Massachusetts Pequots, this bill at its core is about respecting sovereignty and treating us as equal nations, and one that has contributed over $9 billion collectively back to the state of Connecticut's economy. Thank you so much for your time today. I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start with, I have a feeling that because I've heard this more than a few times.
It's been a couple of years.
Even having not been here very long. I would just love to hear a little bit more about your relationship with the town of Ledyard. And it seems like there's a lot that you actually do provide to them.
Yeah, so we actually, we are a nation unto ourselves, and it's really about what we support within Mashantucket for our own community and the lack of support that we receive from the surrounding municipalities. And that's not because it's their obligation, it's because we've built our infrastructure from the ground up. And in doing that, we have a full police force, fire, full-time fire services, which the surrounding municipalities don't have. We have mutual aid agreements with all the surrounding municipalities. Our police are post-certified, and so they can assist off of Mashantucket lands in both cases. And in statistically, we actually see our fire department servicing more off territory occurrences than on, just because of the fact that they're full-time. And so we do have children in the surrounding municipalities, and that's one of the things that's held up against us. Those municipalities that have our students receive federal aid. And then in addition to that, there's direct state contributions to the surrounding municipalities as far as impact aid that they all receive, which more than offsets any tax burdens that they assume.
I'm going to let everybody else ask their questions, but this always seemed like common sense to me. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Zulik.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning.
Good morning.
Can you just endeavor to give me an example of an item of personal property or something else that might fall under this exemption were this to be passed?
Yeah, I mean, so really simply, within Tanger, the mall that we have entered into a 99-year lease on our territory, which the physical property structure is considered an extension of Mashantucket, fully serviced by our police, fire, public works, everything else. The desks or the cash registers or the stanchions that are used to hang the clothing racks, that's considered personal property and something that the outside municipality can come in and assess taxes on, even though there's no role for which the municipality plays in servicing those tenants.
That's all I needed to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Anyone else in the room before I go online? Okay, Representative Dubetsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rodney, for coming in. It's Doug Dubitsky. I just was hoping you could speak a little about, you mentioned two different issues. One, what seemed to be the sovereignty issue, and that as an independent nation, it isn't fair that a adjoining municipality is taxing your residents. The other, you mentioned a couple of times double taxation. And if you could speak to the difference between those two elements and perhaps give an example of how these stores are actually double taxed.
Absolutely. And Doug, always great to hear from you, my friend. So from a sovereignty perspective, it's very clear. We're a separate domestic sovereign, separate entity on par with states under the United States Constitution. And so the notion that a municipality that's empowered by a state has any authority over a domestic sovereign that reports directly to the United States is just unacceptable. And so that's on the sovereignty issue. On the notion of double tax, so when we enter into agreements with our tenants, we enter into those agreements where we provide services that you would typically assess a tax for. We include that in the agreements. We have pilot agreements. We have direct service agreements for utilities, for a day like today, for snow plowing. That's all incorporated into those agreements with our tenants. And so when a town is then assessing taxes on top of that for services that they're not providing, that's the double tax, because we've already incorporated those fees into those agreements. And then the secondary tax is being layered on top of that.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you. Seeing no, oh, sorry, MD. Sorry, Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being here today with us. So question, what do you think if they change, how much tax revenue town will lose?
So it's estimated somewhere between 600 or plus or minus 1,000 for Ledyard that was identified, and about the same for Montville that was identified in the study that was done about a year and a half ago. And so, but when you look at, also in that study, identify the various revenue streams that are provided to the town to offset that based on the claim of impact from the casino. And when you look at the net inflows of the slot contribution that you all have generously given to the surrounding towns that we have lobbied for many times, you look at the taxes that we pay for property that we own in town. And I just want to be very, very clear. We are the largest single taxpayer in the town of North Stonington and Ledyard, and probably pretty close in Preston. And we are willingly paying taxes on those assets that we have within their jurisdiction. When you add those in, there's actually a net gain for them between the expenses that they claim for our students and the cash flow coming in from the various sources, i.e. taxes and the distributions from the state.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else for questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much.
Great. All right.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Senator. I'm so sorry I missed your hand. Senator Wong.
Chairman, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Senator. I'm so sorry I missed you.
All right, welcome to the world of Zoom. Thank you for the acknowledgement. No worries, no worries. Good morning, Chairman Butler. Always good to see you.
Always.
So you point a point of interest is that the tribe in the properties they own outside of tribal land does indeed pay those respective municipalities property taxes, correct?
Correct.
And what this bill is looking to do is for those entities that are doing business on tribal land to be governed under the regulations and the laws under the tribe, and that the property taxes that the municipalities are trying to garnish should not apply.
Correct. No different than any other municipality in the state of Connecticut.
It seems to be very clear with the compact and the recognition of the independent nation of these various tribes that we have recognition. That seems to be pretty clear cut. And I know this is an ongoing issue. What has been the challenge in not clearly defining that?
Legislation, sir. Just getting clear legislation that clarifies that.
I'm not stating the obvious here, but is it our tax assessors that are saying they have a leeway to?
Yeah, there's a gray area in federal law and in case law as well, and so states have dealt with it on a state by state perspective, and there's states that respect sovereignty that have addressed this issue and recognize the inherent right of their resident tribal nations, and there's states that are still challenged with that recognition of sovereignty.
It seems interesting that we're one of the oldest states that have recognized the two sovereign states, and we still struggle with the taxation question. So I look forward to hearing more about that. I was also looking at some of the testimony. Will you be submitting written testimony for us to be able to kind of delve into a little bit more?
Yes, sir. It was submitted late last night, so I apologize for that.
No worries. I'm eager to look at it, and if there's any point of follow through to give us some further guidance on the clarification of federal and state guidelines from other states that have addressed this issue, could I ask of your staff to be able to provide that to this committee?
Certainly, we can circulate that.
Well, much appreciated. Thank you, Madam Chair, and always good to see you, Chairman Butler.
Always, Senator. Thank
Under
you.
different circumstances and different debates.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And yes, when we get that information, we are happy to submit it. I'd also say, because we had 105 testifiers, our clerk is doing the best she can to get all of the published testimony up in a timely manner, but it is certainly a lot of testimony. Thank you so much for your time today. I believe there's no one left.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Up next, number 3, John Zazgrowski. I hope I said that right. And if I did not, my apologies.
Madam Chairman, yes, thank you very much. My name is John Zagrodsky, and I'm the first selectman for the town of Darien. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony today. It's in opposition for House Bill 6831, an act concerning transit-oriented communities. I think everyone recognizes that we need to work together to address affordable housing, but no single strategy works in every town. Rather, each town should be allowed to create affordable housing in a way that works best for that town. In Darien, for example, our local developers are required to designate 14% of new apartments they build as affordable. This has resulted in 29 units of new affordable housing added in our town just in the last 3 years, and 46 more approved and under construction over the next 3 years. And all of this is in a town that's already 98% developed. Further, Darien has amassed nearly $1 million in its affordable housing trust fund to leverage and create additional affordable housing units here in our town. As for transit-oriented development, many of the affordable units built or being built by private developers in Darien that I just referenced are in fact near transit stations. But I think it is a mistake to mandate size, density, or location of these developments. I also think it's a mistake to subsidize outside developers to meet such mandates. Doing so would encourage these outsiders to build whatever they wanted to maximize profits without regard to the impact on local infrastructure, traffic, or architecture. The only thing on their minds will be taking advantage of state subsidies as quickly as possible, no matter how damaging or intrusive their developments are to our community. The bottom line for me is this: Darien is working to support affordable housing and transit-oriented development. The results have been meaningful. We are doing our part on our terms, and it's working. We do not need a change to this winning formula. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And I would say that's wonderful that you are providing affordable housing units. And certainly I'm excited to hear that you've committed to that 14%. Although I don't know that I would necessarily get very excited about 29 units over 4 years. I would also point out that it is not a mandate, it is an option. And I believe your transit-oriented district would be grandfathered in. So just wanted to put those points out there because I know there's a lot of talking points out there that are frankly incorrect and misleading. And so we just want to make sure that we're getting as much of the correct information out there as we can. I'm sure we have folks with questions. No one yet? Okay. Thank you so much for your time, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Again,
Oh, Senator Wong, late hand. If you're still there.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. First Selectman Zagroski, and I know Darien gets a lot of the portrayal of exclusion and not doing enough, but that may have existed 50 years ago. And I think for you and the previous First Select Woman, Jamie Stevenson, and even back to Miss Yvonne Klein, that the town understands it needs to make the initiative. And if I'm talking about transit-oriented development, I think you were one of the first to kind of initiate building Avalons right by your train station. And for anyone that is looking to kind of single out Darien as not doing enough, it is trying at its best, but you're limited by land and capacity. But can you talk a little bit about the project that's undergoing that is quite massive in regards to a mixed use and housing initiative that is occurring right now, right in your town? That's question number one. Number two, I'd like to find out from you what kind of impact the legislation has written on 6831 would impact the small transit-oriented stops in Norotan, and how that would impact the neighborhood built in of those train stations, because they're completely different from your main rail station, which is kind of commercial center. But there are a lot of train hubs in neighborhoods that would be dramatically impacted, and neighborhoods would be dramatically impacted, as well as the third component I would say is we have climate change. Many of your rail lines are potentially subject to rising floods and tides concerns. Can you elaborate a little bit more as a municipal leader? These are things that you need to contend with instead of just simply a as of right improvement of the noble goal of housing. But those are things that you struggle with, as so many of our southwestern municipalities would train lines that we'll be able to talk more about. So one, your efforts. Number two, how it would impact those small rail stations that are in your community. And number three, if you're building up density in a potential environment that's near or below flood level, what would that do in the climate change initiatives and environmental impact?
Well, Senator, nice to see you again, sir. As always, I appreciate those questions. First, on those developments, there are actually several underway right now, and all of the developers who are managing these projects are local. And by that, I mean not just local, they actually live here in town and have been part of this town for years. One of the great things about it is that they're combining a local appreciation with a need to build affordable housing. I even just spoke with my daughter recently, who has moved away from Connecticut to Chicago because she said, "Daddy, I can't find any place to live as a grad student who wants to be an elementary school teacher." And so we all get it. We need to create affordable housing. And all of these projects that I just mentioned, that are around the Norotan Heights train station, but also in town near the Darien station, all of them have met that 14% affordable requirement. And my hope is that in time, we will continue to have more units that could be a place to live for anybody who wants to stay here, which we don't have enough of right now. In terms of affecting the neighborhood train station, Norotan Heights, you raise a really great question, because I drive over there even just this morning on the way up to a meeting in New Canaan. I'm stuck in traffic. And the fact is every time we think about making housing more dense, because we need more density, say in a transit zone, the reality is those people may be taking a train to work, but I tell you, they're bringing their cars with them, and it is creating significant traffic problems not just in our town, but along the I-95 corridor. It's among the worst traffic anywhere in the country. And so I think we're not taking into account the impact on daily life by adding all of this density. And lastly, in terms of your climate change question, it is a serious point. We do have flooding in the area around Norton Heights, and any further development there runs the risk of exacerbating that. I would point out, though, that the recent developments have been taken into account. We actually have a flood mitigation project built under Darien Commons, which was recently finished. And our plan is to make sure all future developments have that. But in order to do that, it adds a lot to the cost. And so if we're trying to figure out affordable housing, trying to build housing in areas where land is extremely expensive, where flood mitigation is very expensive, where the impact on traffic is a lot, there's really only so much we could do. I'd love to add hundreds and hundreds of affordable units, but as a practical matter, it's simply not possible. But as I said in my testimony, we will continue to do our part.
No, I appreciate your effort, and you talk about the undeniable laws of economics. Your land cost is prohibitive. Are you familiar with the project that occurred in Westport, in which the DOT granted acreage of land to the town, and the town, in its initiative, along with the state, were able to build significant deed restricted and income flexible housing exclusively? If there were DOT excess land that could be given to your municipality, would that alleviate some of the cost considerations and help you as a municipality to initiate
absolutely. In fact,
full-scale deed-restricted housing, not a developer-driven business?
Yeah, absolutely. It's extremely difficult to build standalone affordable housing in a place like this. I mean, you're looking at $400 a foot to build the building and another $400 to just acquire the land. So for 1,000 square foot unit, you're looking at $800,000 in costs to create that. There's just no way to make that affordable and have a developer make the economics work. But if there is state DOT land that can be contributed to that purpose, then absolutely, affordable housing becomes much more possible. There is some land like that in town. I'd have to look to see exactly whether that's a candidate for this simply by its shape, but sure, we'd be happy to consider that. As I said, we are looking for ways to do our part in a way that works for our town.
No, I appreciate that, and I thank you for representing your community, and also sharing your perspective on the efforts that you're making. You're not standing still, because obviously there's a sense of urgency, and I appreciate you saying that there is a housing need for everyone, for workforce, for diversity, and actually for access. So thank you very much for your efforts, and I appreciate your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions at this time, thank you. Have a wonderful day. Up next, number 4, Josh Goldstein from the Norwalk Common Council. I'm not seeing him in the room or the Zoom room, so we will move on to number 5, Senator Looney. I don't believe he is on Zoom currently or in the room, but we will come back to him. Number 6, Gertrude Murphy. Gosh, if we keep this up, we might not be here very long today. Number 8, Tracy McDougall, because number 7 has decided not to testify today. Tracy McDougall from the Connecticut Farm Bureau. Thank you so much.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Senator Raymond, Representative Pavros DeGraw, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. No, I am not Tracy McDougall. This is Tracy McDougall. I'm Paul Larson, president of the Connecticut Farm Bureau Association, representing farmers throughout the state of Connecticut. Tracy, as you can see written on the testimony, is our executive director, and she's helped me draft this testimony today and is here to help answer any questions that you might have. We are pleased to see this type of farm-friendly proposal. Oh, excuse me, I'm speaking specifically to Senate Bill 1183, the act concerning personal property tax exemptions for motor vehicles used exclusively in farming. We're pleased to see this type of farm-friendly proposal before your committee this morning. I know that many of you care very deeply about farming and Connecticut agriculture. While we as an association are in support of offering property tax breaks on farm vehicles in addition to the agricultural equipment and tools, we would encourage this committee to consider expanding this proposal to include raising the exemption from the current $100,000 to $500,000 with the annual index. Currently, farm machinery, equipment, and tools are taxable as personal property under state law. Farmers in Connecticut are required to file the personal property tax declaration with their local assessor. And the farm equipment is currently exempt from personal property tax up to that $100,000 of assessed value. This Senate Bill 1183 would expand the $100,000 exemption to include farm vehicles. In our opinion, Connecticut farmers would benefit significantly by raising the personal property exemption for farm machinery from $100,000 to the $500,000 that we would like to see. The exemption has not been increased since 1985. I believe it was first put in place in the early 70s. I don't have that date for sure, but in 85, it was increased from $10,000 rather to $100,000, and it's been at that level since then. As you can imagine, the cost of farm machinery has increased significantly from 1985, with the basic tractor costing up to $80,000 or well over for specialized farm equipment. Unfortunately, the amount of exemption has not been adjusted and is not kept up with the cost of farm machinery. In addition, we recommend that this threshold be indexed so we don't need to keep on coming back every 5 or 6 years to ask for legislative corrections to that. Raising the property tax exemption from farm machinery from $100,000 to $500,000 is a top legislative priority this year, just in support of our farmer members, and we hope that you'll support that initiative. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Senator Rahman. Hold on one second. Paul.
Thank you, Paul and Tracy, for being here today. It's a great presentation. So you said $100,000 currently they, tax exempt. Am I right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So I think all the equipment you're using for farming, you already have the exempt except the motor vehicle. That's correct?
I'm not sure I understand what
all the equipment you use for farming, all the exempts except motor vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay. So I think this is good bill. Obviously our farmer, assuming they're going to do pretty good. They, put everything in ground, and sometimes bad weather wiped out everything. And I think they need a little help. And I think this is pretty good bill. And thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paul, Tracy, nice to see you. It's also nice, Paul, to see someone from my great hometown of Woodstock. I'll make a plug for a very farm-friendly community, and I was glad over many years as a town official to have been part of that.
Well, thank you.
Helping to actually create our agricultural committee way back in the day. But I am very supportive of farm issues. I can understand this very well. I have a number of working farms literally somewhat next door to me. And one of the things that I just want to make certain that we can highlight is I know we hear from municipalities whenever there are expansions of property tax exemptions, or in this case, looking to see about the motor vehicles, which those in agriculture use heavily, about the loss of revenue. And I'm very mindful of that. But if you're able to, can you just highlight for us or speak to the point that this is equipment that certainly farmers are using many times until these pieces of equipment literally break 10 billion times and they can't repair them anymore, let alone the hundreds of thousands of miles that they put onto these pieces of equipment, depending upon what they're doing. Given that farmers many times are struggling and the margins that they are facing, especially if you're a dairy farmer, are almost so small you can't even see them, that this really is a big help. And the point that you made about that things haven't been updated in a very long time, even though we know that the cost of living has increased dramatically since over those decades. I'm wondering if you can just highlight for us with regards to that, this help is in my view, a big help for those who are providing the food for us and other agricultural products, but literally, day to day, don't always know if they're going to be surviving, let alone thrive. I'm wondering if you might be able, in a quick period of time to just
Sure.
highlight that for us, because I think that's an important point to make as far as what a huge benefit this could be.
No, well, thank you for the opportunity, Senator. Yeah, as your introduction to all this was very thorough, and I couldn't have said it better myself, that many of our farming operations in Connecticut do operate on very slim margins. It's hard work. That's why not everybody does it. But farmers, especially those who are on second, third, fourth generation farming operations, they have such pride in what they're doing, and they're so committed to their operation. Despite those slim margins and the adversity that they often face, and especially in light of the weather challenges that have been coming up recently on a year-to-year basis, these farmers are committed to continuing to be part of that fabric of their community, to maintain the rural spaces and the open space character of many of our communities, and provide the food, fiber, and floriculture crops that we so depend on here in our state. Given the fact that the margins are so thin, and whether you're going to finish the year in the black or in the red can make it can depend on very factors that are out of your control. Having the benefit of a little bit of a expanded tax break like this on from the municipality, that tax burden would be a huge benefit. And I'd just like to expand on that, the fact that farmland and farm equipment does not create burden on the municipality in terms of services rendered. Like, for instance, a farm family, yeah, they might have 1 or 2 kids in school, but if you look at all that land and the value of all that, they're not creating a burden on the local education system, as compared to 30 acres that might be developed into 25 homes. So the benefit of having open space and keeping our farmers and agricultural operations intact and sustainable in our state is huge. We certainly have the Farmland Preservation Program, which preserves land, but we really need the Farmer Preservation Program. We need some way to make sure that the next generation of farmers is there and able to continue that operation, and they're not going to do it. Those young folks are looking at their options. They're saying, okay, I could work my tail off and make hardly anything if it's a good year, or I could go into engineering and work for Pratt & Whitney or something. Great career choices, but if we want to maintain that open space and maintain our farming community and into the future generations, we have to make sure that we are doing anything we can to make sure they can operate sustainably, which means operating profitably.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. And I would just add to that, in Avon, we count on the farmers to actually take care of that land that's owned by the town. And so that's beyond not burdening, it's actually a plus. So yeah. I just thought I'd throw that in there. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Paul, for coming in. Do you know when was this exemption last changed? You mentioned in the 80s. Do you know the year?
Yes, Representative Dubitsky. Yeah, thank you. My understanding, it was initially put in place in the 70s. I don't have that date exact, but I do know that it was last updated in 85. And in 1985, it was updated from 10,000 to 100,000. Okay,
so in 1985, it was increased by 10 times what it had previously been. In 1985, you could probably buy a 40 horsepower John Deere tractor for brand new for around $6,000 or $7,000. Now they're $60,000 or $70,000 for the same tractor. So given the increase, I can see you're only asking actually for a change of 5 times as opposed to 10 was what it was last time. Perhaps you can talk about some of the other equipment other than tractors that is important to farmers and it has changed in purchase price over the years.
Sure. Yeah, it does. It's not just tractors, certainly. The things that would fall into the category of farm machinery would include, for instance, on our dairy farms, it would include the robotic milkers. Many of our dairy farmers for the mid to larger size operations have gone to robotic milking operation where the cows can come in on their own. They get milked when they want to get milked. It results in a better situation for the cow in terms of their welfare. It actually increases their production and it reduces some of the labor cost for the farmer. Farm labor is a huge issue in our state. We don't have nearly enough people looking to work on dairy farms than we need. Compared to what we need. Many of our larger operations are using like the federal H-2A program to get the labor that they need. So any kind of equipment that would allow the farmer to mechanize, to modernize, and to make that farm more sustainable and more profitable into the future costs money, and in many cases, big money, well into the six figures in some cases. So as you mentioned, Representative Dubitsky, the cost of a basic tractor certainly has gone up exponentially. But then when you start talking about more specialized farm machinery, it's just gone through the roof. But our farmers are tough and they plan for these things and they want to try to improve their operation for the future. So they're making these investments. Another thing I'd just like to, a little side note, is another initiative of ours this year is a farmer tax credit. So for those farmers who do want to invest in their future of their farm, this is not a matching grant or anything. This is simply a tax credit. That's a whole nother bill, but that's going to be another mechanism by which farmers are incentivized to make those financial investments into the future of their farm.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming in, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Paul and Tracy, it's so great to see you just so recently as Saturday. So it's very nice to be here. Doug stole my question. I wanted to talk about the, how much this equipment actually does cost. And I appreciate the future thinking farmers and what they're doing as far as mechanizing and helping with their labor costs on the equipment. So I don't really have a question because he stole it, but I do appreciate you being here. And I think it's something that's important. 1183 is just supposed to help with motor vehicles being used exclusively for farming to be eligible for that tax exemption. But I think maybe what we could do, and it will, we'll check and see whether or not we can change some language in this bill to increase the exemptions from 100 to 500 would make a lot of sense for our farmers. So thank you again for being here and great to see you again.
Likewise, thank you.
Thank you so much. I do believe finance is also having a similar conversation. I know Senator Rahman
Yes.
wants to say something for the second time, but I just wanted to put that out there to anyone who's interested in those bills. They are also having the conversation. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this bill came last session. Actually, Senate passed the bill, and thanks to our, leadership, P&D. And I think the bill, my co-chair mentioned this bill will go finance later on. But hopefully, as it is, at least we can pass the bill. They help a little bit our farmer, but we don't know how far we're going to go from the finance. But keep talking and working on behind that. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions at this time, thanks so much for your testimony and for saving us a spot. We appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
You too. Up next, we have Beth Cavagna, and I believe she is joining us online.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. My testimony is in regards to House Bill 6831 in regards to the town of Bethel. Bethel is a town of 20,000 with a rail station located along the Metro North Line. In 2016, we developed a master plan creating a transit-oriented development district. In 2018, we adopted regulations according to the plan. We also have 10 projects approved under 830G. 2 are in the process of being reviewed presently, along with 41 accessory apartments through zoning permit process. Bethel has a double R10 zone where a two-family structure is allowed as of right, and multiple zoning regulations within an affordable component. In regards to our TOD regulations, we have had 66 units built in 7 years, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, which were approved, with 12 being designated as affordable units. In the TOD regulations, some highlights are as follows. For every 5 units built, 20% are to be affordable at 80% of the median income. Maximum of 20 units per acre. Height is not to exceed that of the underlying zone. And lastly, architectural requirements are key to maintaining assimilation within existing neighborhoods. Unfortunately, Bethel has been proactive for the last 24 years, trying to maintain a community of wide variety of housing for our residents. It should be noted that the TOD development has not occurred immediately adjacent to our rail station, but within our downtown area. In my opinion, the key to help support housing opportunities within towns, it is important, besides infrastructure, other aspects like economy, zoning, and architecture should be taken into consideration. The later of the two should reside strictly within the town's jurisdiction. I would request that the state do not create a siting council for zoning, but acknowledge what existing towns have accomplished by the rewarding of more affordable points, so there is acknowledgement by the state of some of the town's efforts to reach the affordable housing goals of the state. If other towns see the advantage of this, they will participate, thus providing more housing opportunities for all. And I really believe that at this point, the state should be looking at rewarding those that have tried to accomplish affordable housing needs versus trying to create regulations that may not be in alignment with infrastructure and things of that nature. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. I would remind everyone just that we don't generally touch 830G on this committee. That is the Housing Committee. So I hear you on the points, but that testimony would be better served over there. I would also say that this bill provides the opportunity to be grandfathered in. And we would hope that the MRDA money would be prioritized for people who are either grandfathered in or participating in the transit-oriented district. Any questions? I'm going to just ask slowly in case, yep, Senator Wong. I figured.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And having the privilege to represent Bethel, I wanted to say hello to Ms. Cavagna. And thank you for that. And what I hear first and foremost is through the first selectman, there is a concerted effort to address housing affordability, access, and diversity. But the challenge is in regards to 6831, House Bill 6831. You would prefer a more collaborative basis rather than the has of right. Could you talk a little bit about the financial? One of the key misstatements that's going around is the opt-in, and that municipalities have choices should they not participate in this. But if they don't, what is the financial impact in regards to potential loss in discretionary funds?
Well, in regards to Bethel, the loss would be major. We would be dealing with trying to make improvements to existing infrastructure. I would say now that we even have some difficulties working with the state in providing infrastructure in our TOD zone. For example, a lot of pushback dealing with a pedestrian bridge to cross over to the rail side. So again, Senator Wong, I feel that Bethel is so far ahead of the curve in dealing with some of the economic aspects of this. And it can be very discouraging sometimes when we look to the state for advice and guidance, and then for the funding necessary, and they're just not there where we are.
I appreciate you saying that. And so I want to be clear for those people that say this is an opt-in and there is no penalty. There is a huge financial cost to municipalities and their ability to make necessary infrastructure improvements. as they're trying to make inroads to create diverse and affordable housing. The other part that I think is unique is not every transit center fits the criteria, because there are many main train lines that would fit that type of existing structure. I know, in Fairfield, there's Fairfield Blackrock, which usually was previously Metro, Norwalk. Some of our bigger municipalities could accommodate because they're already in infrastructure. If you're talking about the Bethel train station, it is north of maybe a quarter mile north of the main Greenwood commercial avenue. It would require a significant infrastructure, one of which for pedestrian safety is a overpass bridge. Who would foot that bill? I certainly don't think that the state is going to help the municipality, but I don't think those developers that are looking to do as right is going to build that out. So the challenge is a lot of this is a really good idea. They're going to build it, but it is the taxpayer, the municipality. We're not even talking about density and kind of quality life concerns. This is about impact on municipalities that says, well, you build it, you rent it out, but wait a second, the municipality and the taxpayers in the community will have to foot the bill for the infrastructure build out. And this is one of the things I think needs to be said. And I appreciate listening to you. And I want to be sure that's the concern that you raise in regards to 6831, not the goal, not the noble goal of being able to develop and build economics, but what happens afterwards when the municipality has to foot the infrastructure bill. And in some cases, the sewer line improvements. We've already seen the challenges in regards to climate change and flooding, even further up the line as we have in the Bethel station. Who's going to handle that? I think it falls the burden on the municipality, despite what we try to do in the state of Connecticut. Would that be correct?
That's correct. Yes, Tony. Thank you.
Appreciate that, and I appreciate that, and I think it's important when we have these discussions. We're going to have a lot of people talk about how this is a empowering economic quality of life and all that. We all wish to do that, and many of my municipal leaders want that. They really want that. I know First Selectman Carter desperately wants that, but nevertheless, it comes at an incredible cost that is footed by taxpayers. And we may in Hartford posed and pass this bill and authorize the building, but the infrastructure may not be there, and it's the taxpayers of those municipalities and the municipal leaders that have to deal with it. And we need to do a better job in accounting for that. We need to give you grant money. We need to subsidize it and not use it as a stick to say, you need to do it, or we're going to withdraw and withhold money from you. That's not the right way to help municipalities move forward toward that goal. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Just a final question, because we keep hearing about these steep grants and Urban Act that are tied to this and that it would be pulled away from municipalities. I'm curious, for that transit-oriented district, were you able to access any of those state funds for those projects?
What we did receive was presently, if it goes through, again, it's really dependent on the possibility of a pedestrian bridge. We did receive 4.5 million from the Department of Economic Development, I believe, in regards to development that is being proposed on the other side of the tracks. In regards to that, also, the property owner has designated a portion of the property to be donated to build the pedestrian bridge going over to the other side. The main holdup at this point is the state of Connecticut and trying to work with the powers to be on the actual planning and design of that pedestrian bridge.
So you would say that those grants are competitive and you don't automatically get them, right?
Those grants are very difficult to get. It takes a lot of time and effort on the town's part to do initial applications. And unless you have a grant writer on staff, unfortunately, it is something that it can be very cumbersome.
Right. It does sound like they are not guaranteed by any stretch. So thank you so much for your testimony today and have a lovely afternoon. I'm seeing no other questions at this time.
Thank you.
Up next, we have First Selectman Fred Camillo from Greenwich. I do not see him online or in the room. We will come back to him if he appears. Hopefully I'm getting this next one right. Number 11, Peter Rampy or Ramp? Not sure, sir. When you're ready.
Good morning. I'm Peter Ramp. You almost got it right, but close enough for comfort. I'm here to talk a little bit about HB 6831. I've got some concerns about it. I'm a citizen in Wilton. I'm not a public official, but nonetheless, I've taken a look at the bill and have some comments that I would like to make. Number one is I have a concern about the loss of critical funding to the town if in fact they opt out. And by the way, before I continue, I've written testimony and I'm sure you have it. So I'm just going to summarize the major points of it and then take some questions if there are any. The other one is the concern I have with it is the environmental threat, in particular as it relates to open spaces and watershed protection and some of the other issues, the flooding areas and so on. And I think Senator Wong has mentioned that, and also the first selectman of Darien had talked about the flooding issues. One concern that I really have also is let's call it the elimination of public hearings in that bill. And that really is in a way that the citizens have nothing to say about it. It's just being passed down to them and basically on a take it or leave it basis. And also it gives excessive power to the organization that an unelected body gains authority, override local zoning, etc. And I do believe that the state sitting in Hartford is too far away from the local issues to be able to have that type of power. And I think it comes to a large degree, needs also to take into consideration the character of the town and what the town wants and needs in order to meet some of the requirements for housing. I think that's about where I want to leave it, because the rest of it is as I said, is my testimony. And by the way, Madam Chair and the chair people, I do thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to at least say a few words about this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for taking time out of your day. Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if the gentleman is still on or not.
Yes, I am.
Thank you for your testimony. One thing I just want to ask, I've always been a firm believer in all the many, many years that I was chairman of my town's Planning and Zoning Commission for 15 years, that public hearings, public opportunities are always good for people to be aware of what's going on and have their voices heard as part of local decision making. You touched upon that you felt that public hearings and having public input is important, and I'm just wondering if you have any particular examples of that on your, for yourself, or if there's anything you would wish to say further about that, because I know you touched upon it in your testimony, but it was an important point that I had noted, and I was just very interested in your perspective on that issue. Thank you.
Well, over the last couple of years, and I've been a resident here for 40 some odd years, but over the last couple of years, I noticed that a lot of the issues around planning and zoning and housing, there's already a limitation as to how the public can testify. And in fact, if the current bill really is in a way prevents residents from voicing concerns, appealing or harmful development once the die is cast and the future is set. I think it's more important to take a look at the bill and the language in there to see whether in fact it limits or how far it limits any public input once you get to a certain stage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just would add that not only is it important for people in their own towns to know what's going on if there's something they have concerns about, but also many times you find out that once people know what's going on and can provide input, many things can actually be made better and done better, especially in the long term. So I do value your testimony in that regard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I couldn't agree with you more about your statement that if the public is involved, the public has a better buy-in and less confrontational or disagreements occur. Thank you.
Mr. Ramp, I just wanted to assure you that there are going to be, should this bill pass, there are multiple public hearings that are built into that as of right district. So it is not that you would not have the ability to have input. It's that there would be decisions on creating that transit-oriented district, that as of right, so that everyone in the town agrees on what they have. So I just want to reassure you that there still would be possibility for public input, because I think it was put out there that it wasn't. And I just don't want the public to think that they would not be listened to the way that we listen to people here today. So
thank you so much.
I see no other questions at this time. Thank you so much for your testimony. Up next, we have Natalie Shurtleff from AARP Connecticut.
Morning. I'm Natalie Shurtleff. I am an Associate State Director of Advocacy and Outreach with AARP Connecticut. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning in support of Bill 6831, an act concerning transit-oriented communities. So I want to talk a little bit about what transit-oriented development can do to support older adults in our communities. Really, transit-oriented development helps create communities that are great for people of all ages. But at AARP, we want to talk a little bit about what it can do for the older population here in Connecticut. On average, folks outlive their ability to drive by about 10 years. And what that can do to people who are no longer able to drive and get around their communities, it can create some real challenges. And oftentimes that means that folks ended up just staying home, and it really can contribute to social isolation and loneliness. When we create communities, transit-oriented development, can play a big part in this. When we create communities that are walkable and allow people to get around their neighborhoods safely, have access to public transportation, have access to critical services like healthcare and grocery stores and social spaces, all within an area where they don't have to drive, it can really make a positive impact on individuals and allowing them to have a high quality of life, even beyond the years that they're able to or want to drive. So we advocate for policies to allow older adults to age in place where they want to be. And we think that transit-oriented development can really be a critical tool here. We know that most adults want to stay in their home as they age. And even if they don't want to stay in their homes, they want to stay in their communities where they have built relationships and a life, and allow themselves to stay in that community that they know. And so that's why transit-oriented development is so critical to creating the communities that allow them to maintain that active lifestyle and stay in the communities that they know and love. I also just want to draw attention to the provisions around
your thoughts.
Okay, so I'll just quickly say that we also support the provisions around accessory dwelling units. They can also play a critical role in addressing the needs of older adults. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak in support of this legislation.
Thank you so much. I thank you also for the reminder about seniors and driving, because certainly having them live close to transit is important because I believe one of our previous speakers shared a concern about traffic. And certainly we know that apartment dwellers generally have either less cars or no car. So I just wanted to thank you for that reminder today. Senator Fazio?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I guess was first just wanted to know, are you presenting the opinions of the organization, or are you kind of speaking on your own behalf for the purposes of this testimony?
This is on behalf of AARP Connecticut.
Understood. I appreciate that. You know, I do wonder when this bill's come up repeatedly, and I've consistently wondered whether how significant a shortcoming it is that it focuses on transit-oriented areas rather than mixed-use areas. You know, you think about going to the grocery store. You know, if you have to travel across several train or bus stops with groceries, I'm not sure that that is helping a senior have a more livable lifestyle without a car. You know, there are, in at least my region, there are many train and bus stations that do not have close proximity to retail, restaurants, grocery stores, pharmacies, and so on and so forth. And traveling across long distances by public transit to get there, you know, wouldn't seem to significantly or solve lifestyle challenges for seniors. So I'm wondering if you or the organization wishes that that was contemplated in this type of legislation.
I mean, I think that in these types of transit-oriented development zones, the way we see this is creating mixed-use development near transit. So it's creating those communities that have within them, yes, the transit, which is really critical, but also walkable neighborhoods that have other amenities in them as well. We see a lot in these developments, transit-oriented development areas that have already been implemented, that it's mixed use. And so those things that people need, it creates these walkable communities that are really great to live in, especially if you don't have a car or aren't able to drive or choose not to drive.
Yeah, I appreciate that point of view. I don't quite see that kind of vision prescribed by the legislation is my only concern. But again, I appreciate your point of view. My only other question is, does AARP Connecticut by chance have an opinion on the proposal to cap property taxes? As we all know, seniors on a fixed income, property taxes, especially in Connecticut, could be one of the most economically harmful costs that are imposed upon them. Talking about, you know, wanting to age in place, it makes it potentially very unaffordable to stay in this state. I'm wondering if the organization has contemplated a position on that issue.
I actually don't know. So I am relatively new at AARP, and my colleague John kind of handles that side of the portfolio, but I can certainly check with him and get back to you.
I got John's number. I'll give him a call. But thank you for the testimony today.
Thank you so much. I am just going to double check. I do see Senator Wong's hand is also up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Sherleff, thank you. And obviously, as the ranking member on aging, AARP is regarded in your advocacy. Although I'm a little bit surprised and intrigued by how AARP has taken a position on this issue on 6831, the work, live, and right. So take me through. What evidence do you have anywhere in Connecticut that these kind of projects are affordable, accessible, and available to our senior population? Because one of the biggest challenges we have is to be able to have real, true market pricing type of entities with many of our seniors on fixed income and burden and cost that AARP knows so well. But can you give me some examples, as you just articulated, that this would be a good idea? What basis do you have to justify? Because I can share with you in Fairfield, we've had significant development in the BlackRock Fairfield Metro Station, but none of it's affordable. So take me through what's real affordable market prices in this type of initiative that you just articulated does make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, we need more housing at all price points in Connecticut. We have a housing crisis and there isn't enough housing across the board. So some of it is, yes, creating housing that doesn't necessarily meet that affordable threshold, but that allows people that want that price point housing, it allows more choices for people. So someone who maybe wants to downsize their larger house and move to a walkable, transit-oriented community, they can, move across town, stay in the town that they know and love, into a smaller size place that fits their needs as they age.
So
also, we are seeing that development in these types of communities does create affordable housing as well, and that some of the development is setting aside affordable housing in addition to the more expensive housing. So it's creating lots of different options, and that's what we're advocating for, is choices to have more housing for everybody to meet what they want and what they need as they age. We at AARP are doing a lot of work around what we call livable communities. So we are doing policy work like this, supporting legislation like this, but we have a wide variety of resources for communities that are looking to develop their towns, their cities, to look to expand access to housing, missing middle housing, walkable streets. We've been doing walk audits throughout the state, helping communities, municipalities, giving them the resources that they need to implement these policies and create the types of communities that we all want to live in.
I appreciate that analysis, but I was looking for examples that you based your presentation and support on. Can you give me some communities in which it has made a difference? And number two, I think your presentation in talking about affordable and accessible housing for an entire ecosystem where there's a need. But I'll be honest with you, from my experience in aging and talking to many of my seniors that are on fixed income, they're not able to participate in that when you're 80% of the median income and affordability. So I don't know where AARP, in representing the interest of seniors, can articulate a position on a broader basis when it doesn't possibly benefit my senior population on an affordability. It is absolutely critical, but our 830G application actually has a bias for senior housing in the point valuation that we give it. So again, where does AARP in your presentation have the basis of fact that these transit-oriented diversity or expansion of housing stock support my seniors on fixed incomes to be able to afford it? If you have evidence of that, that would be fantastic. But number two, what you articulated was a broad base access and housing population that doesn't always include accessibility for our seniors. It is one of the most perplexing problems. And I would have hoped that AARP would advocate on behalf of the seniors who face a unique set of struggles, not the one articulated by a broad base. The bigger a bigger tide brings everybody forward. The fact is, our seniors are a unique population, and I would have hoped that AARP would uniquely represent their interest first and foremost.
Seniors certainly are a unique population. They're also a very diverse population. And we think that we are representing our seniors, and we know that when we poll our seniors time and time again, they say that they want to stay in their homes and in their communities, and we think that this is legislation that can help support that goal. And transit-oriented development, living in a walkable community isn't for everyone, but it is something that fits the needs of many of our seniors. And I don't have, off the top of my head, a specific example of a town that's done this well, but I can definitely look in that and get you a couple examples and get back to you and talk to you more about that. I'm glad to continue having this conversation with you.
I appreciate that. And I look forward to getting that information. But I think you said something that's really important. And I don't know where we lead to the transit-oriented development when you talk about aging in place. Most seniors prefer to live in their home. So for the advocacy of TOD in representing the interest of seniors, I don't see that. I don't see my seniors looking to leave their home and move into TOD for all the lure that has been articulated here, and they're positives, but I just don't see my seniors, and I'm a little bit perplexed, and I would love to learn more, significantly more, why AARP is advocating for this rather than strongly advocating a unique set of aging in place and supporting our seniors. Because I'll end by saying this. I want to support and I want to thank AARP for their advocacy for seniors, but I just don't see the connection here on that. But I look forward to the facts that you articulated and backing that. So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, AARP.
Thank you so much. And I would remind everyone on the committee that we do have 105 testifiers today. And so while I know these are all important discussions, if there are some questions that we can take offline, perhaps that would probably be a good idea just in the interest of time to make sure we are getting to everyone and that they are able to have their time in the sun, so to speak. I believe we are circling back to First Selectman Fred Camillo. I believe he is online, perhaps in the waiting room. Or perhaps not. We thought he might be here. I'm not seeing him. So we will keep going on that front to Emily Berneman, Norwalk Bike Walk, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Emily Berneman, and I currently serve as chair of the Norwalk Bike Walk Commission. I'm here today to express my support for House Bill 6831, Work, Live, Ride 2025. It's a bill that will help Connecticut create safer streets, expand transportation options, and foster a more walkable and bike-friendly community. The Work, Live, Ride bill is a crucial step forward as it encourages transit-oriented communities where people can live, work, and move safely without having to rely on a car for every trip. As a resident of South Norwalk, I bike and walk every day with my dog Bentley, so I rely on these safe and accessible streets to get around, whether it's walking to a local business, biking to the grocery store, or catching the train into New York City. Having access to multiple transportation options gives me affordability and flexibility, but I also see firsthand where we need improvements. Better sidewalks, safer crossings, and more protected bike infrastructure to support the growing number of people who choose to walk and bike. House Bill 6831 allows local governments to opt in and shape their own transit-oriented community districts, benefiting from priority access to state funding for biking, pedestrian, and transit infrastructure. As mentioned before, this bill is not a mandate, it's an opportunity. So municipalities can opt in and shape their own TOC districts, benefiting from priority access to state funding for transportation, biking, and pedestrian infrastructure projects. Importantly, these TOC districts must be designed with complete streets in mind, ensuring that walking and biking are safe, convenient, and prioritized. The City of Norwalk has already made significant progress with transit-oriented development near the South Norwalk and East Norwalk train stations, which has helped improve walkability, reduce congestion, and provide greater housing options. But with many other towns across Connecticut still struggling with outdated policies and zoning, it makes it difficult to create safe, connected communities. This bill provides a clear path forward by ensuring that development near transit centers is designed with people in mind, not just cars. As someone who experiences these challenges daily, I know firsthand that safer, more walkable communities improve our quality of life. They create stronger communities, more local growth, and healthier environments for everyone. I hope you support House Bill 6831 as it's flexible, incentive-based, that empowers towns to build walkable, vibrant communities while maintaining local control. It's a win for transportation, economic growth, sustainability, and housing. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Emily, and for the exact 3 minutes. That was excellent. Senator Gordon.
Thank you for your testimony today. And I can tell you, someone who represents a lot of towns in Northeast Connecticut, we have a lot of bicyclists on our roads who hop over the border into Massachusetts, Rhode Island. There's big groups of them, and I'm always impressed what they can do. I can't bike for those many miles. But listening to your testimony, you're talking a lot about a certain part of the state. And when you're talking about bikeability, walkability, and your support of this bill, what is your thoughts with regards to many of the small towns in different parts of the state that have no infrastructure, let alone even any type of public transportation, that they can even do this, and thus won't be on a prioritized list for certain grants and fundings with regards to ways to support them in the efforts that I know they do with regards to making their towns more walkable, more bikeable. For example, my town, we have almost zero, pretty close to zero sidewalks, but we still manage to make it very walkable and bikeable, and we don't have any real major transportation hub. So I'm just interested in your thoughts and your support of this bill relative to other parts of the state that are not like the areas that you mentioned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your question. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's a very good question. And it is, the support I have for this bill is because it allows that incentive opt-in program where it's not a requirement. But I do understand that there are different parts of Connecticut that aren't on that same structure as, other cities like Norwalk that have a growing population that are dependent on walking and biking. So I think the flexibility of this bill is what really makes it stand out in that regard. But then also it's encouraging more smart transit-friendly development benefits for everyone. So not only is it creating more affordable housing, reducing transportation costs, and making communities safer for walking and biking, it's really encouraging. It's not forcing those changes on municipalities. It's simply rewarding those that take the steps to align their planning with state priorities.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just ask, if you haven't had a chance to come out to rural Northeast Connecticut to see how this may not work, then please do. And also with regards to why there are many towns that have no way of opting in, not for lack of not wanting to, they just reality they can't, but yet may not then be prioritized for grants that actually could be very helpful for them for other reasons. Thank you.
It may be helpful for us as a committee to get a list of towns all over the state that either got grants or didn't get grants in the last 5 years, so we can really assess whether or not some of these towns are actually getting the grants that we're worried about. I think, Emily, I'm not seeing any other questions at this time, but we thank you for your testimony and have a wonderful afternoon. We are going to go back now to number 4, Josh Goldstein, who is with us from the Norwalk Common Council. When you're ready, sir.
Thank you so much. Very glad to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm testifying in support of HB 6831, Work, Live, Ride. And I'm actually really glad that I followed my friend Emily Berneman, because a lot of what she just said, I can add to just in my capacity as a member of the Norwalk Common Council and as a former member of the Norwalk Planning and Zoning Commission. The fact that Connecticut has a housing problem is well established. We need a lot more housing. I think that, we just had last week a joint meeting between our Common Council and our Planning and Zoning Commission to discuss the affordable housing challenge. And in fact, there's actually a draft affordable housing report and a housing needs assessment that I would encourage all of you to take a look at. 2 stats I wanted to pull from there that I think are really important and sort of accentuate why this bill might help solve this problem. One is that 38% of renters in Norwalk and 15% of homeowners earn less than $50,000 a year, and 39% of Norwalk's 36,149 households pay over 30% of their household income towards housing costs. We need transit-oriented development for the very simple reason that we need more housing at all different levels of the affordability spectrum, so that people from across the state, whether you live in a city like Norwalk or in a more rural community, can begin to have access to housing, at an affordable level. Frankly, for a lot of people like me who are under the age of 40, housing costs have always been grossly high, and it has been hard to break in and get housing costs down to a more affordable level. And I also think the creation of more third places and a lot of what transit-oriented development can bring is essential to building communities and that are affordable and vibrant for all of us. Norwalk is trying to really do its part by authorizing complete streets, which is something we did earlier this year, building more housing in denser areas, creating, we have enterprise zones, we've given incentives to build development at all different levels. And we have a lot more work to do, but this is a statewide problem, not just a citywide problem or a regional problem. And I think that the opt-in incentives that Work Live Ride brings to the table will help solve this problem instead of detract from it.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for getting it in on time. That's really great. Do we have any questions right now? Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sir, for your testimony. Obviously Norwalk is doing a lot of interesting and innovative things on the zoning and housing front. I have friends and family who live in Norwalk, and some of them like it, some of them don't. But that's what democracy is all about. We have 169 municipalities that are going to experiment in different ways with housing and zoning. In Lower Fairfield County, it's actually a very interesting scene to pay attention to. Norwalk, again, pretty aggressive with upzoning, and downtown Stamford likewise pretty aggressive with development. In towns like Darien, you see development being done along the main Post Road artery with condos and mixed use. And in Greenwich and New Canaan, they're making strong efforts to not only do mixed use residential development, but also do a lot of 100% affordable. Canaan Parish, Greenwich communities likewise. But I think that's what's kind of exciting, that you have all these different municipalities who have recourse at the ballot box, they're citizens who get to kind of choose their own destiny, and we get to see and people get to vote with their feet and their pocketbooks as to which municipalities are satisfying the needs of their constituents well. And so I wonder, why have these kind of statewide solutions, which, like it or not, there is a threat to take away eligibility for hundreds of millions of dollars from municipalities in this bill who do not kind of acquiesce to the wishes of the state on zoning issues. Why not continue with allowing different municipalities like Norwalk to experiment in different ways and have those local voters choose their own destiny? Because, I assume you're very supportive of the changes that Norwalk's made, and let them do what they think is best for Norwalk, and let Darien do what's best for Darien, and let Stratford do what's best for Stratford, and so on.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. I appreciate your your characterization, but I just want to push back on a couple things. One, I think you said earlier that Norwalk does a lot of upzoning. That's not true. In fact, actually, Norwalk had a 2023 reevaluation of its zoning code and rewrite of its zoning code, in which there was actually very little upzoning, if at all. And also, I think there's the boogeyman of upzoning, I think is a bit misplaced, since that in some respects, it is about the opportunity to develop multi-housing units as opposed to mandating it. That's not, so just, I think that's something to address, but I just wanted to first just say that's not something that Norwalk's actually done. In terms of let everyone do what they can do, I mean, Planning and Zoning Commission still have a lot of discretion to deal with their TOCs. And look, I mean, Norwalk certainly has the discretion and has used it. I think that the issue with your question is that, unfortunately, the housing crisis isn't a municipality by municipality problem. It's a statewide problem. And we don't have county governments. So it's either a municipal level problem or a state level problem. So the fact of the matter is there are thousands of people in Norwalk who live day to day and who are really not able to afford the rising housing costs that, especially for the people who are in the lower income brackets, it is very hard for them to find housing. And that's becoming truer and truer, not just in Lower Fairfield County, but across the state. So I think that the incentivizing construction and development of transit-oriented communities is an additive. It's not taking away anything. It's an additive to trying to solve a problem that frankly affects us all. And I mean, you represent a big chunk of Lower Fairfield County. I'm sure you've heard a lot of this before, and a lot of criticisms raised by constituents who live in more urban areas. And that especially insofar as providing a diversity of housing options for people at different stages of their lives. And we want to be able to do that because we know that it not only will make life more fulfilling for those who live in it, but also make things more affordable for all of our constituents. So I think we should be using all the tools in the toolbox to attack this problem. I think taking away tools doesn't really make any sense. And I think that we should be really willing, as you just said, to let municipalities try all sorts of different things. But we know that the creation of transit-oriented development, especially at different income levels, for different people, is something that is going to bring positive change.
Yeah, and I buy that is entirely possible. First of all, I'm totally open to the pushback. That's what these public hearings are about, and I think we learn more as we hear different ideas and opinions kind of come into friction with one another. So we and I very much welcome that. I would simply submit that I think Norwalk, Stamford, other municipalities that have been more on the pro-development side of the equation, I think those are major population centers in Lower Fairfield County, and I think we'll see, how those changes change the landscape of the housing market, and how those changes appeal to the residents there. Likewise, we'll see how the decisions of other municipalities are accepted or rejected by those local citizens. My simple suggestion is that I think the diversity of approaches in different towns and cities is a better way to go than having the state prescription. I appreciate your testimony and your public service, and appreciate the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Seeing no one else at this time, I'll just ask my last question. I just want to further dig into, you said that you found that this bill would give you tools in a toolbox. And so we've heard a lot of how, from much of the testimony, that people think it would limit them and not provide them tools in the toolbox. So what tools do you think that it would provide to you and other communities to be able to build more affordable housing?
Look, I mean, I think that, and thank you for your question. I think that the simplest answer to this is capital resources. I mean, it's a very simple answer. I mean, projects like this take money and time. And so Norwalk has been really grateful to be the beneficiary of a number of different state level transportation funding and housing funding initiatives, as well as federal. Obviously, the situation at the federal level is a bit in flux at the moment. So, to the extent the state can prioritize development and transit-oriented development in Norwalk, and like municipalities, will help us mitigate a state level problem, which is that there are a lot of people who move from municipality to municipality in large part because of the affordability crisis. And so there are people who, I mean, Senator Vazia was talking about, Lower Fairfield County, obviously, where there are a number of people who will move to the middle of the state, or who, I mean, Norwalk is a community right now where 75% of our public workforce doesn't live in Norwalk. And I think that's a problem, and I would like to fix that. And the reason I'd like to fix that is because I want our public sector to be able to afford to live in Norwalk, as I would imagine everyone would want their teachers and firefighters and police officers to be able to afford to live here. We think, or at least I'm saying we, but, in my capacity as a member of the Norwalk County Council, I think that the opportunities in this bill can help mitigate a lot of the problems that already exist. I don't think this is really a wait and see situation. The problem's here. We all know it. So it's simply about applying whatever tools we can to incentivize positive change that will provide more affordable and diverse housing options for Connecticut's residents. That's what I'm in favor of.
Thank you. That's really important. And you had mentioned you had a forum or something last week. We actually had two forums. We had one with the builders and the realtors, and then we had a second forum later in the week. And one of the numbers that just blew my mind, and it's not exact, but in the ballpark of, you'd have to make over $360,000 to afford the average priced house in Connecticut, which is $900 and some thousand.
Yeah, and look, I mean, in Norwalk, the median income, I believe, is 98,000, and yet, the crisis in particular is for people who make far less than that, and those people are enormously important. They are important parts of our community. They provide essential services, and we want to make sure that they can be a part of this community and live here. And so, and I'm sure that's representative in communities across the state, and we want to make sure that communities are connected. And again, just as we have plenty of people who move from around the state to Norwalk for affordability reasons, we want to make sure that we can maintain and grow our population, city population responsibly and in a way where we can handle services. And part of that issue is making sure that people can actually afford to live here.
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate the opportunity for you guys to listen to my testimony today, and I support passage of this bill.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate it. Obviously, this is an important topic that we've got to keep hashing out. So thank you. We're going to move forward backwards, but forwards to First Selectman Fred Camillo, who's joining us via Zoom. Good morning, sir. Or afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Senator Rahman, Representative Carver DeGraw, Senator Gordon, Representative Zullo, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. First of all, I want to apologize. I was at a promotional ceremony for our fire department. So I know you called on me a few times, so I appreciate you waiting. And thank you for taking my testimony. I won't read my testimony. I'm going to just summarize it, and then I'll take any questions that you have. I'm strongly opposed to this transit-oriented development bill, not because I'm against it, just for the sake of being against something. In Greenwich, we're doing it on our own here. We're making great strides. We have plans to keep pushing towards that 10%, but doing it, with our town in mind and with the input of those who know the town best, the residents and those who serve here. But I just want to talk about a couple of the things about this bill that really I find troubling. And I know it comes back every single year. We use the term opt-in in the bill, and that seems like a positive term, but really it isn't. Here, to me, it's misleading because it's almost punitive and threatening. If you don't opt in, you're going to be deprioritized. You could lose state funding. That's not a positive. Having us surrender a lot of our decision making to a coordinator who's going to be known as a zoning czar, who could have the ability to overrule our elected and appointed officials here in town, those who know the town the best, is troubling. I've yet to meet a official on the local level, whether a Democrat or Republican, who thinks that's a good idea. It also doesn't take into effect where these stations are located near, in our case, near the water. They're in neighborhoods that some of them are historic. Doesn't take into effect, our historic or environmental concerns. Greenwich is very, very proud of the progress we've made and the protection we've made of the environment here in town and of our historic districts. We also are very proud of the fact that we've had a housing authority since the 1950s. And that they're due, if you ever drive through Greenwich, and the last time I testified, I asked a couple people if they've who are for this bill, if they've been to Greenwich lately, and they hadn't been. I invite anybody to come to Greenwich any day. I'll meet you. I'll show you what's going on here. I think you'll be surprised. And lastly, this as of right, which would, really, to me, it's very undemocratic in of all places, the constitutional state, taking away the right of people to voice their concerns. And this would even preclude experts in land use and historic venues here that we have in town from even testifying and giving their opinions. So again, I would just ask that you vote this down, let the people be governed in these communities by those who know the communities best, its own residents and its their own taxpayers. But again, I appreciate the time that you let me testify here and for waiting for me twice. So thanks, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So I'm sure your good senator will want to speak, but I'm going to just say a couple things and ask a couple questions. In a previous hearing, we discussed access to beaches. You said that Greenwich doesn't get any money yet you're from the state, yet you're concerned about losing access to these grants. So I just was a little surprised about that. If you could elaborate on that.
Sure. One has nothing to do with the other. We've had lots of storms. We've had nor'easters where we didn't take any money at all. Also, there's a little bit of a narrative out there that's not true. Our beaches are open to everybody except for, for free, except for in the summer months, because there's a capacity limit there. The taxpayers who pay for that representative would not even be able to get there if there was no fee at all. And plus, the fees haven't been challenged in almost 25 years now.
The question really wasn't about the beaches. It was really about the previous statement that you didn't take money, but yet you seem concerned about not getting grant money for.
Well, no, thank you. I'm just saying, thank you for bringing that up. What I'm pointing out is the bill is punitive and it's threatening. It's an opt-in sounds really nice. Well, you could opt in if you want. If you don't, no problem, no harm, no foul. That's not true. It's semantics. That's not true at all. It's punitive and it's threatening. And I have yet to meet any public official in the state, Democrat or Republican, who thinks that's a good idea.
It's strange because this bill got 90 votes last year in the House. So I think you actually have met quite a few officials who think it's a good idea.
I have not. I
look forward to meeting you in person at some point.
You are more than welcome to come to Greenwich, and I'd love to show you around what we're doing here in town.
I would love to see those foreign train stations where, you could be doing this right now. And I also would just say that continuing to push the narrative by a public official that as of right is not really, involving any local engagement from the public, from the people that you probably hired or had a hand in hiring as first selectman. I think that seems a little off because you would have your town planner involved, you would have your planning and zoning involved, and typically those are volunteers of the public. You would have public hearings involved in an as of right process. So I think when we continue to say that as of right process is not a local decision-making piece, I think that's fairly inaccurate, wouldn't you say?
The as of right is in the bill, Representative.
The middle of what?
The bill. It's in the bill. So
I know it's in the bill. What I'm saying is that you're saying that it doesn't involve local folks, but it absolutely does.
Ultimately, though, can this zoning czar overrule, and this is a question to you, overrule the local zoning board?
The whole point of having someone at the state is what we hear over and over on this committee is that we have towns and cities, mostly towns because they're smaller, who struggle to find the staffing they need for good planning. When we look at all the sprawl across the state, it's because we have not enacted good planning over time, right? So when we talk about that, part of why we would have this person in state capacity, not to overrule, but to work with the towns to help them have the tools that they need that we keep hearing they don't have. And if only they had these tools, then they would absolutely build towards our nearly 100,000 unit housing crisis. That's where I think that there is a disconnect with quite a few people on purpose.
Yeah, no, thank you. And so these bills that, again, I think I grew up in a town in a time where the firemen and the cops and the teachers lived in town. And real estate prices have gone up all over the place, and that's just not Lower Fairfield County, all over. And so we're trying our best with, we put in a affordable housing trust fund that we just got started a couple of years ago. Our housing authority has made great strides, which is now called Greenwich Communities. But we're doing it, and we're fixing up some older affordable units that we've had here that hadn't been fixed up in a long time, and they're really looking nice. So we're doing it on a local level without state interference. Again, those who know the towns best are the ones that live there. And no offense here, I served in the legislature for 11 years. I have great respect for the legislature, but I certainly don't want to go to Hamden or New Haven or Bolton and tell them what to do just because I'm a state rep or a state senator. If anybody needs help, we're glad to help and show what we're doing here in town and share best practices. That's great. I am all for that. But a lot of these bills that I've been reading over the years there that absolutely take away local control, and they absolutely do things like in one of the bills, you couldn't even require off-street parking. And if you've been to some parts of my town, that's a problem. There's some congestion in some areas where there's no parking. And we're also having a lot of issues, like every other town, with flooding and impervious surface. So we're trying, it almost has conflicting goals here. We're trying to add more green space, yet we have to keep looking at these mandates that would require more asphalt and concrete, and the water's not, has to go someplace. So it's, Greenwich is 67 square miles, Representative, and if 20 of that is water, and it's a big issue. So we're trying. Greenwich is a beautiful town. We've prided ourselves of centuries of protecting the environment and protecting historic venues. So you could see where people get their backs up a little bit when they see bills like this. And it's not like we're not providing affordable housing here. We're doing a pretty good job, and we have some great plans, and I'd be happy to share. And again, I last time I was on here, one of the representative from New Haven, I invited him down, and he said, he'll come down and call me. He never did. I'm happy to show you around and show you exactly what's going on here in Greenwich. And I'm sure other towns have similar stories, but I can't say this enough.
I think the length of
local solutions work better than state mandates.
I understand. We didn't really quite answer the as of right question as in all that lengthy talking, but I think you do know what as of right is, and how much of Greenwich would currently be described as of right planning.
How much of Greenwich
if you have single family homes, you have a setup already for as of right, correct?
Yeah, of course. So we have, anytime somebody wants to build something, a notice will go out to the neighbors. So the neighbors will get a chance to voice their concerns. Sometimes they'll win, sometimes they won't. We've had lots of developments, Representative, that have gone on here that people didn't like, but the zoning board thought that it certainly conformed to the plan of conservation and development, the POCD, and that they followed all the state regs and local ordinances, and a lot of them get approved. So I mean, I think you only read about the ones that sometimes are controversial, that may not get the thumbs up. But we approve a lot of these projects here in town, a lot of them.
Right, and it's the same as of right process that this would go through, where people would be able to engage. So I've asked enough questions. I will allow my colleagues to go. Senator Fazio.
And thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, First Selectman, for testifying in the interests of our hometown. I think one of the concerns is not just that it's prescribes zoning up to 10 units in these transit-oriented districts as of right, or it's not just that it's as of right, but it's that it's up to 10 units as of right. So if it was up to 1 unit as of right, you probably don't get significant pushback. I think the problem is that it's potentially significant upzoning by allowing up to 10 units as of right. You've been First Selectman for, I think, 5 or 6 years. Can you talk about the magnitude of the increase Greenwich has had in affordable housing in that time? I think I've read, correct me if I'm wrong, it's almost a 10% increase in the amount of affordable housing in the town since you've been First Selectman.
Yes, thank you, Senator, for your questions. We were just at 5.2%. I believe we're over 5.8% right now. But we have plans in the works that hopefully in the next 3 to 5 years, I think could get us in the high 60s. Again, a few things have to fall into place, but they're well on their way towards getting the processes started. So, and again, I as I mentioned, I'm happy to show people around. It's we have several venues where we're not just adding 3 or 4. Greenwich Housing Authority, with Greenwich Communities now, is not only looking at the bigger venues and fixing up those older ones and adding 50 here and 52 here, but they're also doing scattered site purchases. And so the whole goal is to make sure that these new properties fit into the neighborhoods there and they don't stick out, and that everybody is assimilated. Everybody is, you wouldn't even know what house is owned by the housing authority and what is privately owned. And I think that's the goal. When one of my maternal grandmother was in affordable housing in Greenwich, it looked very, very different. There were hundreds of units, and we didn't know any better. That's the way we thought housing was supposed to look. That complex today is undergoing a huge transformation, so much so that Governor Lamont came down and said that he'd like to live in one of these units. So, and it brings a lot of pride to those that live there. And I think that's hats off to our Greenwich communities. I think Sam Romeo's on here now. He's done a terrific job. So we're continuing to work, but we want to not only get towards that 10%, but we want to do so in a way that brings a lot of pride to the people that live there. And my own family is an example of that.
Yeah, and the new units in Armstrong Court and Chickahominy look fantastic. That required hundreds of millions of investment in order to do. Listen, to add over 100 units of affordable housing in just a few years requires enormous effort and buy-in from the public on the local level. That's done at the discretion of the town, not because it's being forced to. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that most of those units are within a half-mile radius of a train station, as it's kind of envisioned by this law.
That is correct. And if you look at the main train station in Greenwich, within a half mile of that train station, there's already multifamily homes. That was a multifamily district mixed for decades. So we're already doing that there anyway. But it's just they're in spots that are really sensitive. The Greenwich one is not too far from the harbor, and again we've had some terrible flooding here, just like other places have had. And so, we're trying to keep this. A house is somebody's main investment. So when they read about these bills, they have a right to get nervous about what's going next door to them. Or if it's, one family neighborhood and all of a sudden there's going to be a 3-family house next to it, that architectural consistency means a lot. And, you can go to any great town that's beautiful like Greenwich and, other places around the country, they're pretty good with their zoning. They make sure that it's appealing and the people that live there have pride. And that's what we're trying to do with our affordable units. People just love living there, and we're trying to make sure that they're integrated into the neighborhoods, and that you would not even know that they're in our affordable housing stock. You would think they're privately owned.
Well, I appreciate your leadership and efforts to add affordable units with the community's buy-in in Greenwich. I look forward to your continued leadership on that front, and I hope that the state will continue to give discretion to our town and other towns who want to do that rather than seek to prescribe certain solutions. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know, is it still there or gone?
All right, Senator.
Thank you. So
right.
I don't know, that I just want to mention that DCT, they conducted over 30 work and audits in the community, and also over 70 meetings they had with local planning and zoning. And this bill, I think the wall, negotiated with the town level and all the stakeholder, as far I know that. So I have a quick question to you. I know you're long times there. 2-bedroom apartment, how much goes the Greenwich?
How much does a 2-bedroom apartment go for in Greenwich? So it depends where it is, Senator. You know, you can have one for, you know, 1,200. You could have one for 3,000. It goes all over the place. It just depends. Is it new? Is it older? Does it need a lot of work? Is it near the train station? That, you know, when I grew up here, the houses that were closer to the downtown area and in downtown were not as expensive as the ones that were out towards the mid-country and the back-country. That's kind of changed now. People want to be within walking distance, and I don't blame them, of you know, the train, of the grocery store, not too far from the hospital. So the prices are, it's hard to tell you. There's, you know, I don't have an average. They're all over the place, and most towns are like that.
So you say, if I heard, you know, correctly, you said 1,200 also is starting?
No, sir. I don't want you to put, Senator, I just said, you really, it depends on where it is, what kind of conditions it is. You can't just say, well, a 2-bedroom in Greenwich goes for, you know, $2,000. That would be a misleading statement, because you can get something for less than that. You can get something for more than that. So that question is kind of open-ended, and it's hard to answer, as I'm sure it's hard to answer in your own town.
Absolutely. So just give us the ball fry, you know, a bottom price to the all the way up.
Sorry, what was that?
Give us some kind of, you know, just bottom price to the all the way up. What is, you know, like
a bottom price?
High.
A bottom price. Again, that would depend on, I mean, Greenwich communities, obviously they're more affordable. A private unit, 2-bedroom, you know, again, I could, if I tell you, oh, it's maybe you can get one for $1,500, I'll get a text from somebody after saying, "What are you talking about? I'm paying $1,350." So it's hard for me. I don't know. Don't have my real estate license anymore. I did a long time ago, so I don't know exactly what's on the market. Everything that's on the market now, but it runs the gamut. Again, it really depends on where it is and what kind of condition it's in.
So another thing, I know that I agree with you, the housing price is sky high, like dozen of egg now $10, I think, if you go to the supermarket. Everything going is sky high, you know, we know that, unaffordable, everything. But the bottom line is, I think this bill will create more housing. And housing for the working family, workforce, seniors, our young, you know, folks, they can't afford to, you know, rent or buy 2-bedroom. I don't know Greenwich anywhere $1,200 or $1,500. You know, I'm involved with also real estate. I'm the real estate investor. I know that I don't think so there is anything you can even find less than, you know, $4,000 2-bedroom right now. Doesn't matter what area, even you talking about the walking distance or transit area. I saw last night in the market, Greenwich, 4 unit is asked for $3 million.
Yeah, so you
How much
said
they gonna rent it out?
So you asked the question, what a 2-bedroom apartment would go for in rent, and I was trying to give you a ballpark figure. So you mentioned in your town they're going for 4,000. Yeah, you can get something for more than that in Greenwich too, pay that for in Greenwich for a 2-bedroom. But you could also get one for, you know, 1,800 and 1,700 and 2,000 and 22. Again, it's an open-ended question. And you're right, everything is going up, and it's not just Connecticut, and it's all over, and we get that, and we're trying our best, but I don't know. My concern is that these bills will have a deleterious effect on a lot of municipalities if they lose any control over how they're allowed to develop. Again, I invite you and anybody else to come here. Just let me know. I'll take you around and show you the different sections of town. You know, we have 1/3 of our people almost a third of our people fit into the ALICE, around 30%, the ALICE category, asset limited, income constrained, and employed, meaning they have a job, but they don't make that much money. I think over a quarter of our kids in the public schools are on free and reduced lunch. So Greenwich is a very diverse place, and Greenwich has always been, ahead of the curve on that. Where, like I said, 75 years ago, we had a housing authority. So Greenwich was thinking about this a long time ago. And yeah, do I miss the days when most of the police lived in town? Sure, those are the people I grew up with. But I also understand that, we have a system where, I'd love to live on the water, Senator. I can't afford to. I'd love to, but I understand, things cost a price, and I can't control the private market, neither can you. But we're doing our best to really provide not only just affordable housing, but really good affordable housing where people, again, have that pride almost of like home ownership. These units are so nice. So we'll continue to do that. But these forcing a municipality with a threat of deprioritizing state funding is not the way to do it.
Well, one thing I want to mention, people working restaurant, gas station, grocery store in Greenwich, they have no place there. They are traveling from Bridgeport mostly, because reason I mentioned that oftenly I receive phone call, people living Bridgeport, but they don't have the transportation. They're taking the bus, walk 2 hours they are spending, which is they can't work 2 hours extra to make more money, but they don't have place. They can find anything in Greenwich they can afford. So a reason a town, a property, is sky high going because you don't have enough housing. It's shortage, housing shortage all area, not like $20 million property I'm talking about. It's good to have that. You work hard, maybe you deserve, to live like $5 million home. I know you have. So, but some people working minimum wages, they have the 3 jobs, but they don't have the transportation. What we should do? We have a moral obligation to create something for them to walking distance, find the property, they can walk and go and support their family. I think you are agree with me, Mr. Selectman. Am I right?
Yeah, Senator, thank you. Yeah, we're on the same page here. That's why we have the housing authority here, and that's why, there's people always reaching out to us and to me, and getting on the list, and many have gotten on into a home there, which is great. But again, this bill also really ignores, you say, yeah, let's put 100 units here and let's put 50 units here. So we're doing that with our housing authority, but it has to be carefully planned because of things like flooding, because of things like historic districts. Would you prefer that we just let our historic districts go and just plop housing in wherever you want, and to not worry about adding impervious surfaces where talk to somebody who lost a home, talk to somebody who's had their house flood. I say this all the time. 5 times in my lifetime, I've had water 3, 4 feet, 5 feet in my basement, both in Coscob and in the Byram section of Greenwich. It's no fun, Senator. And so when these mandates are thrown around from the state government without regard to flood mitigation efforts that's going on here, without regard to the beautifully maintained and protected historic neighborhoods, you bet people are concerned. You bet people are concerned.
I might agree with you. You can secure your basement as a first selectman, and how is going to guy working and making minimum wages, how he can secure his property in Greenwich. So I get it. I'm with you 100%. But bottom line is we have a moral obligation to supporting the people and creating the housing in 169 town and city. I know we're talking about the density, this city, all those cities. We heard that over and over and over. We are here not telling you New Haven or Greenwich or Norwalk, any town, what they can or cannot do, what they should do. We are not telling that. All we are asking, support. The people need the support. Am I right? Like I said, it's not housing that's going sky high. Good for, DC now $10 dozen of eggs. Good luck with all our working family now, if they can afford it. So only way, we can work together. If we work together, either first selectman or state, elected officials or local, whatever it is. If we work together, I think we will do good. Everyone will be, including you. You can secure your basement also. So this is how we can move forward for good. If we are holding, so no, my town, I don't need the 2-bedroom apartment, 1-bedroom apartment. When we talk about the housing, we may be thinking the low-income housing. No, there's a Greenwich. Some people I know. I got a phone call. She lived $1.5 million home. She sold her property. She won a 2-bedroom apartment. She couldn't find anywhere. It's not just for one group of people, for all platform. She has money, $1.5 million property she sold, but she wanted a downside because don't want to maintenance all those. She can't find 2-bedroom. So that's the problem. I think your town also need more housing. I see the average rate is $3,900, almost $4,000 2-bedroom. I just want to put on the market. Thank you.
Thank you again. I could show you personally ones that are $2,000 and maybe $1,800 and ones that are $5,000. But it's an open-ended question. But I will agree with you that we're always open to working with people, always, and that's what we're doing. We do here now, and we're happy to have people come down here and take a look at what we're doing, and then be a judge for yourself. But thank you for your questions, Senator. I appreciate it.
So
I think we need to take a field trip. I think we should all head down to Greenwich. I think
Let's
that might
do
be
it.
a good P&D committee, especially with your weather being year round so good from the background there. Senator Gordon, I believe you're up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, I'd be more than happy for P&D committee and state agencies to take a trip to all 169 municipalities. I'll even make a motion if you want. But, and I've advocated for that in various settings. Mr. First Selectman, I appreciate your testimony here today. I think where I live is one of the most farthest located places in Connecticut from where you are, where I am wedged up in the northeast corner of Connecticut. But I do appreciate the work that's being done in your community. And one of the things I just wanted to get some clarification on from you, I do believe that the people of Connecticut know best what's best for the communities in which they live. That's why we have locally elected officials of all different types to make decisions with them and for them. And I do share concerns that even though I agree we do need to do what we can for housing affordability, it's just not affordable housing. And that's a big, big topic that touches upon all sorts of issues. We also have to be mindful that we face reality. And there's realities literally on the ground, no pun intended, although I think I'm actually intending that, that each of our 169 municipalities have their own unique aspects to them, including in different parts of just one municipality can be very different from another given various issues, but also given the character and other issues of any given town and city. And you mentioned something that struck me very, very interesting. And I've done this in many years when I was a town official, and I know you do this as well from what I hear, is you mentioned something about as of right. I think there's a misconception about as of right. Perhaps it's on purpose, perhaps not. But as of right for single family is very different from as of right for multifamily, just like it is as of right for non-residential, non-agriculture that many communities deal with. And you can have regulations written for as of right, so to speak, for single family homes. Most communities do. I know my community does. But when you're talking about having regulations designed for multifamily, for example, or higher density, for example, I'm not opposed to those, but there's reasons why we don't always make it as of right. While we want to have a lot of public input, public hearings, many times you learn things that a regulation just strictly written may not take into account from one plot of land to another. And when you talk about in Greenwich that the work that you've done, and I commend you for that, and the work that the community's done, have you found that when you have things that are not necessarily as of right, but you do have all these meetings, you do have public hearings for, say, multifamily, or, for example, in many of my small towns, it will be large subdivisions of single families, that you find that the process actually works, that people are engaged, and as a town official, there are things that you take away from it and your fellow town officials take away to actually do a better job on that particular land use application?
Thank you, Senator, for your question and your remarks. Yeah, they do. There are people, I find that people will be engaged. And for example, a few months ago, our housing authority had a proposal to take a surface parking lot in Costco, and it was right next to a train station. I thought it was terrific for some affordable units. And while most of the neighbors there didn't want it because they look at it was an area where the train station was there and the houses are close together, and they were worried about congestion. And one side of the neighborhood, which flooded a lot, they were concerned about flooding. I thought it was well presented, but there were people in the neighborhood who did actually support it. So that was good to see. And so I don't want people to get them, misperception of Greenwich that everybody's going to be against. There were several people who lived in that South Costco neighborhood who had supported it. Turned out it didn't go through because of a sewer issue there, not because of any rejection of the zoning board. So, but we're looking at that. Are there any places where we can put it in where it's not going to take up soil and add, asphalt? And there's one that's on the drawing board right now in Central Greenwich that it's in badly in need of being renovated, and it's kind of in a valley, and so the plans are to go up another story and get some more units there, and that again would not add impervious surface and would not affect any our flood mitigation efforts. So there are some solutions that we've identified and are going forward to get them approved, and so that that's just one of many that we're looking at right now. And I want people to know that. And again, I'm happy to show people those particular properties. But everything is not, sometimes you'll get an application that just doesn't work and it's in a bad spot. And many, I'm thinking of a couple places in town where 50, 60, 70 years ago, houses were allowed to be built in a valley. And now they flood if they get an inch of rain. And once they're up, they're up. And again, you feel for those people because that's their biggest investment in their lifetime. And there's no place for the water to go. And looking back, should those approvals have been granted, 70 years ago? Probably not in those areas because of the flooding. But, we got a handle on that. We're just trying to make sure that we can, continue to offer housing and good housing, secure housing. But that does not affect our environment, does not exacerbate the flood situation, does not have a deleterious effect on our historic neighborhoods. So, it's a lot goes into it rather than say, yeah, we need another, 300 units. We just need a lot of thought that goes into it. And we're doing it with thanks from a lot of stakeholders here in town.
And I appreciate that. My last question, Mr. Chairman, is that, I represent a lot of towns that are small towns that don't have really any public infrastructure, don't have public water, don't have public sewer, hardly have any type of public transportation. And the point that you had made earlier about having the town see what they can do, no town is opposed to seeing what it can do for housing affordability. I've never seen that. I've never seen the zoning regulations in recent history be used negatively. Those comments that we hear about that are long in the past, and we have state and federal laws for good reasons to prevent bad use of zoning regulations and land use regulations. But your point that you had mentioned that what's working in Greenwich and what Greenwich is looking to do, including wanting to partner with the state when that is feasible and realistic, may not be the exact same as what may be in my town of Woodstock or one of the smallest populated towns in Connecticut, which is Union, for example, or what may happen in New London, or let's say off in Torrington. We do have different municipalities, and they are different in many different regards. And so my last question to you is that have you seen in your experience that any effort, let's say in Greenwich or any other communities you know of who want to work with the state, that the state has said no, but on the other hand, when there are efforts that the state may want to mandate, or in this case, if you can't opt in because you could never be a transit-oriented community, you're going to be put on a lower priority list of certain discretionary funding than other places that are able to do it just because of the realities on the ground. Have you ever seen any communities purposefully not want to try to work with the state as opposed to the state trying to come down on high when communities like Greenwich feel it's in the interest for what can be done realistically?
That's a great question, Senator. There's 169 municipalities in Connecticut. I've been to a lot of them. I haven't been to all of them, and so I can't speak for all of them. But the ones I meet with fellow first selectmen and women and mayors regularly, even across the border in New York. And no, I think people are more than happy to reach out and partner with their states, whether it's in Albany or in Hartford, when it makes sense. And certainly, you can't go it alone. No one can. We're not an island. None of the municipalities are. So you want to have a good relationship with the state. As I said, I served for 11 years in the legislature, so I have great respect for it. But you want to make sure that it's a two-way street. And so some of the comments I've heard over the years by a few legislators, not a lot, but a few, caused me even once to call up a mayor of a big city in Connecticut, and when he made a comment about Greenwich a couple of years ago, and he walked it back. But he certainly made the comment publicly, and it was 100% false. I invited him to Greenwich, and he, declined, and he didn't say anything. And so, again, it's easy to, I call it cheap rhetoric. You can say a lot of things and get away with it in a certain venue, but certainly if you don't have to answer to those people in those towns that you're talking about, then, to me, it does. I want to see some courage, and where people would say, if they're going to attack a town for their policies and you don't know their policies, you don't know what they've been doing there, would you be willing to say that when you go to that town in front of the people that are working hard to promote policies that you're disparaging? So it gets a little frustrating, and I know it's not everybody; it's a few, but it's a frustrating thing to have to deal with every year. But I still have great faith in partnerships with the state and with the legislature, and I'm very proud to be a Connecticut resident lifelong. So I'm not down on partnerships. I believe in them, and I believe in and working together.
Thank you, Mr. First Selectman, and I do share your comments as well, and your testimony has been very powerful, and I hope people will very much pay attention to it. And as I started with my comments, I'll also end with my comments that those who are advocating for things, I'm not opposed to it, but when you're talking about impacts on municipalities, I very strongly advise go to each one of the 169. I'm happy to host people in the 13 that I represent to see what it's like on the ground and talk with the people and talk with officials making decisions. And I encourage state agencies to do the same when they make decisions, because that's really how we can partner and make things better. And I do hope the state will provide some more resources for those communities that do need them, and perhaps they can become transit-oriented communities because they have no way of doing it now. But I have separate bills about that to see what we can better make investments on regional ways, including in northeastern Connecticut. And maybe when we think that way, then we can find that more and more communities will be able to take advantage of some of these things that right now they can't. And we don't want them to either be mandated or to be deprioritized or lower prioritized just because there's no way they can opt in. But I appreciate your testimony very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Rep. Jolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of follow-up questions, and I apologize if one or two of these items may have been addressed when I stepped out briefly. First, it's always nice to see you, First Selectman. A pleasure.
Good to see you, Representative.
Very quickly, the concept of as of right, I think we all understand, meaning that somebody can go up to the desk, kind of like an administrative approval, walk in, get an approval, and move forward. There's no public hearing on that opportunity. So in the bill, as I understand it, as it's been raised, when you create one of these TOD districts, and just help me confirm if this is your understanding, when you create one of these TOD districts, there would be public hearings on that decision, right? There would be a decision on whether to create the district, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then once the district was created, certain subsets of approvals for certain types of housing, building certain developments would no longer need those public hearings because you'd be able to build as of right, as long as you satisfy the criteria to build those types of development. Is that correct as well?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And so what I want to confirm is that you're very concerned about the loss of those individual public hearing rights with respect to each project. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, and I don't listen. I've been frustrated too with projects where sometimes people will oppose and throw things against the wall and hoping something sticks. So I understand that side of it too, but they still have a right to oppose something. And I always tell people, if you're going to oppose something, tell me why and give me a better idea. And I'm open to listening to it. But here, something that takes away any part of that is an issue. And again, I think if people are mistrusting of questions that are going to be asked, not everybody is I think coming at it from a bad place. I think a lot of it is concern about their environment, whether it be flooding or just congestion, quality of life. If you want to, I always say, if you want to live in the country and you want to go live, in the northwest corner, that's great. You don't want to see a one size fits all every single of the 169 municipalities. You're going there for a reason. You want the nightlife. You want to be in a great city close to New York. Stanford's great, and Norwalk's great. You don't want to see them become towns. You don't want to see them become rural because you didn't purchase property or you didn't rent a property there for that reason. So I love the diversity of the state, and I hate to see that in any way taken away by something that may be very well intentioned, but may have unintended consequences.
And thank you for that. And just in follow up then, so as a municipal CEO, to you, is there a substantive difference in the impact? And I think I can anticipate the answer to this, but is there a substantive difference in the impact for an application when somebody comes in to build something or construct something where it's 1 unit or a house versus something that's 8 units or 10 units or 20 units?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you once in a while, somebody may say if they're building a 1-family home, there may be a height issue. We actually, a couple of years ago, there was a mistake made and the house went up too high and they had to take it down a bit. So you'll get a little bit of that, but not much. The concern comes when it's, if it's a 1-family area, the people are concerned about is, you're going to have a 3 or 4 story house next to their 1-story or 2-story. Congestion, again, flood mitigation. These are all things that, you're just come up depending on what the application is. And not all are opposed as, uniformly. Some may actually work, and we've seen developments, and some are, I think look really good and fit and don't have any deleterious effect on the environment or, public safety units being able to access them. There's so much that, and being a developer, it's got to be a tough job because there's a lot of things you have to look at. And so, no, there's definitely a difference in a size of an application when it comes to concern and people registering their opinions.
Thank you. And then earlier, you referred to a zoning czar, and it's my understanding under the proposal, at least as it's been raised, is that the secretary would have the right to promulgate essentially bulk regulations within these TODs, right? They could set the setbacks, the parking requirements, things like that. Are you worried about this because you're worried about divesting your local zoning board of their authority to do that in light of their intimate knowledge of your particular municipality, or is there something else? Because that's the concern that I hear most often, is that, you know, you cannot possibly, as the secretary, craft a set of bulk regs that's going to apply to Greenwich in a way that's going to make sense and also apply to, for example, where I represent, East Haven, or even, another community in a small city, perhaps. Is that what I'm getting at with your concern?
Yes, Representative. Yeah. And how would they know? Like, how would you know? Greenwich is not one uniform 67 square mile town that's alike. It's very, very different. Each section is different. As I mentioned, I lived for 5.5 years in the Byram section, which is on the New York border. And the houses there are very close together. And some streets don't even have a driveway. So they have to park on the road. And so it becomes, a public safety issue sometimes, accessing, and I unfortunately 10, 12 years ago, I had a fire in a place that I lived at. And that was one of those streets that everybody didn't have a driveway. So to think that, well, they're Greenwich, they all have, 3-car garages, and some do, some have a lot more than that, and some have none. So it's a very diverse town, and I can't state that enough. And I'm sure other towns have the same situation. So a one-size-fits-all coming from a distant capital is never going to work. And so, as Senator Gordon said, we love partnering with the state, and we welcome you to come down here and work with us. But, mandating things without knowing what's on the ground here is a mistake.
All right, well, listen, I know how to find you offline because I know we've got a lot of speakers today. So I appreciate your comments and your clarification, and I thank the chairs for their indulgence.
Thanks, Representative.
Thank you so much. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Hey, Fred, thanks for coming in. Very much appreciate it.
Good to see you.
I was happy to hear you talk about that little incident where another mayor had disparaged Greenwich. I remember that incident well, and hopefully that won't happen again.
Thank you, me too.
Now, I'm opposed to the state coming in and essentially forcing towns to do things that don't fit within the town. But I think it's important to understand the differences in these towns. How many people in Greenwich?
Roughly 63,300.
63,300. Okay. In my town, we have just about 2,000. Now, how many housing units are in Greenwich?
Housing, maybe
Total.
mid-20s. I don't know exactly.
You're talking.
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
20,000s.
A little bit more than that. A little bit more than that.
In my town, there are approximately 800. How much of your town, what percentage approximately has sewer service?
I don't know the percentage, but all of the downtown areas do. We just sewered a few about 20 years ago that didn't have it. But where you run into a problem there with the wells, that's in the mid to back country.
Okay, so about how many miles you think?
Oh God. Well, the more mileage is back there because most of the housing is condensed. So, we have 67 square miles, 48 of that is land. So you probably have more that's not in the back country, but most of the houses are on it because they're inland. They're
Okay.
Downtown.
Okay, and you have a sewer plant of some sort?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we have not 1 inch of sewers, no sewer plant, nothing. You have water hookups?
Yes.
Municipal water?
Yeah. Yes.
And how is it about the same amount as in the sewers? Water and sewer running together pretty much?
Yeah,
Or
probably,
is
I would say more water, I would assume, but I don't have all that information.
Okay, well, we have
apologize.
not a single house in my town is on municipal water. Now, you said that you have a affordable housing trust fund?
Yeah, we
What-
got that done a couple of years ago, Representative. It was first tried in 1988 and it didn't pass the RTM at that point. We got it done a couple of years ago. And right now they haven't funded anything, but they're in negotiations with a couple developers who are overseeing have applications in for developments to trying, work where we can get money put towards affordable housing. And again, whether it's these are, the A30G, 20% doesn't help us at all. I mean, that just helps the developer. The more units you get, the more help it is towards us for getting it towards the 10%. Otherwise, it's like a dog chasing its tail.
And who puts money into that trust fund?
It would be the developer.
Okay, and is there money in it now?
There's a little bit in there, but again, they haven't used it yet but they're in negotiations serious negotiations with at least one developer, and I think maybe two, but I'm only hopeful that something happens there. We haven't seen it yet, but it is established a couple years ago.
When you say there's a little bit of money in there, your little bit of money and mine might not be the same thing. What kind of numbers are we talking about?
We're not talking millions, no.
Okay. Now you have a housing authority right?
Yes.
Okay, and the housing authority, what's the budget of the housing authority approximately?
I don't know. They're not part of the government. We work with them. It was established, Representative, probably 70 years ago. But they work, with the federal government and getting, taking out loans and fixing, not only purchasing properties that are scattered, but taking areas that are next to where their complexes are. There's plans for at least two of these right now, Armstrong Court and Quarry Knolls, to add on to not only fix up what they had, meaning completely renovate the old units and make them new and up to date, and the codes are updated, and but also adding on wherever they can, while being mindful of taking away the soil and adding impervious surface. Anytime you do when somebody wants to do anything here, we ask, we're just trying to finally get a new skating rink, and it's a big debate here. And one of the issues is, are you taking away green space? And we had to submit something where we're adding a little green space, because that's everything. Almost every project now has to be looked at as, is it going to exacerbate or mitigate flooding?
Right. Well, that's certainly something that in my town, my entire town is in the watershed of the Natchog River into the Willimantic Reservoir. And as I look out from my house, I see lots of green space, farmland, open space, forest land. And so I guess, the towns are about the same size geographically, but very, very different as to how they operate and what kind of land is there. My fear is bills like this try to jam everybody into the same categories, and your town and my town probably couldn't get any more different and still remain in the same state. And we both have that same issue, that the people in Hartford don't understand us, and shouldn't be the ones that determine how we run our towns. And, allowing them to do so really is a disservice to the people of the state. And, really it does injury to the people, to the quality of life, and to the land. And I appreciate you coming in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Senator Wong. Senator Wong for the second time. Me, the second.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your time, Mr. I'm sorry?
I think we just
Sorry,
had a delay. You
Madam
were
Chair?
a little hard to hear there at the beginning, but I think we're okay now.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, welcome, First Selectman. It's great to see you. I know there's been a bunch of questions, but I think it's important for me to kind of take a step for people that are participating, watching this hearing, particularly when Greenwich comes to mind. And I think it creates an imagery, a perception of the Go Coast, multi-million-dollar estates, yachts. The Robin, right? I don't know what his last name is. The lives of the rich and famous when we're talking about Greenwich. But you mentioned and talked about the uniqueness of Greenwich, 67 miles, but you stretch from obviously the estates up at Conyers Farms down to the waterfront, but you also have the Byrams in the community. You have for yourself as a son of Greenwich, growing up in Chickahominy, and talking a little earlier about your grandmother that lived in affordable housing. So I think it's important to take a step back for people that don't know Greenwich and understand its uniqueness. No doubt there's tremendous wealth and the imagery is there, but also there's a lot of hardworking people trying to make ends meet, trying to keep their property that they were fortunate enough to buy early, and property values have increased. So it's really important. Talk to me about what you have understood Greenwich to be a community. No doubt there's great wealth, but there's great homespun realities of affordable living in the community. Could you elaborate a little bit to kind of
Thank you.
Kind of remove from the imagery of the reality of Greenwich?
Sure. No, thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. It's a great question, and you brought up an example. People being house rich and income poor. A lot of people who bought their houses when I was growing up, their parents, they were tradesmen, a lot of them. And yet, they bought the house, maybe with a Veterans Administration loan for $18,000, $12,000, $16,000 in the late 40s, early 50s. And those houses now today are 1.2 million or 1.6, and they haven't done that much to them, but they can't, where are they going to go? They don't have a lot of savings. So you see that a lot. And as those families sadly pass on or move out, then you see some people coming in with some money, they can fix them up, and then you see the newer houses. But the Senator Rahman was saying, how are people going to get to work? Well, we have things here in town, Call a Ride. We have Meals on Wheels. We have lots of great organizations like the Knights of Columbus and Jewish Family Services that are always out there, neighbor to neighbor, which helps people who've fallen on hard times with food. And you'd asked me about, apartments and what their costs. I mean, they run the gamut. If you want to talk about how our public housing authority, they have apartments for $350, right? So, do we need more? We'd love to get more and more. That's why we're working at getting them more. But as I mentioned before, you have a quarter of the kids on free and reduced lunch in the public schools. You have a very diverse town, and almost 30% in the Alice category.
And no doubt, and I think you're right in phrasing as a first selectman, knowing your town so well and growing up in it is a lot of people are asset rich, cash poor. And for many of those people that are second, third generation, they can't keep the home. but one of the challenges you have in Greenwich is land cost. That you're looking at a quarter-acre lot that in a neighborhood of similar like homes, but the land value is $1.2 million. And so when a developer comes in, make no mistake about it, they have an opportunity to leverage because it is quite desirable. The incredible social services, absolutely. But I've been in this discussion long enough, and I think it's really important for you as a first selectman and also for those working class people in the community to have other leaders or other perceptions misrepresent and denigrate the good intentions of what Greenwich tries to be in offerings for everybody. I think you've mentioned it a couple times, the umbrage that you take in the accusations that Greenwich is out of touch and exclusive and exclusionary. I know there's some price points that take it out of the realm of practicality. There's no doubt. But there are hardworking people. And I'm going to go back and I'm going to say, knowing the town well enough and knowing you, Freddie, first selectman, is that you've got a planning and zoning department where the longtime chairperson, Ms. Margarita Albin, has been a tremendous leader in fairness and inclusion and opportunity. And every chance that you get, you have been fair in working with developers that are like-minded, community-minded, to be able to build and meet the needs. So talk a little bit about your planning and zoning and your sensitivity to real needs of affordable housing for residents there that are asset-rich, cash-poor. Should they sell it, where do they go?
Thank you so much. A great question. They do a terrific job, and I'm glad you brought that up. There are developers who live here who are very community minded, who want to do the right thing, who are not just looking to score big and use 830G to fill their coffers and then move on. So we're grateful for that. Do we get some that are questionable as far as their community spirit? Sure, but I think there's a lot that really do want to provide good housing and good developments and things that would benefit the community. So, it's a great relationship. They're doing a good job when people on both sides get mad, right? So sometimes they'll approve a project and some will say, yeah, but they shouldn't have done that because they didn't take this into consideration. And I'll always say they do. They take everything into consideration and they approve a lot of projects. Some they don't, but a lot of the projects that are not approved come back. It could be a gas station. It could be just a regular commercial building. Sometimes they'll get rejected and they come back with a new application and they've added some green space and it passes, or something else is addressed and it passes. And they usually let them know, hey, or they're going to grant them what's called municipal improvement status, MI, conditionally. We will grant this if these conditions are met. So they're trying to follow the spirit of the state laws, local ordinances, the plan of conservation and development, but also be attuned to what's going on with people in these neighborhoods that are prone to flooding, or maybe have a off-street parking issue. You mentioned Byram. Byram has one of those. Chickahominy has a few of those where it just they're old neighborhoods. They go back to the 20s and 30s. This is where my family came from. So we're very blue collar communities are mixed in with white collar communities. And with the beauty of Greenwich is they sit on boards, committees, and commissions together. And they work together. And there's a uniform spirit here, and that's I'm glad you touched on it because it really is the reality here.
And you have train lines going back to focusing on House Bill 6831, the transit-oriented development. You have, in addition to the main Greenwich station off of Main Street, you have Old Greenwich, you have Riverside, you have Coscob. Many of these local stops that could be defined as TOD development with as of right. So we talked about your planning and zoning authority, the expertise and the collaborative working. I know people are defensive that are advocates of this bill and saying has of right that you still have engagement and public hearing. You do not. The has of right takes out the Margarita Albans of the world and the expertise to bringing developers to kind of work out the best possible plan. This literally says you have as of right to build these projects, and you do not have local input. I think that has been the biggest frustration and objection to many of the people. It's not a exclusion, it's not a NIMBY issue. It really takes away the local input. And we've talked about, and I've had many dealings with Miss Alban. She is fair-minded, but she is community from a standpoint of proper growth without expansion at the risk of future opportunities and community. So can you talk a little bit about justifying why you oppose this in kind of a more finite term of the TOD bill present right now and that has a right concern to all your communities in their rail lines?
Well, yeah, thank you. It's you hit on all the point, a lot of the points there. I mean, we have 4 train stations. That's a lot. Most towns don't have 4, and they're all different neighborhoods. Old Greenwich, it comes in, it borders residential and the commercial district. Riverside's smack dab right in the middle of a residential. Coscob's right in the middle of residential with a touch of a couple commercial buildings. And then Greenwich, the main hub, is undergoing a total transformation as we speak. Has lots of different things. It has commercial, it has multi-family, multi-use, it has single family zones. And it works. If you ever go to downtown here, you walk around, you know Greenwich very well. It works, but it only works because of the local input it's had over the years, not somebody from Hartford who doesn't know the town. It's, as I mentioned, we have lots of services here for people who don't have cars to get around. We have lots of services for people who have fallen on hard times. And certainly we are working on getting our affordable housing stock up, but in a way that's locally inspired. And Margarita Alban has done a tremendous job. I can't praise her enough for what she's done, and all the housing commissioners. Do I agree with everything they say? No. Sometimes I'm for something and it doesn't get passed, or vice versa. But they do a great job. And you're right, they live here. They love the town. They would never do anything to hurt it, but they know the town. That's the key. They know the town.
I'm going to pivot, and thank you for the indulgence of time, Madam Chair, and I respect that. I want you to talk about the Greenwich communities, the Affordable Housing Task Force, and the great work of Sam Romeo and Mr. Johnson, and what the work they've done, and give me some examples of projects, initiatives that have been led by Greenwich, but also with state support. And the projects and the vision that you have. And one of the things I'll say again in defense of Mr. Romeo, an absolute fantastic community-minded gentleman. And what's offensive to me sometimes is the mischaracterization and the accusations of a man who is dedicated his entire post-career to finding affordable housing. Can you talk about some of the recent projects that you, working with Senator Fazio and working with the state and our housing commissioner, did some really impressive work that even the governor came down and said, this is the way we should be doing affordable housing? Could you articulate a little bit? Because I want to shake the idea that we're exclusionary, that we are obstructionists. We want to find solutions, but nevertheless, it's not the solution that's being offered right now in the proposed languages.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. And Sam Romeo and Tony Johnson have been godsends for us. They've really helped us get it going in the right direction. Again, not just providing more units, but improving the units that we already had. Look over Adams Gardens on the east side of town. They're fixing up a lot of the units that are there. They added some brand new ones there. Armstrong Court, you mentioned before, where my grandmother Rose Camillo lived for many years. It's totally transformed. That's what the governor said that he'd like to live in. They're that beautiful. And the courts were very different when I was a kid, but it's almost becoming like a gold standard what you want public housing to look like. Also, they've been, as I said before, they've been buying scattered housing sites around the town. 2-family here, 3-family here. You don't even know they're owned by the housing authority. They fit right into the neighborhood. They're looking at Quarry Knolls, which is really it's built into a valley in central Greenwich. It needs to be fixed up, and so that's in the plans to not only fix 2/3 of that up, but to add units on top of them. And it wouldn't be blocking anybody out. This is what I'm saying. This is where the local input is important and not coming from Hartford, which doesn't even know where Quarry Knolls is. It's in a valley. It's not, if you go up a story, you're not blocking anybody. And so that's always a concern, and it doesn't affect anything. You're not adding impervious surface. They know the town. And so that's another one that's being there. McKinney Terrace in Byram is another one where 52 more units are being planned. I mentioned Armstrong Court. There's plans for another 52 units behind there. So all of these things, and what they've also done is they added gardens, community gardens there, so people can have these little allotments there and go there and garden, which otherwise they would never be able to grow vegetables and fruits. And so there's a lot of things going in with local input and leadership, not coming from the state. Now, again, it may be well-intentioned, a bill like this, but know that you should know every single town and let those towns really govern themselves because they know what works. If I can't say it enough, if people want to come here, we're glad to show them it. But no one's ever taken me up on this. I've said it every single year. I know you know Greenwich very well, but Greenwich is a very different town than I think that some of the people who have never been here have in mind, a perception about.
And I'll close, and thank you again for the indulgence, Madam Chair, is you're describing a housing, affordable housing, diverse and workforce housing solution that is driven by local, state, and federal entities working together. There are some private developers, but the prohibitive cost of land, the acquisition, but you're able to do de-restricted without any consideration in regards to the 830G. I know it's not a point in conversation, but you're able to get 50 plus units fully de-restricted, fully available to many of your residents in the community and outside of the residents, outside Greenwich. So I think one of the things we may want to pivot in what we do in housing, because housing is critically important and needed, and we do have a housing crisis, but the solution can't be driven by private development. It needs to be driven by community adherence of local, state, and federal all working together. And Greenwich is a great example of that. And I wanted to point that out. So I appreciate your efforts, First Selectman, and thank you very much for all of your work. And again, Madam Chair, thank you for the indulgence. I know it's going to be a long day, but thank you.
Well, I think we are somewhat in control of how long that day will be. So I think at this point, we have one more question from Representative Winter, and we'll go on from there.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. First Selectman, for all of your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
One of the comments you made caught me off guard. That was about renting a unit for $1,200 in Greenwich. I've had a little bit of time to go on Zillow since you made that comment. There are only 2 properties in New Haven that you can rent for a 2-bedroom at that price level. The lowest price on Zillow for Greenwich is $2,600, and the average
Representative,
for a 2-bedroom is $5,200. So can you tell me how much money you'd need to make?
So this is what I said before when Senator Rahman asked me this, because I know people are going to do this gotcha. Oh, he said 1,200. He said 2,000. I can tell you right now, there's 2 bedrooms for $1,800 and $2,000, $2,200. I just mentioned before, $350 a month from Greenwich Communities, but you could also get something probably for $7,000 or $8,000 or $6,000. So it's all over. So the question the senator asked me was, "Oh, can you tell me what what a 2-bedroom goes for?" And I said, if you remember, I don't know if you were in the room, it was very open-ended, and you can get it from all over. I said 1,200, probably that I don't know of any other 12. I just threw it out there as an example. However, I do know of ones that are $2,000 or less. But they're very different from the ones that may be $5,000 or $6,000 or $7,000. Depends on where they are, how big they are, how new they are. A lot of goes into it. Do they have a pool? That it's a lot, so I don't want people to say, oh, he said they're going for $1,200. I knew that was going to happen. So, it's a nice try on that one, but no, it was a very open-ended question. And as I just said, we even have ones for $350 that are being offered by the Greenwich communities.
And at the market rate, Zillow has it at $5,200. Are you aware?
Representative, Zillow is not always right. I could tell you, I go on Zillow a lot. It's not always right.
At that level, do you know what wage someone would need to earn in order to afford that apartment?
Usually you don't want to spend more than what 20-30% of your 30-35% tops of your revenue for housing. You try to keep it, but some people have to go over that, obviously. But I don't understand what your question is, what you're driving at. What are you trying to what narrative are you trying to arrive at?
I'm not trying to get you. You're exactly right. What's the affordable level?
And as the chair, I would just remind you, let's not get personal about this, shall we?
I'm not being personal. I'm just trying to find out.
Suggesting that the good representative is trying to put forth a narrative.
No, I'm asking a question,
suggesting,
Representative.
sir, that you be careful. That's all I'm saying.
I'm very careful, but ma'am, Representative, I've been in many of those hearings myself, and I'm very respectful of the process, and certainly Representative Winter. I just don't. My point to you, Representative, is when that question was asked to me, it was a very open-ended question. You couldn't ask that of anybody in any town and say, well, what's a one-bedroom go for? Well, it depends. That's a really open-ended question that no one could say, well, they go for $11.50.
No,
You can't answer that because it's impossible.
Like you said, it's dependent on the location, the characteristics of the property, that it's ultimately driven by the market. And
Yeah.
I was just adding for context that the low end I see online, and it's just one website, is $2,600. The high end is $9,700. What I meant with affordable was the federal definition, which you were getting towards, which is 30% of your income. So at that rate, someone would need to make $75 an hour to afford that average price that's listed online. You also had some concerns you raised about flooding and stormwater management, floodplains, flood elevation, those public safety access. I agree that those are very important concerns, and wanted to clarify that nothing in this legislation would affect the regulatory review process through planning and zoning at the local level related to any aspects of that. And just wanted to clarify, do you know how many steps in the site plan review process Greenwich allows for public hearings to occur?
Well, you can actually get a you can file for free a pre-application file one pre-application for nothing just to get going in that, which is very helpful to the to an applicant. But then you'll have your shot at planning and zoning. There's an appeals board, and then if you don't like that, obviously you can go to, the private route. But most people, I don't attend every meeting they have, but as you heard before, I think out of the single family applications, you don't really get that much of a controversial outcome with it in the process. I think where you get the controversies or the concerns from people are with the bigger developments, where it may get rejected, but they get approval with conditions. They got to come back, and then sometimes if the developer doesn't like it, representative, they'll go to court. And so I think we're seeing that now on some of the applications that are presently before the zoning board. So it really depends.
Thank you, but you would agree that there are two opportunities in the site plan review process for Greenwich at which a public hearing could occur on the site plan.
Yeah, well, yeah, you could even have more than that, really, if you keep going with it. But yeah, and again, there people, the zoning board tries their best to accommodate people with a free look, and then also they do their meetings remotely, so people who maybe can't before, when they had to be there in person, it was hard if they were getting back late from the city or wherever, working somewhere else. So they really do their best to accommodate any and all applications that are before them.
I agree. That's helpful to have that access in the pre-application process. You'd also mentioned that the town has several different neighborhoods with different characters and that there's 4 train stations in the town. And I just wanted to clarify that in establishing a transit-oriented district under the proposed legislation, you wouldn't need to have that district encompass the entire municipality. That district could be defined by the municipality so long as it's within half a mile of transit service or a reasonable distance from transit service, a commercial corridor, or downtown area.
Yeah, from what I understand, the half mile within the radius of the downtown area. The problem is, Representative, each of our 4 district or train stations are different. One's completely in a surrounded by residential. 3 of them are pretty close to that. Even our main one, Greenwich, has some residential next to it, but the immediate surroundings are commercial. And you do have, the problem is you're right near the water there. Also, you run into some neighborhoods where, their zoning is, 1 acre or 2 acre, whatever. You start, requiring plots of land to be chopped up a little bit. Architectural consistency, I know you're not supposed to use the word character anymore, but which I think is ridiculous, but say insert architectural consistency in there. You look around at I'm sure, I don't know where you like to go on vacation, but some people go to Nantucket, some people go to Cape Cod, some people go to Charleston. Look at their zoning in those places. They're very nice, they're consistent. They put a lot of thought into their zoning processes. And so even though towns like Greenwich and maybe Westport or Fairfield are very different, we still have a lot of historic neighborhoods. Ridgefield's another one that's had lots of history in it. You don't want to start fooling with that. Once it's gone, it's gone. And on top of that, again, with the environment, you see the water behind me. That's not today, unfortunately, but there's a lot of water in Greenwich, and we're on the shore, but we also have lots of lakes and rivers. And unfortunately, lots of places were built years ago that probably shouldn't have been built, Representative, but they're there now. So there's nothing we can do about it other than to try and help those people who are flooded every time it rains. So it's very different. When you say that half mile radius, that could cause a problem. So how much thought was put into this by the people who put the bill in?
Well, just to clarify, the zone must be within half a mile radius. It doesn't have to be everything within half a mile radius of a train or train.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And to your points about flooding, I completely agree. The floodplain, coastal storm issues, totally valid concerns. Those would still be subject to your site plan review process and restrictions you put in place through zoning to address concerns related to flooding, stormwater management. In addition, the 18-step process that's on the Greenwich website about the site plan review process has a track for architectural review. This legislation would not touch any pieces of that process, which would still be subject to local control.
So thank you, Representative. So the so-called zoning czar, as it's been called, what is his role or her role here? So if that person doesn't like the decision of the local zoning board. Are you telling me that the local zoning board's decision stays and the state doesn't do anything?
I'm saying that there's still going to be a local site plan review process with public hearings as part of it, as it relates to parts of the zoning that are not under OPM's jurisdiction, which could include things like floodplain management, stormwater management. You know, the things that are explicitly referenced include parking requirements, lot sizes, lot coverage, floor area ratio, but they don't include things like what the water retention would need to be for a new building. That could still be under the town's discretion. And the delineation and placement of these zones would still be under the town's discretion. So you could pick one of those 4 train stations and propose that that area be a transit-oriented district under the proposed legislation.
Thank you. We sound like 2 lawyers looking at the same bit of evidence and coming to 2 different conclusions. But I appreciate your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And with that, I think you are finally being able to let go for the day. We thank you so much for your testimony and hope you have a wonderful afternoon in beautiful Greenwich.
You do the
Number
same.
14
Thank you.
Number 14, Robert Greaves, please. Seeing no Robert Greaves, we will move on to number 15, Melissa Pudlow. Okay, seeing no Melissa Pudlow, we will move on to Sean Keogh from Partnership for Strong Communities. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you. Good to see all of you. And I'm Sean Keogh, Policy Director at Partnership for Strong Communities. We're a advocacy and research organization for affordable housing here in Connecticut. We've been around now for 26 years. And I'm here to testify in support of HB 6831 concerning transit-oriented communities. And I've submitted written testimony, so I encourage you to look at that, and I'm happy to answer any questions now or after the fact related to that testimony. I guess after sitting here since you began, and I want to say this is from my heart, I appreciate all of you sitting through these hearings. It's a lot, and thank you for your public service. But I'd like to talk more in my remaining time as a resident of Connecticut, a former resident of Windsor, Connecticut, a resident now of Cheshire, Connecticut, a former resident of Waterbury, Connecticut, but more importantly, a resident of Connecticut. And Connecticut's failing to build a permit enough homes, and it has for many years. And we come here each year, as you do, and we hear folks tell us how they're working on it, but we have not made substantial ground on solving that problem. And this bill, Transit-Oriented Communities, is a smart planning tool, and it's just one tool that can help us. I think it might have been Senator Wang or others talking about needing a whole host of policies, and that's absolutely the truth. And one of those things the state and municipalities can do is lower regulation to make it easier to build homes. And I speak as a former town planner. Cape Cod was just mentioned by Mr. Camillo. I was a planner in Barnstable, a town about the same size as population-wise as Greenwich. So I'm familiar with the challenges in suburban communities and historic communities. We used to know how to build homes. We're conducting a now 70-year or so experiment in single-family, one-size-fits-all zoning that has failed to provide enough housing for our families. Don't know where I am on my time, but I'm guessing I'm almost out. The one thing I would leave you with on my way here as the snow was blowing to get onto Route 691, there was a gentleman walking from the bus stop to work, like I see these guys do it every morning, likely to the Whole Foods distributor. No sidewalk, having to walk on Route 10 for those of you know, very dangerous place. Building more transit-oriented communities gives folks like him and my children and my elderly mother opportunities to live a more complete life without an auto-dominated, not outside of an auto-dominated setting. I'll stop. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I certainly look forward to reading the written portion. You know, I think you probably heard our forums last week that we had, that we participated in, where we discussed how far behind Connecticut is, both nationally. I believe we rank dead last right now in terms of occupancy and people being able to get housing, whether they're renting, trying to buy a house, whatever. And you referenced a little bit, you know, how far behind we are. Could you expand a little bit on that in terms of why and where we are right now, and how this bill would address that?
Well, one, to sort of quantify the need for housing, there's been a number of different studies. One very recent that was commissioned by OPM to sort of try to quantify the gap, let's say, in homes, whether that's affordable homes at different income levels. Though there's no one number, but if we look at what people pay, the need, we can see what happens with the absence of adequate supply. Representative Winter talked about the high rates of rent in just one community. And we know in that lower Fairfield County example, not just town of Greenwich, the national study says you need a wage of about $49 and change an hour in order to afford a basic two-bedroom apartment. Other census data tells us year after year that about half of renters, there's about, I think there's about 450,000 renter households now. About half of them spend over the 30% on housing costs that Representative Winter mentioned as the standard for what's affordable. There's about 100,000 of those households that spend more than half their income on housing. So in that, I've been here in front of you and your predecessors for 9 years, and those numbers have not moved. And it's supply and demand. And people want to live in Connecticut. I moved back to Connecticut. I told you I was a planner. We love Connecticut. I moved to a transit-oriented community, in fact, Windsor. And we're not making room both for new residents nor, unfortunately, for new households from homegrown kids like my own children. I don't expect that they're going to live in Connecticut because I can't imagine how they're going to afford it.
We certainly hear that a lot. I know I hear it from my seniors and my people with disabilities in my district. Those are the two people that I hear from the most in terms of wanting to stay in the community, but not being able to downsize. You know, just trying to get away from utility costs, et cetera. So I think that's critically important. Let me see who has questions. Okay, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming in to talk to us about this. We saw in presentations over the last week or so that Connecticut, compared to other states, is really not growing in population. If we're not growing, why do we need more housing? Who's going to live there?
Well, our housing supply is a function, the need for housing is a function much greater than just population change. And just to take one example, homes like ourselves age and need to be replaced. We do it by having more children. Societies do it by building new homes. Another thing, you can also look for research that shows the lack of household formation that's happened in the state. I mentioned my children. They're still probably a little young to be out of the house. One could. There's a lot, I know a lot of folks, I hear it all the time, about people that have their 27-year-olds, their 30-year-olds living in their home because they can't afford a home. That is a function of a lack of housing supply. So there is, and who's to say no one wants to move to Connecticut? I think we've heard from CBIA, the Business and Industry Association, that they can't fill jobs. They hear all the time from their members about trying to hire, and people turn down positions because of housing costs. This is a really serious problem, and to think that we can't accept some growth to make everyone's lives a little easier, it's hard to see or find a place that thrives when it doesn't accommodate change.
Okay, so you're saying that we need to build more houses even though we don't have more people because the kids that want to move out of their parents' house can't find a place that they can afford?
That's part of it.
Saying?
Yes, that's
Okay.
part of it. They can't find a place they can afford. And also, they're unlikely to find a place they can afford where they want to be in the state. And it's unlikely that our existing housing stock, you can see this nationally, in fact. You'll often hear people say, well, we don't have a housing crisis nationally because there's plenty of homes in Cleveland and other communities, upstate New York communities, maybe that haven't seen any population growth and have seen declines. But those homes don't help anyone, right? And we know folks need homes near their jobs, they need homes near their families. We need a variety of housing types. And as I mentioned earlier, we've had this experiment of single family dominant zoning now. It is not our historic patterns of development. In fact, prior to the 20th century or even into the 20th century, every community was by definition on some level a transit oriented community if you had a train line going through it or a trolley line going through Cheshire. Probably a poster child for suburbanization, had rail going through it, then it had a canal, and it had, as far as I know, 2 trolley lines. That's the traditional way of building, not what this regime we've had now for close on a century.
Okay. Is it the government's job to ensure that every person can find a housing unit that they can afford in every community?
The governor's job? No, I don't believe so, but I'm not sure I would know that.
The government's job.
No, and thank goodness, because they're failing quite badly at that.
Okay, so it's not our job as the legislature to ensure that everybody who wants to live in Greenwich can afford to live there.
No, I haven't suggested that. First of all, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not certainly not a lawyer of what the legislature cannot do. I'm not a lawyer of any kind. But I will say, if we want a healthy, sustainable state, part of that is providing a variety of homes that are affordable to all residents in the state. And not everyone should have to, as their only choice, live in a single family home. If that's not what they want, if they want to live next to transit, there should be options. That doesn't mean the same options in every place, but it does mean choice.
Okay, is it our role as the legislature to make sure that those people have that option in the places where they want to live?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of the question.
Is it our role as the Connecticut legislature to ensure, to mandate that every person that wants to live near a train station in a unit that they can afford has the ability to make that choice? Is that our role?
I don't understand why. What's the point of your question? I have no one suggesting that.
Well, that's exactly what this
Do you like my
bill is
conjecture? No,
intended to
it's not
do,
your
isn't it?
And no one's suggesting that. What I do think it is the state's role to ensure that its residents are not unhoused. And when we don't have enough homes and we fail to build homes for a generation, we end up with more homeless folks. That's well documented and researched.
Okay, so that's why we need more homes to avoid homeless people.
Well, that's one reason, but no, it's to have a successful state, to have successful lives. Housing is so important to people's well-being. And when we allow a few people to constrict the supply and prevent others from working in places, being able to access places, businesses from starting companies in order to, because they can't find employees, we prevent that through this kind of zoning. Yeah, that's the government's responsibility. This bill is such a small step, and I am such a big supporter of it, and I'm very grateful the committee has raised it again. It's an important first step.
Have you considered at all how?
I think I'm still answering your question.
Have you considered at all how a bill like this affects a small town with only a few thousand people, with no sewer, no water, no social services, no police?
From my reading of the bill, and others can answer this better, it only would in fact affect folks, towns that choose to be part of it. And if that community you mentioned chooses not to be part of it, that's their choice.
Right. And then they would be punished by being deprioritized for certain funding, right?
Well, it's my understanding that the state has many grant programs and they're all competitive. I'm not sure how this would be different than that. But again, I'm not a grant administrator.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was some discussion earlier about public hearing process and as of right. Can you talk a little bit about special permitting and associated public hearings and why that might present an obstacle to developing housing and affordable housing? And also tell us whether that process is democratic or undemocratic.
Sure. I'll try to keep it focused because that could be a long conversation. But there's a body of research, and there's a book I can suggest called Neighborhood Defenders that talks about how undemocratic the hearing process can be for special permits or other public hearings around land use. And it's done by some professors out of Boston University. And what it shows is that folks participating in those hearings are more likely to be white, older homeowners in their community than the community at large. That's just one of their findings. They also did some research to show that this is related to affordable housing, that affordable housing is much more popular generally with a community's population than it is with the folks that testify at public hearings. Public hearings, of course, are also inherently undemocratic in that they occur at a time that's inconvenient for many people, including people with young children. Even though I, have been in the business, I have never testified at a local hearing in my community since I've moved there. Unfortunately, I wish I had, but I had small children all that time, and other obligations, and so no, it's fundamentally undemocratic in the sense that you're not hearing from a large portion of your own residents, but more importantly, you're not hearing from people in the region that need these homes, and the people in the region that are your employees and in the businesses in your community. None of those folks are at the hearings.
And there were concerns raised about the role of the legislature in this issue. We've heard a lot from constituents recently about the cost of living and about homelessness. Could you please talk briefly about the connection between those two important issues and the issue of changes to zoning to permit more affordable housing and housing development?
There's degrees of housing stability, let's say. I live in a home that I can afford, and hopefully you all do too. There's folks that struggle to afford their home. There's folks that take on roommates, extended family. I know all those examples. Those folks are less stably housed. And when there isn't an adequate supply of housing, those are the folks that feel the pressure and that are at risk of homelessness. And there's, again, research that, we can present, others have done that we could afford to anyone interested, that shows there's a tipping point at which homelessness rates will skyrocket, related to home appreciation, rents increasing, and home values increasing. And we are seeing that in Connecticut. I think the numbers last year that were just reported, I believe Connecticut's homelessness rates have increased by 13%, perhaps, something in that neighborhood. There's no question that's related to a tight housing supply. We just saw a presentation last week that Connecticut, I believe it said, had the tightest vacancy rates in the country. Folks with less means are unable, or they're outbid for those homes. And eventually some of those folks get outbid for any home and they end up homeless.
Yes, that's correct. A 7% vacancy rate, which is the most housing constrained market in the country. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Senator Fazio.
Mr. Gio, it's good to see you again. We've, I know, been able to be on panels together, and, I appreciate your interest in the topic, because I do think that there is broad understanding that we should be working constructively to add housing availability and supply in the state. It always begs the question, how is it done? I think that so much of this debate is very complicated along many different policy levers. And it was mentioned earlier that there are issues of housing regulation we don't deal with on planning and development, like 830G, for instance, which is generally heard by the Housing Committee. And the problem with a bill like this is it's interactive with policies like that. So, for instance, if we have the state prescribing in this bill that you should be allowing up to 10 units as of right in certain areas of a town, and there's no affordable housing component to those 10 units, then you're essentially getting penalized under the 830G statute, because you're getting farther away from the 830G goal. I have said before, I would very much like to see some sort of grand bargain on the issue where, towns are getting some of their biggest concerns addressed, while the state can also loosen some of the constraints on affordability and middle housing development in particular. I think if some of those property taxes are uniquely high in Connecticut, we have very strict licensing laws and high licensing fees. The apprenticeship rules and ratios are very strict in the state, which makes it difficult to get new labor into the trades. And so all of that raises the cost of construction. I know you're testifying on this bill today, but on issues like energy costs and property taxes and the cost of construction and bringing in more competitive labor, do you think that all those things need to be part of an equation to try to address affordability as well?
Those are all important factors in building a home, costs of building a home. And absolutely, I think there's a lot of room for regulatory change, just for example. And zoning is really one of those main ones. And you'll hear that from builders, I'm sure, if not on this bill, on others, perhaps in the Housing Committee. And it's I will say respectfully, not to you, Senator, but I've heard folks talk about our system of sprawl of large lot subdivisions as environmentally friendly. But it's well established that the cost of construction of an apartment, even a duplex, is less costly and uses far less land, less infrastructure costs. So in a lot of ways, increasing density in some way, whether it's through this bill or otherwise, is a benefit to the ultimate cost per housing unit. And with infrastructure in place, is is it a more environmentally sound way of building. I mentioned I was a planner on Cape Cod, and I saw that. I saw a lot of that, and I think the Cape, from what I can see, suffers because of its obstinance for decades in refusing to allow sewers in many communities, when their entire tourist industry, most, if not entire, is based on their access to water. So where I work, predominantly Hyannis, in fact, is well sewered, but it's the exception.
Well, I appreciate your answer. I appreciate your advocacy on the issue. I do hope that as a legislature we can find common ground and address all of the cost drivers of housing costs, which have to include things like the high cost of energy in the state, property taxes, the cost of labor, the unaffordability of labor, the limit on apprentices, the limits on workers in the trades. It looks like, over a long period of time, Connecticut's actually seen some of the least housing price appreciation in the country, according to the Federal Housing Finance Authority. Although in the last couple of years, it looks like Connecticut has increased in its housing price appreciation to above average. So, there might be a bit of a comeback in Connecticut's housing prices after many years of lagging. All of that's to say, I think there is agreement that we need to produce more housing in the state and reduce cost. And the question becomes, how do we do it? And do we do it in a comprehensive manner, or do we just focus on zoning? So I appreciate your testimony, appreciate your work, and hope we can continue the dialogue.
Thanks, Senator. I just want to comment that absolutely zoning is just part of how to have an affordable and sustainable housing system. So I appreciate your comments.
Thank you so much. I'm seeing Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for testifying. I know you've done work as a planner. I know Hyannis well, spending many summers down at the Cape, usually on the lower part of the Cape, but I do have family in Hyannis. But other than having been a planner, and I appreciate the work that planners do, I've worked with many in my career as a chairman of a planning and zoning commission in my town. Did you serve on a planning and zoning commission?
I did, in fact, in that community after changing jobs, so that I was no longer a professional planner. I served on what they call the planning board. Yes.
But actually on the zoning commission itself?
They have
sometimes planning and zoning are separated.
No, they have a zoning board of appeals
Mm-hmm.
and the planning board.
Okay. Well, I do just want to note, I do take exception that special permits are undemocratic. It depends upon who shows up. One can give as many opportunities as possible. For example, one could then, by that analogy, say elections are undemocratic because there's a large percentage of people who don't show up and vote. Yet that's democracy. Who shows up, who takes the opportunities, and how various towns do that. I know the towns I represent make huge efforts to reach out to people and give them many, many different ways to be heard. But I do appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I think we're seeing no other questions at this time. I will say it's interesting hearing all the statistics, because right now, supposedly, the Hartford County is the hottest real estate market in the country, and hearing about appreciation and other demographic, other statistics, I think we have to be really careful. The reality is we have over 5,000 people living in shelters that need housing. You referenced that, as well as some of our other issues, and the fact that our residents are so severely cost burdened for a variety of reasons. But the main reason is that we have a shortfall in housing. So I thank you so much for your testimony today. We really appreciate it. And we look forward to hearing from you again.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Up next, Matt Hart from the Capital Region Council of Governments, please, who has been sitting here the entire time as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the committee. Again, my name is Matt Hart. I'm the Executive Director of the Capital Region Council of Governments, and I'd like to quickly touch on 3 bills. First would be Senate Bill 1184, increasing the threshold for sealed bidding. CROG supports this bill. Sealed bid requirements add cost and administrative burdens. And as the current $25,000 threshold was last set in 2013, we think an adjustment is warranted. Secondly, Senate Bill 1186, concerning the Regional Performance Incentive Account. CROG generally supports this bill. We do thank the committee for raising the issue because, like other government entities, our operating expenses also increase due to inflationary pressures. However, to provide more clarity, we suggest that the committee review the specific language to ensure that the adjustment applies to the full amount of the regional services grant, not just the per capita portion. In addition, we think it's important to modify the current draft to authorize OPM and the Connecticut Association of Councils of Governments to negotiate the actual formula for distribution every 5 years as opposed to every year as the current draft provides. Lastly, HB 6831 concerning transit-oriented communities. Greatly appreciate the fact that this bill is designed to incentivize the development of attainable housing, walkable communities, and the infrastructure to support it. Lots of good things in this bill. Want to recommend some suggestions or some issues to look at. These are all important policy goals at CROG. I do believe that some of our smaller, more rural communities that lack transit nodes would be concerned about diminished access to important grant funds, such as STEEP and Clean Water Act funds. State infrastructure grants may become even more critical for small communities if federal grants are redirected towards more densely populated areas. So to address this issue, I would suggest that the committee consider a dedicated revenue source to accomplish the objectives of this bill. I believe that the Responsible Growth and TOD grant program still exists. Perhaps that grant program could be used as a dedicated revenue source. Also, the Municipal Redevelopment Authority, MRDA, is just getting off the ground. Many of us across the state are very excited about this, and we want to ensure that the MRDA has the funds it needs to be successful, particularly in municipalities that are along transit systems that have the greatest potential for TOD. Happy to pause there, honorable co-chairs, and take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks so much for being here today. Yes, we are all excited about MRDA, and perhaps this provides the bill that you spoke of, the TOD, provides a framework for that to help communities further get attainable housing built. You did reference the Responsible Growth and TOD funds. You said you think those funds still exist? Do you know if they are still funded? I don't off the top of my head.
Yes, I don't believe it's been funded the last year or two. I believe the last grant was awarded in 23.
Okay, great. Good to know. Questions? Senator Fazio.
I think you thank you for your testimony. I think you raise an important point about the transit-oriented development bill, because we talk a lot in broad language about the issue, but there are specific funding streams, I think, that add up to hundreds of millions of dollars, if I read the bill correctly, that municipalities could lose out on if they do not adopt the prescribed zoning in the bill. I assume it's your understanding that any of these funds and these different grants, there's probably not a shortage of desire from municipalities to participate in many of these funding programs from the state. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
So by deprioritizing municipalities like in your region from participating if they do not adopt the prescribed zoning, they could be losing out on funding that they otherwise might want or need.
And that's a concern. Our region's very diverse. We have a handful of urban communities. Most of our members are suburban, But then we also have rural communities too, and just really trying to come up with a compromise that would work for the majority of them.
If, say, the bill was changed to solely be related to, say, funding to expand, sewer capacity or some other very, very narrow, infrastructure type subsidy for those municipalities who want to go down the road of this type of zoning, would that be something maybe that would be more palatable to you and your members rather than 6 different funding buckets spanning a large amount of state government resources?
I think that's certainly worth looking at. Again, I would emphasize the need for a dedicated funding source for this. And also, let's give the MRDA, make sure it has the resources it needs, because it was created not so long ago. It's still very much under development.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to layer a new bureaucracy on top of that one when we haven't really given it a chance to work out. I was supportive of that measure, generally speaking, and would like to see it be given a chance rather than layer new programs on top of it. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and it's nice to see you. I know some of my towns fall within the COG, and so I appreciate the work that's being done. I did read your testimony about SB 1186, and I'm glad the committee is having a raised bill. I know I had also submitted a bill, SB 399. There's a lot of talk about what to do with this type of regional planning and what can we do with monies certainly that are needed when we have to deal with regional planning. I represent, as you know, a lot of small towns that definitely could benefit from regional planning, and some of my towns are in NECOG, for example, and they do rely upon some of the services that they just can't literally afford to have for certain types of things. One question I do have, though, is that in your testimony that you provided us here, you had talked about wanting to have the negotiation for the actual formula for distribution be every 5 years rather than, I think, every year. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator. That's the way it works now, every 5 years.
Is there a reason then why one wouldn't want to move it to every year to deal with it on a more timely basis versus staying with the 5 years?
Well, I'm not sure it would be worth the effort if it were on an annual basis. 5-year period provides some stability. If it's being negotiated every single year, COGS might feel that there's some vulnerability there because the secretary ultimately has the decision-making authority.
And would there be any opposition to tagging it to increases in the consumer price index? I think that's also in the bill, as far as at least every year having some type of adjustment to keep up, separate from any type of negotiation.
We certainly welcome that.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate your being here today.
Thank you,
Madam
Senator.
Chairwoman.
Welcome. Seeing no other questions at this time, thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
Up next, we have Lori Brown from the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. When you're ready, Lori.
Yes, good afternoon, Representative Cabarrus-DeGraw and Senator Rahman and all the members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Lori Brown, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And we do work with dozens of environmental groups from across the state to advance policies that protect our land, air, water, wildlife, and climate, which benefit all communities in Connecticut. So we've submitted written testimony in support of 2 bills on your agenda today. First, thank you for again raising the Work, Live, Ride House Bill 6831. The League has been in talks with proponents of Work, Live, Ride since last year, alongside our colleagues representing watershed planning organizations and land preservation advocates. And we'd like to again support the legislation this year because, number one, it promotes smart growth and transit-oriented communities, which reduces sprawl, and it recognizes inland wetlands law as important. So, but we do have a concern with a newly added provision that references the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Grant Program. This funding source is for open space. It doesn't really have anything to do with water and sewers. So we think maybe it was to be referencing a different act like the State Water Revolving Fund. But the reference to the Land Acquisition Fund, we hope that you will remove that. But as we testified last year, it's really critical for planners to incorporate environmental standards into the program, including wetlands and watercourse protection. And inland wetlands they absorb carbon, they provide flood storage, drought resilience, they improve water quality, and they're important for stormwater management. So HB 6831 helps ensure that the local inland wetland agencies are consulted during the design of transit-oriented communities and that they may hold public hearings as necessary. The second bill that I'd like to address today is House Bill 6830, and that requires training for members of inland wetland agencies. And given the vital role that these volunteers play, we fully support a requirement that every inland wetland commissioner should complete DEEP's municipal inland wetlands training. This training is essential. It's available online and it can be completed at the volunteer's convenience. And lastly, I just have a general comment about efforts in the works this session to bypass or weaken Connecticut's Environmental Protection Act, SEPA. To be clear, there's no reference to SEPA in the Work, Live, Ride bill, and we thank the committee for that. And so in an era where the federal government is attacking environmental protections all across the nation, state laws are really our only defense. So I just want to thank you for considering these comments, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you so much, Lori, and especially for testifying today, because I don't know if you've had a chance to listen to the rest of the hearing, but repeatedly we had people mischaracterize this bill as anti-environment, bringing up a lot about flood zones where this actually wouldn't be built. So I think it's really important that you are here to share your support for it, because it helps us have a better understanding of what is and is not in the bill. I'd also say that as one of the co-chairs, I would be open to your suggestions on the bill as well, because we want to make sure it's as environmentally sound as possible. And regarding the inland wetlands piece, I think it's critically important that people do have some training. And you'll probably hear that people will say it's a burden on our volunteers. But honestly, when it comes to making the important decisions that they have to make, I know anytime I take on a new position, whether it's volunteer or paid, I want to be as prepared as possible. And I have heard from a lot of our inland wetlands commissioners that they are excited at the prospect of being able to have the training because it will help them make better decisions for their community. And we've heard repeatedly today how important it is that these local communities make good decisions and that they have a voice. So I really do appreciate that testimony. Seeing anyone in the room? No one in the room. Representative Dubitsky.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Lori, for coming in. I'm a little surprised that the League of Conservation Voters is supporting a bill to increase housing density. My towns are primarily very rural. The town I live in is completely within the watershed of the Willimantic Reservoir and is filled with open space, farmland, forest land. How in the world is a bill like this going to help protect our rural areas with no sewers, no water, no social services, no police protection? It doesn't make any sense to me. Explain to me how, from an environmental standpoint, this bill, which increases the density of housing, triples, quadruples in some instances, the number of houses on a lot, on a septic system. How does that benefit a town like mine that's fighting very hard to protect its natural environment?
Yes, thanks, Representative Dubitsky, for your question. And as you know, we are an environmental organization first, as well as an equitable environmental justice organization. So we do care very much about affordable housing, and we would like to see more affordable housing in the state. But the very first thing that I said was that this legislation will help center development so that we don't have the sprawl out in gobbling up the wonderful natural resources that we have across the state. It's a lack of planning, a lack of, the ability to have different choices for the types of housing that you want. But I think this is, as it was said earlier by a number of people, this is about choices. This is about creating new opportunities for housing. And I've been on this call since 10:30 this morning. I've heard everything that has gone on and what people have said. And I still believe wholeheartedly, as we have had many conversations with the proponents of this bill, it has been adjusted numerous times to take into account environmental concerns, and we fully support it. So I believe that just having, I'm no expert on all of the provisions of the bill. There hasn't been a lot of time to really look at all the details, and we're still talking to people and finding out different ways that things would be implemented, how it could be done in the best way possible. But I'm here to say that from an environmental standpoint, this is an excellent bill that would actually help prevent sprawl and provide housing opportunities, and the kind of TOD that we're looking for in Connecticut is the kind of environment that young people are looking for. They don't want cars anymore. They want to be able to have livable, walkable communities. And this bill would do quite a bit, I think, to make Connecticut more attractive to certain, young groups. So I stand by everything I said. This is a good pro-environment bill that will help us moving forward as a state.
Okay, so your organization is not only dedicated to environmental issues, but also justice issues
Equity,
and
equitable, we look at all of the environmental legislation that we support through a lens of equity and environmental justice. And so we want to be sure that people who are affected by any particular legislation are at the table, that are considered, who's being impacted. And so that is part of all of the more legislation than you would think actually has direct impacts on different populations differently. So we're very conscious of that.
Okay, well, that's very different. I thought you were just focused on environmental issues. I did not understand that your organization delves into outside of that into the social issues. If that's the case, now I understand why you support this. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for joining us, Lori. You mentioned the impact that transit-oriented development has on land use in relation to reducing sprawl. Could you also speak very briefly to the impact on carbon emissions, as vehicle use and transportation accounts for 40% of the state's greenhouse gas emissions?
Well, I think you just said it all right there. Absolutely. The most emissions that we know do come from transportation. And again, I think a lot of people would welcome communities where they have access to different types of transportation. And reducing, any of the cars that you can take off the road not only reduces traffic, but it helps reduce the emissions. And I think that is such an important component of all of our planning. In fact, I'm hoping that this committee will, when it looks at the state plan of conservation and development, it will consider, various impacts of climate and emissions and transportation in that POCD. Certainly at the local level, a lot of smaller towns are concerned as well about emissions and trying to be able to have less of an impact on clean air. And we know that it's a problem. We have a problem with air pollution in Connecticut. We're at the end of the pipe. And we've got a lot of programs that we know could help that. But TOD is definitely one of them.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lori, for speaking with us today. I had a question on the training for the inland wetlands agencies. In the bill, it specifies that a report will be submitted to the local legislative body to confirm everyone's been trained. What would your opinion be if that report was just submitted to DEEP, since DEEP is the one training people. That way, if people move out of town, they're still registered as trained officials.
Well, I mean, I haven't looked at that particular provision or what it would do, but I can tell you that Alicia Sharamet, who's with the Rivers Alliance of Connecticut, is going to be hopefully testifying later. She's on the list, and she has much more detail and been very active on this particular bill. So I would defer to her.
Okay, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions at this time, thank you so much, Lori. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Up next, we have Dennis Crow.
Good afternoon. I'm Dennis Crow from Madison, and I thank you for your opportunity, for providing me the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to provide testimony regarding HB 6831, which, as written, I have to say I'm in opposition to it, although I think it's got some good stuff in it that I do like. I live in Madison, and I just wanted to show you real quickly Christmas card. I used to belong to the Lions Club, and they had these Christmas cards drawn up. This shows a scene right downtown where the town green is covered with snow, and the First Congregational Church is there with the trees and everything. And it's a beautiful scene, and it still exists today, right down to the horse and sleigh shows up at times in the winter. So our statement is that basically we have some open space downtown, but you would be taking away that which is attractive in the town, that which brings in tourists, that which brings in tourist money. It's part of the economy. And we know that obviously that nobody could just build there unless the owner of the property sold it or decided to build themselves. And it's actually owned by the church. But the problem is that we have a transit-oriented district, where we'd be eligible for that because we have the train station in town. But in order to get anywhere from the town, you'd either, from any of the buildings that you would put up there, you'd either have to tear down houses that already exist, and they're on lots that, despite what people said about the zoning for 1 acre single house type things, these are houses on quarter acre or less in many cases. And then those properties that might be available for more than that are farther away, if not in a straight line, at least by the way they would have to walk there. You'd have to cross I-95 over a bridge. You'd have to cross the trains tracks because they're there. It's not easy to get there. We also have marshland, and we have creeks in the way. So these properties wouldn't exactly lend themselves to creating any homes in a TOD. I find it very difficult to understand why we have to have a TOD as the answer. If you want affordable housing, there's land farther out. I happen to live 8 miles inland from the downtown section. There are houses in town 13 miles north of the downtown section and so on. And there's much more land available. But there's no water, there's no sewage. In most of the time, there's water downtown, there's no sewage. We don't have the ability to handle large developments in those areas. If a developer, for example, said, yes, this septic system will be just fine, and then they disappear, and after the development is sold off, and then and all of a sudden,
those are your 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Okay. All right. So the as of in TOD, the as of right is a gift to the developers. That could be the most valuable properties, impacting businesses and tax revenues. And town residents need to have a say. We need to have their interests done. We can't afford the overwhelming costs. So for these reasons, I'd like to have this bill changed substantially to allow development outside of the downtown district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm seeing no questions at this time, but have a wonderful afternoon and thank you so much for testifying.
Thank you.
Up next, Amy Jesse from the Humane Society. Not seeing her in the room or in the Zoom room. Alyssa Fisher. Welcome, Alyssa.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Fisher. I'm 16 years old and a sophomore at Coventry High School. I took today off because it means a lot to me to be able to have my thoughts and voice heard for the voiceless for Bill HB 6832. This past summer, when I could have been going to the mall or to the beach with my friends doing normal teenage things, I was rescuing cats from a hoarding situation that should have been rescued years ago. We saved 57 from the hoarding crisis. None were spayed, neutered, never seen a vet, or even felt the loving hand. Unfortunately, some couldn't be saved. Multiple excuses were given to me by the town why these cats couldn't be helped. I didn't take no for an answer, and that's how my career as a 16-year-old animal rescuer started. Thankfully, people from the town supported me by monetary donations and funding for much-needed supplies because there were no funds offered from the state of Connecticut. My rescue was run entirely by hard work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm on call day and night. After continuous hard work, I was able to have every one of those cats vetted and adopted to loving families. But once I found home for those cats, many more were in need of help. It didn't stop. Compassion fatigue took over as I'm also a full-time student and had to save myself first and take a few months off. We still had cats when I took those months off. We just weren't accepting anymore. We reopened the doors 3 days ago. Have already taken in 14 cats, 13 of those being owner surrenders. We also had to say no to about 30 others because we just didn't have the space. I'm sharing all this because whether you're a 501(c), state rescue, or private rescues, we're all drowning with animals. And animals are dying on the streets because none of us have room because of the crisis that have been ongoing for years in Connecticut. Have I mentioned that we received no financial support from the state? The voucher system is gone in less than 24 hours. Do you know how many rescuers and shelters in Connecticut and low-income families need those vouchers? I support Bill HB 6832 to not have pet stores continue to sell animals in CT when we are all drowning with overcapacity shelters and rescues. We need our federal government and Connecticut government to address the problems of our state breeding raising animals in such cruel conditions, resulting in both suffering mothers and sick offsprings that end up adopting through pet stores, then abandoned on the streets daily across CT. For people like me to clean up with absolutely no funds from the state of Connecticut to support our rescues and shelters. We also know that pet stores that sell commercially bred dogs, cats, and rabbits to an outdated and very unacceptable business model, there are outliners in their own industry. The overwhelming majority of Connecticut pet shops, including the largest and most successful chains, PetSmart and Petco, and thriving mom and pop shops, do not sell dogs, cats, and rabbits, but instead partner with animal rescues and shelters for adoption events. The sale of pet supplies and services in a more profitable business model. Also, responsible breeders. Okay. Breeders never sell to pet shops. I feel pet stores should support Connecticut rescue shelters by helping us find homes for these innocent lives. I'm sure all of you have been to a pet store. Whether you are an animal lover or not, you see there are multiple puppies and kittens in very small cages. Many appear lethargic and even sickly. Some are hyper because they are desperate for human touch. Cages are not very clean and neither are their food bowls. The sales associates at the store will say whatever they have to sell these pets. These pets are extremely expensive, and most of them, after they're taken home to their new families, become extremely sick, and they find out that after the sale, then they're left to be handled the enormous debt to try and save their new fur family member. Most can't afford the vet service to get their pets well, and so the vicious cycle starts of abandonment once again for people like myself to clean up the mess of pet stores. In closing, I'm asking you to please support this bill. It is time for Connecticut to join our surrounding states who have also banned the sales of pets in pet stores. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm always impressed when someone your age has the courage to come forward. So, and I have to tell you, I have a daughter who spent a lot of time rescuing what I would consider to be feral cats. So it's not easy. And certainly, even just trying to rescue them, get them the veterinary care, getting them set up for success to go to somebody. I really admire that you went through all those steps and raised the money and did all of that work. That's really admirable. Any questions from our committee? Seeing none at this time. Thank you so much for being here today. Have a lovely afternoon. We are going to go back to Amy Jesse. She's now online from the Humane Society.
Hello. Thank you. Sorry about that mistake. I was anxiously waiting here. I think it was a technical difficulty. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Amy Jesse, and I'm the Puppy Mills Public Policy Director with the Humane Society of the United States. I urge you to support HB 6832, common sense legislation that will ensure that cities have the power to protect animals, consumers, and public health. This bill is needed to clarify municipal power to regulate pet shops because there's confusion about whether current statewide regulations prevent local control on this issue. The confusion was largely driven by Petland, a controversial multinational corporation that goes by the name Safari Stands in Connecticut, and the Connecticut Department of Agriculture, who argued that because the agency regulates pet shops, that cities are preempted from doing so. This confusion has had a chilling effect, stopping local elected officials from cracking down on puppy stores, even when major issues have been uncovered. What are some of these major issues? First off is puppy mills. The data does not lie on this. Public records show that Connecticut puppy stores import puppies from awful Midwest puppy mills that no customer would ever knowingly support. Deception is another problem. Puppy stores tell consumers what they want to hear rather than the truth to convince them to buy a puppy, often for thousands of dollars. Sick puppies, from the puppy mill to the transport to the in-store condition, these poor weeks-old puppies have the health deck stacked against them, and their new families often suffer a grave emotional and financial toll. Sick people. The AMA and the CDC have warned people of an ongoing antibiotic resistance infection outbreak from contact with pet store puppies and have sounded the alarm on the reckless antibiotic use in this industry. Last, predatory lending. Few can afford a pet shop puppy outright, so stores push puppy loans through third-party lenders, which often lead to even more financial devastation. This whole pipeline is so problematic that 8 states and nearly 500 localities have banned the sale of puppies in pet shops altogether. HB 6832 doesn't go this far, but it is the next best thing. This bill needs to pass this year because Connecticut is seeing an influx of bad actors from other states. New York no longer allows the sale of puppies in pet stores, and Connecticut has already seen 3 transplants from New York, all puppy stores with terrible animal welfare and consumer protection records. It's crucial to note that this bill doesn't force a city to crack down on puppy stores. It merely allows them to if they deem necessary. And while it is true that no pet shop needs to sell puppies to remain profitable, and no resident needs a pet shop to find the pet of their choice, it's an insult to local elected officials to claim they would pass a pet shop ordinance lightly, as I'm sure the opposition to this bill will argue.
Please summarize.
Yes, I'll finish up. I leave you with this last point. If what you hear from the opposition to this bill is true, why are they so afraid of local oversight? If they aren't doing anything wrong, their local lawmakers won't feel the need to step in. So please support local control, pets, and families, and support HB 6832.
Thank you so much. And as you know, we haven't yet heard testimony against today, but thank you for giving us that indication. This bill has come up repeatedly. We have not heard it since we have been the co-chairs in the last 2 years, but we wanted to make sure that we heard it this year because we're seeing it more and more. Certainly in the paper, different communities are having challenges with this. So we thought it was important to hear both sides of it. And certainly we hope to today. I am not seeing any other, Representative Dubitsky, my apologies. You do have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in. Does the American Humane Society sell puppies or cats?
No.
Okay, do you adopt them out?
We do not.
Okay, do you know of any, you know that there are a lot of like puppy rescues and cat rescues in the state? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Where do they get their puppies and kittens?
Specifically, where do rescues get them as opposed to shelters?
Yeah,
A variety of places. A lot of rescues support local shelters. Some take in owner relinquishments, some take in dogs from shelters that simply don't have the space or the ability to care for the animals. So it's a wide range, and I believe there will be people testifying later that could speak more directly to that because they're actually in the rescue world, for lack of a better term.
okay. Are you aware that many of the animals that they get are imported from the southern states?
Yes, a lot of rescues help out states where pet overpopulation is a bigger issue than it is in some other states. So yes.
Okay, so simply because a pet store imports animals from other states, that's what everybody does, right?
Well, it's very different to what the pet stores do is, you know, they're helping to make a problem, you know, worse, that they're putting money into the puppy mill industry. That's different than what a rescue does, which is they're trying to help solve a problem they didn't create. This is a, you know, a problem that they're trying to save animals, help communities. I see that as a very different situation than paying a puppy mill or a puppy mill broker in a whole pipeline that is based on profit. To me, that's a very different situation than a rescue. Again, trying to help out a shelter that is overwhelmed.
Gotcha. But the rescues typically charge people when they adopt the puppies, right?
Sure, to cover the costs to care for them, and sure.
Okay. Do you know of any consumer product or anything that any product that a town in Connecticut has the authority to ban from a retail store?
I do not, but I imagine if there were compelling reasons to do so, that would be.
I'm just going to interrupt for 1 second. We were not able to hear you in the room, but I'm hoping Representative Dubitsky was hearing your answer. So we had about 45 seconds that we could not hear you.
I did hear her. If you wouldn't mind just repeating the answer so everybody can hear you, I appreciate it.
Just to the last question, or?
Yeah, just to that last question about banning a product. If you know of any product that a town has the authority to ban from a retail store.
I off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I can't really answer that.
Yeah, I don't know of one either. This would be the first. And
I would hesitate to call puppies a product in the same way that a lot of what other stores are selling would be considered. So
you're aware that they're considered personal property under Connecticut law?
Sure, and the vast majority of people consider them family members, which is different than what, regardless of the legal status, what, you know, most people would feel about virtually any other product.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions at this time, thank you so much for your testimony and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
I believe that Jason Wang is not currently with us, so we will move on to Marcus Palumbo. When you're ready, sir.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. Good afternoon, honorable members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Marcus Palumbo, and I have lived my whole life here in Connecticut, and I'm testifying in support of HB 6831, an act concerning transit-oriented communities. This is the fourth time I've come before this committee speaking in favor of transit-oriented communities, and my third time speaking in favor of essentially the same proposal. I'll admit I'm getting a little tired, but I keep coming back because I believe this is really important. This concept and this bill would do a lot to make Connecticut a more economically viable, affordable, and equitable place than it is today. Now, there are a whole host of benefits this proposal would have, but today I really want to focus on one impact of this bill that I believe hasn't been discussed as much, and that's actually the benefits that it would have for small towns. Now, when people conjure up images of classic New England charm, they usually picture a cute little historic downtown with shops on the sidewalk and apartments above. And yet today, it would be illegal to build something like this in many municipalities across Connecticut because so many of our towns have zoning laws that make it difficult or even impossible to build multifamily housing. And this has also contributed to the budget crises facing many of Connecticut's small towns. The parts of cities and towns that tend to be a net positive contribution to the tax revenue are typically the slightly denser little downtown areas with businesses and apartments, and the parts that are a net loss are the sprawling low-density ones. Now, this is not to say that towns can't have low-density housing, but it needs to be counterbalanced with a more economically productive downtown. But the problem is, many of our small towns don't have those little downtowns, and that's part of why so many of them are broke. And so this bill would help towns that opt in create those little downtowns for themselves, or modify the ones that they already have in order to help better enable them to be financially independent. Now, many small towns in Connecticut do have transit services that would qualify them under this bill. For example, Plainfield, which is a small town in eastern Connecticut, has a bus route that stops at various destinations across town. And under this proposal, Plainfield could choose one of those stations and designate a TOD district around it, and then work with the state to enact zoning laws that promote multifamily and mixed-use housing. And in return, they would receive technical assistance and increased priority for grants to do just that. Now, this provides a fantastic opportunity for small towns to get the benefit of state funding. As has been previously mentioned, because Connecticut doesn't have a county-level system for distributing grants, small towns often lose out to cities when it comes to receiving money from the state. And so this bill provides a path for small towns to get a leg up in that competition, all while keeping their small town charm. And additionally, towns that border a town with transit could make their own zoning districts and get these same benefits. There's a part of the bill that specifies this. And so a neighboring town that doesn't have a bus system could still designate some part of their town to have a TOD district around the town center and still be able to get this kind of assistance. So I have a little more to say, but it looks like I'm out of time. But basically, I believe this would be a really tangible step towards making Connecticut a more affordable place to be. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, and thanks for being so strict with your 3 minutes. Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for testifying. Not only do I represent many small towns in Northeast Connecticut, not where Plainfield is, I know that very well, Plainfield, a little bit different than some of the other small towns in that part of the state, but also I was a planning and zoning commissioner, and the zoning regulations actually don't prevent towns from doing multi-family housing. I can tell you my town doesn't, and many of the towns I represent don't. The realities are on the ground, not having public sewer, public water, enough jobs, not having public transit. One of the reasons I'm looking to expand the pilot program for microtransit to be of help. But my question to you is, you mentioned about what can be done, for the multifamily housing. Do you have examples of any towns specifically that the zoning regulations have been shown to prevent multifamily housing, where multifamily housing can go in?
Thank you for that question. And yeah, I will admit, I have many friends in Woodstock, but I'm not familiar with their particular zoning code. But I think one of the biggest problems is when you have things like large minimum lot sizes, right, that require an acre, or in some cases even like 2 acres to build a single family house. That extra land, well, some people might want it, and you certainly can have it if you want it. Developers can make land on that size plot. By having these restrictions that mean you have to have it, you add to the cost of what that land costs, because land's expensive, right? So that's part of it. And then even for towns that do allow multifamily housing on paper, one of the problems has been previously mentioned is that the public hearing process for them can often be an impediment to making them happen. So we don't ask the same for someone wanting to build a single family home. They don't have to go through a public hearing, and yet you do if you want to build, you know, not a specific example, but something that's more than that. Maybe not a duplex, but something like that. Even not, I'm not talking about like giant apartment buildings here, just to be clear. Like, I think one of the things that we struggle with is that because there is such a binary of we only ever see either very low density stuff or high rises, it's hard to even imagine what this kind of missing middle housing looks like. But it can be, I think what we need is to make sure we have architectural standards so that it fits in with the look and feel of the town. But I think the best way to do that is with those standards and not with a public hearing, because as has been previously mentioned, those can be pretty undemocratic. So I think a lot of towns, this is a bill that's supposed to help towns who already want to achieve these goals, but need a little help in doing it. And this is to provide them, help the state work with them to do that. At least that's how I see it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I still hadn't heard exactly which specific towns regulations stand in the way, but I think I did get my answer, and I've never seen a public hearing be anti-democratic. In fact, they can very much be democratic. And having held countless special permits and other public hearings in my role as a town official, we've always found that to be the case. But I appreciate you testifying and some of the points you raise. I do note, and I don't argue with some of them. I just wanted to mention that some of what's been said about some of the processes and zoning regulations don't actually match what goes on where the regulations are actually being done. So I encourage people to come out to the towns and actually see it in process. I think you'll take away something very different from what we hear. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
And I would also think, Senator, it depends on the town. Your town of 8,000 may do it differently than other towns as well. So I think I'm sure you were an unbelievably good member of your planning and zoning, but you know, not every town maybe is doing it the same way.
And I appreciate that. And I think we can certainly, all the towns can certainly always strive to do things better. We always know a learning process, but we can't paint the towns in a big, broad brush. But on the other hand, when there are towns that can use the help, always looking to provide them. Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Absolutely. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming in. I very much appreciate your testimony. Obviously, the effect laws like this would have on small towns is one of the things that I am particularly interested in. And in fact, I do represent the town of Plainfield, and I'm sitting here with the town of Plainfield's zoning regulations in front of me, and multifamily housing is allowed in almost every district. In fact, there are not only is multifamily housing allowed, but accessory dwelling units are allowed with either above a commercial building or separately. And there are some restrictions, like they have to meet the building and fire and public health codes, and no more than 2 bedrooms are permitted per accessory dwelling unit, and no more than 2.5 bathrooms per accessory dwelling unit, etc. But you know, you used Plainfield as an example of where it would be helpful. They have it already. And Plainfield is, when it comes to small towns, a rather big small town compared to some of my other towns. How would a law like this benefit a town like Hampton or Scotland or Chaplin, which have less than a tenth of the people that live in Plainfield?
Thank you. That's a really great question, and I think there's a lot of important stuff in there. So first, to your point about the existing regulations in Plainfield, obviously I don't know the details, but I would say if what you're saying is true, that's great. And I think that puts Plainfield in a position to benefit from this bill, because if they're already doing things like that, then that's one less step that they have to take in order to kind of create a district and that would have the general priorities that would get them priority for these grants and stuff. So I think that's fantastic, and that's exactly what we want to see. Is we want to see towns that are either thinking of doing this or have already put in the work. We want to say we'll help you and we'll give you the assistance that you need to do that. And I do want to just, as an aside here, say that I think there's been a lot of discussion about the different grants involved. And from my understanding of it, it's pretty narrowly tailored to be just the kind of stuff that you would want to use for transit-oriented development, right? Expanding sidewalks and main streets and such. But to your other question about neighboring towns, because I think that is an important point, that while some small towns have transit and maybe more than you'd expect, you generally, not you personally, but like it can be surprising that some do, but even ones that don't. So for example, I think Canterbury is next to Plainfield, and it doesn't, as far as I know, have any transit, but because there's a provision in the bill that qualifies what they call a transit adjacent community, they would be able to have the benefits of this bill as well, even though they don't have transit themselves. So the difference would be, in this case, instead of centering the district around a particular bus or train station, it would be centered around like a little main street area or a downtown. And I think the other important point to emphasize here is that unlike previous versions of this bill that stated that the TOD district had to meet certain density requirements or whatever, one of the things I really like about this bill is that it leaves it open so that the coordinator, what's been termed the zoning czar, but I think that's a little bit of a loaded term. I think the idea is that this person and this committee would work with the town. They'd work with Canterbury and say, okay, what do you need? What is reasonable for you to do specifically? Because I don't think anyone's suggesting, putting in like giant skyscrapers in Canterbury, and I'd have a word with them if they were. So I think this bill, to me, seems to strike a good balance of working with towns instead of it being a sort of top-down mandate, if that makes sense.
Why does the state need to be involved at all? Why can't Canterbury just decide we want to have an area where we're going to have accessory dwellings as of right? Towns do that all the time. Why does the state need to come in and force it?
Well, first off, I don't think they're forcing it. I believe it's because it's opt-in and because it's not taking away anything. It's just offering opportunities and funding to help do that. I don't think, if anything, I just think it's a benefit for towns that want to do that. But you are right. Towns can and do change their zoning regulations all the time. I think where this becomes in particular to be a help for the town is, one, funding, grants, getting priority for that, which, as I mentioned, is something small towns often have trouble competing for. But then also the planning assistance, because just making something say you can have accessory dwelling units, that's not hard. But like designing a transit-oriented district in a downtown area, I've heard when I've talked to people around the state and local government, like it can be difficult to even have the expertise necessary to make those plans at a small town level, because sometimes there just isn't the resources. And so I think it's not that they need help. We're not saying every town needs help, but if a town wants it, this bill provides them an avenue to get it.
But don't they already have that with the COGS?
I'm sorry?
Don't they already have that expertise with the planning districts, with the COGS? Like Canterbury is part of NECOG, the Northeast Connecticut Council of Governments. They have all the resources they need with regard to design, engineering, anything they want. Why does the state need to come in? And the state is, if the state is prioritizing people who opt in, that means it's deprioritizing those towns that don't opt in. So it's a heavy hand.
So firstly, on the last point, I disagree that it is necessarily deprioritizing other towns, because what we've heard is that the kind of the comparative example here of what happens without this bill is a lot of towns just never get the chance for the grants at all. because it's really competitive. And so this gives the towns a way to do that. And then also what I think is important and maybe has been missed in this conversation is that we're not talking about, dozens and dozens of grants. We're talking about, with one or two exceptions, we're talking about grants that are narrowly tailored for the kind of development that this bill is talking about, like transit-oriented stuff. And so what I don't understand is it seems to me that if you're a town and if you're a town that would be wanting to use one of these grants, then you would want to be using it for this purpose. And so you'd be able to opt into the bill. So I don't think it's taking away from towns doing anything other than this. But with respect to the COGS, obviously they play an important role given our lack of county level government. But of course, we can't rely on them from everything. I mean, they're not government. They're not government agencies. They're people who work for them are not elected. And that's not to say that they don't represent the people in those communities. But I think that we shouldn't just rely on them to provide that assistance when we as the state and you all as the legislature can kind of prompt that in a way that is derived through your authority as elected representatives is more ultimately representative of the people at large and what they want.
Okay, the synonym of prompt is force, which is what this is. But I appreciate your opinion. When I see you next year testifying on the same bill, I will again explain to you how this is not going to help any of the small towns. And perhaps next time you come up with an example that you've read the zoning regulations on, and if you do it on a town that I represent, I can assure you I will already have known if you've got it right. But I thank you for coming in, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And God willing, and the creek don't rise, maybe this is the last time we hear it because we get it through both chambers instead of just one. Moving on to our next person. Thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Tanner Thompson, you're up next.
Hi, am I coming through okay?
We sure can.
You know what? I have a webcam as well.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Yes, I think you'll be able to see me right about now. Hi. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm Tanner Thompson. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thanks for sticking with us this long. I'm speaking today in support of HB 6831 in support of transit-oriented communities. I live in the relatively transit-oriented community of South Norwalk, and I'm one of the organizers of Sustainable Streets Norwalk, a group that advocates for environmental, fiscal, and societal sustainability by prioritizing walking, bicycling, public transportation, and transit-oriented development. I want to address Representative Dubitsky's earlier question about population growth. As I understood it, his question was, if our population isn't growing, why do we need to build more housing? I have a motivating personal example from my life. My wife and I moved to Norwalk in 2018. We first rented for a year, and then we had the good fortune to be able to purchase a townhome in 2019 before the spike in housing prices and interest rates. A few years later, in 2023, my younger brother and his wife, fresh out of college, announced that they were expecting a child and were looking to move closer to family. Both my brother and his wife had lived overseas and had experienced firsthand the quality of life benefits that come from living in a walkable, transit-oriented neighborhood. My sister-in-law, anticipating becoming the primary caregiver for the new child, was specifically interested in how such neighborhoods support postpartum mothers in fighting isolation and bolstering mental health through regular walking activity. Thus, many parts of the country were ruled out, and my brother and sister-in-law's options were narrowed down to Norwalk, Connecticut, and Minneapolis, Minnesota. When I heard this, I quickly set about organizing a visit to show off the best of what Norwalk and Connecticut can offer a young family like my brother and his wife. We showed them several of Norwalk's great parks and took them on a bike ride along the Norwalk River Valley Trail. We took them to Stepping Stones, Norwalk's excellent children's museum, which sits right along the trail. We showed off the progress Norwalk has been making recently in building sidewalks and bike lanes. We showed off Norwalk's multiple walkable downtowns and ate at several awesome restaurants. We took the train to New Haven in New York City, and we drove north to Devil's Den Preserve in Weston for a great hike. We took them to our local church congregation, which is full of families raising young children. They loved the trip and expressed to us at the end how much they could see themselves living in Norwalk. Unfortunately for our case, my brother and his wife then visited uptown Minneapolis and found everything we showed off about Norwalk, but with much cheaper rent. You see, Minneapolis has, over the last several years, taken what might be the most aggressive pro-housing stance of any large blue state city. And as a result, their housing stock grew by 12% between 2017 and 2022. Over that same time frame, rents in Minneapolis fell by 4%, while at the same time nationwide rents rose 22%. My brother and his wife has since moved to Minneapolis and found an apartment in a neighborhood so walkable and transit rich that they sold their car. This was a huge win for them. They love it there. However, it was a loss for Connecticut. My brother and his wife are contributing income tax, sales tax, and indirectly through their rent property tax to Minnesota and Minneapolis instead of Connecticut and Norwalk. But they're doing this without contributing to the traffic congestion, air pollution, noise pollution, and wear and tear on our infrastructure that comes from car ownership. So I return to Representative Dubitsky's earlier question. If our population isn't growing, why do we need to build more housing? I submit that the representative has gotten the causation backwards. Our population isn't growing because we aren't building housing. And as a result, our housing costs continue to rise and people who could choose to move here or stay here choose other places instead. Encouraging more housing in walkable, transit-oriented areas will allow Connecticut to grow in the most environmentally and fiscally sustainable way. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions at this time, we will move on to number 25, Kirk Carr.
Thank you very much. Planning and Development Committee co-chairs Kavros DeGraw, Rahman, ranking members Gordon and Zullo, vice chairs Needleman and Chaffee, and esteemed committee members. My name is Kirk Carr, and I live in Ridgefield, Connecticut. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in opposition to HB 6831, an act concerning transit-oriented communities. For many of you, this must seem like Groundhog Day. A day late. Transit-oriented development bills pop up each January as predictably as Puxatawny Phil. Until last year, they mostly saw their shadow and went back to sleep. Last year, after many years of debate, concessions, and evolution, a transit-oriented bill finally received a favorable report from this committee. While it passed in the House, it failed to make it through the Senate, and some have attributed this to the shorter even year session and the shortness of time. Many hope the longer session will provide the time required for passage in both houses this year. However, the 2025 bill is materially different from the 2024 bill in at least three ways that should block its approval this year. First, the approach to municipal participation. In 2024, financial incentives for optional participation. In 2025, mandates for towns with transit stations, and penalties include return of infrastructure funds. Secondly, affordable housing requirements. In 2024, municipal discretion was allowed over resources for affordable housing. In 2025, strict affordable housing mandates 30% in new TOD developments and where municipal land is used exclusively for affordable. And third, state oversight and control. 2024 preserved a level of local control with state incentives. In 2025, municipalities are required to conform to state OPM standards and zoning. Please do not favorably report this bill out of the committee on the presumption that it is identical to the bill this committee approved last year. It is not. It reneges on many of the concessions that were made to get it this far as it advanced last year. For this reason, the committee is more than justified in rejecting this bill as proposed this year. And I'd like to make a special shout out to Fred Camillo, the first selectman in Greenwich, who did a tremendous job. Thank you, First Selectman Camillo, and thank you for your consideration. Full disclosure, I serve as treasurer of CT 169 Strong. However, the opinions expressed herein are attributable to me and to me alone, and I'd welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Carr. I do take some issue with your characterization of the bill, and here's why. As the person who chiefly negotiated the bill that was actually voted on the floor and worked through all of the amendments, it's very frustrating to hear that this bill is, you've actually mischaracterized the parts that have changed, because the parts that have changed are honestly so tiny, and I will happily point those out. The open space grants have been included as a priority funding source for TOD communities. We're actually thinking about changing that. Towns without transit stations may qualify for if they adopt a TOD in their downtown, and also establishing a public water and sewer rehabilitation expansion account So those are the only things that are actually different, not necessarily from the bill that was voted out of committee, but from the bill that received 90 votes on the floor of the House. So to continue these ongoing misleading talking points is becoming a little frustrating. And it's not a difference of opinion. I just want to make that clear. This is an absolute difference and purposeful misinformation campaign. So I do take issue with portions of your testimony because they are inaccurate. And you do have some questions, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank the chairwoman for explaining what she feels are different between last year's bill and this year's bill. And Mr. Carr, if I may ask you, what do you believe are different between this year's bill and last year's bill? Is there something other than what the good chair lady indicated that you think is different in some way?
Well, I just listed three of them: the approach to municipal participation, the affordable housing requirements, and the state oversight and control. Those are the main differences that I think have become more harsh, and are reasons that, I mean, I think the main thing is that the committee does not think that they're simply passing out of committee what they passed out last year. This is a harsher bill, and this is a difference of opinion. This is not a difference. I think she's trying. There are a number of things that the gentle chairwoman has said earlier that I would disagree with as well, that I think were misleading. But I don't think there's any point in us getting into that kind of an exchange in this kind of a hearing.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're all looking at the same piece of paper, and you know, if you believe there were significant differences, I would certainly want to see them, but I guess I will take the two documents and compare them myself. But I thank you for coming in and discussing this with us today.
If I may, just add that
thank you.
I did submit this in writing. I don't see it in the written testimony. It hasn't been posted. I understand there
are a lot of people testifying. There's a lot of testimony. It takes the clerk some time to process it. So you know, if you've submitted it fairly recently, it'll be up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You finished? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're finished. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. We don't have any other any question? Any other? No. Thank you, sir. For our next speaker, Adam Ukur. Edmond.
Good afternoon. Dear honorable members, my name is Edmund Foucault. I am the co-owner of All Pets Club. We have 4 locations in Wallingford, Brantford, Southington, and North Windham. We have 85 full-time and part-time employees working at our 4 locations. We have been in business for 36 years. Our employees' age ranges are from 16 to 68 years old. They quickly learn that we have very strict and high standards in our business. We're a very structured company. We strive for excellence with all our employees. Animal welfare is our #1 priority. This has always been our personal and business concern. I'm here today in opposition of HB 6832, a bill that will undermine animal welfare in Connecticut. This bill will allow cities and towns to regulate stores like mine above and beyond state law and the Department of Agriculture oversight. While this may sound like a positive thing, the unintended consequences will make things worse for prospective pet owners and pets too. We currently are regulated by both the State Department of Agriculture and the USDA. We have unannounced yearly annual inspections by both agencies. During these inspections, both agencies' priority is to make sure that all our animals are healthy, properly housed, and maintained. They also inspect our state logbooks, animal permits, signage, law posters, breeder records, and USD inspection reports to make sure they are all in order and up to date and posted correctly. We are also required by law to provide all puppy origin paperwork to the state upon arrival. The rest of the year, if a complaint is made, they make unannounced visits into the locations and they will address the complaint and do another inspection on the same day. The Department of Agriculture and the USD have always been available to us whenever we have questions, concerns, so we stay compliant. This makes sense to us. We're proud of our record of living up to these requirements because we care about the animals we provide in Connecticut, pet owners. What does not make sense is allowing local governments to create their own individual sets of additional requirements, up to including an outright sales ban. As someone who could potentially be subject to 4 different sets of local regulations for each of my 4 stores, I think it's important for you to consider whether this proposal addresses some of the key questions. Who at the local level is expected to have expertise necessary to determine whether the proposed regulations are based in science? And why do we think those experts are more likely to be working for local governments than for the State Department of Agriculture? What is the plan to ensure town councils don't inadvertently pass laws that conflict with state, federal requirements that we are already required to comply with local governments being required to submit proposal regulations for state or federal review prior to the adoption? Who at the municipal level will receive the necessary and ongoing training to ensure that they are able to enforce any laws that go beyond what the Department of Agriculture inspects for? And how will this additional expense required to enforce these laws to be paid for locally? Why does it make sense for each of my 4 stores to operate under different sets of regulations?
Those are your 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Shouldn't they be held at the same high standards to the animals and the customers they serve and enjoy protection? I ask you not to pass this bill without taking the time to consider the implications. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No question at this time. Thanks for testifying. Our next speaker, Jeb James. Jeb James.
Hi, I'm here.
Welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Senator Rahman, Representative Cavros DeGraw, Senator Gordon, Representative Zullo, and other members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Jeff Gentis. I'm a lawyer who works with homeowners facing foreclosure. And I'm here in strong support of Senate Bill 1187 because it would reduce WPCA's abusive foreclosures. I'm going to summarize my testimony. I've submitted written testimony. I want to highlight in particular the chart that's on the back listing some sample foreclosure actions that we've pulled by looking at the data. There are still several WPCAs, thankfully a small minority of those in the state, who will start a foreclosure action and add $2,500 to $3,000 to a homeowner's bill and add that money to the bill without adding any money to the WPCA's pockets. Instead of continuing to get 18% interest rather on what's owed to the WPCA, that money goes to the lawyers and goes to the marshals involved in the foreclosure action. The problem is not nearly as bad as it was right before the pandemic, but several towns still persist in this practice. We appreciate, Senator Looney referenced this earlier, that there's been quite a bit of negotiation and that the thresholds are much lower than they were when this process first started back in 2021. We remain supportive of the bill and appreciate everybody who's worked hard in the past few years to get this to a place that hopefully is acceptable to both the members on this committee and to the WPCAs that we can live with and will really eliminate the most abusive practices. And we're happy to work further if any work is necessary on getting this bill over the finish line. So thank you for your time and your efforts on this bill. Thanks.
Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the testimony. I have heard from some of the WPCAs and WPCFs in my district, for example, from the town of Stafford. If there are some towns that you feel, and my question to you is, you feel have, quote unquote, abused the system or doing something wrong, then why would one be unfairly tagging towns that are doing what is quote unquote right, especially if there are unpaid bills? that there's money that's due, that if it isn't paid, then other ratepayers then have to pay one way or the other for it. So I'm just curious why one doesn't just go after more of those towns that you feel are causing the issue versus doing it more by a broad brush and tagging those towns that are doing the right thing, including working with customers and ratepayers to try to find ways to be of help with regards to payment plans and things like that.
We looked at every foreclosure action involving a WPCA that's filed in the court system in the past few years. I couldn't find anything where Stafford would have been affected by this whatsoever. In other words, they're not waiting. They're waiting a longer time than the very low floors that this bill would provide to start their foreclosure action. So we have no issue with Stafford now. Second, I would take issue with the notion that somehow other ratepayers are paying for people who are falling behind. It's not the case. You have an 18% super lien priority, just like with property taxes, where the people who fall behind and can't catch up, and I assure you that none of them are, I've never met somebody who thinks they're gaming the system or putting one over on their neighbors. They're the ones still paying a pretty steep price for it. And it's certainly not financially wise to fall behind on your sewer liens. And what this foreclosures tend to do is double down on vulnerable with no real gain for the WPCAs.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer, and I'll look forward to see where we stand with the bill as I hear from my own local towns about their concerns relative to the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, sir, for testify. Our next speaker, Kathy Austin, Senator Kathy Austin. Okay, we are moving to next, Gary Needleman.
How are you? My name is Gary Noodleman. I'm the owner of CT Breeder in Norwalk and Newington. So I'd like to thank you for hearing my testimony in opposition to House Bill 6832. Regarding allowing municipalities to enact their own regulations, restrictions, or even ban on pet shops. It would be impractical because these municipalities would have to hire a trained staff to enforce their own laws and would have to outright ban sales from their area. That would open up these local governments to lawsuits and be a burden to the State Agriculture Department of Connecticut. At this time, pet stores are the most highly regulated sources for puppies and kittens that provide exceptional consumer protection that you're going to find in other places to obtain a pet. A little bit about us. We opened up in Norwalk in 2016 after moving my family out of New York in 2015. After doing research and finding that Norwalk has a very friendly business atmosphere, we decided to make Connecticut our home. Our investment was close to $1 million per store. We employ over 25 people at any given time, and most are local residents. Since opening, we have found the area to be very friendly and highly educated. We are happy to be serving the community and beyond. We bring in customers from nearby states like New York, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and some from even as far away as Vermont. We are licensed by the state. We are insured, inspected on a very regular basis, pay taxes, and work within the very stringent Connecticut guidelines. Some of the laws enacted in Connecticut are models for venues in the rest of the United States. Our puppies are sourced through breeders that are also licensed, inspected, and go way beyond the current USDA guidelines. We have been doing business with some of our breeders for well over 30 years. As per Connecticut state laws, all our breeders' info is available for prospective customers to see. We have been in business since 1984, providing quality puppies, all vetted, and training is free for the life of the dog at our store. The reason we have stayed in business for over 4 decades is by providing the client with excellent customer service, great advice, healthy puppies, and being for them when they need us. Attempting to change our successful business model and having us attempt to source from rescues where there's no guarantee they provide anything to our stores would not only put us out of business, but would do an injustice to your constituents. If a family needed or desired a dog that's small or does not shed, there's no guarantee that they could find that pup at a rescue. They would then have to seek out an unlicensed backyard breeder. Just a real quick note, there are 0 licensed breeders in the state of Connecticut. They would have to seek out a licensed breeder. There'll be no way that you as a government could protect them from an unregulated source like to the internet or whatever. So any bills I got, they will be paying. You lose the sales tax and revenue otherwise destined to the state and county. There is also no guarantee that rescues would have enough puppies to supply the stores. As of now, they're flying in pups from out of the country. They're buying them from different auctions. They're buying them all over. They're bringing it into Connecticut. These are not Connecticut dogs that they have. In closing, Connecticut has very stringent laws regarding puppy and kitten sales, including payment sales. We have to pay any medical bills if a puppy falls ill for up to 6 months. In all, the stores in Connecticut have been very few problems with consumers, which you guys can check with the Consumer Affairs. We've also heard talk about people moving into Connecticut from New York. That is simply not true. We would be easy, and if you guys could easily check it to see who applied for a license in the state of Connecticut. Thank you for listening, consideration. Please, if you have any questions, please ask. And I invite any of you to come into my store at any time to go through any of my records and to go to the back or wherever you'd like. Guys, got to have a question for me. Okay. All right. Can I give you guys a business card so that you guys can stop in? Can I quote this or no?
You can give over there. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for being here. We appreciate. If you can turn up the microphone. Can you turn up the microphone, please, there? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Our next speaker, Mike Glyden.
Glidden, thank you.
Gordon.
Welcome.
Thank
here
you.
on. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's been a long day so far. I'm here on behalf of the Connecticut Association of Zoning Officials. I'm here on two bills. The first bill is 6830, which is training for inland wetlands agencies. As an organization, Casio supports this. All the other land use commissions right now, both members and staff, are required to do continuing education. So this would be consistent with what we do with the Planning and Zoning Commission, the Zoning Board of Appeals, etc. The other bill that I'm here on is 6831, the Transit Community Bill. We, as an organization, are very concerned, and we're concerned on a few levels. One is that this bill will put smaller communities, which either A, don't have the capacity infrastructure-wise or otherwise, at a disadvantage to other communities, as they already are in a very competitive process for grant fundings. The other issue is that this bill is creating a structure of which guidelines are yet to be determined, that your actions of our communities will be judged. So our concern is, are winners and losers already being picked before we even get a chance to get forward? Lastly, I know that a lot of people have made statements today about how this is like the carrot and stick options. It really seems to us that the stick really has been painted orange and we're being told that it's a carrot. This is just not working. Really, as an organization, we feel that affordable housing and diversity housing is an issue that really needs to be addressed in this community, in the state, I should say, in order for us to grow. This is not alone the way to do it, and force feeding it to the communities. I think that maybe an appropriate next step should be is have the OPM develop the guidelines of which communities will be judged, and then we could look at how, who signs on. So in closing, thank you.
Senator Gordon.
Thank you very much for testifying today. I don't know if you're still on or not.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, yes, good. And I just want to say first and foremost, thank you for the work that ZEOs do. I've worked with various ZEOs over many years. They do phenomenal work. I know it's not an easy process to get the Casio certification. And I believe, is your current president still Mike D'Amato?
That is correct.
Well,
I'm actually the past president. Mike is the current president.
I used to work with Mike, and I still do with one of my towns, but I worked with him in Woodstock for a period of time. You did mention about the small towns, and I know there's been various discussion about that. And given your perspective of the small towns, and you had mentioned with regards to there are small towns that the reality is they just don't have any infrastructure to even come anywhere close to being a transit-oriented community, whether they want to or not. Do you feel that for a lot of those small towns that happen to be rural towns, that if the state were to do smart investment, including regional investment, to be of help to them, that this would be an opportunity for them to try to move things based upon whatever their local decision making is that works for each of their towns, or the towns working together, which many times they do and do have discussions amongst towns when it comes to planning and zoning issues, even though they are separate municipalities?
Yeah. So, Senator Gordon, you are correct. I mean, I think monies is the issue, really, the investment on monies, not the force of regulatory changes. Oftentimes, whether it's in the smaller communities, either they don't have the infrastructure. Example being, could be a town like Old Saybrook, where they have a train platform, yet none of the town does not have sewer. So, you run into that issue with, if you have funds available for infrastructure investment, which is very specific, maybe that moves the needle versus pushing the regulatory changes. The other is on other smaller communities that face issues where they may have limited sewer service. However, due to the size and scope of those communities, their sewer may flow into another town, and that's where the treatment plant is. So then a density issue comes into play, where that other community may have a say on what actually can go into the joint system. So the investment in that kind of structure could assist future developments.
Thank you, and
Does
I
that
appreciate
answer?
your testimony.
Thank you.
Rep. Hans?
Yes, hi there. Thank you, Mike, for being here. You, at the very end of your testimony, you mentioned a possible solution. Could you expound on that a little bit? You had said that you set up the criteria and then you see who signs on. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Well, so the proposal has in it guidelines that OPM will be using should a community identify and adopt a TOD district, right? I think the first step is that these guidelines should be developed, reviewed, and at least then so the communities know what they're signing on to. It's kind of the approach that you may use with your kids, where the "I told you so." I say that to my youngest, "I told you so," but then she gives me the stare right back, and that goes nowhere. That's kind of where we are. You're getting either the stare or the blind. Okay, let's go along. I think that that what is the expectations of the state should be clearly outlined. So if OPM is being tasked with developing guidelines for TOD developments and this aspect, that should be the first step. Then come back and then have the rest of this bill be before the group.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that, further information.
Thank you.
Thank you. No more questions, sir. Thank you. Senator Kathy Oster.
So good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to see all of you today. It's been a very busy day, I'm sure, for all of you. So I'm testifying in support of a bill that I have long supported in the General Assembly. It should be no surprise to anybody that I have been supporting this bill. It is Bill number 1188, an act establishing a property tax exemption for property located on certain Indian lands. And everyone should also know that the two federally recognized tribal nations lands sit within the confines of my district. It does not mean that we oversee them. They are sovereign. And so this bill references the ability of towns to tax personal property on non-Indian businesses on reservation land. Today's the towns in question provide no services to the businesses. The services are provided in their entirety by the tribal nation. They provide basic services such as water, sewer, gas. They provide trash services. They also provide all the marketing and development that brought that business there. So the marketing and development are not paid for or provided for or in any way handled by the municipality. The towns actually don't engage with the businesses at all, other than sending them a tax bill. They don't ask them what they need. They don't deal with them relative to the business of them. They don't talk to them about their employees. They have absolutely nothing to do with the business in hand. And so for me, this has always been an issue of recognizing the sovereignty of the tribal nation. Now, this is called dual taxation. And why do we call it dual taxation? I've done a lot of work on this, and if you're interested, I have a whole PowerPoint on the issue of taxation and the dollars that each municipality receives in three different pots of money, what they receive relative to educational funding in the municipality that's related to the tribal nation, what they receive in pilot funding that's related to the tribal nation, and what they receive in the MMPF, the Mashantucket Mohegan Pequot Fund. And and I've done a lot of work to make sure both towns are fully funded as a result of the consequence of having a tribal nation that has a large business entity, but not the only business entity that they have of on the confines of the reservation. My 3 minutes is up. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And if you're interested, I'll send you along the PowerPoint, which may or may not prove valuable to you.
Rep. Zullo?
Thank you, Senator. I just feel like you got cut off at that last second. I wanted to make sure I completely understood what you meant about dual taxation. Was there a thought you were trying to finish that might help me make sure I understand it?
Yeah. So this way, the reservation does not tax those that they are providing the services for, because that would be considered dual taxation. Not only are they getting taxed by the town, they ultimately could get taxed by the tribal nation. But if they did that, it puts those businesses in direct conflict with other businesses. Neither one of the businesses, neither one of the local businesses have any interaction with the tribal nation. They only get taxed by the municipality. So it's not like the reservation can reach an arm outside the reservation and tax those businesses. But this is what happens. The municipality is reaching inside. There's a lot of talk on different things relative to public safety, use of roads, and those things. I can tell you that most of the roads that clients or customers that travel to both of the bigger businesses at gaming facilities, they travel on state roads. They travel on Route 32 or 395, 117, Route 2, all state roads. Do people that go to the casino use local roads? Yes. More often than not, they're people that work at the casino, and we want those workers there. And in both cases, while Montville does not take advantage of this, in Mashantucket, if someone is working at the casino, at the business entity of Mashantucket, and they have children that go to the local school, the town can receive impact aid for those children that are not native, but whose families are within the confines of Ledyard, and they can get impact aid from the federal government. They get about $584,000 in the Ledyard school system, directly reflective of the tribal nation, both for children from the reservation itself, Native American children that live within the confines of Ledyard, and workers who have children within the confines of Ledyard. It's true of the military too. In both those, they get impact aid for those children too.
I appreciate your testimony, your clarification, and anticipating my second question. So I have no other question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Senator, I don't think I'm seeing any other questions at this time, but we had testimony obviously from the chairman this morning and it was useful as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. If you have any questions, please call me. I have an understanding of both issues. I know Mohegan submitted testimony. They sent it to me. They would like other issues handled, and I actually have different bills in on their other issues to deal with their other issues. So,
okay, that's
thank
great to
you.
hear. Thank you so much.
Have a nice day.
Yes, you too. Up next, we have Lynn Holmberg, number 31. Lynn, are you with us? I'm not seeing her online, not seeing her in the room. Okay. Moving on to number 32, Christine Gracer, my constituent. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good afternoon to the committee. I am testifying in favor of Live, Work, Ride. As Representative Cavros DeGraw mentioned, I am from Avon, and I'm on Planning and Zoning and also the Affordable Housing Task Force. So I have a fairly granular knowledge of housing issues in Avon, which is a wealthy suburban community. Two things come to mind for me. I am testifying in favor of this bill because we have a housing problem in Connecticut. Maybe a little town in Scotland doesn't have so much of a need, but they should have options. All of the towns should have options. We're all a little bit different. I believe this bill gives us options, and I don't think anybody's being forced into anything. What it does is get us into the towns that opt in will have the option to tap into expertise, tap into funds. A lot of towns do not have professional planning directors, but even the ones that do have, as we do, we have a very good one. But it's a lot. What we need to do to build more vibrant towns, to build towns that have plenty of homes for everyone that wants to live here, we're not making a lot of progress here. And I believe this bill is an honest and effective attempt to move the line toward a more sustainable, economically vibrant state.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate that. I especially appreciate your experience on both the Affordable Housing Task Force and Planning and Zoning, because we've heard a lot of discussion about the differences across the Planning and Zoning committees in various towns. Certainly, I'm more familiar with Avon and what is trying to be accomplished there than not. But I did want to thank you. And you do have a question from Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Christine, for coming in. Very much appreciate it. What are you doing in Avon to develop affordable housing?
Well, I'll give you just a short list. We just approved an apartment building, the first apartment building to be built in Avon in, I think, 40 or 50 years. It's in a section of Avon that is kind of that's near other apartment buildings. It's close to the main roads, and even though it was kind of hard to wrap our mind around a rectangular building in Avon, it was very, very appropriate for that area, and will be providing much needed housing. The town has also negotiated a tax abatement for the approval and conversion of a long empty office park building into affordable housing. The town will be giving a tax abatement as part of the financial package, and that is currently pending approval by CHFA to provide some of the rest of the funding. We have also approved accessory dwelling units for people who want to build those in the town. So that's the progress we've made so far. We have a corridor that goes, that is Route 44, which I'm not sure, may go through your area on the other side of the state, but there are office buildings and other, maybe empty retail buildings along there that we are seriously looking at the possibility of converting those to housing, just to create a more vibrant core for Avon and more options for a lot of the people that work in Avon but don't necessarily have an affordable housing option within Avon. So that's some of the things we've been doing. I think every town has to be creative and has to know what all of the options are, and work with and make sure that our town members are aware of those options and what's going on as well.
So how would this bill affect your town?
It would, if we opted to go ahead and opt into that, and I'm not, to be honest, I don't know if we qualify. We don't have a station per se. We are on a bus, a fairly major bus line out of Hartford that goes out to New Hartford on Route 44. But if it did, there are a number of properties that may, Eleni's telling me we did qualify. So it would give us options. There are properties along that bus line that maybe we may be converting retail stuff to, somebody's texting me, sorry about that. It would give us more options. And the MRTA agency, it looks like they are could be a very effective partner to Avon in making that happen.
Okay, well, what is it that you would be able to do if this law passed that you can't do now?
It just gives it would really just give us more resources. We might be able to apply for grants, funding that might help out with actually building it there. There's a property on that's all along this area that's walking distance to the bus line that is where a former school currently resides. That building will probably be torn down. So we're looking for, maybe we might form a community land trust and get funding to build townhomes along there. There's a great demand in the market in Avon for townhomes and condos. In our recent revaluation, condos had the highest value of any property. It actually caused a bit of a problem because all of a sudden our folks that were living in more moderately priced condos suddenly had to face a big tax bill. Well, if we expand our market in that area, if we provide more in that price point, that will be, could provide long-term relief to those kinds of folks.
But Avon could do that anyway, right? Even without this law.
We could, but this would make it easier.
Okay. Do you anticipate that as you say, the wealthy suburban town of Avon would be looking for a grant from the state? My guess is you'd just write a check.
Well, no, not anybody. We are not. I'll put it this way: our our residents do not necessarily want to be writing a blank check. We do a very good job of maintaining our bond ratings and that sort of thing. But if we have a developer coming in town and, you know, this conversion from the office building, that is Beacon Properties. They actually, you know, they specialize in affordable housing. And that, you know, that's a fairly thin layer of the, you know, construction finance, you know, development finance. And so they rely on grants. And so if there's an opportunity, I do not have, you know, a granular knowledge of how Live, Work, Ride would work, but it certainly would, you know, qualifies to work with MRTA, get more knowledgeable about what the different options are. And I don't think any town, if there's an opportunity to get some funding to build a, you know, do an affordable housing community fund and build entry-level townhouses, they wouldn't turn that down.
Okay, so if Avon opted in, it would be prioritized for funding, and if the town of Scotland didn't opt in, it would be deprioritized, even though it doesn't have anywhere near the resources that Avon has.
You know, I wouldn't put it that way. I think
that's because you live in Avon and I represent
true
Scotland.
Enough, but the question is, yeah, you would be deep. Would you be applying anyway? You know, what would you be applying for? You know, if you're opting in, you're expressing an interest in saying we're in on looking for opportunities for affordable housing. And I certainly hear you that the whole, you know, the notion that you know, a town like Scotland, I'm in discussions through another organization I belong to about Tolland and what kind of opportunities Tolland would have for affordable housing, you know, multifamily housing, and you know, there's nothing there. Yeah, and you're in the same boat. There is no infrastructure. You know, there's places in Vermont right now that are really trying to figure this whole thing out, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be trying to figure it out. And just rather, if you want to be a small town and just say it's okay for people to be in single family houses, and you know there really isn't a pressing need, then you know there's other ways that Scotland can resource itself through the state funds. It doesn't have to be through this.
Right. Well, I appreciate that, and as you've probably gathered, my opposition to this is based on that compulsion and the deprioritizing those that don't opt in, because you can imagine that towns like Avon will be jumping on this money, and towns like the ones I represent will be in the cold. But I very much appreciate your coming in and talking to us about it today.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I would just say, Christine, before you go, thank you for pointing out the bus portion of this. Actually, towns that do have buses could qualify as transit-oriented districts. I know we talked a lot about train stations today, but that's not the only transit in the state, thankfully. And yes, buses are part of this as well. Seeing no other questions at this time, thank you for your testimony and have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Matthew Labazetta. Mr. Labazetta. I don't see him on our Zoom right now, so we'll move on to Elisa Clements, please.
Hello. Thank you, Chairpersons Rahman and Kavros DeGraw and members of the Planning and Development Committee for allowing us to speak today. My name is Elisa Clements, and I'm the Deputy Director of Outreach and Advocacy for the Pet Advocacy Network, and I'm here to speak in opposition of House Bill 6832. On behalf of the responsible pet care community, we ask that you vote no on House Bill 6832 which would allow local municipalities to enact their own regulations, restrictions, and bans on pet stores that sell cats, dogs, and rabbits. Connecticut's pet store regulations are among some of the strictest in the country, and the Department of Agriculture is charged with enforcing these uniform standards and regulations. Stores are required to only sell puppies acquired from USDA licensed breeders, give them regular veterinary care, make sourcing, birth, and medical records readily available, and provide warranties for health and genetic defects. Allowing municipalities to enact their own regulations and bans would create a confusing patchwork of ordinances that would undermine the uniform protections for pets and consumers statewide. Removing these statewide standards by allowing cities and towns to enact their own regulations could potentially cause more harm to the animals that we're all working to protect. Rather than harming Connecticut's pet stores, which provide a well-regulated source, we would encourage you to work with all members of the responsible pet care community to determine what improvements need to be made at the statewide level to enforce and make these existing regulations stronger. This bill would also allow municipalities to outrightly ban these highly regulated pet stores, forcing these responsible, locally owned businesses to close. Responsible pet ownership begins with finding the ideal companion for your specific circumstances. But this bill would allow localities to remove consumers' ability to use pet stores as their sources for pets that provide personalized attention and service during and after the purchase of a new family pet. These extreme bans also foster an underground black market for pets where there are no protections for animals or consumers. This is not in the best interest of your constituents or their beloved pets. All pets deserve to be treated with the same standards of care, regardless of where they are located in the state, and every responsible pet store should follow the same set of rules. So we ask that you vote no on this bill. Instead, let's work together to find ways to address bad actors while strengthening protections for animals, consumers, and the local businesses and communities in Connecticut. Thank you for your time. And any questions?
Thank you so much for your testimony. And we are always all ears for suggestions on how to make a bill better or how we could improve this so that people are not ending up with sick pets and large vet bills and things that also go with this, unfortunately. I am seeing no questions at this time, but we really do appreciate you testifying and hope you have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much.
Up next, we have David Kluski from the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Kavos-Stragraw, Chairman Rahman, and other distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is David Kluski. I'm here today representing the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association as their first vice president. So we are opposed to Raise Bill 1187, an act concerning foreclosure, assignment, and other enforcement actions for unpaid sewer assessments and other fees and charges. We actually support the intent of the bill, but we are respectfully requesting changes to the language of it. So again, we believe it's very well intentioned, and other, aside from a few municipalities out there, as it's been mentioned in previous testimony, that are foreclosing on very small sewer amounts. I feel that the majority of tax collectors across the state, they actually have guardrails and protections in place, and they're not foreclosing for nominal sewer fees. They're generally waiting to a threshold of, say, 3 years or $3,000. So we're not here, fighting against this 3 years and $3,000. We actually think we agree with the intention there. We don't have much issue with that. The issue is that it's creating an ambiguity within our enforcement statute. So by that, I mean that when a property has a sewer balance, there's often real estate delinquency as well. So under this current proposal as written, you could essentially move forward with a foreclosure of real estate liens on the same property that has a sewer delinquency that is less than 3,000 or less than 3 years. And then a situation is created where a home could transfer ownership through foreclosure, but you still have those existing sewer liens, causing a cloud of confusion on the land records. So really what we're looking for here is an amendment that allows for the inclusion of delinquent sewer charges of any amount or any time frame when there is the presence of another valid municipal lien, such as one for real estate taxes. So really that's what we're looking for here, is just to shore up the issue that would resolve out of this legislation due to the fact that, we can't foreclose on real estate and sewer if we have this 3 years and $3,000 threshold. So, we're opposed to this bill as currently written, but we believe it is well-intentioned, and we would look forward to discussing potential changes to it. Thank you.
David, we're a little embarrassed on the committee, if I'm being honest right now, because we had not previously thought of that. And so this is why we do public hearings. I would like to have this conversation, and I'm looking at Rep. Zullo, and I have a feeling he is either going to say something or would say the same thing. So thank you for bringing that up about the real estate liens, that to try to make this a little more, have more continuity. Rep. Zullo, did you want to? Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for the testimony, for opening up our eyes to something that I think we're embarrassed maybe we didn't think of. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the language of the bill, which I tried to bring up very quickly again. And I'm pretty sure it just prevents the imposition or the bringing of an action until the thresholds have reached that point. I'm trying to wrap my head around what would happen if a municipality did bring a tax foreclosure with respect to the priority of the other sewer lien. I think you would just take subject to it just like you normally would. So I don't know that it creates an issue, but if it does, I agree with you that it's something that we should fix. So that's all I wanted to add, unless you have an opinion on whether it does create an issue.
I mean, we were in review of it under the impression that there would be that issue of we foreclose on real estate and the sewer does not meet that threshold. We can proceed forward, but then you have that issue of there's a change of ownership and title, and then those outstanding liens on the sewer would just shift to the new owner. And that's not something, that's obviously not something that we want to establish and have happening. We obviously want to convey clear title when in the event of a foreclosure.
My understanding would be that the sewer liens have priority ahead of the tax, or at least equal priority.
Equal, correct.
Yeah, in some cases. So I think we should clarify it no matter what, but I think in most cases you would just take subject to the sewer liens. But we could have the conversation offline. I just want to thank you again for bringing our attention to it.
Yeah, I would say the same thing, and absolutely we will have the discussion, and thanks for bringing it up, Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not exactly a focus of the bill, but does your organization have any feelings and thoughts on the current 18% interest versus going to some reasonable number of, say, 12?
I don't have an opinion on what the amount should be. It's really, I don't feel like as tax collectors, it's our place to say, 12% is a good amount or whatever amount it is. Cause at the end of the day, our position really is just to enforce and bring in the revenue. It's really not our job to determine how much revenue, say, a municipality needs. So what I would argue is the most important thing for us is that it's a uniform amount. I know in the past there's been legislation that said, well, let's make it per local option, let towns choose their interest rates. We're against anything that's not uniform because we feel we're most effective and most efficient in bringing in revenue when, the town of Fairfield has the same interest rate as whatever other town it is in the state. We're most effective when, things are that in that manner versus say, 12% in Fairfield, 18% in Manchester, whatever town it is. We just want things to be uniform. But I really can't answer that question of should it be 18 or should it be 12 or whatever amount it should be. We just feel it should be uniform across the board.
So your organization feels that a uniform number would be okay. And the question then becomes what it should be. And I raise that issue only because there is another bill that is looking at that. And quite honestly, the 18% actually came during the Reagan-Carter days of hyperinflation when the interest rate was jacked up and it never came back down. And it, quite frankly, is not a very fair number by any stretch of the imagination. But just a comment on my part. But thank you for your comments there pertaining to the bill per se. And I just want to plant that seed there in the back of your head on the concept of coming down to a reasonable level that's not usurious. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David, it's good to see you. You do a great
Good to see
job
you.
in Fairfield. I appreciate you bringing up the situation in regards to two different liens, but I think it's important to note again, just for clarification, both liens have equal priority, right? So there's not one person versus the other.
Yes.
Correct? Now, I did hear you say that the 3-year and 3,000 was an acceptable number. I know this bill has had some history. I think we moved it from 5,000 to 5 years to the number that we negotiated. Representing the organization, is that a number from a standpoint of making sure that our WPCAs get the necessary funds to do their job, which is critical, and also to not punish people that may struggle a little bit and miss a couple of payments against some of the more egregious violators? I really appreciate the organization taking that position and understanding that there is some leeway and flexibility, and that took some time for your organization to get to that process, right?
Yeah, and if I recall historically, when this bill initially came about, it never had a amount of years. It started at a dollar amount of $10,000, and then it went down to $4,000, and then here we are where it's 3,000 or an amount of years. I believe at one time it was or 5 years. Now it's down to 3,000 or 3 years. To me, that's more acceptable, because in the past, when it was only 10,000 or 5,000, that was a major issue as tax collectors, because many of us collect on the behalf of WPCA, and we're not talking about only assessments. We're also talking about sewer usage, which may only average $250 a year. So if you're saying they don't have to pay for or for $5,000 or $10,000, an average sewer bill, we can only collect a sewer usage bill for 15 years. That bill is not going to reach on the original principal amount. It's not going to reach $5,000 or $10,000 over that 15-year period. So essentially, the message we're sending is this is optional. You no longer have to pay it, because we can't foreclose on it for the life of the bill. So now that you're bringing it down to 3 years, and in my experience looking at other municipalities as well, they're usually not going to do a foreclosure for real estate unless they owe 2 or 3 years. So this 3-year threshold for sewer use kind of falls within that same time period. So, I'm sitting here today to say, well, let's, treat this fairly, in that maybe the sewer use does not exceed 3 years or 3,000, but we have this individual at the same property that owes 3 years and $20,000 on their real estate taxes, and the municipality wants to foreclose. They should be able to include the additional fees, such as the sewer use, even though it doesn't meet that threshold.
Okay, I appreciate that, and it has been an evolution, so I appreciate that. I think the other part that's important was knowing the history of it, the inception or the initiative for this proposal was not everybody is a fair actor, and the premise of this was there were certain municipalities that put untimely or unreasonable burden for foreclosure action for some of these businesses, and I think that was the onset. But I think you, as an association and as colleagues, have been aware of that since we brought it up, and been conscious to ensure that there's a more uniform and a sensitivity in its application of lien foreclosures. Would that be fair to say?
It's far more the exception than the norm. The majority of tax collectors are not going to be foreclosing on a very small sewer fee. I don't want to point fingers or name names here, but I can say, one of the municipalities I hear that are, getting the blame for this, they're not even a part of the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association. So, for the most part, our association, we would never be foreclosing on an $800 sewer use bill. We would be having those guardrails or protections in place where, we're using other collection methods before we even get to foreclosure. You can use a collection agency, you can use a state marshal. they don't necessarily have to foreclose. They can just, you know, they may have better means of collecting beyond us, but we're, you know, there's other things, other practices we're putting in place before we just immediately foreclose.
I appreciate that, David, because I think it's important. I think the majority of your colleagues do a very, very good job and have the regards and sensitivity that foreclosure is the last resort tool that you have, and that certain bad actors that don't comply with it shouldn't throw out the entire bathwater with the baby. So I wanted to point that out, and I applaud the initiators of these bills, but it may be a few actors that gives it a bad name, and I appreciate the evolution of your organization showing a leadership role that maybe we can get to a compromise. So I appreciate the good work you do and the leadership that you demonstrate. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course. And I'm just grateful that this legislation represents years of compromise, actually. So if we can just figure out this last little piece that David was so kind to bring up to us today, I think we will finally have it. Wouldn't that be exciting to take off all these old chestnuts from the P&D calendar? David, I'm seeing no other questions at this time. Thank you so much. And we will be in touch to figure this out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. David, wait, hold on.
Oh, yep.
Senator Rahman, my bad.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. David, you there?
Yes.
Oh, I see you. Thank you. Nice to see you. And I know you mentioned already this bill is started like, like I think they start beginning 10,000, 10 years. Then down
2019 at least. Yeah.
Yeah, 5,000 and 4,000, 4 years, 10 years, which is now is good. We are, I think, pretty close. 3 years, $3,000. But you bought really great, you was talking about what we really need to do, but what Senator Hong mentioned, both link, I think that's really exactly is equally served. I believed, but it's still I want to our leadership, we want to sit down with you. I want to learn a little more. If you can kindly shoot the email our clerk, so we can sit down and make a schedule. No. All right.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. I will do that.
I know you worked hard last 10 years with this bill. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And for real this time, have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Okay. Up next, we have James Murray, number 36. Are you with us? I think we're losing people as the day goes on here. Okay. After that, number 37, Chapin Bryce. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Okay, not available. Then our good friend Betsy Guerra is up next.
Hi, thank you, Representative. Members of the committee, my name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns. We represent 115 smaller communities throughout the state. I know you've heard a lot about this issue, but I would like to join the chorus of towns and organizations that are in opposition to House Bill 6831, an act concerning transit-oriented communities. You've heard from a lot of towns as to why this bill would actually get in the way of or undermine the progress that they have made relative to moving ahead with transit-oriented development projects in their communities. And I think that's very telling. There's been a lot of good work in support of transit-oriented development recently. The revamped Municipal Redevelopment Authority has been meeting with communities throughout the state to talk about how they could take advantage of the incentives that are already available to support transit-oriented development. We are concerned that although this bill purports to provide incentives, it really does so at the expense of programs that are needed to fund critical projects in some of our smaller rural communities. And these towns would be shut out of the process for these grants if the funding was siphoned off to support transit-oriented development. So under the bill, for example, the funding under the Clean Water Fund, the Urban Act, the Small Town Economic Assistance Program, the Main Street Investment Fund, and the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Program would be vulnerable because it would end up being swept to support transit-oriented development. It's not clear to me relative to the Clean Water Fund whether this is even possible under state legislation. Under the Clean Water Fund, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency actually determines the priorities for that funding through partnership with the states. The State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection has primacy over the Clean Water Fund, and they have other priorities such as municipal wastewater systems, addressing the need for greater climate resiliency, and other projects to address water pollution and impaired rivers and streams. So again, our big concern with this bill is that it ends up, because there is limited funding in these programs, taking away the opportunity for our smaller towns and our rural communities to take advantage of some of those programs to fund absolutely critical programs in their communities. So for those reasons, we oppose this bill. I have submitted testimony on a number of other bills, so if you have any questions about that, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Betsy, for being here. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Ms. Gara, for your testimony and your advocacy. I think you raised an important point. The buckets of funding listed are pretty vast. There's significant amounts of money, and they're not obviously directly related to infrastructure regarding transit-oriented developments. I guess I would first ask whether your member municipalities are generally wanting to avail themselves of more funding from the state, including through some of these grants like STEEP and Urban Acts and others.
Certainly, there is always a need for additional funding. I mean, towns are faced with a lot of challenges in terms of upgrading infrastructure, maintaining infrastructure, addressing the need for hardening infrastructure because of more intense storm events, flooding, et cetera. So we are very concerned that programs like the Small Town Economic Assistance Program that was designed to provide a stream of funding to those states, smaller communities with a population of less than 30,000, that would be jeopardized under this program. There is a pot of money specifically targeted to supporting transit-oriented development, and I believe it's administered by either the Department of Economic and Community Development or OPM, but I don't understand why, rather than call for increased funding for that specific program, why they end up trying to grab capital resources from other programs that are designed to support other functions. For example, the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Program. Towns are required to meet certain open space goals to support the efforts to protect forested land. And so this gets in the way of their opportunity to meet those obligations.
My concerns are exactly as you articulated, that if this is about providing incentives for towns to opt into transit-oriented development, why wouldn't the funding streams attached to this zoning change be much more directly related? Instead, you see potentially buckets of hundreds of millions of dollars that are being tied to this. And as you said, your constituent municipalities are already looking for funding from the state. I think almost every municipality in the state wants additional funding. So if they're deprioritized, so to speak, because they do not adopt the zoning prescribed by this state wide proposal, then that probably means that they're less likely to get it at all compared to the ones who adopt it. And the funding is not related in large part to infrastructure or monies that are needed for the transit-oriented development. So why not have it just simply delimited, or, as you say, increase funding for infrastructure related to transit-oriented development? That is a question that I had last year that I did not have answered, and I hope that in the course of this public hearing and debate, maybe I can have answered. You're not the proponent. In fact, you're doing a good job of articulating the problems with the legislation. So I'm hoping that we can get an answer at some point about that. And if not, then why not amend the legislation to make it more like you just suggested? Thank you for your time. Of course, if you want to respond to that, you can, but that was more.
No, I appreciate that comment. Thank you.
And I think that if that other fund that you spoke of, the Transit-Oriented Development Fund, which earlier today we were told was not funded, we probably would be looking at that. But unfortunately, that's not where the funding comes from, and doesn't seem to be much of an encouragement on towns as much as we've heard complaints about steep and urban grant today. It certainly is motivating people, isn't it? So interesting. Thank you so much for your testimony. I am not. Let me just double check Zoom. Oh, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for coming in, Betsy. I appreciate it. Let me ask you this. Is it your understanding, or what is your understanding of a town's ability, if they do opt into this program, to get out of it later, if they find it's not working for them?
Well, in my read of the bill, it doesn't really address that. So if they do end up opting out for whatever reason, because they find that it doesn't work, because there are some very prescriptive requirements and hoops that they have to jump to actually be considered eligible, what then? Does that mean they end up having to return the funding? Can they repurpose it? That's an unanswered question, and something that I think lawmakers should consider as this bill moves through the process.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate the work that you do with cost, and we'll just keep fighting for those small towns. Now, how many towns is it? 100 and how many?
Well, we have 115. There are more towns that are eligible, so hopefully we will encourage them to join. But there are towns, and I have to say, a lot of our smaller towns that don't have transit stations, that aren't adjacent to towns with transit stations, are trying to do some affordable housing. And they're asking, well, what kind of support is available to us? And I think that's why this is sort of a problem in terms of setting the priority for housing development, when in fact it's really about transit-oriented development that includes housing development. So it's sending some mixed signals to our smaller towns.
Right. And I agree with you that it does seem like it's going to be siphoning away some of the few revenue streams that the small towns actually have. It's going to be siphoning them away to towns like Avon and other towns that really have other avenues to fund projects.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
First, a comment. I would say that all towns struggle to provide all of the funding they want, whether it be for schools, et cetera. I know I just gave a hour-and-a-half command performance at the Board of Ed in Canton, who was very upset about the amount or not what they lost in terms of educational funding. I'm going to be doing that again for Avon. So regardless of the wealth of a town, as we so eloquently heard endlessly from Greenwich today, everybody seems to want the incentives. And so I do have a question, Betsy. Do we have a number of how many towns actually receive steep grants every year?
Yes, it's actually posted on OPM's website. They do a great job of posting that information, and also the types of projects that were funded with that through the STEEP program.
Okay.
So I happily make that available to you.
Okay, that would be great. And also, if you could, even since you did mention that it's the types of projects, I'm just curious, of the money they're receiving, how many of those projects that are steep grants or the Urban Act funding, how many of those are actually tied to housing? Because I realize that there's a lot of there isn't a lot of grant money, but there are a lot of projects out there. And I think, considering the housing crisis that we have, I think that the answer to why these monies are specifically being targeted is because we know the monies are limited, so we're trying to target them to communities that actually want to build housing. I also, it's so interesting at CBIA, they were saying, oh, well, you need more taxpayers, right? So you can't have more taxpayers if you don't have more houses to put taxpayers in or apartments to put taxpayers in. So anyway, I just, if you can provide some more of that information, that would be great, because I think it would be, and I'm happy to distribute it to the committee as well if they are
Sure.
interested.
I mean, there are a wide range of projects that are funded through STEEP. The STEEP grants were limited to 500,000 per year in the past, and it's a competitive grant, so not every town that submitted an application received funding. But they increased that to $1 million. There are projects such as the town of Harwinton submitted testimony that they utilized funding for a upgrade to their water pollution control authority. So whether that's housing related or not, but it's certainly something that they needed to do to address the capacity of their pollution control authority and ensure that it was operating efficiently. So we, again, happy to make that information available to you. But there are other needs that towns are facing. And I know certainly recognize that housing is a tremendous need in our communities. But there are other needs that they are required to address, either because they're under consent order with EPA, because they need to address some pollution impairments that are affecting our rivers, streams, and lakes, a whole host of issues. So, I encourage members not to look at this funding in a silo. It's important to understand the full range of obligations that our towns have to meet every single day. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Roman.
Hi, Betty. Nice to see you. Yeah, I want to ask a question. My co-chair already asked. Want to know, like, say, small town, Hebron or Columbia or Andover, Bolton, what they received the last 2 years, Steve and Urban Grant. That's really want to know. We don't want to hurt our town or city under any condition. We want to make sure all our stakeholders are good, but at the same time, we want to creating more housing desperately need. So it would be really helpful if you set those information that we can accordingly, we can make the decision. Okay?
Be happy to meet with you to talk more about how we can promote homeownership opportunities and more affordable housing in our communities.
Awesome. All right. We're looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, we were having a little discussion amongst ourselves, so apologies for that. Thank you so much, Betsy, for your testimony, and have a wonderful evening. I'm going to go back to number 37, Chapin Bryce. Hopefully I said that correctly, and if I didn't, my apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You did get that correct. Generally, people don't. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Raise Bill number 6831, Work, Live, Ride, which prioritizes funding for transit-oriented communities. By offering priority access to discretionary infrastructure funding to apply to the areas identified as such transit-oriented communities. This bill incentivizes communities to evaluate whether and where transit-oriented development could work for them. TOD provides more choices for residents in how they commute to work, travel to shops, and visit community businesses, not to mention helping to alleviate congestion and provide economic opportunities for residents and local businesses. This freedom of mobility enables folks to select the appropriate means to travel to their needs and doesn't require them to utilize a personal vehicle. This is particularly important for working families, seniors, and individuals who may not have the options or means to drive. As someone who grew up on a family dairy farm in northern rural Vermont, gaining a bus stop in our town was a big change that enabled us to have access to the main city of Burlington and helped a number of members of our community gain access to jobs that provided them upward mobility. Members of my community would still need to drive or carpool, walk, bike to the bus stop, as we did not have sufficient housing around our Main Street area. Such a bill could have helped a community like my childhood town with infrastructure to support our Main Street and the community. As the prior speaker noted, I too would be interested in the associated funding aligning with the intentions of this act and for rural communities to have funds to assist them with building affordable housing. So this bill prioritizes funding to transit-oriented communities where these infrastructure dollars can impact the most residents. This helps to ensure that the limited funds available in these programs is applied as efficiently as possible. And so to reiterate, I'm in support of House Bill 6831, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I am not seeing any questions at this time, but we certainly appreciate you being here, and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Number 39, Susan Pronavust, and I probably did not do very well with that. I apologize. I do not see you on the line currently. Okay, number 40, Gail Lynn. Okay, moving on. Number 41, Stacy Ober.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Stacy Ober. I am the New England Manager of Government Relations for the American Kennel Club, and I'm testifying to oppose House Bill 6832, authorizing municipalities to prohibit the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits in pet shops. The American Kennel Club was established in 1884 as a not-for-profit animal welfare organization. We have more than 5,000 clubs across the country with 57 kennel clubs in Connecticut, and we're recognized and trusted as an expert in canine health, training, breeding, and responsible dog ownership. The AKC does believe that great pets can come from a variety of sources, and that includes breeders, responsible rescues, and regulated pet shops and shelters. We also believe that consumer choice should not be arbitrarily limited by authorizing municipalities to prohibit the lawful sale of dogs in pet shops. I want to just acknowledge for the committee the respect noted today for local control. However, House Bill 6832, this issue surfaced in 2019 when a Stamford proposed ordinance banning retail sale and encouraging the showcasing of shelter pets was rejected. Corporation Counsel's legal analysis at the time concluded that such a local ordinance is preempted by state law because it would forbid that which several state statutes actually permit, the licensure, inspection, and strict regulation of the sale of dogs. Earlier testimony today, the committee heard that pet shops are engaging in predatory lending practices. That is false. Connecticut General Statute Section 22-354A bans making payment for pets over a period of time and entering purchase leasing arrangements. So I wanted to flag that. I did submit written testimony, and I thought I had submitted the Stamford Corporation Counsel's legal analysis on preemption. But as I look online today, I see that just the first page of that analysis got attached. And so I will submit the full legal analysis to the committee's clerk. Today, the committee's heard that the Connecticut shelters are overflowing with speculation that those animals were first purchased at Connecticut pet shops before their surrender. And I wanted to also highlight for you all that recent data I've reviewed from the Connecticut Department of Agriculture has documented that over 41,000 animals.
Those are your 3 minutes. Please summarize your thoughts.
Over 41,000 animals were imported into Connecticut from out of state and foreign countries such as Turkey, China, Egypt, Korea, and Slovenia between 2021 and 2024. So many of those animals are feral or semi-feral dogs that are not the best fit for every family that wants a pet and may in fact be contributing to any overflowing of Connecticut shelters. Those are some highlights. I have more details in my written testimony that I do hope you'll read, and I'm asking the committee to vote no on House Bill 6832.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it. I do have one question. I'm going to ask this as sensitively as I can. There is a lot of back and forth online about whether or not the AKC accepts money from puppy mills. And there has been some speculation, and I'm going to say it's speculation, that the AKC is fighting against bills like these because they do receive money from puppy mills. And I hope I asked that as respectfully as I could, if you could respond to that.
Absolutely. I've also heard that there's claims that puppies from that are bought at pet shops are registered with AKC, and that it's the registration that results in some revenue to AKC. Based on our world of registration, there is a very, very small amount of registration of puppies to AKC that have been sold at pet shops. So I think that's a mischaracterization. AKC does not have a working relationship, business relationship directly with pet shops. No, absolutely not.
Okay, my question was puppy mills, not pet shops.
Well, in terms of puppy mills, I think it would be helpful if you were to identify if there was a commercial breeder. I could inquire with, AKC has an investigation and inspection department. Anyone that has a business relationship with us is held to our care and condition standards. I'm not aware of any relationship with any commercial breeder and any Connecticut pet shops. If that answers your question, no.
Okay, not entirely, but I do appreciate you attempting. I guess part of my concern is that sometimes there are commercial businesses, I won't say pet shops, but breeders that for many, many years are legitimate and they probably have a relationship with AKC, and then at some point things may change. And I just don't know if there's a lot of, say, after the fact regulation of, ensuring that that breeder has not become a puppy mill over time. I don't want to say I'm speaking from personal experience in a different state, but I might be. Anyway, so I just am trying to understand it a little bit better. But I do appreciate you trying to answer the question, and we do have other questions for you. I'm looking in the room.
Okay.
Okay, we'll start with Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Stacy, for being here. Appreciate it. You had started to talk a little bit about the pet shops, and you kind of got to the end, and then you had to go, right? Because you were done with your 3 minutes, and I just figured I'd give you a couple more minutes to just finish up that train of thought that you had.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you for the question. My last, I think, significant point to make is that when the public decides that they want a pet and maybe they've got their heart set on a puppy and that's why they would go to a pet shop, if they can't go in person and find the pet of choice that they're looking for, inevitably families don't want to wait and they'll go online. And the Better Business Bureau has been tracking fraud from pet scams for several years. And I believe it was in 2021. I have a link in my written testimony to the press release from the Better Business Bureau. More than 25% of all online scams were pet related. So these are scammers who are either selling a dog and accepting money through Venmo or some other means and then not delivering the dog, or are delivering a very sick animal. So from our vantage point, it's far more beneficial if you're going to get a pet to do your homework and do that in person with either the breeder or pet shop, so that you can actually see the dog, get the health certificate information, know that there are requirements that have been met, for instance. So our concern is that if you eliminate pet shops, this is a licensed facility, a structure where the public can go that has consumer protections in place in Connecticut law, and would push the public to an underground network for acquiring their pets that would be harmful to them. Thank you.
It's just a follow-up. So you're suggesting that the pet shops really are much more regulated in regards to that, which you just said something about that there's a lot more consumer protections available to people who want to get them through a pet shop as opposed to going, as you said, underground, whatever that means.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can give you an example. I had a breeder a year ago, for instance, that had the public showing up at her kennel. They had gone online to larrylabs.com. They had paid money for a puppy. That scammer had used the location and a map of where her kennel was. She was not selling lab puppies, and consumers showed up looking to pick up their puppy, and it left them in a situation where the local police were called. Whenever law enforcement gets involved, all the scammers do is take down that website and create a new website. And so there's a significant amount of scamming that goes on when the public's unable to go in person and make a purchase and actually acquire the puppy in person. So that's just one example of how these scammers have been duping the public online.
Thank you, Stacy. I appreciate the clarifications.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Stacy, for coming in. You had mentioned that there were over 40,000 animals imported into the state, who's importing them and for what purpose?
So in Connecticut, if you're going to import cats or dogs into the state for rehoming, you have to get a license from the Department of Agriculture. And the legislature wisely included language that requires licensed animal importers to annually report how many animals they've imported and from where. And so last fall, I had inquired with the department if they could share some recent data with me. They sent an Excel spreadsheet with a tally of over 41,000 animals imported into Connecticut between 2021 and 2024 by animal importers. And so these are animals coming from a majority of southern states where they maybe don't have as strict dogs at large laws, for instance, but also from foreign countries, which is why I listed them, because these may be feral or semi-feral animals that are not well suited as pets. And I suspect many of them likely end up in shelters because they might not have been a good fit or they may have had behavioral issues. I'm just speculating there, but I wanted the committee to have that number because I think it's significant and it kind of refutes this notion that people are buying pets at Connecticut pet stores only to then surrender them to the shelters, creating overcrowding.
Now, so is it the shelters in Connecticut that are importing these animals from southern states and foreign countries?
As an animal importer, you may have a relationship with a shelter. You may be a shelter yourself. So it could be what you would commonly refer to as an animal rescue organization that works with transport, that would be transporting animals into Connecticut. They would have an animal importer license. Some Connecticut animal shelters likely also hold an import license and may do both.
Okay, and when they get the animals to Connecticut, do they typically sell them or charge people to adopt them?
Yes, my understanding is they're looking to rehome those animals. There are some requirements for animal shelters. I have had the president of the Connecticut Federation contact me observing one of these animal importers come into a parking lot in Connecticut. They're supposed to have a veterinarian examine animals before rehoming, but sometimes they will advertise and meet the consumer that's going to rehome the animal right in a public parking lot, for instance. So there may be a bypassing there, but there is money exchanged, yes.
Okay. So it would seem to me that pet stores would be competition for these entities.
You know, the demand for dogs is large, and when we've looked at the numbers, it seems as though the demand for dogs kind of outpaces the number of dogs available from the variety of sources that are out there and where to obtain a pet.
Gotcha. It just seems to me that there is a multi-year push, or always this push, to stop the sale of dogs and cats at pet stores. And you'd figure that the pet stores that are governed by the by the Connecticut Department of Agriculture have to meet fairly stringent requirements with regard to care and with regard to health. And it would just seem to me that these entities, I don't know if they're companies or individuals, that drive down to southern states in a van and grab a bunch of dogs and sell them in a parking lot. It would seem to me that they don't follow the same stringent requirements. So I'm just wondering if, perhaps you have an opinion, why are people trying to shut down the sale at these heavily regulated fixed stores and not shut down these supposed rescues that don't seem to be as regulated.
You know, I think in some level there's a spectrum of philosophy around whether or not even every dog, let's say, is appropriate to be rehomed. Some organizations have a philosophy that every dog should be saved, and that's their mission, irrespective of whether or not there's been a behavioral assessment of the dog and or even a bite history, let's say. Yeah, there are good rescues out there. There are good breeders out there. There are good pet shops, and there are also bad actors who are even holding themselves out as rescues, but their interest or their motivation is financial. We know that to be true. So I think what was interesting is to know that the city of Stamford rejected a proposal to ban because legal counsel concluded that the legislature had demonstrated really an intent to occupy the entire field of regulation for pet shops, and that there was field preemption in terms of the municipality or the city being able to go forward with it. And I think that stands whether or not the legislature would go back and now authorize municipalities. I think it would be in direct conflict with all of the state statutes that dictate how to lawfully sell cats and dogs at retail establishments in the state.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your testimony, and you know, we all just want to make sure that all animals are treated well, and that they all find their forever homes with their forever people. Hopefully, we can all make sure that happens. And thank you very much for coming in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We have no other questions at this time. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
Moving on to number 42, Ann Minuski. I do not see her in the Zoom room. Number 43, Representative Tracy Mara, please.
Thank you so much. Thanks, co-chairs and ranking members and members of Planning and Development Committee. I am speaking in opposition to HB 6831, an act concerning transit-oriented communities. We've seen this bill come in several iterations throughout the couple of years. And I guess my point is going to be that sometimes I think Connecticut gets in the way of ourselves. I do think there are aspects of our current system that are working. The governor has recognized that funding and financing challenges can hinder housing development, and several years ago introduced initiatives to address these barriers. And I hope we all acknowledge building takes significant time and planning. And unfortunately, I think this legislation is premature because we've really yet to see the full results of these initiatives. And rushing forward without assessing their impact, I believe, would be short-sighted. A market-driven approach to housing is more effective and sustainable path for development. If you followed any housing initiatives, particularly in well-developed towns, you know that these projects require time, effort, careful planning to balance the needs of both the existing and new residents. So small towns like the one that I represent, Darien, I also represent Norwalk, have the attention of developers just due to their desirability and proximity to New York City. And as a result, the market has naturally produced 3 new transit-oriented developments. And in each of these cases, developers collaborated with the town to ensure the project aligned with the community needs. And fortunately, Darien was able to navigate this process independently. I do recognize that some towns may require additional support, like my other town that I represent, Norwalk, which does oftentimes work with the state to get extra funding. However, my understanding is that such assistance is already available and they have grants and funding programs. So instead of fostering collaboration, I believe this bill consolidates power in the hands of a single unelected secretary who would have the authority to determine what a town can or cannot do if they opt in. Furthermore, it deprioritizes towns, which I know you all have already talked about, that choose to maintain that local control over their planning decisions. So if you are not aware, the word secretary appears almost 50 times throughout this bill. Determined by the secretary, engaged by the secretary, based on the secretary, developed by the secretary, approved by the secretary, prescribed by the secretary, adopted by the secretary, administered by the secretary, secretary's discretion, secretary's designation, denied by the secretary, and unless the secretary. And that just sounds like a lot of power for one person to wield in a world of predatory housing, especially when they are unelected. And I do believe that this could already be done through the Department of Housing or the Commissioner of Economic and Community Development. So I thank you for bringing this forward. I do think that we need to move forward with housing, but I really quite like the governor's approach already with incentives for financing. So thank you very much. I appreciate you all listening to me, and I know you've had a long day.
Okay, thank you so much, Representative. Was just checking to see if we had any questions. We do not. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much.
Next up, Sebastian Torres. When you're ready, sir, just make sure your microphone is turned on.
Testing, testing. Well then, honorable co-chairs, Senator Rahmans and Representative Cravas DeGraw, ranking members, I don't believe Senator Gordon here, but I believe Representative Zullo is here, so thank you for taking the time, and other esteemed members of the committee. Hello, my name is Sebastian Torres, and I'm a student at UConn Law. I also serve as the policy director for Desegregate Connecticut, though today I will be speaking solely as a private citizen. And while I've worked on researching and drafting the bill, I instead want to focus on the real-world struggles faced by young people looking to live and work in Connecticut. Last year, I spoke in favor of a previous version of this bill, sharing how many of my friends and peers, highly educated and eager to contribute, have been unable to move to Connecticut due to our high housing costs. Now, a year later, I want to give an update on their situations and why voting in favor of HB 6831 is more critical than ever. Connecticut has so much to offer. I don't think that's a controversial statement in this room. We have expansive civil rights protections, some of the most robust worker rights in the country, and strong environmental safeguards, all of which are increasingly vital as the climate crisis rages on. Additionally, Connecticut boasts some of the highest wages in the nation for competitive jobs and a growing demand for talent. In my own conversations with peers, people are beginning to see Connecticut as a real option to build their futures. Yet despite all we have to offer, so many cannot afford to live here. These are young professionals, those earning doctorates in computer sciences, completed masters in IT system administrations, and excelling as digital modelers and designers. Yet the problem they point to isn't taxes or utilities, it's housing. Housing costs are a consistent barrier that keeps people from making Connecticut their home. For many of my peers, even at UConn, staying in the state they grew up in seems uncertain. They are aspiring attorneys, people who are capable of filling these high-paying competitive jobs, and they cannot say with certain confidence that they'll be able to live here. This housing crisis has become an existential challenge that holds back Connecticut's economy and workforce. The state's response has been far too slow. And now I find myself asking the same question. Despite my deep desire to build my life here, I'm not sure if I'll be able to. I truthfully don't know if I will be able to stay here post-grad after investing several years into the communities here and working at DCT in the legal field. HB 6831 takes a meaningful step towards addressing this issue. It encourages but does not mandate the construction of more homes, both affordable and market rate, near transportation hubs, allowing people to live, work, and build families in the state they love. That's why I urge you all to support HB 6831. Help make Connecticut a place where people like me and so many others can find their home. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And I think it's really great to hear that at least some of the folks you're talking to are trying to stay here. I think one of the reasons why we had such a bipartisan effort around student loan debt was because we were trying to provide another lever for people to be able to stay here, live, work. And obviously that's why colloquially the bill's called Live, Work, Live, Right. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day for all of us.
But thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And there is a question from Representative Haynes online.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, and thank you for all your work that you've done in regards to writing this bill and creating the language. Just a question for you. I have two children, 26 and 28, and they don't live in Connecticut. They're young professionals, and they can't afford it either. So I'm absolutely 100% with you in agreement. But I guess my question to you is, especially because you've had a piece of writing the bill, what in the bill specifically is going to make it, what is going to rush the process of creating more affordable housing in Connecticut? What is in this bill specifically that's going to push it along and make it happen?
So in general, the reason why we've seen this such constricted rules around or issues with this housing is because of the limitations of housing here in Connecticut. As has been said many times in front of this committee today, we all know that a real problem in Connecticut is the housing shortage. This bill helps incentivize and push for more development of housing, including affordable options. For more specific things, I would point to sections H, which starting to list out some of the affordability requirements, which I recommend reading in your own time. But beyond that, in general is going to be focusing a lot around these sort of transit-oriented developments that are helping to build out more of the housing costs themselves. I also do want to specify I did not write the bill. That is doing a great disservice to LCO, who has done a remarkable work, and of course the sponsors of this bill.
Okay, thank you. And if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I'd like to just follow up on a question. Is there anywhere in particular that you feel that if this bill were to get passed, is there an area in Connecticut that you think you'd live in if it weren't for this bill? If this bill goes through, then you'll be able to live there. If the bill doesn't go through, then you'll not be able to live there. Can you answer that question?
For specifics, I think that would depend on the town themselves and how they choose to apply various things. I can't determine how a town's going to be taking or prioritizing this funding within their own areas. A lot of our
It's
towns.
not about the town, specifically you. Like, where do you want to be that you can't be, and that you know that this bill will help you get there? So if there's somewhere in particular that you have, honed out, whether it be Stamford or whether it be Hartford or whether it be East Haddam, which is where I live. What's the area that you would like to live in that this bill is going to help you get there?
It's a lot of our towns, in particular, many of our major cities, many of our major areas that have transportation links are already facing high numbers, as was previously pointed out. The particular with like Fairfield County, we see these home prices that are just skyrocketing through the roof. Along with that, several other areas, just even outside of that, along the main CT rail and lines running from the Hartford line and across the shoreline. Many of those towns are currently have real cost burdens associated with them, and I don't think that is a particularly controversial statement.
I'm not looking for controversy. I was just looking.
This bill would help prioritize funding for areas that are going to be providing more transit-oriented development, where people are going to be living, working in some of our areas that desperately need that help.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the testimony. Just a follow-up. We had the Eco Northwest presentation the other day. I don't know if you're familiar with it or if you've seen a copy of it, but they talked about housing elasticity, right? The fact that, the relationship between supply and demand. And I think we've all at least taken for granted the concept that if you increase supply so that you can start to meet more of the demand, you will see a reduction in price. It just seems to make sense. It's common economic principle, right? And what I heard during the presentation was surprising, because they're saying that you can only get so much price relief from increasing supply. And so my question to you is, do you see this as more of a short-term solution, as a long-term solution? Because if the goal is to bring prices down, what I heard the other day is that this is not going to do it meaningfully and fast enough. If the goal is, hey, we have a problem, we have to do something, and this is another tool in the tool belt, then I can respect that and I understand. I just want to make sure I understand what you're trying to tell us. Do you believe this is going to bring prices down immediately and substantively, or do you see this more as a long-term solution and part of the tool belt?
I can't speak in the capacity of just like the overall thing. My personal feelings is that this is leaning more towards a tool and is part of a tool belt. I have emphasized in my own personal work and my own discussions with the fact that this is part of a larger all of the above approach. There is no silver bullet here, as I would love for there to be, for us to solve this problem and for addressing this crisis. But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't exist. We need to have comprehensive solutions across the board with several key factors. That's why we work so hard to start engaging with other communities. That's why I've worked hard to discuss with other people about the exact issues that they're facing and why they are struggling to stay here, because I want to stay here. I truthfully have grown to love Connecticut. I'm initially from Florida and I came here. I know I sound like the reverse snowboard. And I have adored it. In particular, I've actually adored a lot of the things about the natural resources. I adore hiking and stuff like that, going out and checking out, and you have great options here. And that's been something that I want to build a life here. I found that is a place where I can feel comfortable. But because of that, because of these housing costs, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can even stay after this. And many of my friends report the same things. Several of them have even started to look at other options. There is no solution, one size fits all solution here. That's not what I'm advocating for. That's not what this bill is advocating for. It is advocating for all, we are advocating for, and I'm personally advocating for, in all types of solutions, in all of the above approach. This is why I've personally been in favor of stuff like Just Cause, increase in RAP funding, other sort of elements to address homelessness, and going across the board, because this bill isn't going to solve everything, but it is a good step forward to addressing this crisis.
I appreciate that. I know you're speaking in your individual capacity. To the extent that you have access to this data and you can get it to me, I would just be curious. I know it's a very data-driven organization. If you do have any data on what you think the projected impact would be, I know it's hard to know how many towns will adopt, and then what will be built, and then how could you. So, but if you happen to have anything about how it might, if this were passed, impact housing elasticity, I would actually just love to see it, because then I could get a better sense of the long-term and short-term impacts. But I truly do appreciate your testimony and your coming today. Thank you.
We have one more, Senator Wong online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just compliment you. Your thoughtfulness and your approach is well appreciated in this issue, in which people that have taken sides have gotten very emotional. So I wanted to compliment you on that. And I love to get your perspective on. I know you repeat often that one size doesn't fit all, but this House Bill 6831 is a step forward. But I just want to ask, to many people that oppose this bill, it is a sense of one size fits all. The incentives on finance and on money, and even though we talk about opt-in, it really isn't for people that oppose this bill a feeling of an opt-in, because there is a financial incentive or punishment if you don't. So take me through how you rationalize that, as you articulated so well, that one size doesn't fit all, and that this isn't the end all solution. But it seems to be a very onerous one to many of the municipalities that says we're trying like heck, but it's still some of the challenges and the pressures of their unique community obstacles. So help me, take me through where you think this is not a one size fits all.
In particular, I would be focusing a lot on the efforts that the bill makes in order to bring in towns' considerations, in particular with focusing on specifically including the inland wetland voices, and along with that, focusing in on efforts with in Section B, in which that we can rely on our state agencies to be making these calls. In particular, Section B really focuses in on may and may be able to or may prioritize. This doesn't mean that agencies who run these funds or people who are overseeing these funds have to do this. That is the main key difference here. And I don't expect our agencies are going to be comfortable steamrolling everyone to only prioritize these TODs. That isn't what the bill is meant for. That isn't what it was written for. And that's not and if they did that, I would not be supporting it. I value our small towns. Hell, the first town I moved to was Simsbury, in which I went over to places like Greenwich. It was a great location, and I loved the downtown area there. And it was something that I wanted to focus on when I was helping out my efforts for advocacy. The bill's language specifies and pushes that these are things that may be prioritized, but it is not a must. And for towns, I can emphasize the fact that anytime it comes to money, it is scary. A lot of our towns are struggling and wanting to work on building this problem. And I know that they are probably hearing from constituents and have tested today that they're hearing from constituents that housing is an issue. That's why it's important for this bill to be having focused on building in that language to include town voices and working with them and making sure that if towns aren't liking what's happening, they don't have to go with this. But they aren't going to be barred from any of these funds.
And I appreciate it. And if it's okay for me to call you Sebastian, Sebastian, you bring up a point. You say it's not a state mandate and the permissive language, but the only experience we've had from state mandates or a sense of permissiveness is the A30G for the over 30 years that have kind of created such emotional turmoil. I think the second part of it is, why do we have a necessary state agency or a state regulator or a state to kind of uh, uh, operator telling those municipalities what is in their best interest? So again, you say it's not onerous, it's not a one size fits all, but you're saying that the state knows better than the towns. That's one part. I think the second part, if you really truly, and you're in law school now, you truly appreciate that there is a collaboration in this, then the removal of as of right from a legal term and the power of that in regards to deliberation, inland wetland protections that you cited, the removal of the as of right language would be a big step forward in saying, we want to get you there, we're happy to help you, but you know what? We want to have local governance, local inland and wet conservation be part of the solution. Could you support that in saying, particularly if you're in law school, the language of has of right is overwhelming and far reaching. So remove that and everything else, let's just make it happen and work together to find the solution. Would you be receptive to that as a law student and understanding the power of those words in removing due process of local input?
So for the matter of the 830G comment, this is not the part of the bill, so I cannot comment. And if you have those questions, I recommend staking on for the testimony by Pete Harrison.
I understand that, but you need to understand that side by side, the experience of many of these municipalities, when you say that it is not a shall and that is permissive, the experience from people that are a little bit from a standpoint of shell shocked of 30 plus years of 830G imposed on them without really solving the solution or the problem with a viable solution. You can see how people say this is another example of a state control and mandate with removal of legislative process in a local level, and that you're using a stick or a carrot, as you like to say it, to incentivize for people that we would encourage you to opt in. So you're right. We're not talking 830G, but nevertheless, Sebastian, the two questions I've asked you is the burden and the onerous perception for many of these local municipalities that are striving to reach the goal that we all share of diverse, accessible, and affordable housing. And number two, from a legal term of has of right, the overwhelming power of that. For you as an attorney to be, I think if that is removed, I think you get a lot more people that says, we like most of these ideas.
For the as of right terms, I am sadly an only attorney to be, but I can point you to some very good professors who will be happy to discuss more with you. As for what goes in or out that would get more people on board, I'll have to refer to you to the sponsors of the bill and discussing with them about how to get us over the line.
I appreciate that, Sebastian. So even if you're not a full-fledged law student, you seem very smart, very articulate, very passionate about the issue. So if I say to you, the has of right language removes any part of local zoning inland wetland input within its prescribed area of this proposed bill, would that be due process proper? So I ask you, from a standpoint of my definition and my understanding of as of right, would that be an okay term in a collaborative effort to try to find solutions?
Senator, I'm not here as my capacity as to give legal advice. I think the CT bar would come down hard on me if I was giving out legal advice on the exact terminologies here. My efforts are here to just come as a private citizen. If you want to set up a conversation with us, I'm more than happy to reach out to your office to have further discussions about how to properly define terms and how that goes about. Along with that, I recommend reaching out to the sponsors.
Well, thank you very much, Sebastian. I appreciate your testimony, and I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. But from this point, from our legislative policy, it's a great experience, and that's why we have this public hearing. So I look forward to future conversations, and I look forward to getting input in regards to the has of right impact on due process. So I appreciate your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And I believe that's it for our questions for you, Sebastian. Thank you so much. We
Thank
really
you so much for
appreciate
having
it.
me.
And we understand some of those questions were probably out of left field for you. Okay. Next up, we have number 45, Peter McGinnis.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the comments. As of right, 3 simple words, but very powerful words. And Senator Wong, I just spent a considerable amount of time last night trying to research Connecticut's case law on as of right, and haven't found a complete definition of it in a legal sense, but as of right means what it is. It's as of right, which means no due process, no hearings. Yes, the town may make some impact or make some statements with respect to the application, but as of right still overrules what might be any discretionary decision making that town might have or municipality might have. So I want to just draw attention to lines 129 to 146, which goes to the definition of a qualifying transit-oriented community. And the massive amount of power that this legislation gives to that municipality that does not opt in, coercively decides that the bill through this coercive action is not appropriate for their town for whatever reason it is. Middle housing developments containing 9 or fewer units would be as of right. And developments that contain 10 or more dwelling units with not less than 30% affordable would be as of right. That second portion, I think, is very curious because that does track the 830G language. So this would be available to any developer in any town to put down a development like this, 10 or more units with not less than 30% pursuant to 830G, except as of right, they would not have the normal planning and zoning hearing that would occur if it were exacted under this bill 6831. And then finally, the third part relating to not-for-profit. So I'm just going to make mention that not-for-profit organizations come in various forms. Some are good, some are not so good. There are always warnings about not-for-profits that, while not profit motivated, have high salaried employees who may not have the best interests of the community. So I do question that as appropriate here in terms of giving a not-for-profit institution so much authority. Those are my comments. And I think the bill is another iteration of a very developer-focused, developer giveaway type bill. And I oppose it as such. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, sir. Seeing no questions at this time, have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
I've lost my list. Hold on a moment. Up next, we have number 46, Barry Mickelson. Not seeing him online. Number 47, Kristen Ruckel. Apologies if I didn't quite get that. Okay. Number 48, Maria Weingarten. Number 49, Zachary Oberholzer. Magical number 50, Chris Carty. I see you in the Zoom room. When you're ready, sir, or ma'am. Could be a Christine, not sure. Chris Carty, can you hear me? Going once? Going twice? We can, just a second. All right, we will come back to Chris Carty if they are able to unmute, but I do see that, did you say 46? Number 46, Barry Mickelson? Nope. I think it's 47, Kristen Ruckel, and I hope I got your name right.
Yes, you did. Kristen Rokel, nice to meet you. And thank you so much for letting me chat today and for letting us all listen to these testimonies throughout the day. I'm a resident of Greenwich, Connecticut, and a dedicated rescue volunteer. I'm also a member of the advisory committee at Lucky Dog Refuge in Stamford. On behalf of them and myself, I'm speaking in support of HB 6832, which would allow municipalities to prohibit pet sales from selling dogs, or sorry, pet shops from selling dogs, cats, and rabbits. The Humane Society of the U.S., who we heard from today, estimates that 2.6 million puppies are sold by pet stores each year. The majority of those actually originate from puppy mills. And while responsible breeders do focus on health and ethical breeding practices, puppy mills prioritize profit over welfare. And that results in sick, genetically compromised, and challenging animals and suffering dogs. Rescues like Lucky Dog see firsthand the fallout from pet store sales. And while Stacy today speculated that pet store dogs are not actually the ones found in shelters, I'd love to provide two indisputable examples from Lucky Dog that recently took place over the past couple of months. Ross and Mello are two puppies who were bought at Smart Puppies in Stamford, and within the past few months were surrendered to Lucky Dog. Ross was sourced from Creekside Kennels in Oberlin, Ohio, a breeder that has repeatedly appeared on the Humane Society's Horrible 100 list. And Mello, well, he suffered from a lack of consumer protection that pet stores push onto consumers. His owner made a quick decision, an emotional decision, to buy him without understanding the lifelong responsibility. And when she went back to return him, Smart Puppies refused. Many pet stores don't follow up on those claims that they say. In a desperate attempt, she's tried to sell him on the streets of Stamford before ultimately surrendering him to rescue. As we've heard today, every opponent of this bill profits from the sale of animals. Just like take a highlighter there for a minute. Everyone who spoke, whether it's the American Kennel Club, a pet store owner, they make money off of animals. Rescues, on the other hand, and I'd love to address this because I've heard this question come up a couple times today from Representative Dubinsky. Rescues actually operate in a non-for-profit structure. So unlike pet stores that sell animals for profit, we are nonprofit organizations that spend far more money on veterinary care, rehabilitation, yes, transportation, which was mentioned, and helping animals recover, while recovering a minor bit of that through adoption fees. Every dollar from an adoption goes towards saving animals, not just relocating or importing them. I'd like to remind you in closing that this bill is not a statewide ban. It actually empowers individual municipalities to make decisions for themselves. It's been talked about today that Stamford had actually walked away from some legislation like this in the past, and that state or that city would still have the opportunity to do so. What this bill would do is give municipalities the power to potentially enforce it. Lastly, as I walk away from this conversation and from today, I urge you as a concerned citizen of Greenwich, our state, and also a rescue advocate to support this bill and give towns across the state the opportunity to protect animals and consumers.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Wow, there were a lot of interesting points there, so I really appreciate that. We do have some questions because you referenced it from Representative Dubinsky.
Yes, of course. I expected. Hello.
Sorry, I had my mute on.
That's all good.
Why should we care that pet stores make money on selling animals? I would much rather have somebody who makes lots of money taking good care of animals than somebody who has the best intentions but neglects them. So why is the fact that they make money an important issue to you?
Making money is absolutely not a bad thing. I actually think pet stores serve great roles. Petco, for example, has a partnership. So does PetSmart, and local chains like Choice Pet and Pet Pantry right here in our area have great programs where they promote adoption while still making money on services. So they make money on baths, guidance, consulting, pet food, pet products. So there's so many other avenues. So making money is absolutely not my challenge or my problem with this. I think it's a great thing for pet support organizations to exist and support our residents.
So what's the problem with making money selling pets?
That's a great clarifying question. So making money selling pets has challenges. So the puppy mill to pet store pipeline that was referenced today by the Humane Society is something that's talked about through rescue and organizations and other nonprofits like the Humane Society who are deep in these spaces. What we find and what the Humane Society has reported and reports year over year are many, many puppy mills or commercial breeders who are not sticking to or adhering to the USDA, right? And that actually has a trickle-down effect to our business owners, our pet store owners here in Connecticut. They are being lied to, right? So I mentioned a pet store specifically by name in Stamford, Connecticut. When they were reached out to for comment, their response was, we work with humane breeders. We work with humane breeders. But when you do a quick Google search, that actually, they were lied to too. So absolutely no problem with making money supporting pets. The challenge we have, or I have personally, is that puppy mill to pet store pipeline that promotes sick animals, truly.
And how do we know that exists?
Oh, I can send you some links. The U.S. Humane Society has tons of information about it. There's plenty of nonprofits who have done investigations, PETA as well. It's pretty well documented. And I think now that we kind of have this phrase, right, puppy mill to pet store pipeline, it's starting to become something we're educating more of our constituents and more of the community about. It's a really good question, and you're not wrong for asking it. I will be honest with you, before I understood many of these inner workings of this system and the rescue system and puppy mill system, I would have asked the same questions, and I could have been convinced the other way until I saw it myself.
What's a puppy mill?
A puppy mill is a commercial breeder where animals are housed in cages purely for the sake of breeding. They do not often have enrichment, and the emphasis is not on the wellness of the animal, it's on the production, on their reproductive system and what they can provide in terms of volume of litters.
Okay, and that's bad?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, if you have pets, right? I have 2 dogs. You might see them running around. I would hate to see my dog in a 4x4 cage for their whole life. I think it's pretty inhumane. And that's why the U.S. Humane Society exists and why they're trying to exploit them. So I think the bad thing is the inhumane treatment of animals. And I think most people could agree with that.
Okay, but you're not saying that the pet stores are treating the animals inhumanely.
I'm not. I'm absolutely not. I'm saying the existence of pet stores perpetuates the puppy mill to pet store pipeline. And they, in fact, are probably being lied to as well, as we saw with this example.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for your answers.
I'm super happy to chat anytime. It's a sad and challenging situation to work through economics and animal welfare. And I'm really happy to open the discussion.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Senator Fazio has a question or two.
Hi, Senator Fazio.
Hello. Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
So I'm apropos of the last question and comment, I'm wondering why, again, you said that the existence of pet shops will perpetuate the puppy mill industry. Is there a reason not to just go directly after the quote unquote puppy mills then, instead of going to the pet shops?
Yeah, there absolutely is. And I think
that?
a lot of that work is being done. Unfortunately, those puppy mills are not located here in Connecticut. Most of them are in the Midwest. I referenced Ohio and Indiana. So that work we see being done on a national level and even out there by the states. But I think when I saw today's bill in play, I knew that it could make a difference here in Connecticut if we stop that kind of end destination and make that a little bit more challenging, like New York and California, Maryland have done.
Could you prohibit or restrict the ability of pet stores in Connecticut to source pets from those mills instead of doing the ban?
Yeah, I think that would be a major win, like a major step forward. There are, like I said, other types of pet stores and pet establishments who have found other ways to make revenue on still, let's call it selling pets, right? But working with adoption groups to highlight those pets in their windows and things like that. But I think that first step that you recommended, making more challenge or creating more of a scrutiny around that process of acquiring pets and making sure they are from reputable breeders that do believe in gene lines and the health of puppies. I think that's a great first step and would be progress.
Yeah, and that's what I think a lot of us are trying to understand and grapple with, because any place that there's abuse of pets like dogs, I assume most of us would want to restrict or stop that. At the same time, there's probably good actors out there that who are pet stores, small businesses that are on the up and up that we wouldn't want to penalize or ban from making a living or doing the work that they do on the up and up from Connecticut. So that's, I think, the tension we're wondering about and trying to find the right answer on. And I appreciate some of your contributions because it's made me think a little bit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And just a quick, hopefully a quick question to finish off. I have heard a lot with these puppy mills that a lot of health issues because they've overfed dogs, and a lot of, you end up with a lot of genetic issues and challenges. And then the dogs end up, as part of the reason they end up sicker, not just maybe lack of care, but part of the reason why, you're expecting to have a dog 10, 15 years and you have a dog for 5 years because there's something genetically wrong there. Is that an accurate
Absolutely.
portrayal?
It's one of the chief challenges with puppy mills. I mentioned kind of those small cages, animals kept for breeding, not for their health or the integrity of the animal. That creates and perpetuates health issues down the lineage of this puppy mill, not only in that one animal. And so you're right. One of the dogs I mentioned, Ross, he was bought at Smart Puppies and he was returned to a Lucky Dog Refuge because his family could not pay for his the care he needed. So I think that happens to many people, and it's very unfortunate, but these animals are sickly because they are not cared for in their infancy, and their mothers are not cared for their whole lives.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. I think no questions at this time, and have a great night. I see number 46 has circled back. Hannah, do we want to promote 46?
My name is, hello?
I don't think you think he already, he's already moved up. Okay. Barry,
I am here.
welcome to go ahead. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Yes, my name is Barry Michelson. I'm from Stamford, Connecticut. I'm a principal with Stamford Neighborhoods Coalition, and I'm a community planner by profession. I'm going to be very blunt. The folks here in Connecticut have been dealing with the initiatives to undermine home rule in one form or another for over a decade. There have been overwhelming opposition to every iteration of these policies. I would venture to say not many legislators campaign on the diminution of home rule in their home districts. And if they had, more than likely, they would not be sitting in the legislature here today. The Live Ride bill is coercive. It assumes centralized land use control out of Hartford is preferable to local control by folks who live, work, and own businesses in our great towns and municipalities, and a complete disregard of the principles and practices of sound planning. Good community planning and vibrant communities have organically developed in our country and democracy. Each community is rooted in and grows from an interdependent relationship of services that address local needs and aspirations, and this should not be disturbed. The level of development suggested for communities is completely unrealistic and unattainable. It would have a debilitating and overwhelmingly negative impact on our communities, taxing local resources and infrastructure. There are often unintended consequences to the initiatives taken by the legislature. In our own city here, adapting some of the new mandates put into the state statutes, developers can now satisfy some of our open space requirements by counting balconies in some apartment types as open space. I would also like to caution that many housing programs for providing reduced housing actually increases the base cost of housing, as the cost of subsidized units is spread over market rate units. Good planning and development is about a balance of divergent goals and objectives. In Stamford, we are losing hundreds of thousands of square feet of business square footage to housing, and not necessarily low-cost housing. While housing is certainly important, so are jobs. We should be focusing our attention on creating a favorable climate conducive to business and creating jobs. In short, the coercive policies being advanced without even benefit of public hearings are counterproductive and hostile to the citizens of this great state. The state legislature should stop meddling in affairs that can be best addressed locally and focus on important issues that only you, our legislature, can fix. The high cost of energy, which is attributable to policies the legislature promulgated and the agreements made. Connecticut has amongst the highest rates in the nation. The cost of doing business and the cost of doing business and taxes in Connecticut. The Wall Street Journal recently ranked Connecticut 47th behind New Jersey, New York, and California in tax burden. Why is the tax burden in Connecticut higher than the other 46 states? Education policies and mandates in some of our largest cities, proficiency rates in English and math hover at rates of 30%, which is clearly unsuccessful.
Summarize.
And we should, I'm almost done, and review state policies regarding spending. In Stamford and Greenwich, for example, we have costly hybrid buses going up and down our major local thoroughfares that are generally empty throughout the day, and we should carefully monitor state bonding, construction practices, and costs. And I thank you, and again, I encourage you to not pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for hanging in with us all day. I do not see any questions at this time. Have a wonderful evening. Moving on to number 49, Zachary Oberholzer, are you with us?
Was my testimony okay?
Zachary, I don't know if Zachary, I don't know if you can hear us, but you have to accept there you go. You accepted the invitation. Perfect. When you're ready.
Okay, thank you. My name is Zach Oberholzer. I am a resident of Stamford and a member of People Friendly Stamford, a local housing and transit advocacy organization. Our organization broadly supports the Work, Live, Ride bill, and I would like to just clarify that my comments, though, are made representing just myself and my own personal convictions. I'm here today to speak in support of HB 6831, also known as Work, Live, Ride. The state of Connecticut faces a massive housing shortage. The only remedy is to build more homes. One of the primary barriers to housing construction is local laws designed to maintain systematic exclusion. There are those today that come to argue in favor of something called local control. For decades, these towns and cities have used their local control to legislate against housing affordability. In these exclusionary towns, we have one-size-fits-all luxury zoning, where single-family homes on large lots, basically the most expensive and most infrastructure-intense way to house the least number of people, cover the majority of available residential land. This has caused few homes to be built, what homes are built to be expensive, and has resulted in suburban sprawl, causing traffic and environmental destruction. The status quo has been and is an ongoing disaster. It is time for us to show more compassion and sympathy to families struggling to afford a place to live than those struggling with the concept of seeing a 5-story apartment building next to a train station. My sympathies lie with those facing the threat of homelessness, not those facing the threat of row homes near transit. If we are going to build and maintain train stations, we should allow people to live near them. Otherwise, what was the point of building them? Furthermore, I would like to make a plea to the members of this body that claim to believe in freedom and liberty. In other states, our brothers and sisters live in a state of fear that they cannot receive care for a miscarriage and will bleed out in a hospital parking lot. Fear that the state will steal their children away for seeking life-saving, gender-affirming care. Fear that they or their loved ones will be sent to a concentration camp for not having the requisite immigration paperwork. Fear that their very existence will be legislated out of public society. If we profess to believe in the rights of bodily autonomy, the right to marry who you choose, the right of trans people to exist, and the dignity of our immigrants that live, work, and enrich our communities, we must fight to allow the greatest number of our brothers and sisters to seek safety and protection within our state borders. For that to be possible, we must build more homes. And if you will permit me to be so crass as to discuss partisan advantage, it is obvious that Democrats should want to grow the number of congressional districts in a strong blue state to aid in retaking Congress. The loss of congressional districts to gerrymandered red states because of high housing prices in blue states is one of the reasons the Republican Party enjoys a slim majority in the House of Representatives today. We must seek to reverse those fortunes. Work, Live, Ride is a modest proposal to begin the necessary work of making our state affordable. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. It appears Representative Dubitsky has a question, and then Representative Zullo.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your discussion was actually pretty interesting until you got into all that political garbage. And then
this is politics.
You completely
Okay,
lost
point
me.
of order, Representative. I just, let's try to stay away from personal anything. Just, telling people their arguments are garbage. Let's just try to keep it within. Thank you, sir.
Oh, we'll do, Madam Chairman. But they were garbage. So tell me something. You talk about all these this exclusionary zoning, building luxury mansions to keep poor people out. What about my town that doesn't have any mansions, doesn't have exclusionary zoning? We just have a bunch of poor people that live out in the woods and on farms. We don't have any of what you discussed. So how is this bill going to help people out in rural Connecticut?
I'm sorry, Representative, what town are you referring to? I'm not familiar with your district.
I represent 8 towns in eastern Connecticut. I represent Brooklyn, Canterbury, Chaplin, Plainfield, Scotland, Norwich, Lisbon, and Sprague. Tell me how. Okay. Tell me how what you just spewed affects the people in my district.
Well, I'm not familiar with the housing situation specifically in those districts, but more broadly, Connecticut has a massive housing shortage. In Stamford, one-bedroom apartments.
Is there a housing shortage out here too?
Again, not familiar with prices in your district.
I don't represent the people of Stamford.
Okay, well, if
so
your district is interested in
issue.
Is your district interested in building transit? Are you interested in growing your towns and communities?
We have no transit here. We have no trains. We have virtually no buses. We have no sewers. We have no water. We have no police. We have no social services. We have nothing.
Okay. Well,
so what we do though is we rely on the state funding, the steep grants that we would be deprioritized from receiving. And if Stamford became a transit-oriented development town, Stamford, which has all the things that we don't have, would get priority over the funding. So how would this bill help us?
I don't think this bill will specifically impact your towns. However, I am a transit advocate. If your towns are interested in developing transit or adding bus stations or developing your downtowns, I am very interested in helping you do that. I am very willing to write letters of support to help your towns expand their sewer access if that's what you need in your towns. I have no problem doing that.
All right. So you don't know how this will affect our towns.
I don't believe it'll affect your towns really at all.
Except we lose priority on the funding under this bill.
We're primarily talking about transit funding. So if you have no transit, I don't really see how you will be losing funding.
Steep. Small town grants. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Representative Zilla says he's okay. So Zach, thank you for your testimony and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Moving on to number 50, Chris Carty. I see you in our Zoom room. I do need you to unmute, Mr. Carty or Ms. Carty. Okay, seeing no movement, we'll come back to you a third time. 51, Sam Romeo. Or Romeo, I'm so sorry, Sam Romeo. I should have gotten that right on the first time. No Juliet. Okay, 52, Avery Lenahan. 53, I know he's in the room, Roger Sensorich. Thank you for hanging in with us all day here. Hour 7, I think we're on.
Best place to be. A second. Myself a timer so I know where I'm going. So, Senator Ram, Representative Kavros the Cross, sorry, members of the Planning Committee. My name is Roger Sensurik. I am the Communications and Policy Director at Connecticut Working Families, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 6831, the Work-Life Right Bill. The main thing that we have to support this bill is that Connecticut has a massive housing shortage. Housing is by far the biggest expense for most working families, and a lack of housing is pushing this state to a completely unaffordable and attainable position for many of them. Many people before me has repeated many statistics. The Stamford-Bridgeport metro area is one of the most unaffordable metro areas in the country for renters. Housing costs has been rising. Hartford prices here in Hartford are rising at some of the fastest clips in the country. And this is basically due to two things. First thing is this is a really great place to live. Connecticut is a wonderful state. We have a very strong economy. We have very strong civil rights. It's a wonderful place to live. But at the same time, we don't build housing. And it's not that we don't build affordable housing or luxury housing. We don't build any housing. Last year, we ranked last in new housing per household. This is not just that last year we had a bad last year. This has been like this for more than a decade. We are just not building housing for anyone at all. This means that we have huge demand because people want to live here. This is a really nice place to live, but we are not adding anything to the supply. Work-Life Right, it's a bill that will provide incentives and strong support for building housing where it makes the most sense in the state. Close to transit, places that already can support that density, that can already support that additional housing, and where people that want to live here in the state have access to good transportation, good infrastructure, places that are walkable and are not car dependent. Probably this bill should be stronger even. It should go farther. It should increase, it should add more density. It should allow us of right construction to an even higher degree that it does. But it's a good first step. And any housing that we build in this state, it doesn't matter which kind, will help with affordability. It's a supply and demand problem. And coming from a progressive organization, telling people to trust the market sounds weird, but that's what we should do. We should trust that adding more supply will actually help with affordability in the state. And we should be looking at this and every solution that is on the table to try to fix it. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And we're probably not going to keep you long because of the time that we have, but I will say, you're right. This bill should be stronger. It absolutely should be. This bill that we filed was the negotiated version that we had that we passed with 90 votes on the House floor last year. I think this is the 4th time I've now said that today. But I did want to remind people because you would think that this was, a bill from 5 years ago that nobody agreed on, when a lot of significant amount of time and work and negotiation has gone into this bill. I did share the very small changes to it earlier, and I'm sure we will see more changes to it between now and when we ultimately bring it to the House floor. But I do appreciate that you were here today to testify, and you are right. We've been dead last for a very long time. So time to not be dead last in this. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it. I am going to go back to number 51, Mr. Sam Romeo. When you're ready, sir.
I'm ready. Thank you. I'll try not to go over what has been previously said. There was a lot said, and I appreciate you all having this long day today. It's been just as long for me. This bill, 6831, is troubling to me because you're talking about 10 times the density within a transit district. And developers come in, it's just another hammer in the hands of a developer. They'll marry this with 830G, where no matter what the local zoning says, all the local zoning regulations are thrown out the window. But what's more troubling is that developers will come in and they'll try to just meet the requirement to get the bonus density and make as much money on it as possible on the project. Here in Greenwich, and we do get a bad rap, people think that everybody in Greenwich is very wealthy. Well, fact of the matter, Greenwich is a wealthy community. There's no doubt about it. But everybody in Greenwich is not wealthy. I've grown up here. I've been living in this town for 81 years, and I've seen a lot of changes, and some good, some bad. I remember growing up here when Greenwich, I'd grown up in Greenwich, and one morning I woke up and all of a sudden it became Greenwich. Now what I'm afraid of is going to bed one night and waking up in Manhattan with all these high rises. The developers are building studios and one-bedroom apartments. That's not helping working families. Here in Greenwich, on the Housing Commission of Greenwich Communities, we build both a mix of affordable housing for seniors and for families. In the last 5 years, and I know Selectman DeMello has invited a lot of you down here. You should come down. Take a look at the improvements we have made. Over the last 5 years, we spent over $170 million in upgrades, new construction, townhouses. All of our units have stainless steel appliances, hardwood floors, the new units, air conditioning. So we build quality housing, and we build 100% affordable housing, not 10, 20, 30%. 100% of all of our housing is affordable. And I know it's the legislature is saying that or report come out that we're short 90 to 110,000 of housing units. I'd like to know where all these people are, that we need this many units all at one time. Where are they right now at this very minute? So I just question it. And then to give another hammer to the developers who are in it to make money. I don't, but we're in it to provide quality housing, not to make money. But I could say one thing before we run out of time. I think what we should do is have a committee made up of housing authorities, commissioners, or have them sit at the table and tell the legislature what works and what doesn't work, and how you can best help us fulfill our mission of creating affordable housing in the state, rather than coming up with all of these laws and hammers and, coming in hard on the towns. And I have to say, we have a great governor. Governor Vermont actually has been very, very helpful in creating affordable housing here in Greenwich. So I commend him for that. But I think we need to take a look at this in a different direction, and bring the people in who know best how to create affordable housing and make it affordable. And we're in it, not in it to make money on it. We're in it to do the right thing for the right people, the people who need it. We can take people off the streets.
Please summarize.
So
Sorry.
I don't know if my time is up or not.
Thank you, sir. We have a question from Senator Fazia.
Sam, it's good to hear from you. Thanks for coming to testify.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity.
As you said, you've been the longtime chair of the Greenwich Housing Authority, called Greenwich Communities. Could you just kind of recite for us how many new and newly renovated affordable housing units Greenwich Communities has produced for our town in the last several years?
Well, we probably renovated every one of our properties, which is over 1,250 units. They've all been renovated in one form or another. I mean, the last phase, phase 4 of Armstrong Court, which will put on another 48 units of housing. We've renovated all of them. We've constructed probably over 40 brand new units and we purchased probably over 25 multifamily homes, and we blend in the community. When we come up with a project, we try to blend in the community. We don't try to downzone, or we just want to make nobody really knows that the property is owned by us. We've done, like I say, invested probably over $170 million between new construction and renovations in the last 5 years.
And
And
that's
we're still going.
fantastic.
And I have right now on the table, we have plans to build another 350 units. And I'm working right now with the state to get funding. We do funding in a number of ways. We seek tax credits. Actually, some of the properties that we have, we own outright in a separate portfolio, which we draw the equity out of it and refinance, and we get private loans, and we use that money to construct more affordable housing. So we think outside the box. So we've done that ever since I've taken over the housing authority, and I think my commissioners and our executive director have done a tremendous job. And I just like the state of Connecticut to know, and the people upstate, that Greenwich, yeah, it's a wealthy community, but we blend, and everybody in Greenwich is not wealthy.
Well, the fact that Greenwich Communities has 1,200 units that they're maintaining and investing well over $100 million to do so. I mean, there are municipalities in this town in this state that don't have 1,200 housing units total.
1,285 to be exact.
Yeah, and so it's a testament to your leadership. It's a testament to the community buying in to our local housing authority, that we're able to maintain and actually expand the number of affordable units in the town. As far as I'm concerned, this community is a good actor in the efforts to expand housing affordability to those we want to provide opportunity to. And so I kind of bristle at proposals like this, which seek to take away funding from municipalities like Greenwich, which wouldn't adopt, as of right, zoning up to 10 units around a train or a bus station. I assume, Sam, that the investments that Greenwich Communities has made in recent years, most of them probably not within 1/2 mile radius of a bus or a train station.
Some are and some aren't. I guess at Armstrong Court, which is I think now the premier location in the town, people come by and they think it's a gated community based on what it used to be. People have gotten calls looking to buy the townhouses. They think they're for sale units. I mean, our developments are quality developments, and we have a lot more to do here. I would really like the opportunity to show other housing authorities and have them adopt some of our policies that would be very helpful to them. That's why I think that it would be great for the legislature or even the governor to come up with a new committee of commissioners from housing authorities to sit down at the table and find out what other housing authorities are doing. And they can tell you what works and what doesn't work, what hurdles that they have to jump over to make things happen. And I have to tell you, the cooperation that I've received here in the town of Greenwich is tremendous. The local officials here have bent over all the town departments. We've got a working relationship. And I think that has to go back to because of my service in the town. I've been at public service here for about the last 50 years in the town of Greenwich. I was elected official and I represented a town meeting. I worked as a resident advocate in the ombudsman program for the state of Connecticut Department of Social Services. I was a land use chairman for 15 years at town meeting. So I guess my knowledge of the town and town workings and a lot of the state workings too has helped me. But I'd like to share that knowledge with other organizations, other housing authorities. And I think we can get to where we all want to be without being in an adversarial role or coming with mandates that creates animosities between different towns and different neighborhoods. I think we can all get this done if we get all on the same page. I really do.
Well, Sam, I really appreciate your testimony. I think it's an important testimony that the head of Greenwich's housing authority, who's responsible for over 1,200 affordable housing units in one of our larger municipalities in the state, is providing opposition to this proposal at the same time that you're providing such leadership in expanding housing affordability in Lower Fairfield County, and also planning to develop 300 new affordable units in the town as well. So thanks for your time. Thanks for waiting, and we'll keep in close contact with you.
All right. I want to say that we have the land to build those units, and it's just a matter of the funding. So I'd say it's about 350 more units we can do that we control the land to build them on. And I'll get them done, and hopefully I get them done within the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sam, it is absolutely great to see you. Thank you for your remarkable work. I want to align my my words and thoughts with Senator Fazio in his previous conversation with you, so I won't rehash it. But I want to reiterate that every one of those units that's been built by Greenwich Communities are de-restricted affordable housing unit. It's not 30%, and you're working with private developers who are, in essence, part of the community, working with you, working with Margarita Albans. Mr. Tony Johnson has done a great job, but it's the whole community through town leadership. I call him Representative Camillo, but it's First Selectman Camillo. It's everybody in the community working together for a community that sometimes gets typecasted as being too rich, too exclusive, too exclusionary. What you just cited and the numbers you talked about with Senator Fazio couldn't be further from the point.
I have to tell you, it's one of the reasons why we changed our name from the Greenwich Housing Authority to Greenwich Communities, because it's a partnership with the community, with the police department, the fire department, the building department, all the town offices. I mean, it's a total cooperation, and I have to tell you, it's working, and I think it can work statewide. And all we need is the state to get on the same page as we are, and we can make things happen without having to have this legislation. With having, I think, an organization like, say, getting housing authority commissioners together, sitting at the table, and then bringing the proposals to the legislatures for approval. And I think it can happen.
And Greenwich is a perfect kind of juxtaposition, because you have the tremendous haves, but you also have people struggling that are have-nots. And it is a perfect combination where people have stepped up to be able to address some of these issues. So I think when even Governor Lamont, when he was at Armstrong, said, this is the way we should do it. And I think, over 30 plus years, you've encountered it. And I know we're refraining from talking about A30G, but A30G had noble intentions too, but it's failed. It's failed in the sense that we have depended on private developers to address these needs, and you got market forces. I don't blame them, but it has not addressed the need. Perhaps we should look at the lesson that you provide in Greenwich Communities, where local governance considerations and local government and state budget and savings and land cost is really the way to go. So I'll move away from that, but for anybody that wants to kind of learn about how a system works, and no one in Greenwich Community is saying we don't have a housing needs issue. We do, no doubt.
Definitely.
But the issue is how we resolve it. And A30G and these kind of one size fits all kind of 6831, it may not be the solution where you put the carrot that turns into a stick. But I want to pivot a little bit. We don't talk enough about it, but one of the things that you've led on is the moderate income dwelling units initiative, which you're looking at. It's tied to workforce housing, so that you've got moderate pricing units. Are those de-restricted and qualify under the affordable housing index?
Every unit that we build and invest in is 100% affordable, and those units will be in perpetuity forever affordable.
So
There you
so
are.
educate. I did some homework, but educate to the listeners and to my colleagues what you've initiated with planning and zoning and the collaborative process you went. What moderate income dwelling units that are tied to workforce housing was intended to do.
We use 60% area medium income. That qualifies us to get the bonus points that we need, and it qualifies our units for the funding and stuff. So we don't, like I say, we don't use 80% like developers are using right now under 830G. They're doing the bare minimum. Studios and one bedrooms don't fulfill the needs of working families. We need to build 2 and 3 family unit of housing, and we're going to be doing that. We have to service all the community. And earlier in the day, you had a representative from the AARP there talking about the transit district that's going to help the elderly. That couldn't be farther from the truth. Those units are going to be far too expensive for the elderly. And as far as getting groceries and deliveries, we have other ancillary services around town that we combine. Like I say, Greenwich community is a community as a whole. And we have all kinds of services to provide it. So, well, the fact of the matter is, some of our rents, some of you may not believe it, people are only paying $50 to $100 a month rent in some of our units, and we accept that. It's based on income. So, so some of the other units that we do that are in our private portfolio that we maintain helps us subsidize these other units that we have in our affordable portfolio. So
and your moderate income dwelling units tied to workforce housing takes a look at teachers, first responders that work in your community, and it's tied to their income level threshold to be able to allow people that teach the kids in the community, that are first responders in the community, be able to live in the community. So and that's affordable housing in a creative way of addressing workforce needs.
What we do when we sit down at the table and we plan a project, we base it on the 60% medium income. We look at the rents that we can charge, and we kind of back into it and say, okay, we can build this many units, and this is what the salary range that we can address: the teacher, the bank teller, the grocery worker, the new officer just moved into town. You need that 2-bedroom because they want to start a family. And a lot of times they'll start their family and they'll save enough money to move up and move out and move into a larger unit. But it's a starter. It's just like buying a starter home. And this is what we try to provide. There's another program that we use, and maybe it's a line for now, but the self-sufficiency program, where we set up a program where people will sign on to the program. We'll teach them how to save money. It's a 5-year program. When their rent goes up, when they make more money, we're supposed to charge them 30% of their income. Well, they'll pay the 30% once they start making more money, but it goes into a special account in their name. And then at the end of 5 years, whatever's been accumulated in that, they'll get that. They can use it for college. They can use it for medical. They can use it for a down payment on a co-op or an apartment. And last year before, though, we've given people $67,000 a check, so they can and they take that money and they move out and open up their apartment for another family to move in and get into this program. So we've given out checks of $40,000, $50,000. It's a self-sufficiency program, which we partner up with Barbara's House in Greenwich. Again, Greenwich Communities is why we changed our name. So we do a lot of innovative things here in Greenwich that a lot of people aren't aware of. And again, like I say, if we had this policy or this committee set up, that housing authority commissioners could get together and say, okay, what works for you and what doesn't work, we can get a lot done as a big team.
Well, Sam, thank you very, very much. And I know it's already been a long day, and thank you. Perhaps we should take First Selectman Camillo's invitation up and
Oh,
go
please.
visit you and Margarita to really find out how we can create some better solutions moving
Please, you'll
forward.
be amazed. You'll be amazed on what we've done here. And if you take a look at these units, you think you're in a great gated community. Believe me, I'm serious. And there's a lot more we're going to do.
Well, I thank you. And again, thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence of time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Senator
you.
Wong. Certainly, we've indulged quite a lot today, and I'm so glad that you mentioned Margarita, because I just wanted to remind everyone that last year Margarita was quoted in the op-ed of the folks from the Greenwich delegation who voted for last year's Work, Live, Ride, supporting that bill. So I just wanted to remind the committee of that as we're here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that little pitch.
Little side
But,
note.
well,
Little side note.
what-
Representative Dubitsky has a question or more.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Sam, for coming in. So the Greenwich, what is it called now?
Greenwich communities. Greenwich
Okay,
communities.
and you've built already 1,200 units?
That's what we have in our system. Not that I built it. When I took over, Greenwich Communities was around 4.7% of housing. We've moved that up to close to 5.8% that we've added since I've come on board.
Okay, so it's about 1,200 units, and how many are in the pipeline?
1,200. Well, Greenwich, I think it's like 1,390 units of affordable units in town, and I think we control 1,285 of them.
Okay, and you said you're
And,
planning on
and I
building
don't think
some
that's counting. That's not counting our off-site. I don't think we count our off-site property in there. That they're multifamily homes that are scattered out throughout every district in town.
more? Okay, and you're planning on building more?
Another 350. We have the
350.
land. We have the land with to do that.
All right, so
And
that
we
brings you up
don't
to,
really, and we don't need 830G to build what we're building.
gotcha. And that brings you up to around 1,550 units?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's your yearly budget?
Our yearly budget. Oh wow. I think it's around 7 million.
Okay. 7 million, you'll have 1,500 units in a couple of years. That just the Greenwich communities is larger than my entire town, with a bigger budget than my entire town, including education. So it shows that the towns are very different, and that having a kind of one size fits all is going to be very, very painful for a lot of these little communities.
I agree, 100%.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for coming in, and I appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Romeo. I believe there are no more questions at this time. Have a pleasant evening.
Okay, thank you. And if I may close and say, if you want to set up another subcommittee to investigate my my thoughts on creating another housing policy committee with commissioners from Housing Authority to help build the units that the state of Connecticut wants, and we can do it. So
I would highly recommend sending that suggestion to the Housing Committee, because I think that would be more actually in their purview than ours.
okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We are going to go back to number 48 because I see her online, Maria Weingarten.
Hello, good evening. Thank you all for sticking with all of this. I know it's a long day for all of you. I just wanted to, I've been listening most of the day, so I'll be submitting testimony with reasons, specific reasons on why the bill doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I did want to kind of maybe focus on a couple of key statistics. And I think that they sort of highlight some of the issues we're facing here in Connecticut. We have the #1 most congested road in the entire US per the INRIX study. That's I-95 going southbound from Westport area all the way through Greenwich. And so that highlights the real issue of infrastructure. And are we doing enough to increase our infrastructure that's necessary if we're looking to do such high development? And that infrastructure issue kind of carries over as well to all of our towns and where we have limits on our sewer capacity and our water capacity. Towns like Wilton that have been told because they get their sewer from Norwalk that there is no more capacity for them. So these are all real world issues that we're facing as towns that everyone needs to understand. Another important statistic is we have the 3rd highest local property taxes in the entire United States. We also have the 3rd highest energy costs in the United States. Now, those two factors are really important when you consider what's our future economic viability of our state and how we get businesses to come to our state and just building. You can't just build our way out of these issues. It's just not going to solve all of these other issues that we're facing. Those are key issues that have to get addressed. And why do I mention those two? Because when the Housing Committee and when Planning and Development talks about housing cost burden, those are two factors: property taxes, energy costs, interest rate and principal on your mortgage or your rental cost, and insurance are all put together when the census or ACS makes that housing cost burden number. And so if we're not addressing all of those different items, we're missing the boat here. And, zoning has not changed dramatically in the last so many years. Another gentleman earlier talked about how we've had limited growth, limited development happening. Well, that's because private sector was not building. After post-recession, post the Great Recession, there was a lack of development, and that's true. And it was only the global pandemic that cleared our 2 years of excess housing inventory that we had in our state. And literally, I think it was mentioned earlier as well about Hartford being the #1 market. Well, it was because it was one of the cheapest, most economical markets in the entire country. So these are all factors. Another thing.
Please summarize.
Okay. We also have chronic homelessness. We're number 50 in the country. So we've done a good job with that. Of course, we always want to do the best we can. So we need to really look at why our homelessness has been increasing and its individual homelessness has been increasing. And I would encourage everybody to read the WestCog report on affordable housing financing and the Yankee Institute report on housing affordability to truly understand what are these factors. And last thing I'd mention is with Sam Romeo, where he talked about the importance of serving the community. I agree. And some sunsetted policies of the state, such as giving a full hue point for senior housing, would go a long way to increase that housing and maybe
Your time is concluded now. Thank you so much. Senator Fazio.
Hello, Maria. Thanks for coming to testify and thanks for all your advocacy. I think it's appreciated what you're saying towards the end, that there are some solutions that could create more affordability in the housing sector in the state while also giving towns and cities input on the local level to do so. Do you want to talk about some of those preferences in comparison to say, this proposal that you have?
Sure. And I think that that's really one of the issues here, is that this is really a hammer approach with this bill. And that's a real concern, is that it's really taking away. It's not just a new funding mechanism where towns could opt into. This is taking away funding opportunities from towns instead of creating one that's focused on getting the affordability that we need. So if we had a one hue point related to senior housing, there are towns that really do need senior housing, and there are seniors that have decided to stay put, as Senator Wong had mentioned before. But there are probably others that might want to downsize. Maybe two-story home is not for them anymore. So those are good opportunities to try to right size the inventory that we already have. And these are quicker solutions than just trying to brute force mandate development everywhere. And then the second part is the idea that Sam Romeo mentioned about the fact that we need more housing for families. Well, that would be great. And so that if you had a Hugh points, again, this is a sunsetted policy that was bipartisan agreed to, that sunsetted in 2022. If you allowed the ability to have housing that was 3-bedroom and that they had extra credits for that, you would maybe have some units that were larger to satisfy those needs for families.
And when you say that this is an approach that you think is too onerous, I assume it's the threat of taking away several different buckets of funding from municipalities. They don't seem like they're targeted at specific infrastructure needs. They seem like they're very broad. Is that your main concern?
It is. You've said that very well.
Well, that's very kind of you. I appreciate your testimony, Maria. As always, appreciate your advocacy, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Senator Wong, followed by Senator Gordon.
Madam Chair, I would defer to the ranking member if that's okay by you.
That's fine by me, if that's good for Senator Gordon.
Yes, Madam Chair, hopefully you can hear me. I appreciate Senator Wong letting me go. That's very kind of him. Maria, thank you for your testimony and for the work you've done for a long time on this issue. One of the things that I wanted to ask you is, you touched upon the fact that housing affordability is more than just affordable housing, and that there's a lot that goes into it as far as property taxes, energy costs, child care costs, a whole host of different aspects. And I'm wondering if you can answer my question that, is it true that when we really look at those who need housing affordability, more than just those who might qualify for 830G, but for example, using the United Way's ALICE data for those who are employed but are income limited and are financially strained nevertheless, that trying to truly get to housing affordability is more than just housing opportunity. It's these other things that do indeed make a difference, in your opinion, in your experience as well, beyond just the actual cost of housing itself?
Yes, it absolutely is. And I think that that's where we've had so many different taxes in different ways that we've, increased taxes in so many different ways in the last 5-6 years, that it's really been a burden on our residents. And the more we can push back on some of that and unwind some of that, the better off our state and our residents will be. And I do think that, I live in New Canaan, and we do have development happening in our town. We approve mixed use developments. We approve, and this is high density. This is in our downtown area. This is near transit. So it is, we are doing those things. We have a great deal of single family attached, which is a gentle type of density for the area where we have narrow roads. We don't have wide roads like some other cities or other towns do. So it's really, it's part of the way our town was developed, and it makes it challenging to just have these one-size-fits-all mandates. And I think about like even the ADUs that are on this bill, and the towns that had opted out of it, they opted out for a reason. And the reason was because they knew that there were spot areas where they had to treat things differently for different reasons. So if you have a very narrow street and you have very small zoning, you need to have off-street parking because you can't have two cars pass each other or anything like that. So to say that you have to have ADUs as a right makes no sense in those areas where they may just want, and Darien is one of the towns I'm thinking of that implemented this in a certain area because that's what they needed for that location. So, again, I think any of these bills that are just very prescriptive, very one size fits all, are not going to be the right solution for our state. And I loved Sam's idea about getting people together, getting housing authorities together. There are so many of our towns that are developing different ways. Westport has done some unique strategies and cottage clusters and things like that. And there are so many different towns that are doing different things to create affordability, to increase our stock of affordable housing. And I think that we need to offer those opportunities to other, to tell other parts of the state that maybe prior to this weren't really getting as much economic activity, that because of the way the market shot up in recent years, they need some of this guidance as well. And I think that we could all learn from each other with some of these best practices that are happening already within our state. And we're just not having those conversations because we're just regurgitating the same bills over and over again.
Well, thank you for answering my question. And that does dovetail with a raft of bills on creative ideas that towns are doing and can doing that I sent to housing so they could actually get incentivized to get housing points. But that's a separate committee, and I encourage my colleagues on that committee to move those bills forward and be of help. But thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you so much, Senator Gordon. Up next, we have Senator Wong, but it does sound like we agree that this is the same bill as last year. But after you, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and great to see you, Ms. Weingarten. I'm going to pivot a little bit and obviously change a little bit of the conversation. We talked with Mr. Romeo and Greenwich Communities, and he talked about developers that were an integral part to the solution, and building quality homes, and that accounted for not just single units but family units, which is part of the vision that we have in accessible and diverse and affordable housing. But talk to me about a builder in New Canaan that is in the affordable housing task force, Mr. Hobb and Hobb Builders. And this is a highly reputable, very profitable builder, building high-end homes, but he made it a community mission, working with town leaders, the affordable housing units leadership in New Canaan, to build affordable housing units, completely de-restricted. Can you articulate a little bit about that? Because sometimes we beat up on developers, and it's not intention, because I've said it before, they have a profit motive. And if they spend $1 million to buy a quarter acre of land, they've got to make their return. And the high density is the only way. But in the absence of being able to have communities or conveyance of land, can that work to build complete deed-restricted housing to accommodate workforce as well as affordability needs?
Well, and that's what we're trying to do in Connecticut. I mean, I'm speaking of my own opinion today, but I am on the Affordable Housing Committee in my town, and so we take this very seriously. So we have built, Millport was all of these things were post-war. World War II, developed old, antiquated, and we redeveloped the location, created much more additional housing out of that. We redeveloped Canaan Parish, created more housing, and we recently bought Avalon, which is market value rental units, and we are going to be deed restricting 20 some units shortly on those as well. So we are creating the affordable as quickly as we can, and we're constantly looking at opportunities to have new locations as well, because we do recognize that it is challenging for anybody to, when property values are so high, when land cost is so high, and as was mentioned, and I think it was John Zagrodzky, the selectman of Darien, mentioned that the cost of development, it's about $800,000 a unit with the land. So it is really high cost to build this sort of housing. And it's not housing that's going to come easily. So, which is why we have put in our own inclusionary policy. And that's an important factor too. And I know that that's in this bill. And I do like the idea of an inclusionary policy, but it's best that those are decided locally, because locally, we understand best the market implications better than a grid, a Punnett square of of opportunity or whatever, and 5% to 15%, and it's just not going to be exactly right for all of these towns. I know it's understating what Westport has. Westport has a 20% policy. So, and it's not recognizing that there are markets where they can get the 20% inclusionary and get the affordable they need, because developers are tearing down what's naturally occurring to build something that's higher end. And we want to make sure as a town that we are doing right by our residents to create the affordability and maintain the affordability that we need in our communities.
Thank you. And in your role as the Affordable Housing Task Force, and also in town governance, but also in the private sector as a realtor, you understand the importance of, and I've spoken to many other individuals, the power of the language in 6831 on as of right. Now, I'll give you a hypothetical that I asked Mr. Torres. If the as of right requirement was taken out and there were some collaboration opportunities and incentives to initiate and support the efforts that you're talking about and described earlier, would that be a much more receptive bill to many of the people who oppose it?
And I think that that's part of my concern, is that because of those as of right, I don't think you're going to find a lot of towns that are actually going to opt in for this, because I think they're going to look at this as onerous, even if they can get in and decide later on when we know that it's too prescriptive or that the numbers are too high, because we don't know what the numbers are. They're not being told to us ahead of time. So my concern is you create a bill that is not going to be very opted into, and then it's going to be like, see, we created this and nobody's doing it, so now we're going to mandate it. And that's kind of what we've seen, is a lot of things can start out as a shall or you may, and then they turn into a shall, or you must. And I think that that's the danger here, is that we're not really working with towns. I would rather see a collaborative approach. I would rather, and I think that you've heard that from CCM today, you've heard it from COST, you've heard it from Casio. All of these different organizations are saying that this is really not what we need right now. And I think that it's time to start to listen to all of these different individuals, organizations that are sort of looking at this and saying there are a lot of voices that are not being brought to the table to just, again, and I'll say it happily to the chair, that to regurgitate a bill that we're seeing again. So, I'd rather see a novel solution that really looks at all of us as allies, not as the enemy. And I think that that's what's really needed.
And I appreciate that thought. And I think one of the directives is we're not talking about A30G. But as I mentioned earlier, there are concerns of parallel, of mandates and imposition of that. And when you talk about what you described earlier is interesting, because it may be even a self-fulfilling prophecy where you put in the as of right, but then you say you opt in. Even though there's a financial risk, many of those communities that you are striving to meet those needs and to fulfill affordable housing will opt out. And then you'll say, guess what? See, they never want to do this. They're ill-intentioned. And then now the next step is we're going to mandate this. The reality is, take away the has of right. Work with the community. Work with the Sam Romeos, work with the Hobbs, and be able to try. And the town of Westport I'm familiar with. I can offer what my familiarity with those communities are, is the town of Fairfield. The reality is, you take away that has of right, many of our communities will crave to have constructive, positive, initiatives in housing dynamics and mixed use. Take away the has of right. Let's begin in that process, right?
I will add to that, as 169 Strong, a founder of 169 Strong, we've been getting emails from all over the state, from residents who are not in wealthy communities. They're retired, they're in a very middle class community, and they're just devastated by the fact that they now have this building of loom, which is like a 4-story building next to their home. And they were like, what is this 830G? We didn't even know what this was. And what's happening here. And I think that this is where, again, because it requires so much, and which is why I referred back to that Westcog report on financing and the Yankee Institute report. It requires such a massive density to just be able to pencil out these deals, that it's causing these outsized developments in areas where it just doesn't really fit in the community. And my heart goes out to all of these, people who now, have shade on their home most of the day, or, it's unfortunate that this is what they're facing. And I think that we need to find a better solution, and most importantly, because those units are disappearing in 40 years. So we in New Canaan are building 100% forever affordable. And any of these policies that are now coming out, there should not be a 40-year. It should be a forever affordable. If you're adding, if you're getting to do all of these things, all of these bills should be now saying it's a forever affordable. There should be no hamster wheel of trying to recreate it, because we're going to lose 5,000 units of affordable in the next 5 years and 10,000 in 10 years. And those are real numbers. And those are significant concern, I'm sure, to a lot of the people who are on these committees who are thinking about this. And that's why they're trying to probably push some of these bills. But I think the better solution is to get a long-term solution, and that's a long-term solution.
No, I appreciate that. And for me, even though it may sound like I'm very passionate one way or the other, I really do want to get to solutions, because ultimately there is a need out there, and we want to try to address it. But we're trying to offer different solutions than the current driven initiatives. So I appreciate your input. I appreciate your efforts. And again, I've repeated this often, Madam Chair. Thank you for your time and indulgence.
And just one second, I didn't mention anything about Scott Hobbs. So I should say that he volunteers his time. He's done all of those projects, and he helped us with that Avalon project, kind of killed his summer to get that financing all done and to get it through. So, I mean, even that's a great opportunity is for finding ways to help towns get the financing for things that are already built, because it's a lower cost alternative than building brand new. So
and you're seeing results right now because the town of New Canaan has applied for a moratorium on a 30G.
In a moratorium. We've received our moratorium.
Congratulations. And I think the key is, as a member of the Affordable Housing Task Force, it's not the end. It is just the beginning of the efforts that you're undertaking to create affordable and accessible diverse housing. Would that be fair to say?
Fair to say. Yes, it is.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your testimony. We're seeing no other questions at this time. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. You too.
To number 54, Holly Fontaine. Holly, thank you so much for sitting in the room all day long and being so patient to testify. Just hit the button in front of you to make sure the microphone is working.
You're welcome, and thank you for having me. Good after, actually, I had good morning, now it's good afternoon, now it's good evening, dear Lord.
But at least it's not good night.
My name is Holly Fontaine. I am from Vernon. I'm a retired nursing supervisor for the state of Connecticut. I support Bill HB 6832, not only because I love animals and I vote, but for the sole reason that Connecticut is in a crisis right now regarding animals and has been for many years. The crisis has no end in sight. It is getting worse by the day. The boots on the ground people that are out there day in and day out caring for these animals are riddled with compassion fatigue, emotionally, financially, and physically. They do not receive any assistance from the state of Connecticut. There are no funds in Connecticut for these people. This is all on them. Constant fundraising, constant GoFundMes, constant begging for foster and adoptions. Daily news brings us the horrible cases of abandoned animals in horrendous conditions. They're found in multiple towns across Connecticut. Dogs and cats equally. Some towns are even overrun by cats. Yesterday, it was a snake that was found abandoned in the cold weather, and he did not make it. It is endless, it is overwhelming, and it is exhausting mentally and physically. I have no idea how these people continue to do what they do. I was a nurse in Bridgeport Hospital ER when Father Panic Village was around. I know I'm dating myself. I don't know if any of you remember Father Panic Village. I remember bodies being thrown through the ER doors riddled with bullets. And yes, I was shocked. Even as a new nurse, I'd never seen anything like it. I always said I grew up in a snow globe world. But at least I had the resources, the skills, and the tools right at my fingertips to save these lives. Today, I put more hours into trying to help people find resources for these animals, and I lose more sleep, endless calls, endless text messages daily from people begging for help. Being a mother of 4 adult children, a nurse, an animal advocate, and a woman with a conscience, I cannot turn a blind eye to all of this. I wasn't raised that way. I didn't raise my children this way. And I will continue to be the example that I want to see in others, and I want my children to see and remember me by. There are days where I spend all day and all night trying to help people find homes for their animals, trying to find funds, resources, any little bit to help them, food for their animals. It's just endless. We use our own time, our own funds, our own vetting, and money to feed all of these animals. The people are just endless and amazing for what they do. Our animal cruelty court cases aren't prosecuted appropriately, which give criminals no consequences. So the same pattern keeps repeating and there's no end in sight. Our rescues and shelters are at capacity in every town in Connecticut. Now throw in the mixture these facts that these amazing warriors have to deal with, and they have to compete with pet stores. Animals that come from puppy mills in the worst conditions, filthy, unhealthy conditions, being sold at an astronomical price, that have lived a life of not proper vet care, no emotional support, and the mothers on these puppy mill farms are bred over and over until deemed useless and tossed away. Living in wired cages, filth, producing babies that end up with multiple health issues, and then are shipped up like baggage to our state. And you want people of Connecticut that are already at capacity to deal with this. After what I have described, don't you think that the people that are caring for these animals and dealing with this is enough? They shouldn't have to compete with pet stores. Connecticut needs to join, thank you, the many other states that ban sales of animals through pet stores. Pet stores should work with our rescues and shelters to help adopt the animals that are waiting in shelters like other states have. Pet store, we already discussed the pet store employees will say anything they can to, and I know this because I've walked in and I've tested it. It's a crime. It's all about money, and we know that. It would be nice if they partnered with our rescues and shelters, because really it is a crisis. It's something that I've never seen, and it's not getting better. And I just wish that these stores would absolutely be able to somehow work with them. That way we could get these animals adopted. They can function certainly on what they sell out of the stores too, because there's a lot of services that these pet stores do provide. But I really think that these people deserve the help. The animals deserve the help. And before people start dropping out and not helping them and our towns become overrun, we need to do something.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you for being in the room for the testimony. Do you have examples of what other states have done?
I don't have example of what other states have done, but except for the states that have joined with banning the pet stores. What is it, up to 9 now, I think, or 8, okay. And 400 or 500 towns okay. in different states. They're managing. Yeah. Connecticut should follow.
I just wanted to get a general idea, but I'm sure we can do a little more research on that as well. Representative Dubitsky's online, and he does have a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you again. You said something, you said that the rescue, the pet stores, that's pretty much what this is about, right? That the rescues shouldn't have to compete with the pet stores?
Well, basically, yes, because why should they have to worry about pets being sold out of stores when they could be having adoptions? The pet stores could work and help with adopting.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Ms. Fontaine, I think that those are only our questions for tonight, but thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Thank you for submitting testimony. Up next, we have number 55, Sheila Sotoriu, and I hope I got that at least sort of close. Sheila, when
Hello.
you're, go ahead.
Can you see me, hear me?
Can't see you, but we can hear you.
Oh, okay, good deal. Good evening. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sheila Soterio. My husband and I own the Puppy Palace in Glastonbury, Connecticut. And we're asking you to vote no on HB 6832, a bill that would allow municipalities to enact their own regulations, restrictions, and even bans on pet stores, creating a patchwork of differing ordinances that would undermine Connecticut's statewide standards and strong regulations that govern pet stores. I would like to talk with you today about freedom of choice. We live in America where everyone should have a right to choose everything from religion, health choice, and the way they want to live their lives. Adopting a puppy and where they choose to adopt it from should be no different, especially when your options include well-regulated sources, which pet stores in Connecticut are. I would like to give you a little bit of background on my belief about this choice. When I was younger, I discovered that I could not have children. After going to multiple doctors, we found out that I had a condition that made it impossible for me to have children. We really wanted to have at least one child. After several months of soul searching, we decided to adopt a new baby. We consulted with 2 adoption attorneys and several adoption agencies. We ultimately decided to go to the Florida Baptist Children's Home Society in hopes that we could adopt a baby through them. After 5 long years, we received a call one day telling us that we were finally going to be parents. What a joyous day that was for us and our families. Since we live in America, we had a choice to adopt a newborn or to go through the foster care system and adopt an older child. Is this not living in America about choices? Bill HB 6832 would allow municipalities to take away our choices when it comes to where and what kind of pet we can adopt. It would also allow municipalities to determine what kind of businesses are allowed to operate in their borders, even businesses that are well regulated, longstanding members of the community that have overseen by the Department of Agriculture. All citizens in Connecticut have the right to choose. Why should this choice be any different? The state of Connecticut heavily regulates pet stores. Department of Agriculture, and we have set high standards that we adhere to. We should not pass a law that would allow municipalities to pass their own regulations, restrictions, or even bans that would weaken our current regulations by creating a patchwork of different standards, creating confusion, and ultimately lowering the standard of care, statewide care. My husband and I both love animals, which is why we opened the Puppy Palace 4 years ago. Everyone who gets into the business usually do it because they love animals. We have several puppies of our own. We also take puppies home from—
3 minutes are up. Please summarize your thoughts.
Yes. My thoughts are that we live in America, and I think that everyone should have a choice. And when people say that puppies are all in pet stores, that is not the truth. We actually started this 4 years ago where we felt like we could do a little bit better job. But of course, we're with our fellow pet store owners, and we all take care of our puppies. We all feel like it's our people's right to choose. Not everyone wants a rescue. We're not against rescues, but we are heavily regulated, and we feel like that this bill should not be passed.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Zullo has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony and for sharing those very personal details in your story in aid of this, of this cause. My question to you is just, we see towns across the state of Connecticut that get to regulate their zoning in all different types of ways. Towns get to choose if they want certain types of businesses in certain zones and certain places. And I'm just curious, this is not a mandate. This is it would be permissive. Towns could do this. So say this is about choice. Wouldn't members of these communities have the choice via their local legislative bodies to decide whether or not they want to do this?
Well, if it was voted in that, I think it's extremely difficult when you have each community that has different regulations. Just like someone said earlier, they may have a store in one town, and then if they go to another town, they may have another store. And, just different rules sometimes are hard to adhere to, especially if we're all operating under the same state ordinances.
I understand. I appreciate the concern. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that one
Yes, sir.
question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and seeing no other questions at this time, have a pleasant evening.
Thank you.
Number
You as well.
56, Michelina Giuliani. I am not seeing Michelina online, so we'll bring up our good friend, John Guskowski, number 57.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear and see me?
I can hear and see you. Not in your
Very
office.
good. No, I am at home. I spent enough time in the office today and had to get home. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. For folks I haven't met yet, my name is John Guskowski. I'm a professional planner with Tyche Planning and Policy Group, and I represent the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association as Government Relations Officer. The Connecticut chapter of APA is a membership organization, a professional accreditation program that represents over 400 professional planners, land use lawyers, landscape architects, zoning officers, and allied professionals across the state. We are your town and regional planners. Not surprisingly, before planning and development, we actually have testimony on several bills that I would go through very briefly. First, House Bill 1185 concerning the transfer or sale of municipally owned open space or forest land. CCAPA opposes this bill. While these decisions are very important to municipalities, we believe that there is already a sufficient process in place for determining the sale or acquisition of open space, and don't believe that the additional costly procedure is necessary. Bill 6830 concerning inland wetlands training for inland wetlands training members and agencies. We strongly support this bill. We've supported this bill in years past. The legislative mandate of a couple of years ago for planning and zoning and ZBA members to be trained has been tremendously successful, and we have seen much better, stronger decision-making at a local level, and we believe that the wetlands training requirement would have the same result. We also support Senate Bill 1185, increasing the penalty for violation of certain municipal regulations and ordinances, which basically reflects the increased, inflation, wherein the previous cap was a $200 fine. This is now adjusted to $1,000 per this bill, which is something we support, which gives municipalities more tools and ability to enforce their ordinances and regulations. Finally, and perhaps most relevantly, we would like to add our voice in support of House Bill 6831, an act concerning transit-oriented communities. As was noted several times, this bill is essentially identical to one that was proposed last year and CCAPA supported last year. We do believe that transit-oriented development is a baseline planning best practice, directing development towards areas that can best support it. And this is something that the state should support. We believe that this bill is a useful tool to promote more active, equitable, and successful communities. We do strongly support local planning process, but this bill is not a mandate, as was stated several times by opponents. The opt-in approach of this bill gives towns both the choice to participate.
Please summarize your thoughts.
and it very clearly reflects an important state priority to promote increased density and increased activity in our transit investment areas. We would recommend one minor change in section 1F, increasing the AMI from 60% to 80% to make these developments a little bit more economically attainable for developers, but otherwise are in support and would be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. And thank you for that last bit of feedback. I definitely want to look into that. I am not seeing any questions at this time, but we do appreciate you being here and so late, and hope to see you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to number 58, Alyssa Miller-Hurley, please.
Hi, good evening, Chairwoman and members of the committee. Thank you so much for having me. I am excited to talk to you as a former Connecticut resident and on behalf of the Responsible Pet Care Committee and our Connecticut local small businesses. Thank you again. So on behalf of our members who are across Connecticut, we are asking that you vote no on House Bill 6832. This bill would allow municipalities to set their own pet store regulations, leading to a confusing and inconsistent system of regulation across the state, undercutting the already very strong protections that already exist due to the enforcement and regulation from the Department of Agriculture. A fragmented system would create additional administrative burdens, diverting resources and oversight, which might allow bad actors to slip through the cracks. The Department of Agriculture, unfortunately, is already familiar with the confusion and inconsistencies that can come up when municipalities set their own regulation. In 2023, they were directed by the legislature with revising the municipal animal shelter regulations, an act that was aimed to improve the standards of care and oversight by the state because of those inconsistencies. Retail pet stores are some of the most licensed and regulated and inspected place where a family can find a pet. Consumers have many choices, but retail pet stores within Connecticut are the only ones that are licensed, regulated by the state, regularly inspected, and provide consumer protections after a pet is brought home. There's been a lot of talk about shelters working with pet stores, and I did want to just address that very quickly. We have seen in other states that have enacted bans that require pet stores to work with shelters. These shelters and rescues will not work with pet stores. Additionally, when 95 or 97% of your income comes from being able to sell and provide animals to families, it becomes almost impossible to stay in business when a law is written that says you cannot rent or make any profit from partnering with a shelter in the event that they even work with you. If there is interest in updating sourcing restrictions and ensuring that there's greater protection to animals, we would happily provide some examples of states that we have worked with that on. Just last year, we worked with Pennsylvania in overhauling and updating their dog law, working with all members of the responsible pet care community, from shelters and rescues to pet store owners to responsible breeders and manufacturers of pet food. What I want to close with the fact is inconsistent standards and confusing regulations that vary depending on zip code could result in animals receiving substandard care. The best way to protect animals and consumers is through consistent enforceable standards statewide, and those standards already exist and have been enforced by the Department of Agriculture. Different towns may set different standards if this law is passed, and that could lead to gaps in oversight and lower the standards of care in some areas. Again, we all want the same thing, and that's to see bad actors put out of business. But the bottom line is that House Bill 6832 would create confusion, weaken oversight, and make enforcement by the Department of Agriculture harder. And that's why we're asking you to vote no on this bill in favor of working together to find ways to meaningfully address bad actors while protecting animals, consumers, and the local small businesses that have grown and thrived within Connecticut. Thank you so much for your consideration, and thank you for taking such thoughtful time today to address this important issue.
Okay, we're arguing over who's going first. Representative Solo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the testimony. As I understand it, the bill allows a town, doesn't require it, permits a town to ban the sale of certain pets, right? And so what my question is to you is, how do you envision this framework becoming confusing? If this were to pass, a retailer would then know that they are allowed or disallowed from engaging in this retail activity in the town. What other type of regulation do you see stemming or developing from this bill?
So in addition to the potential for municipalities to enact a ban that would close local businesses, many of them who have been in the community for decades, it would also then close that town off to further potential economic development. Additionally, the concern that we have with this ordinance or with this bill is that ordinances or that have differing regulations in terms of where a store can source their animals from, if they have to provide different kinds of documentation, what kind of collection they have to get when they're bringing an animal in, what kind of records they have to provide to residents, to inspectors. We've even seen some instances where you've had localities and towns restrict the ability to rent in certain areas based on square footage, based on requiring certain items that maybe weren't required in a different area. And in instances like that, let's say you have one business with two locations in two different towns, and they each are subject to different regulations that govern the animals, the paperwork, the rules, etc. That creates some confusion for the owner, for the business owner, and for the folks that work directly with that business, depending on what then they have to provide based on what store they're going to. Whereas right now, there is a uniform set of regulations, restrictions, and guidance that exists from the Department of Agriculture that does make it easier both for the owners and for the consumers, because the consumers know kind of who's governing things, who they go to if there's potentially a problem in in an instance. And they also know that there is state oversight. I think that's where, like I said, that's where we have some concerns about it, in that it's not just the banning impact of it, it's the potential that we've seen in real world instances of different regulations and restrictions popping up in states where things differ from zip code to zip code based on what has been passed and what hasn't.
Thank you for that. And as a follow-up, I would agree with you if the bill addressed the issues of sourcing and a lot of the things you touched on. But if you pull up the bill, there are 22 new words in the bill, including the reference to a statute number. Nowhere in those 22 words does it talk about towns having the ability to pass new regulations. I think the framework would simply be, if you're a town that bans this, you're no longer, allowed to operate these types of facilities. And I understand your legitimate concerns about economic development impacts.
Yes.
That's a legitimate concern. But if you don't ban them, nothing in here allows a town to regulate it. That would still be through Department of Agriculture, as far as I can tell. Unless is there something in here that I'm not seeing, or I'm looking at the wrong version? Can you point me to a provision that says that towns would then have the ability to regulate?
Sorry, I'm pulling it up in front of me. I know one of the other concerns, the concerns we have with the ability to opening it up to be able to ban it and be able to do something that right now would be done entirely on this, at the state level. If we were to open up, one of our concerns with that would be, if you were to open up with the ability to ban it, what then happens if a town doesn't want to necessarily ban it, but they want to enact their own restrictions and regulations under, citing then the fact that they've been allowed to ban it, they're not trying to ban it, they want to enact their own restrictions and regulations. And what happens then, kind of like, I hate to say the words slippery slope, because that has such a negative connotation, but it becomes a question of, where does it kind of stop? And I say that as I'm pulling up the bill. I apologize.
No, I appreciate it. And while you don't necessarily have to pull it up. You essentially answered my question. I don't believe it is in the bill. And if your concern is a slippery slope, then that's fine. I understand that. But what I wanted to make sure was that there was not a material misunderstanding of what's in this bill, because I've heard it multiple times today, people expressing concern about towns being able to regulate in this space. And there's nothing in this bill, to my knowledge, that allows that. Again, the merits of economic development impacts, absolutely. The merits of, you know, whether it should be allowed at all, I get it. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing something, or that there, you know, there wasn't something being read into this bill that isn't in there. And I think you answered my question. It seems more like it's a concern of what's next. If this happens, then what's next? And I get that too. But again, I just don't see it in the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, I think we answered the questions. Thank you so much for your time and have a great night.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, Marcella Karowski. Hopefully I said that correctly.
Yes, thank you so much. Members of the committee, I'm Marcella Karowski. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I oppose HB 6831 because zoning is determined by each municipal council. These proposals are an overreach of state government. Employment opportunities must be considered before towns commit to more development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I was not expecting such a quick testimony. We really appreciate that.
No problem.
I am not seeing any questions for you at this time. We're getting a little slap happy. I apologize, but we are grateful that you stayed with us and that you testified today. So thank you so much for your time.
No, thank you, Representative.
Up next, we have number 60, John Levin. Sir, when you're ready.
I'm ready. Thank you, committee members. My name is John Levin. I have lived in Norwalk since 1991, and I'm here to comment on Bill 6831. First, I greatly appreciate the efforts of the committee chair to correct false and misleading claims made by some commenters about this bill. It is inspiring for voters like me to see elected officials take their job seriously and embrace honesty. I hear the number 169 often today, but we also are one state with one really big problem. Our state needs housing. The beauty of Bill 6831 is that it helps to address this urgent problem by rewarding the towns that choose to help solve it. However, it seems that towns that historically have resisted multifamily housing in general and affordable housing in particular, and which appear intent on maintaining that trajectory, oppose Bill 6831 because they don't want to be in line for state grants and funding behind the towns that do solve our collective shared housing problem. I'm sorry, but it's freeloading by any other name. And as a resident of Norwalk, a small city that allows moderate income working people to live within its borders, I am a little bit tired of that whining. I encourage our elected officials to spend more time talking with younger adults. You will discover that a growing portion of younger working people choose to live car-free, which, by the way, does not mean they never use a car. Of course, they do, but it might be a shared, rented, or borrowed car. Transit-oriented development facilitated by Bill 6831 meets the needs of young people who smartly reject the car-oriented ideology of my own generation. Young people are smart. Please talk to them. I also encourage our officials to spend more time with seniors. People may have the view that seniors being a homogeneous cohort living in the same houses where they raise their kids and wishing to stay there forever. Well, older people are smart too, and a lot of us are done with that single family home and want to live in a safe, walkable neighborhood in a home that doesn't need fixing all the time, or if it does, it's not our job. Last, sure, traffic and crowded highways are real problems too, but I encourage our lawmakers to address that problem realistically rather than to blame people who dwell in multifamily homes or the people who build those homes. If you are concerned about the use of and presence of cars, then don't block the development of walkable towns and cities and shared transit options. Instead, consider legislation that will reduce suburban sprawl. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your kind words. I will say that though I was doing the correcting, I do believe that our committee takes our work very seriously, all of us, not just some of us. So, but thank you for your very kind words. And I really appreciated the part about the seniors at the end. And I say that because my experience knocking doors of seniors in my district is that there are a lot of people who really would like to get out of those homes. They but they want to stay either in Avon or Canton. Specifically, my folks in Canton want to stay in Canton, but trying to get that affordable housing. And it's interesting because Canton actually, like some other communities that we heard today, they actually put in a 15% affordable housing requirement for anything that is going to be built new moving forward. And I don't think that's a Democratic or a Republican thing. I think it's just trying to respond to the needs of the town. And I think that often we hear loud voices in one direction, but not always in the other direction on a myriad of issues, not just housing. So I do appreciate you bringing another perspective to us today. I don't see any questions at this time, but thank you so much for your testimony, John.
Thank you.
Up next, number 61, Alexis Harrison. I'm not seeing her in the Zoom. Number 62, Alicia Sharamut. She's in the room with us. God bless. And I apologize if I butchered the last name.
So I'm so glad you guys are here because this would be really awkward if you weren't. So my name is Alicia Sharmut. I'm the Executive Director of Rivers Alliance of Connecticut, and I am not here to talk about 6831. I am here to talk about 6830, which would require inland wetlands commissioners, all inland wetlands commissioners to be trained. So our organization, we do primarily policy advocacy and education around all water issues. But one of the other things we do is we help individuals and organizations navigate land use processes when there is a land use development that they think may be harmful to their waters. And so we normally see more of some of the bad things that can happen during an inland wetlands process, because people are usually coming to us because they have an issue where they're just, it's a facepalm. What are they doing? And believe me, there are so many wonderful, intelligent, well-educated, well-informed people that are on these commissions, but we need to raise that bar. These people are the front lines for our water as we're seeing these storms like we saw in Southbury and Oxford. While obviously our inland wetlands commissions they're not going to prevent a lot of those issues, but there are a lot of land use changes that make all of that worse. And now more than ever, we need these people to know exactly what they're doing and why. So, and I will end by saying, this is so I also want to thank you guys for bringing this up, because we were responsible for trying to put this out there several years ago, and it still hasn't passed. But I will say this: if organizations like Rivers Alliance and the home builders agree on something, we should probably just put it through and pass it. And that's all I have to say, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Again, Representative Zoll, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think we got this through the House last year.
The House, yeah,
and
it died in the
so,
Senate both times.
we ran out of time in the Senate. I don't think it was this isn't our bill kind of thing. It just, we ran out of time. And certainly we hope that will happen again. It was, if it wasn't unanimous, I feel like it was nearly unanimous, because we all agree that this would be, a really good thing. And as I said earlier, some people had concerns about volunteering, but I do think, as you said, and especially with brand new FEMA maps coming our way, it's really important that people know what they're looking at.
Right.
So anyway, I don't think I really have a question. I don't, Representative Chafee does though, online.
Okay.
Hold on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Alicia, for hanging out with us here. I know it's been a long day. I posed a question earlier about, once people are credentialed, do you think it would make more sense for DEEP to have a statewide registry of that as opposed to the town's legislative body?
It does. What can be very difficult about these things, if things don't get reported to the state, we don't know how well we're progressing on something, right? Because then we're trying to bring things in from 169 different places. However, I do think that is already in place, because it is an online training. People have to register online, and I would hope that they're gathering which towns people are with. And so that information is being gathered as people register. I would assume that's the case. And if they're not, then it seems simple enough for them to be able to do that and to have some sort of report.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow up with Deep just to make sure that is happening. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Interesting point. And yes, I'd love to hear that. Up next, we have Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a bill certainly I have an interest in seeing how this will move forward. But one question I have is, you referenced online training. Is that training free, or is there a cost to each municipality to register each IWWA member?
There is no cost currently, no.
Okay, thank you. That's always good, because more unfunded mandates certainly add up for various towns, including small towns. So if it's a free training, that's always a positive thing. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I did the training myself, and I was able to, I did it from a recliner in my living room, sometimes with a glass of wine. So it's not onerous.
Thank you so much, Senator Gordon.
Thank you.
I would also say that there was a tiny cost associated to it, not for the towns, but just to duplicate the program that the state would cover that we talked about last year. I'm trying to remember what the amount was, but it was very minimal because the program already exists. It was more that because UConn, I believe, runs the program, just to have somebody there to answer questions on the other end. They just wanted to make sure they had sufficient funding for that. Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming forward. The first office I ever served in town government was as an Inland Wetlands Conservation Commission member. One of the things that I did was seek out some kind of training, because I didn't know an intermittent water course from a river, literally what the definitions were. So this is a good bill, good proposal, makes sense to have folks on commissions that actually have had the kind of training that they need to understand an application that comes forward. So thank you for coming forward and testifying on it. And hopefully we can get it through the Senate, because I know we got it through the House.
God's ears. Thank you so much, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Delnicki.
Representative Gucker, a new voice today.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And it's a new voice who's been here since the beginning, through all of the testimonies today. I just wanted to lend my support and endorsement of this. As somebody who basically started out in local government, fighting and working for environmental issues, inland wetlands seems to be the one thing that is the most confusing. So if I can ask the proponent of the bill or the person testifying, could you quickly go over some of the areas that you may see that this will benefit, clarity and other things?
Well, oh, good. You're going to give me an opportunity to use my sports reference. So imagine, because I know there are some folks who have said that, they already have a hard time finding folks to fill these commissions, and that the training would be a deterrent. But see, I see it the other way around. I think that, think about if you joined a team and the only person that knew the rules was a coach. Didn't really tell everyone else the rules. Nobody really sought it out. But maybe you learned the rules, but you had to stop play like every 3 seconds because people were doing things wrong. And I have seen that in some inland wetlands commissions, the frustration of some of the people already serving. And so I think this will help with the folks who are there because they want to be there. And because then everyone is going to have the same information. They all have the same, at least basic education level. So you're not dealing with people who don't understand things like how we delineate wetlands, which is the basis of how we make decisions in Connecticut. So that's a benefit, definitely. It's going to be a benefit for applicants, because they're going to have to spend less time going through applications because people are trained and they know what they're doing. It's going to be a benefit for our inland wetlands, and right now, as we're facing, like I said, the stormwater issues like we saw in Southbury and Oxford, we are going to have a huge challenge with both water quality going forward. It's not just the floods, it's also the harmful algal blooms. So, you know, and I'm hoping it's going to reduce the death by 1,000 cuts as we face so many challenges to our water resources.
And if I can, I want to thank you for that clarity. I mean, I myself live in the watershed here in Danbury, and I understand, moreover, the importance of all of this. But at the same time, sitting in front of these boards, we don't have a problem in Danbury filling boards. We have a problem with having people knowing exactly what those boards can do and what their mission should be and what they're allowed to do. And far too often, I believe that many of these boards rely on the experts who are usually the individuals who are also advocating for a project. So I feel that this bill and this work will give those people sitting on these boards a better understanding of what the purview of their job is, the importance of wetlands, and then helping them with a lot of decisions that hopefully later on we don't come back and say, well, had I known, we could have done things different on said project, which would have prevented or have done something different. So thank you again for advocating for this, and go fight win, I guess they say here, with your sports reference. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll do my best on the Senate side. But that being said, Alicia, thank you for staying and presenting. And it is indeed the front line that is so important to educate, because most of these applications, whatever it is for zoning or density building, needs to go through inland wetland. And I think one of the things that you talk about the training, and we talked about all day practically on the transit-oriented district, is the as of right. You wouldn't have that kind of oversight or local engagement. So you kind of a segue in, but it is important that all this training is important, because they're the front gatekeeper in regards to waterways and environmental sustainability and protection. That being said, it's a different point, but the education is important. I just want to be quick and acknowledge that beyond policy work and advisory work, the organization is an incredible educator and outreach in educating people about the importance of protecting our waterways. You were instrumental when we talked about Aquarian, redistributing water and the important stewardship of our waterways and riverways. So I wanted to compliment you, following the very big footsteps of Margaret Minor. You do some tremendous work, and I want to thank you publicly on that. That's all I got to say, Madam Chair. Alicia, you do a great job.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate you hanging in with us all day. And we do think this bill is important, so thank you.
I appreciate your stamina and patience. Thank you.
Absolutely. Have a great night. Up next, number 64. I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong. Let me just make sure I'm where I was supposed to be. 64. Yes, because earlier, Mr. Larson testified earlier in the day with someone else. 64, Laurie Goodman. I am not seeing her online or in the room. So up next, we have our friend, Representative Jason Doucette. Go for it, sir.
Good evening. Hello, my friends. Representative Kavros-DeGraw, my brother, Senator Rahman, Representative Zullo, Senator Gordon. I also see Senator Fazio and my good friend, Representative Delnicki, in the room. Hello to you all. I'm sorry I can't be there with you this evening. I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 6832, or as I call the Pet Shop Puppy Mill bill. And this bill, some of you may know, has been a passion project, or I would say, although I'm not a big fan of puns, a pet project of mine for many years since I came here. I think it was one of the first bills I introduced when I entered the building in 2019. That is to essentially end the sale of animals in this state that come from commercial breeders that have inhumane breeding practices. So a little bit, I do want to hit on the highlights. I have been listening today, so I want to answer a few questions and things that have been raised. The origin of this issue dates back in recent history, at least, to a 2014 task force and a law passed by this legislature, which created a framework with the idea of trying to stop the importation of dogs from puppy mills, essentially. And the way that we did that was through the work of this task force, which I think Senator Duff is the only person around who's still is still in office, who is involved with that task force, but was to create a law where the Department of Agriculture, which is currently tasked, as has been referenced, with regulating pet shops, to examine certificates of origin of the animals that are imported to Connecticut pet shops to determine whether or not any of those animals have been imported from a commercial breeder which has had violations as cited by the USDA. Again, the idea is not to really single out pet shops or businesses within Connecticut for what happens in Connecticut. The idea is that there is a network of commercial breeders. We call them puppy mills, but there are commercial breeders that are from out of state that are importing animals into the state, perpetuating what is a very profitable business for some of the pet stores that have testified earlier today. So there was a law that was enacted in 2014 to create a system whereby pet stores were supposed to produce certificates of origin. DOAG was supposed to investigate the origin of those animals and then determine whether or not those breeders had any violations. What I've just learned within the last few days, as a matter of fact, is that there have been several violations cited. And in fact, it's some of the stores that have testified today have been cited in violation of the existing law. But it was only because the ASPCA had filed complaints and had produced documentation of the fact that these out-of-state breeders had been cited by the USDA for regulations. And therefore, that the pet shops that imported the animals from these breeders were in violation of our existing state law.
Representative Doucette, you are over your 3 minutes. If you can just summarize, please.
Oh, wow. That was quick. Okay. The other thing I want to say is the reason we're here in planning development is because of the municipal option, which is something that we explored back, I believe, in 2021. I do want to state in summary that some of the concerns, as Representative Zullo, I think, just asked one of the previous testifiers, are a little mixed up. Basically, the idea here is to adopt not the New York rule, which is a statewide ban, but the New Jersey rule, which is a municipal option for municipalities to ban the sale, not to regulate the sale in any other way other than to ban the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits that come from commercial breeders out of state. So with that, any questions? I have, as you may know, a lot of knowledge, having worked on this for several years.
No, and I certainly appreciate your passion for this bill, passion for making sure that these animals are treated properly. And I don't think we have, hold on. Senator Rahman first has a question. I thought everybody was asleep. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, a lot of talk on this bill today. I think we are past our dinner time, so maybe you order the dinner for us, my brother.
I'll bring it down. I'll deliver it. What do you want?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to you.
sorry. I'm so sorry. We've gotten a little slap happy over here. Representative Delnicki, I think you had something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So without barking up the wrong tree, it would just apply to out-of-state breeders.
Correct, Representative Delnicki, and I did actually think of you as a fan of puns, and in fact that is correct. So we don't want to single out any of our pet shops in state necessarily, unless in fact they are importing dogs, which frankly most of them are. To be honest, I mean we can talk about the definition of what constitutes a puppy mill. I mean, I would define it as any commercial mass breeder of dogs. And by that definition, most of our pet shops, and I believe there's only 12 or 14, maybe is the number I heard, that are located in the state. 2 of them are in not technically in my district, one in Manchester outside of my district, one in Glastonbury that is in my district, are located within my district. And, you know, those shops import dogs from out of state, from what I would consider to be puppy mills. And again, the DOAG has cited a few of these pet shops. I believe that information is in the testimony that was submitted by the ASPCA, Amy Jesse, who testified much earlier today. And those pet shops have been. So again, nothing against the fact that they are trying to take care of the animals when they arrive in their stores. But again, the concept here that we're talking about is the importation of animals to these pet shops, which is a for-profit industry, selling these animals for thousands of dollars a piece, as opposed to a rescue, to Representative Dubitsky's point, which, yes, rescues are importing animals into Connecticut. However, they're getting a couple $100 to cover the transport and the shots that these animals get. It's a far cry from this industry that is being perpetuated by these stores in Connecticut by sourcing their animals from the commercial breeders.
Well, thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your concern on this bill.
Okay, we have Senator Fazio and then Senator Wong. I don't know if your hand is up because you want to talk again or if that was from the last time, but Senator Fazio first.
Representative Doucette, thanks for putting this bill forward, and thanks for your testimony. I always appreciate your thoughtfulness with regard to all this legislation. So I'm wondering, in line 11, as defined in section 22-327, are you saying that means that this only encompasses pet shops that are sourcing pets from out of state?
No, I think the intent is that it would be essentially a municipal option to institute a prohibition on the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits.
Okay.
In pet shops. Now, pet shops are the only place by statute that are licensed to sell those animals currently. So that's what it would be. It would be a prohibition.
Okay, so irrespective of whether they source them in state or out of state. Were you contemplating introducing something that tried to more go after the bad actors you had been mentioning and try to shut them down rather than providing the avenue of the municipality shutting down any pet shop? You know, how do you balance those different approaches, and was there the alternative approach at all?
Well, so as I mentioned, the law already exists, but I would question whether or not it's being adequately enforced.
Okay.
And, you know, frankly, the intent of that law is to, as I said, sort of close down the importation of these animals into the state. So it may be that a more effective way to do that is to allow municipalities to institute that prohibition as the city of Stamford has attempted to do, and other towns have done it, including my hometown of Manchester, has looked at doing this. This bill would clarify that municipalities can go ahead and do that in the avoidance of any doubt of whether or not they could, because of the way that this is currently regulated. So I think that this is, perhaps a quicker, if not a better way to get at the issue.
Okay, understand your thinking. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much. Senator Wong. I think his hand may be up from the previous speaker. So we're going to move on. Thank you so much, Representative Doucette. Appreciate your time. We are
Thank you all.
Thank you. We're going to go back to number 22, Jason Wang.
Oh my God, you guys called me.
Why, yes, we
you
did.
guys hear me?
Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, thank you. I'm just going to speak off the cuff because I had prepared remarks, but I'm like trying to, I'm just not a good time, right? I don't know how to access my prepared remarks anymore. Thank you for holding this hearing. What I really just wanted to say is, so I'm Jason Wang. I'm from West Hartford. I'm an addiction doctor. I just kind of wanted to point out sort of how, the train really is this engine of opportunity and gives people, in the towns that the train goes to, access to, jobs, educational opportunities, cultural opportunities, and wealth. It makes these towns wealthier. And so I would like to, it feels to me kind of fundamentally a little bit crazy, the land use policies around these stations, where, you have these huge parking lots and a couple of single family homes. And these are publicly funded trains. And they're dramatically increasing the property values and the wealth and the opportunities that people lucky enough to live near these stations have. And so I support Work, Live, Ride, House Bill 6831, because I think that all of us in Connecticut deserve to access these types of opportunities. I grew up in a household that was very much middle class income, but I was able to go to some of the best schools in the state, and part of the reason was that where I lived, this is in Missouri, we had just a lot of affordable housing, and it wasn't income restricted. It was just I guess there was just a lot of multifamily affordable housing around, and so that gave me a lot of opportunities in life that I otherwise wouldn't have had. And so, I think a lot of people would really benefit from being able to live in these towns, use the train, which is publicly funded. And I think some of the, like the land use in a lot of the stations right now is just crazy. And I'm not sure, like some of the concerns about like sewer and, pardon the pun, but I don't know if that passes the smell test, like, are we just totally at capacity for sewers? Like, I don't know. It seems like some more people could be afforded those opportunities to live in those wonderful places, and maybe for them to not just be sprawling parking lots. That's all. I'm sorry, it's really chaotic, but I just wanted to say that.
Well, you managed to hit it right under the timer, so great job. And we thank you for hanging with us for the entire day. I'm just checking to see if we have any questions for you online. I don't believe we have at this time, and so we just want to really thank you for coming forward and for spending some time with us in your day. Thank you, and thanks for the work you're doing for people.
No problem.
Have a great night. Okay, back on our regular numbers. Number 66, Kurt Carrillo. I do not see him online, and we're down to one sole testifier in the room. So number 67, Eli Sabine. I always say your last name wrong, Eli. If you are there, please unmute.
I'm here.
Thank you so much.
Sabin.
Thank you so much.
Saban.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And good evening to the chairs and members of the Planning Development Committee. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Eli Sabin, and I am testifying tonight on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, a research-based advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children achieve their full potential. Connecticut Voices for Children supports House Bill 6831, an act concerning transit-oriented communities, because encouraging housing development near bus and train stations will increase housing diversity and affordability, support Connecticut's economy, and make our state a better place to live. Connecticut is facing an affordable housing crisis. Just last week, a report found that Connecticut has the lowest vacancy rate in the country, only 7%, and we need to build at least 110,000 new units to meet demand. As a result, approximately half of renters statewide spend more than 30% of their monthly income on housing, a benchmark conventionally used to indicate that a tenant is cost burdened. Just over 50% of those tenants spend more than half of their monthly income on housing, indicating that they are severely cost burdened. Simply put, Connecticut has a housing shortage that is making it difficult for tens of thousands of low and middle income families to make ends meet and keep a roof over their heads. Supporting transit-oriented development, as HB 6831 does, should be central to our state's strategy of addressing the housing crisis, because zoning that allows a little bit more density can encourage the construction of smaller units that share land costs, making them more affordable. Additionally, allowing development near bus and train stations can reduce the traffic and infrastructure impacts of new housing construction. Transit-oriented development also supports the economy as a whole. The construction of 100 affordable housing units can create up to 120 jobs, and the ripple effect from residents living in new units can support as many as 30 new jobs in a wide array of industries. Additionally, the creation of new market rate housing is proven to help drive down regional housing costs. With rents rising, increasing housing supply through mixed-use, mixed-income development is particularly important to make sure low and middle-income Connecticut residents can find an affordable place to live in our state. Allowing a bit more housing near transit is the right choice for Connecticut's future. HB 6831 will encourage towns to join the critical effort to build the homes Connecticut's future depends on. Without new housing, our state's economy, workforce, and families will continue to suffer from high prices and lagging job growth. CT Voices supports HB 6831 because it will increase access to more affordable and more diverse housing, address our severe housing shortage, bring down rising rents, provide additional options for families, and grow our economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for keeping it right on, very tight time wise. And thank you for the work that you're doing with Connecticut Voices to make Connecticut more affordable for our families. I do not see any questions at this time. Have a great evening and thanks for hanging with us.
You too. Thank you.
Next, number 68, Dondre Roberts. I am not seeing him online. Number 69, Amit Kama. Oh, Dondre is? Okay, great. We're going to go back to Dondre. Okay, Dondre, when you're ready, please go ahead.
All right, great. Good evening. Madam Chair and members of the Planning and Development Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the following two raised bills before you today. HB 6831, an act concerning transit-oriented communities, and SB 1185, an act increasing the penalty for violation of certain municipal regulations and ordinances. The Connecticut Apartment Association represents providers of over 69,000 apartment homes in Connecticut. We work every day to help individuals and families find and stay in quality, affordable rental living. And we appreciate the chance to work with you and your colleagues on boosting Connecticut's supply of quality, affordable living that works for every budget. CTAA's three top priorities this session are speeding the development of new housing, protecting the rights of residents and housing providers, and standing up against unethical practices and assisting accountability and enforcement to promote safe and sound housing. CTAA has always been supportive of accelerating housing development, but not at the expense of taking away local control. HB 6381 gives municipalities the opportunity, not a mandate, to opt into becoming a transit-oriented community or transit-adjacent community, which is a reasonable compromise between local control and increasing Connecticut's housing stock. Nearly the entire state is currently zoned for one-family housing, but there's a staggering drop-off from single-family zones to areas that are currently zoned for accessory apartments, let alone 2- and 4-family zones. If Connecticut is going to grow our housing supply, we need more housing of all sizes. Under this bill, local authorities, agencies, and zoning commissions will do their due diligence upfront, identifying where middle housing, mixed-use development, and affordable housing can be placed. Only when that is sorted out will developers be able to build as of right and accelerate the development process. Now, we know the legislative process is an evolution, and we join others today in calling out some concerns we have with your raised draft. Specifically, Section 1, line 218 requires the Secretary of the OPM to adopt guidelines for parking lot sizes, setback requirements, and development impact fees. We're not convinced that these aspects should be under OPM purview and strongly object to development impact fees, which are not allowed under current state law. We also have concerns with deed restrictions and inclusionary zoning provisions of this bill, which do not offer bonus incentives. We also urge you to adjust the percentage of deed restricted units in Section 1H, line 179 of the bill from 15% to 10% in high opportunity heating markets. CTAA also believes that too many unscrupulous landlords have taken actions that taint the reputation of all apartment homes and providers. That is why we're also supportive of SB 1185, which would hike municipal fines for certain violations, and we urge you to amend the bill to ensure that the revenue from these fines help pay for inspections and enforcements to bring housing standards up to code and acceptable living standards. Members of the committee, CTAA and our multifamily housing providers are part of the foundation of Connecticut Living, and we're eager to work with you and others who share our goal of speeding up the approval of apartment housing for all ages, budgets, protecting the rights of residents and housing providers, and standing up against unethical practices and assisting accountability and enforcement to promote safe and sound housing in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I am not seeing any questions at this time, but we appreciate you being here and good to see you as always.
Good to see you. Bye.
Okay, number 69, Amit Kama, please. Hopefully I got that right.
Yes, that is correct. It's grateful to be here. My name is Amit. I'm from New Haven, and I'm here in support of HB 6831, also known as Work, Live, Ride. I'm lucky to call this state, Connecticut, home today. I'm going to speak a little bit personally on why I support this bill. I'm actually originally from Georgia, down south, and it's a place where suburban sprawl is the norm of land use. I grew up in a town where it was not safe to walk or bike anywhere useful, and transit was non-existent. So although much of Connecticut is plagued by similar urban sprawl, I'm actually very grateful that this state has strong public transit, walkable communities with deep character, and business-friendly downtowns. Living here is a complete game changer compared to coming from a place like Georgia. So as someone who doesn't own a car, I'm grateful to have the mobility that I have by living within walking distance of New Haven's Union Station. In less than 2 hours, I can be all over the state, Midtown Manhattan, Muddy Waters Cafe in New London, which is my favorite, or the airport, and it's all without ever having to step in a car. That's wonderful, not just for my convenience, but it's for the environment, my wallet, my peace of mind. But because so many of our transit and town centers around those nodes of Metro North stations and high capacity bus lines have low density housing around them, far too few Connecticut residents experience that walkable access to transit that I have benefited from so greatly. I really believe that connected communities are important to the state, and Work, Live, Ride allows us to build on that history, rejecting the suburban sprawl that has divided communities, which I have seen all over Connecticut, but also back home in Atlanta. And it also raises housing prices for families and worsens environmental impacts. So I really want more people to experience so much of what makes Connecticut great for me, which is that access to town centers with transportation. And that means enabling and incentivizing towns to build more types of housing around those nodes, which is what Work, Live, Ride does. And I won't exhaust this next point exhaustively because so many people have talked about how Work, Live, Ride is inclusive. It's not one size fits all. It understands that every place in Connecticut is different. We're not all New Haven. There's places like Colchester and Stafford, and there's places like New Haven and Stamford, and they all can fit into this bill in different ways. So I really believe that the separate provisions for towns with different levels of transit service create an effective policy that will work for all kinds of towns across the state. And of course, it's not a statewide mandate, which we've seen implemented in other states with potential pitfalls, but it's an incentive-based approach that's inherently flexible. So Connecticut has a choice before it. I think that we can continue down the path of sprawl that has weakened our economy and affordability, or we can build upon the historical bones of the state as a transit-rich collection of strong communities with vibrant downtowns and genuinely diverse housing options. And as someone who has seen the benefits and negatives of both of those different sides, coming from a very suburban, non-walkable place and now living in a place like New Haven where I can experience the connection that Connecticut has, I really implore the committee to move favorably upon this bill and help secure a future for Connecticut that is more connected, affordable, and equitable. Thank you all.
Any question? No? Thank you, Amit, for being here today with us. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Our next speaker, Bailey Pendela. Bailey. Okay, we're moving next one. Dan Quigley.
Quigley, thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Good evening. I want to thank Representative Kavros DeGraw, Senator Rahman, and the distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee for hosting this public hearing. I'm a resident of Greenwich, Connecticut, where I live with my wife and young son in the heart of downtown Greenwich. I currently serve as the chairman of the Greenwich RTM Land Use Committee. My opinions are my own. I'm speaking in strong opposition to HB 6831. We've seen prior iterations of this come before our state legislature, and fortunately, none of those have passed muster. In Greenwich, our Planning and Zoning Commission is making progress. However, it's clear that neither 830G or TOD are optimal solutions to solving the affordability problem. Municipal governments can and should take steps to develop plans that explore creative solutions, like strategic land purchases, which could be suitable for 100% affordable housing construction. It would empower local zoning boards who know their communities best with the tools to determine the size and scope of their community's needs. This bill does the opposite, and like its main proponent, Desegregate Connecticut, it is a wolf in sheep's clothing. The bill is punitive regardless if a town opts in or opts out. By opting out, municipalities will be penalized by being deprioritized from crucial discretionary funding decisions at the state level. If a municipality opts in, the bill would work to weaken existing environmental protections, put massive pressure on towns to invest in infrastructure, and would force local zoning boards to cede control to the state and developers. There are no carrots here, just sticks. Let's not forget that there are many factors affecting affordable housing availability that are also restrictive to begin with. Chief among these are the prohibitive costs of financing and constructing affordable housing, which could be exacerbated by anticipated higher import tariffs. When it comes to TOD, our state is also desperately in need of significant upgrades to public transit that would serve the needs of our commuters best. In addition, Desegregate Connecticut is an organization fueled by corporate interests, whose primary financial backers are developers and real estate industry power players, each of whom stands something to gain financially if progressive expansionary legislation like this is passed into law. Desegregate Connecticut represents an extremist point of view toward affordable housing. That much is evident in their name. Some think its main goal is to create more affordability by forcing oversupply of housing into the market, thereby lowering surrounding property values. This was echoed just a short while ago on this call when an advocate for this bill said, quote, "More supply will create more affordability." Talk about tone deafness. I strongly urge the Planning and Development Committee to do the right thing and make sure that this bill does not see the light of day. It is punitive and does not represent the will of the people in our communities. It also strips our local municipal governments of the ability to find their own solutions to add affordable housing stock in the communities and neighborhoods they serve and know best. Thank you very much for your time. I'd be happy to answer questions.
I don't see any question at this. Yes, Senator Pazia. Thank you.
Mr. Quigley, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate your work locally on land use on our resident RTM and your support for so much of Greenwich community's efforts to increase affordable housing availability in the town. You know, it seems like if this were to pass, it would be another program that's layered on top of several other programs that the state has passed in order to sometimes subvert local decision making, but generally speaking, to advance advance affordable housing and real estate development. Obviously, we have 830G. Recently, we passed MRDA at the state level. We obviously have a lot of funding at the state level, and so on and so forth. Do you think there is a good logic to add a new program, a new bureaucracy on top of the others, rather than trying to fix what is already in existence to make it work better?
It's a great question, Senator Fazio. Thanks for asking. At the risk of, and I don't intend to do this, of insulting any of the elected officials in the room, I know you all work hard, but I think state and federal government track records of managing large social engineering projects in and across America and in Connecticut have really been pretty bad. So I don't think any constituents out there, save for a small handful, are really looking for largesse state mandates and state planning to fix what is ultimately a very, very complex problem. there are some on the call today who represent districts in Northern Connecticut where they don't have a lot of assets and resources. Representative Dubisky stated that before. Some represent large cities, New Haven, Stamford, which have far exceeded their affordable housing requirements and continue to develop more and more. Now, I'm not here to say that towns like mine, like Greenwich, have crushed it over the last 50 years and have added tons of affordable housing wherever they could. I think they could have done a better job. But as we all know, municipalities and government in general don't usually act until there's kind of a pressure point. And what I think Greenwich has been able to do is add enough affordable housing and continue to work toward adding more affordable housing and rehabbing existing affordable housing that is making a lot of progress. It's hard in a town like Greenwich because our land costs are so expensive, but we have major traffic problems in our downtown areas. We have flooding concerns with as relates to impervious surface area. And I don't think this is the answer. I don't know anyone, save for a very few people on one side of the aisle, who are really 100% sure that this is the right thing to do. And I do appreciate the work by people who advocate for these plans. I know they're putting in a lot of time. They mean well, but this isn't the answer. It takes time to do this. And towns like Greenwich should and can employ more creative solutions to find unique ways to add affordable housing. I'm a big proponent of towns and communities looking to purchase basically land that could be suitable for that. So in the case of a town like Greenwich, if there's areas downtown that check all the boxes for affordable housing, I would rather see the town purchase land, have a portfolio of land that would likely appreciate over time. So if there was ever a need to unload a property or raise money, which there wouldn't be in Greenwich, you could do that safely. And this way, the town would own land. The town could then use the Affordable Housing Trust. It could use willing developers who are willing to partner with it and the affordable housing Greenwich communities to determine its own destiny. And that's really what this is about. This is about municipalities across our state controlling their destiny and not having it imposed by the state or by developers who want to come in and make money off these things. I have a development behind me that is going to be 120 units. 40 of them are affordable. It's pretty big, but it checks all the boxes. Developers want to do this because they're ultimately going to find it a profitable endeavor to do that. And trusting that developers are going to come in and be benevolent to the needs of these localities and municipalities is crazy. The state is not equipped to manage and run something like this. We've seen it in many states across America, and especially at the federal level, with mismanagement. And developers should not be the ones to determine it. We have to use incentives to get local municipalities, big and small, to do what they can. And I think towns like Greenwich have the ability to find creative solutions, like I mentioned before, where they can then determine, hey, let's put 3 stories here with 30 affordable housing units. It's really nice downtown, and 3 stories here, instead of 6 and 7-story buildings where 70% of the units that are constructed are market rate and 30% are affordable. All that does is increase exponentially the numerator while it doesn't increase the denominator. And that will put massive pressure on communities to have to spend a lot of money to invest on infrastructure that needs to be updated. And, taxes will go up at that point. And towns like Greenwich do not want, we're not looking to grow our population to, 80, 90,000. A town like Stamford's different. Stamford wants to be the keystone town to Connecticut. It wants to be the city in Connecticut. So it kind of has an incentive to build itself up and become a place where people can commute into New York City with lots of express trains from Stamford Station. But even in Stamford, there's a lot of pushback. I'm sure you hear it in your district from overdevelopment, and it's not necessarily all affordable. So, I appreciate the effort put forward by people who are advocates for this bill. I don't think they have bad intentions. I think they have good intentions. But this is a very complex issue, and it would best be solved by local municipalities finding their own creative solutions. Using inducements to provide them with that, maybe to encourage them, is the best way to go. And in my opinion, when I examine the text of this bill, it's a stick and a stick on both ends.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that input. I think the point that the type of zoning that this prescribes in this bill, which says market rate up to 10 units, will actually be in contradiction of 830G, the existing affordable housing statute on the books, because it will compel or prescribe that municipalities, if they adopt the zoning, which is obviously the intention of the bill, to add market rate housing, which increases the denominator of the 830G calculation, which gets municipalities farther away from their goal. So, when we talk about layering one policy on top of another, I would at least hope that they work in the same direction rather than opposite directions. But I appreciate your testimony and your insights and your service to our town down in Greenwich. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I see Senator Wong's hand is up, but it has been up for the last, oh, you are there. Okay. There he is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Quigley, thank you for your service on the RTM as a former RTM member. I appreciate that, particularly on the land use. So I know you said you're not wearing that hat, but also I wanted to get your perspective in the has of right language on this, which would bypass the planning and zoning and inland wetlands and the various entities of local knowledge. How does that comport with you being a representative, particularly on the land use area?
Well, thanks for the question, Tony. I appreciate that. Land use has a lot of appointments that come in front of us, and a lot of them are on all of these very technical boards in town and committees and commissions. Like you said, there's the flooding and the flooding committee, and there's the planning and zoning committee and other committees that all handle certain small aspects of what the totality of which is, the land use planning of the town of Greenwich. These people really care a lot about their community. They volunteer a lot of time. Some of them have more expertise than others, but they have the Inland and Wetlands Committee. The people we've interviewed for that and subsequently approved are people who passionately care about protecting the environment and having that local control over it. And there are very unique areas in Greenwich where that local expertise, that local touch means something. Clearly, the same applies to planning and zoning. We're very fortunate in Greenwich to have a first-rate planning and zoning commission. They're very deliberate. They are not hyperbolic. They look at everything from all different perspectives when they come up with their rulings on different projects. And, they understand the community. They're in touch with different districts on the RTM. They come to our meeting. They come to my district meeting. There's 12 different districts in Greenwich in the RTM. My district alone, District 1, has 19 members. So you can imagine with 230 people in the RTM, the third biggest legislature in the United States of America, which is incredible. The kind of input people on these commissions get when they do outreach to the community and they speak to people who are not only involved in the RTM, but they go to meetings where people invite other neighbors and community members to talk about these issues. That perception with the input of the community is essential to making sound decisions. And like I said before, removing that with as of right, giving sort of a largesse kind of state entity the ability to come in and stamp its approval on things over people who are in the trenches every day, having these discussions, talking to neighborhood associations, talking to RTM districts, is to me just a really, really bad idea. And I know that the proponents of this like to point to towns like Greenwich and say, hey, Greenwich is a really wealthy community. These people are sitting in, multi-million-dollar homes everywhere. Look, I understand, but I'll tell you what, my son attends an elementary school 2 blocks from Greenwich Avenue. We live right off Greenwich Avenue. 33% of the kids in that school participated in free lunch programs this year. A third of the population of the enrollment of that school So Greenwich is not this place where it's, you know, the land of silk and honey, where the roads are paved with gold and everyone drives a Porsche and a Land Rover. There's a significant population in Greenwich of people who are socioeconomically challenged. They live in downtown areas. They live in a lot of the transit-oriented development areas, which would be the target point for legislation like this. And you know, a lot of people who own homes in these areas have owned their apartments or their houses for years. I heard First Selectman Camillo say earlier, they're early adopters, right? They were early buyers, and back when you could kind of afford to get a foot in Greenwich and kind of buy a home. That's not the case in a lot of places anymore. But their nest egg, their livelihood, their biggest asset is their home. And the idea that you're going to build, you know, hundreds upon thousands of new units to live in downtown areas, and you're going to have this massive oversupply in the marketplace, the idea that that is not going to affect the value of the properties that homeowners currently own in these areas is crazy. And as I mentioned in my statement, there was a proponent earlier who explicitly came out and said, you know, supply and demand is easy. You know, if there's an oversupply, it's going to lead to more affordability. Well, as a homeowner in these areas, and as someone, you know, someone else who may own a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom apartment, which they bought for, you know, a few $100,000 20 years ago, that can really significantly impact the value of their biggest asset. And that is not a solution that benefits people. And I may suggest, you know, I always usually end up interjecting a little bit of political wisdom. Some may not think it's wisdom into the situation. But if I was a moderate or centrist Democrat in the Connecticut state legislature, after what just happened in November, I'm looking at all of the electoral maps in the districts around the state, and I'm saying, you know, the Democrats kind of held up pretty well, but boy, you know, the margins have really shrunk in a lot of these districts everywhere. I would run so fast and far away from this bill, because this is the kind of progressive legislation that people are getting fed up with. They don't want their government imposing largesse government planning on their municipalities. So as a representative of my district, as a citizen, as someone who's lived in Greenwich for many years, I'm against this bill. I think there are better ways to solve the problem. And I hope that your committee deliberates this a lot, and that you guys come to the right decision.
Well, this is why we have public hearings, even though as long as it is, it gives people a voice, and you give a very powerful voice. But I want to kind of move to what Greenwich has done. I think one of your biggest challenges is the imagery and the perception of the roads of silk and honey. But when 33% of your son's school gets free lunch, it presents a different imagery, isn't it? But what we saw earlier was Mr. Sam Romano, and he talked about, I asked about Tony Johnson and what Greenwich community has done, and the number of units that the community has built, that is 100% de-restricted, and you know, 60% of median income, which was important because it's affordable. It's not the 80% of the A30G. So can you comment, and also the town's adoption of inclusionary zoning? Can you talk a little bit from a legislative aspect of this could be a model that we could look at to effectuate, you know, access to land, acquisition of land costs being prohibitive? I'm looking for a way that we increase affordable, accessible, and diverse and workforce housing. And I do believe that Greenwich and many of the community are striving to meet those in the quote affluent suburbs. They could have a better way, wouldn't they, than a government mandated way?
I agree with that. And I do give credit to Greenwich Communities for doing some of the work that they've done. Their work at Armstrong Court is incredible. I was there a couple of years ago when it opened. Representative Meskers was there. Senator Fazio was there. It's amazing what they did there. And those units are spectacular, and they serve the community. And they elevate the folks who live there into feeling like they're living in something really, really special, not just an affordable housing development. And I know there are plans to add more units there. I know that they have looked at a couple other areas in town, specifically Quarry Knoll, which is right near where my son's school is. My son's school enrollment is a little low, so they want to add another 150 or so units down there. Look, I think Greenwich Community has done a pretty good job, but I also don't want to just take the one side of this. I think towns like Greenwich, for the last 40 or 50 years, have kind of been lulled into this sense that, they've done some things. They do continue to do well. We've done well over the last few years. I think our planning and zoning has added over 1,000 units of housing in Greenwich, and many of those have been affordable, over 100, I think, in the last few years. But I would like to see local governments get more creative. I'd like to see them explore things like, how do we do things where we can control this? Because that's what we're fighting for, right? We're fighting for local government and local zoning control of a complex issue that no one's been able to solve in Connecticut and in a lot of places in America. So I would like to see our local government make a commitment to think outside the box, work with the housing authority. If we can add, they don't have to be 200 home developments, but if we can add 30, 40, 20 home developments in specific areas, that's going to get those numbers up. And if they're 100% affordable, you don't add to the denominator. That's the key. Nobody I talk to, Senator Wang, very few on the left in town, and I talk to Democrats or Republicans, there's very few on the left, nobody on the right wants to see overdevelopment and density. Those are the two main concerns. It's not having affordable housing here. It's, infrastructure is a worry if you overbuild and you overdevelop. But the key is they don't want overdevelopment. They want housing options that fit within the context of our community. So instead of putting up 150, 250, 300 unit developments, like way in an off corner of the town, they want to have smaller developments where people can have a sense of community. They live downtown. They walk to work. They walk to the train station. They can walk to shopping and restaurants. That's the key. And I think that's what we have to do. I know that First Selectman Camillo is committed to that. I think Greenwich Communities is too, but it's a complex nut to crack locally. You've got to get everybody on the same page, speaking the same language to do it. It takes a while to do. Greenwich has done a better job than a lot of its sister municipalities because we started earlier and we're redoing a lot of the stuff we did in the past that needs to be refurbished. So, I do think that planning and zoning is moving in the right direction for sure. Greenwich Communities is moving in the right direction. We have to get everybody to coalesce and focus on the issue. And we have to convince people, there are always people in all these municipalities, I'm sure in your district too, they just don't want any building anywhere, right? We don't want any development. But I look back at Greenwich and I've looked back at the history of the town for 100 years. The town has really changed, right? It looks totally different than it did 100 years ago. And we need to accept that change is part of the organic development of our community. It's like a living, breathing thing. And if it's done well, and that means locally, determined by local officials and local experts who have outreach and are in touch with their community, we can continue to develop Greenwich in a way that's going to make everybody happy, and we will go a long way to solving a lot of this problem. Will we get to 10%? That's very hard to achieve in a town like Greenwich because of land costs, but we can move the needle in the right direction. And my hope is that by getting it up there and chipping away more and more every year, that people in Hartford who are more apt to support legislation like this will look and say, look, you know what? These guys are doing the right thing. And maybe they don't get to 10%. Maybe they get to 8%. But you know what? That's a big accomplishment. And that's kind of what I hope to see happen.
Dan, if I may, and thank you for that input. And again, thanks to the indulgence of the chair. But quickly, the very powerful forces and momentum pushing for these array of bills. And I think it's important to have these public hearings. And I hope you'll submit written testimony because I think it's important to have that kind of a transcript to address some of the challenges to make this bill better if it can be done. But there are powerful forces at play. But saying that, let's say you talked about there are going to be many people that are going to support this by saying it's permissive. It's an opt-in type of dynamic. But you said a very important phrase. It's a stick on a stick to motivate. Can you just quickly just offer some context of that? Because for many people, they're going to say, it's permissive. They can make a decision. It's not penal. And we're giving municipalities choices. But you seem to think it's a stick on a stick.
Look, if you don't opt in, you're basically going to cede any discretionary funding, right? You're going to get slapped on the wrist with that. And for some communities, this is even more important. That's a negative. That's a stick, okay? It's sort of unspoken. If you opt into it, you are ceding control of your local planning and zoning in these areas to state government and developers. So yeah, there could be some incentives maybe for opting in, but they're outweighed by the fact that you're ceding control to determine your own destiny, your own future of how your town's going to look. That's far and away the biggest negative. Not getting discretionary spending attention in Hartford can be a big deal. I mean, we've had schools built. We've got some funds to help build schools in Greenwich. And that's very welcome because these are really expensive projects, and Greenwich is spending hundreds of $millions on redoing its schools. So that's a negative. It's a stick and a stick. There should be incentives to say, hey, look, Greenwich, towns like you pay a ton of taxes to Hartford. You're our biggest bread provider to the state government. We want to figure out ways where we can work with you, where maybe we can help out and we can give you guys tax breaks, something like that. If you show over the course of 3 years, you have a plan, you're working toward the plan is moving in the right directions. And if you meet certain guidelines, we'll meet certain guidelines. I think incentives like that will work better than if you penalize local municipalities for choosing either end of a bad decision. There's no good choice here.
No, I appreciate that, Dan.
I also want to extend my thanks to the co-chairman tonight, because I too, like everyone else, have been listening all day. It takes a tremendous amount of patience to sit back and allow people to speak. And that's what makes democracy great. That's what makes public hearings like this great and so productive for everyone. So I really appreciate that.
And I would convey that as well. The good chairs have been very, very kind with the time, and I greatly
They're going to want to get off their chairs pretty soon.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Dan, and have a great day. Thank you,
Thanks
Madam
so much.
Chair.
Yes, well, we've certainly been indulgent, if
Could be
nothing
me.
else, and certainly have been indulgent for the Greenwich community, because I don't think we've ever heard from 1 out of 169 towns more than we have from Greenwich today. So thank you so much for your time, Mr. Quigley, and we are moving on to number 72, Jan Schaefer, please.
Good evening, everyone. And thank you for giving me the opportunities to speak. And I thank you to the chairwoman and the committee for this time. I am a longtime resident since 1997 of New Canaan, Connecticut, and I am speaking this evening because I oppose HB 6831. New Canaan is a very special town, I should say. I've spent a major part of my life living on the West Coast, Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Diego, then Manhattan, and then New Canaan. And New Canaan has just been a delight, a really wonderful place to live. But the reason I am really against this particular bill is the fact that it takes the local control away from us. In order to keep our towns functioning at their best, we need people who understand the towns, people who live in them, work in them, and can make the best decisions for the town. I also have, this is really more of a question, we're focusing on transit-oriented towns when I think the focus should be really focusing more on where the jobs are, because a lot of us who live in this particular town, we do have 2 train stations in this town. The train is used mainly for people who commute to Manhattan for work, which I did for many, many, many years, and that's why I chose to live here. But there really isn't good transit other than the train going to New York. You can take it the other direction, but very few people do. So I'm kind of confused as to why we're focusing on transit-oriented developments. But that's the way this particular bill works. I also feel very strongly that, and I think Dan Quigley said this before me and several others today, that the state is not the best. First of all, I think large government, whether you go to the state or the federal level, are too far removed from the situation to make the best decisions. They don't know the nuances of Greenwich or Darien or Wilton or New Canaan or Stanford, for that matter, that we know. So we know what's best for our towns. We know where we need to be careful because of whether it's a water or a sewage issue, or in some cases a historic building. There's, the local control is really what works best most of the time. And this bill, I think, not only takes away the local control if you opt in, but if you don't opt in, it also seems to have provisions in the bill that punish you for not opting in. So I don't see how that is helpful to anyone. New Canaan has done a very good job. And
3 minutes, please summarize.
Yep. I'm going to say New Canaan has done, I think, a very good job of developing low-income housing and affordable housing. We recently bought another project to even add to the numbers of affordable housing for our town. So I think we have done a good job, and I'm sure we plan to do more in the future. So thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much. And seeing no hands at this time, thanks and have a wonderful evening. Up next,
thank you.
Representative David Michel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's very nice and kind of strange to be testifying with the committee. I was a member of for 6 years. It's a pleasure to see everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on bills being debated between legislators. The 2 bills I would like to speak about, 6832 on pet shops and 6831 on transit-oriented development. Start with the pet shops and especially in response to what the American Kennel Club representative was mentioning earlier about Stanford. There was some inaccuracies. So in 2019, we tried to pass a full state ban of pet shops selling dogs and cats, as these come from USDA registered facility with deplorable standards. This effort had been already tried for many years. I think at least since 2014. Little after that same year, in 2019, Stanford Board of Reps started discussions on passing an ordinance after it failed on the state level. Yet they were discouraged to do so by their corporate counsel. And a lobbyist for the said pet shops called a former fellow lobbyist that had just become commissioner of Connecticut DUAG, warning the commission that if such attempt were to pass, the shops would have to close, which is inaccurate. DUAG proceeded to reach out to our city of Stamford. Corporate counsel stated that the state may, not does, but may preempt, and did not affirm that they do, to the contrary of what the AKC representative said earlier. The AKC earlier did not consider Chapter 98 of our general statutes in referring to Stanford case, and also did not clearly respond to the chair earlier that they do receive registration fees from USDA registered facilities, aka puppy mills. And the AKC has been highly criticized for lobbying against animal welfare improvement laws, even on the federal level, both state and federal. They do point their finger at others to dismiss the issues with their clients. 3 of the pet stores speaking today, I think it was mentioned earlier, that was Connecticut Breeder, Puppy Palace, and the Dog House, are doing business with puppy mills that have state welfare violations. Now I'll shift to 6381. if we focus on our development issues, we need to focus on what would help our retirees and our lower income that are falling to homelessness. As you know, there is a bill in housing, HB 5002. Fortunately, in the past, transit-oriented development bill SINDIT would result in incentivizing development, but for developers to build what they want to maximize profit and not what we need. We need to incentivize developers to build for our retirees and lower income. Or we can use existing infrastructure and maybe state housing. But that's why I would like zoning to go in terms of helping development. On another angle, I do disagree with the as of right, as it does remove public process. I know a lot of people wish in Stamford we'd had more public discussions as to what was quickly developed in the South End. It did bring 10% of thousands of units, which is by far not enough to yeah, I'll try to be brief as the below market rate program, but that needs to be also redrafted by the city of Stamford. Unfortunately, we still have people falling to homelessness, and what has been built was not affordable to many, as well as it does rarely provide 3 or more bedroom units. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Representative Michelle. And I really appreciate you circling back to that AKC information, because that was what I was kind of trying to get out earlier, but I couldn't really quite get there with the lovely lady who was testifying at the time. So I thank you so much. And I am not, oh, Senator Fazio has a question.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. It's good to see you on the Zoom, and thank you for testifying. I appreciate the consistency of your 2 testimonies, both in favor of local decision making. I just wanted to see if you have kind of concerns locally, as well as with this policy, it's seeing the focus be on higher income development rather than a focus on an affordable component. We mentioned before that this would prescribe as of right development up to 10 units without the inclusionary requirement for lower income development. So wanted to see if that's what you were kind of getting at, and if that's a concern you have generally in Lower Fairfield County.
It is truly a concern I have, and we know that 1/3 of our new homeless in Fairfield County are retirees, our own retirees, and 1/3 are children from a lower income. And Stamford, in fact, is kind of a specific case when we talk about development, because unfortunately, developers in some ways stuck it up to us with high value rent, with low quality construction, with many issues from tenant being abused, but that's also to do with the BMR program, but structural collapse, elevators dropping, mold, and also in the past few years, in maybe decades now, but in Stamford, typically the executive branch has been on the side of those special interests, which are the same special interests that fund our local Democratic Committee during local elections. So many communities have a sour taste when they read incentives to developers. But we need development. I'm going to still stay firm on this. We do need development. I just don't think this is I don't think that this is bringing what we need, or at least in the bill, remove fee in lieu. Fee in lieu is for immediate. Fee in lieu removes the ability of apartments being ready now, not in several years when an affordable housing trust fund will participate with some of the funding, and they're still waiting for other complementary funds. So there are other issues we need to address as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Gucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see a colleague of mine, David Michelle. We actually did serve on not only this committee together, but then also the Environment Committee. I want to harken back to, the puppy mill questions that were going on, because I know that was something that we had discussed probably now 5 years ago, I believe, when we were really breaking this down as far as that chain that was bringing puppies in from other places, as far as also the financial expense that was born, I think, was something that we were dealing with when somebody would adopt from one of these places, and it would be from a puppy mill, the illnesses and the problems that the puppy would have or the animal would have, that the the owners would feel compassion to make sure that that animal got the best treatment they could because they made an emotional commitment. Can you touch on some of those areas?
Yeah, this is what I referred to when I mentioned Chapter 98. There's a possible debate if there's preemption or not, but codifying it right now into law is necessary to stop feeding that pipeline of cruelty. Additionally, there are these comments about closing those shops. Even when you and I served together, if you remember, the animal advocacy community offered to help those shops upon changing their business model to the other 100 pet shops throughout our state. That animal advocacy community would actually help them get their customers. They could sell high-end version of what's sold in the other 100 shops. They can certainly have some time, not too long, but some time to adapt their business model. But however, this bill is very simple, and it just offers the ability for a city to ban the pet shops from selling dogs and cats. And that's,
Well, thank you for that clarity, and thank you for continuing to be that silent voice, even though it was kind of it was funny. I stepped out into the other room for a second and I heard this blaring voice coming out of my computer, and I said, my gosh, that's former Representative Michelle. I need to at least stop and give him the floor for a few minutes. Thank you, my friend, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence.
I bet you guys are missing my French accent at the Capitol. I look forward to see you all at some point in time.
Well, as long as you don't say deloppers anymore.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous.
Bonne nuit.
Bonne soirée.
Okay, we are going to switch back to English because you might have been confused there for a minute and thought we were the Canadian Parliament. And we're going back to number 52, Avery Lenahan, please.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. My name is Avery Lenahan. I'm a sophomore at Yale University, currently studying economics and math, and I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 6831. For reference, as kind of an overview, I want to go through why walkability has been really life-changing since I've come to Yale, some of the issues I've noticed in unwalkable communities back home, and how I think this can still be improved and how 6831 is the route to that. When I first came to Yale, I was really excited to live in a walkable community before I had to get in my car to go literally anywhere. I lived in a pretty rural area. Upon coming to Yale, I've become in far better shape. I also have met types of people that I never would have met back home because you only drive exactly where you want to go and see exactly what you want to see. This has led to me frequenting local businesses far more often, and I also now volunteer at the local public library because I walked by one day and wanted to see what was inside. I also really appreciate the use of buses to kind of break out of that quote unquote Yale bubble. In general, looking back home, I see a lot of negative effects of unwalkable communities. For instance, my grandfather, as he has grown older, it's been harder and harder because he can't drive anymore. This has given him a sense of lack of agency that has been really hard to deal with. I had a coworker, for instance, also at my job at Ulta that had to catch the bus home every single night, and it often led to 20, 40-minute delays for her getting to work. It led to, in general, just a lot of struggle. And I think that we should be able to live in communities where you don't need to get in a bus or have a car. You should live somewhere where you can get where you need to go quite easily. In general, when I'm writing the Metro North and I'm thinking about possibly staying in the state of Connecticut for my career, I really hate to see stations that are just surrounded by parking lots of cars. For instance, in New Haven, to get to State Street Station, I often have to cross 4 lanes of traffic with a suitcase. And, you think the light's really long until you're trying to haul your really big suitcase across. I think that when you look at the city of New Haven, for instance, this is a really good example. Both State Street Station and Union Station are not really quite walkable from downtown. There are shuttles, but they tend to be quite inconsistent. And when it comes to making a train, that's kind of an issue. And just in general, all my friends that have bikes sometimes get hit. And just the intersections, I have seen many near misses. I do think that this bill is really a good way to go about this. I think that there has been a lot of talk about this taking away control from the different cities. However, as someone who lives in a state that has kind of a lot of small cities, a lot of them don't have the infrastructure and the kind of people that care enough to be able to really think through this, or just like the resources, the education. I think a lot of the people that have spoken against this bill tend to be from more well-resourced places, and these places are doing great jobs, and they can opt out of this bill if they feel like they're doing a good enough job already. But I think having a large state entity to help out those smaller municipalities would be really fantastic.
Wow, that was like literally right on time. So you must have timed yourself. Great job. I wanted to thank you for sharing your grandfather's story, because I think that's something that we don't often hear about. And I think it's really important that you shared that. So I appreciate that. I will say it's more resources than caring, because I think you said something about caring when it comes to some of the towns. I do think it's more resources than not. And it was interesting to hear from such a over and over and over and over and over again today from such a well-resourced town, or I should say two very well-resourced towns. But anyway, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And we are going to get back to our regularly scheduled folks. Number 74, Marlene Wilhelm, please.
Good evening. I hope you guys can hear me. I want to thank you, Madam Chair.
We cannot see you, but we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but it looks like I'm in Hawaii at Diamond Head. I'm actually not, but you know what? With this weather, I thought you would enjoy that. I want to thank the committee, Planning Development Committee, and I'm here to support HB 6832, a bill prohibiting the sale of cats, dogs, and rabbits in the state of Connecticut. My name is Marlene Wilhelm. I live in Windsor, Connecticut. I've been a lifelong resident of Connecticut and actually a lifelong resident of Windsor. But I'm also the president of the House Rabbit Connection. We are a rabbit rescue volunteers. And I just wanted to share my thoughts briefly on supporting 6832. I've done a lot of undercover work at pet stores, specifically that have been selling rabbits, just to find out what staff and salespeople know about rabbits. And I've been really disillusioned by a lot of what I have seen. It's very hard to sex rabbits, whether you're a rabbit rescue, a veterinarian, and it's interesting that pet stores have been selling rabbits that they swore were, both females or both males, only to find out a week later that the rabbit has given birth. As a rescue, we make sure that we do home inspections before anybody takes a rabbit home. We do a lot of screening. We want to make sure that this rabbit does not go into a home where there's a high prey drive animal. We make sure that individuals get a proper education about rabbits before they bring a rabbit home. I have been at situations where I've been to pet stores where rabbits have been vocalizing. And rabbits don't make noise unless they're kind of on their deathbed or they're being attacked by something. In one case, 3 rabbits were brought to a veterinarian and were put down. Unfortunately, the pet store did not sterilize the housing that the rabbits were in, placed new rabbits in there, and they too succumbed to a virus. So the big difference, I think, between stores and rescues is that stores, their bottom line is profit. With rescues, our only focus is on placing rabbits in the right home. Whether that's under the right conditions, we make sure that they're spayed and neutered, with proper education, as I mentioned, prior to adoption. So pet stores, I was going to say, let rescues take care of the rabbits. You guys provide wonderful supplies for rabbits, food, toys, etc. I would like to see a statewide ban, but for now, I do support 6832, and thank you for this opportunity.
I just want to thank you for your testimony. And one of my colleagues asked me when you made the comment about the rabbits making the noise. I have unfortunately experienced that, and it is honestly traumatizing. And once you have heard a rabbit make that noise, you never forget what that sounds like.
I agree.
Really awful. So I thank you for the work that you're doing rescuing these animals. It is not easy. As someone who has had multiple rabbits through my lifetime when I was younger, I know exactly the things you're talking about when it comes to making sure the gender is the gender you think it is. And all of those things are certainly difficult. So thank you so much for your testimony. We don't have any questions at this time, but we do appreciate you being here.
All right, thank you.
Up next, number 75, Denise Savageau, and I hope I got it right because otherwise we'll be even, right, Denise?
You will. Thank you so much. Representative Kavros DeGraw and Senator Rahman and all committee members. It's been a long day, and appreciate that everybody is still smiling. I'm here to talk about two bills, 6830 and 6831. Again, my name is Denise Savageau. I'm a resident of Old Lyme, and I'm an environmental planner and have been a planner in Connecticut for close to 40 years. I have lived in Vernon, Manchester, Coventry, Greenwich, and Old Lyme, where I currently serve on the zoning commission. So I've lived and worked throughout the state, including 20 years as the conservation director for the town of Greenwich. So it was interesting hearing all of the folks that I know well from the town of Greenwich speak today. Just quickly, in support of Bill 6830, an act concerning training for members of employees of inland wetland agencies. Totally support this. Really important. You've heard good testimony on that. I serve as the chair of the Connecticut Council on Soil and Water Conservation. If there's any help we can give you on that, please let me know. But I know you heard from my colleague at Rivers Alliance, Alicia Sharamet. So again, if there's anything you need to know, be more than happy to touch base on that. But I really want to focus on 6831, and this is an act for transit-oriented communities. This bill seeks to advance transit-oriented development, which can serve as an important zoning tool that promotes smart growth, reduces sprawl, and promotes workforce and affordable housing. Importantly, it does that through an incentive to municipalities that create, transit-oriented districts. I support the bill, but I do think that there are some changes that need to be made that would make it work for all of Connecticut. And I say that with my planning hat on, that we really need to focus on this as an incentive tool. So first, remove the reference in section 1A-1 of the proposed bill that references the open space and watershed land acquisition grant program. That just has no place in this bill. It should be taken out of the bill. Secondly, we need to keep the important provisions for inland wetlands and watercourses in any bill that we have. It has been mistakenly said that as of right means that you don't have to go to wetlands. That is not the case. If you have a as of right zoning, 1 acre zoning, single family residential, doesn't have to go for site plan review to planning and zoning most of the times. That's as of right. It does have to go to inland wetlands. What does take away inland wetlands is we have seen some legislative actions that tries to take wetlands out of this equation, and specifically.
Please summarize your thoughts.
Thank you. So I want to just focus on that. And then the last piece I wanted to talk about was as of right. And I really think that the commission needs to be thinking of as an overlay zone that allows for special permits as an alternative to as of right. There are problems with as of right. It does not require site plan approval, which someone indicated that was the case. And I want to make sure people understand that there are some real challenges with as of right. And if you take that out, you could make this bill much better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Denise, for that testimony. I believe that open space piece, that was, I don't want to say an accident, but I think we're looking at taking that out. So that we had discussed that earlier at some point today. So I did just want to share that with you. And otherwise, I am not seeing any questions at this time. So thank you for your testimony, but we will reach out if we need more expertise.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 76, Acela Shabazz. I am not seeing her online. She is? Okay. Okay, Estella, if you can hear us and you're watching, you need to accept the panelist invitation from our clerk so that you are in the Zoom room where we can actually see you. So we'll give you a second, and if not, we're hoping Pete Harrison could also accept the invitation. Oh, Estella, I see you. Okay, great. When you're ready, please go ahead, Ms. Shabazz.
So sorry. Thank you so much.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. So sorry. My name is Estela Shabazz. I am a resident of New Haven, Connecticut, and I work at Safari Sands Pet Center since 2018. This has been the absolute most rewarding experience that I've ever had in my entire life working at this pet store. I've acquired 3 of my own pets from this pet store in particular, and I've had the absolute blessing of an experience of going on a breeder trip out to our breeders that we do work with in particular. This has been definitely changed my perspective on pet stores, on pets, on where we get our pets from, on education about pets and animals. And I definitely have made it my life's mission, at least at this point, to go forward with education on this subject in particular. This bill in particular would be stripping the rights of people who aren't able to get all of the education that they need without a little bit of help. I do believe that at least most of our pet stores, or the good ones out there, are doing the good work of spreading the message about animal care and husbandry. And going forward, I just want to be able to do that more. And this has been the place that I've been able to do that the best.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I am not seeing any questions at this time. We appreciate you being with us and hanging in there all day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Up next, number 77, Pete Harrison. When you are ready, I see you in the Zoom room.
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right, great. Well, yeah, thank you so much for a very long day for everybody, hour 10 now. I'm Pete Harrison. I'm the Connecticut Director of the Regional Plan Association, which oversees Desegregate Connecticut. I am here to support Work, Live, Ride 6831. It is late and it is my son's bedtime, so he might storm in here any minute. So I'm just kind of riff. This is probably, to an earlier point, why a lot of people don't testify in evening planning and zoning commissions. So you might get a little live taste of that. But I want to make 3 quick points, then I'm happy to answer any questions. I had some colleagues from RPA put together a pretty phenomenal data point here that I think will frame this conversation. And areas served by transit in Connecticut with an under 60-minute headway, that's bus or rail, land that is served by that in a half-mile radius represents only 13% of the state's land, but it concentrates half of the state's households and over 2/3 of the jobs that drive our state's economy. The future of Connecticut is in these areas. This is where we want to see the growth of homes and construction. We don't want to see it in our rural communities and our natural spaces. We have that natural historic density there. This bill is trying to improve upon that and help those communities get more out of it. And importantly, it's about where to build and where not to build. The second piece of it, this has come up a lot, but we have said this elsewhere. The perception that TODs are happening locally is really very incomplete. We did a study about 3 years ago just on the rapid transit communities, the train station towns in Connecticut. And out of 40 that have train stations, only about 20% make it easy to build multifamily homes within a half-mile radius. The others, there are 15 that ban that entirely. And generally speaking, of the 111 communities in Connecticut that have some type of bus and rail transit, less than 20% of them have transit-oriented development zoning. So although we have some great examples of TODs in Connecticut, we are missing the ball relative to that previous stat that I talked about in terms of the potential. And what we know that to be the case is there are good faith concerns over infrastructure costs, availability, planning capacities, all those pieces that are built into Work, Live, Ride to assist those communities that do want to do this kind of work. And we think there's a strong case for that. Folks have talked about the Municipal Redevelopment Authority. We're complementary with that new agency. There's a lot of communities that are interested in this. So we know that there's a disconnect from the opportunity. We know there's a disconnect for the communities taking advantage of it. We've done 30 walk audits, 70 planning and zoning commissions, and all kinds of other meetings with local commissioners to get to the core issue. And it is a lack of capacity for planning, technical assistance, and obviously infrastructure funding. So Work, Live, Ride has been a really iterative, incremental process to address those needs. This is not about storming the castle in communities like Greenwich, which has been quite a bit talked about this evening. It is about those communities that do want to do this. And we think there are 40 that have, well, we know that there are 40 communities that have a TOD
That's your
plan.
time.
or
Please
study-
summarize.
Okay, and I'm just going to summarize by saying this has been a kind of a strange day. It feels like there's one bill that we're talking about that was passed in the House with 90 votes last year. That is largely what 6831 is. And then there's this bizarro bill that is not doing anything in this bill. And I'm very happy to clarify what is actually in 6831 for the folks on this committee. So thank you for that time. Glad my son didn't storm in here.
Oh, that would have been cute. Thank you for the testimony. I was going to say, when you talked about going to all those commissions and doing walk audits and all the conversations that you've had, is there a common thread for perhaps why people aren't building, or if they are building, what's a common thread? Like what are you hearing that we may not be hearing on the committee because we don't necessarily hear from, I mean, that seems like a lot of communities you've talked to. Obviously, it's not 169, but it certainly represents an incredibly good faith effort to try to get as much information as possible. So could you just dig into that a little bit more about what you're hearing?
Yeah, sure. And we took some good faith criticism a few years ago, just before we launched Work, Live, Ride. And since then, we have been doing the work of going out to the communities. And if Senator Gordon's still here, we've asked all 167 communities that have planning and zoning commissions to talk about Work, Live, Ride. Many of them we're scheduling still. So yeah, we do have a pretty good sense on the ground, whether it's a community with transit or without transit, and a very big spectrum of transit in Connecticut, as we know. And I think there are basically two threads that have emerged. And I generally believe Work, Live, Ride supports both of them. One of them is there's the political will to do it. There's the interest in the first selectman, a mayor, a commission, and they just don't really know how to go about it. They don't know about a traffic study, or they've identified a particular sewer line or a brownfield or a pedestrian bridge in the case of Bethel earlier, where they're really stuck to go forward and make this thing work. And in some cases, they have part-time economic development planners that don't know how to or don't have the resources to go for grants at the state level. They've got volunteer crew, whatever it is, they're folks that are interested, are just overwhelmed by how do we do this appropriately and get the resources we need to accomplish this. The other part of it is kind of the chicken and egg, where there are communities that maybe there's a first selectman or mayor, maybe there's a chair, P&Z, a couple of people in town, planning departments generally, that are really excited about redeveloping a downtown area by the bus station or the train station, and there isn't the political will for it. And the chicken and egg aspect of that is there are people, again, maybe in good faith, maybe in bad faith, that say we don't have the capacity or it's going to be too expensive, and they're kind of stuck politically. And we've done a number of those walks where there really is just a singular person's been around for 30 years trying to get something built by the train station or the bus station, and just doesn't have the political buy-in to do it. So we think in both of those scenarios, which I do really believe represents the majority of folks thinking about this, Work, Live, Ride is really designed to provide that technical assistance, that funding apparatus, and very much still locally driven. Again, I think there's been a lot of sort of misinformation about that, but there are communities that want to do this. They just need some help to do it. And Work, Live, Ride is designed to help them get what they want in the end result.
Okay, and to that point about misinformation, when people are saying that this is not locally driven, that it's this Czarina because the person who would be in charge happens to be a woman, not a man. So I'm saying Czarina.
Thank you for correcting that. Yes.
With a scepter who's going to be deciding things. Could you just get a little more into detail about why there is still local control and if there is a disconnection between, say, how people are voting at the state versus how the towns actually would like them to vote in terms of moving this forward?
Yeah, certainly in the presentations that we're giving to planning and zoning commissions, the three things that we say that you get as a planning and zoning commission for Work Live Ride is, number one, you get control. To be perfectly clear, at no point at all in this process is a town going to be forced to approve a zoning change that they don't want. If they push back on parking requirements or setbacks, whatever that might be, there's a process in the statute, in the bill language, to escalate to the Secretary of OPM to say, hey, we disagree with the Office of Responsible Growth, providing the evidence of why we want to do that. There's an opportunity for relief, which I generally think will probably be a pretty fair assessment one way or the other. If the Secretary of OPM says, well, actually, we do agree with the planning department of your community and the Office of Responsible Growth, and it's probably better to do 1.75 parking spaces per unit. And if that's the determination, the town P&Z doesn't like it, you can opt out of it and say, you know what, we're just not going to go forward with Work Live Ride. So the idea that this is a mandate, that it's forcing towns to adopt zoning that they themselves do not want, is manifestly not true. And I generally think there have been some very conscious efforts to blur that or confuse that. And then to the point about funding, every state fund, some are formulaic, but generally they're discretionary. They're competitive, as you and others have pointed out, that there aren't guarantees to get it in the first place. What we are saying, in a world of limited financial opportunities, the fiscal guardrails in place in particular, there are limited state resources. And we think there should just be an extra incentive and prioritization for those communities that are doing a little bit more to grow the state's economy and address the housing shortage and the climate crisis. I will also, just to reiterate, that some of these funds are really just specifically dedicated to Main Street development or TOD. Towns that don't want to do this aren't applying for those grants anyway. And then some of the larger ones are actually, in fact, large enough that we are generally confident that the cohort of communities opting in given cycles to Work Live Ride are not going to be so overwhelming that there won't be funding left over in a STEEP or Urban Act program for other people. So I just fundamentally reject that there's a loss of local control, and I fundamentally reject that there's a deprioritization as a term is even relevant here, and it's somehow punishing towns that don't want to do this.
I'm just going to finish up because I know other colleagues have questions and it is late, but I noticed we were able to look up, there were 60 STEEP grants awarded in 2023. Out of 60 STEEP grants, one of them was used for affordable housing. So I think that sort of in its own way deflates the argument that, oh, we're going to be, this is penalizing communities, because the reality is how many communities are going to say, okay, we're going to do TODs, or how many communities are going to want to be grandfathered in, because not everybody has to be grandfathered in if they don't want to be. And that is part of the bill, even though that misinformation was out there too, that you couldn't be grandfathered in. My point is that I think what you just said, which I just want to reiterate, is that even though there's this narrative that you would be deprioritized, what are you going to have? 1, 2, 3 in the first year, or 4 communities, and out of 60 STEEP grants, those are communities that might have gotten those STEEP grants anyway, but at least then they are now incentivized to put those STEEP grants towards affordable housing, while the other 57 can go towards whatever else they're going to go towards. Anyway, I appreciate your time tonight. It's certainly been a long day. I think Senator Fazio has some questions, and then we'll go online if there's no other ones in the room.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Harrison, for your testimony. It's good to see you again. When you're describing most of the appeal of the bill, it sounds a lot like it's to provide assistance to municipalities to plan for an upzoning around transit stations, which doesn't sound very offensive to me. frankly. I think if that was the crux of the bill, then we probably would see it pass with maybe some dissent, but not really significant dissent. Then I think it was characterized that the bill is not in any way seeking to undermine kind of local discretion, and that the deprioritization of funding across several buckets of funding isn't very important. But then I do wonder why not have that taken out, struck from the bill, or simply just have the funding that is directly related to infrastructure related to the development in the bill. Instead, we had, as the good chair mentioned, very, very large buckets of funding that would be deprioritized from towns that do not adopt this type of zoning. And historically, most of these funding streams have not been used for infrastructure or affordable housing. They're very, very broad. They're basically discretionary buckets of bonding. Only one of 60 projects in STEEP, for instance, was related to affordable housing. So why not just cut those buckets of Urban Act and STEEP funding, which are basically discretionary bonding, out from the bill and just focus the funding on basically subsidies for infrastructure directly related to the development? That would probably be tens of millions instead of hundreds of millions. And plus the assistance to planning for those municipalities that want to opt in.
Sorry, could you just repeat the question?
Why not, given the fact that you kind of downplayed the deprioritization, and given the fact that the funding that towns would be would no longer receive preference for are very, very broad and significant buckets of funding, including Urban Acts and STEEP, why not simply have the funding priorities related to funding that is related to infrastructure development, specifically related to the TOD? So say instead of
so why is Urban Act and STEEP Act in there?
Correct.
If it's not?
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, I think in a simplest sense, we are trying to incentivize communities to grow more jobs and homes around their bus and train stations. And again, the stats that I just mentioned, it's in my written testimony. I'm happy to send you those reports and that analysis. We have a big report coming out next month about TOD opportunities in Connecticut. We're not moving the needle in the status quo that we're doing now. And our thought process is we are not actually asking for new funding. We're trying to respect that the state is under significant restrictions with the fiscal guardrails, and there probably are other folks in our coalition that need those funds more than we do. So we are accepting to be responsible fiscally and saying, let's not go out and ask for a significant amount of money, but let's be more efficient and more strategic with the existing state funds in place, which, by the way, Senator, is supposed to be how the state C&D, the Conservation and Development Plan, is supposed to operate. This work, live, ride is what we are supposed to be doing across the state agencies, across the state government, because we do have goals around where we want to build and where we don't want to build. So we think having this really amazing carrots of some really big chunks of funding that a community has a hard time getting in general, if that gives them a little bit more of an opportunity to get those grants and those projects, we think that's a pretty significant carrot. And again, as Representative Chavez-DeGraw said, and others, the STEEP grants particularly, are not going out a lot. And we've got some stats of what communities have gotten them over the last 20 years. And there aren't a lot of folks that have applied for them in the first place. So again, we generally think the cohort of communities that are going to opt in to work, live, ride over any given cycle for a couple of years are not going to be 40 or 50 communities at once. We have a pretty good sense that there are going to be some that are interested. And once this thing gets going, will be a nice cohort every year. But it's just not the case that there's going to be, a clogged line of communities that somehow you in a town that's already having maybe applied for 5 STEEP grants over 20 years and maybe you've gotten one of them. If your problem is there are not enough funding for state programs and discretionary programs, I'm happy to have that conversation and offer some solutions to create a bigger bucket. But generally speaking, it's an incentive program, and we think that's a pretty good incentive, and communities have been excited about that. And I'll again stress that the other infrastructure grants should already by statute be being prioritized in communities doing this kind of work. So this is already state law in 8-2. This is already the opportunity, the responsibility Office of Responsible Growth. So this is just not a particularly new or different idea than what is already supposed to happen.
So why not, if it's a cause of consternation, I think the main cause of consternation, why not strike STEEP and Urban Acts, for instance, funding from the bill?
I mean, you know, that at the end of the day is above my pay grade. I'm not in the building, but I generally think it's very good policy to include this. I think 90 representatives in the House also agreed with that. And I think, you know, the governor supports it. So I generally think there's a pretty good consensus that this is good policy. And I really appreciate your concerns and some of your colleagues' concern, but I'm confident that that has been vetted and that folks are comfortable with that in the building.
Understood. I don't think it's above your pay. It's above your pay grade, though.
Appreciate that.
One other question, because we have an important state statute that's been on the books for a long time called 830G that tries to encourage affordable housing development. And, you know, again, it's been said that it's not under the purview of this committee, which is true, but it's state law and it's an important policy related to housing and affordable housing development. It seems to act in contradiction of Work, Live, Ride, because Work, Live, Ride doesn't have an inclusionary zoning, an affordable housing requirement involved in it. So, and I'm not saying that's to the credit or discredit of Work, Live, Ride in and of itself. I'm saying that you have towns that are trying to meet their 10% affordable housing requirement. And that's the state mandate that's being imposed upon them. But then on the other hand, they're now going to have this, to be generous, a strong incentive to allow up to 10 units as of right without an affordable component. So if they do everything the state wants and adopt this, that means that they're going to be adding market rate housing, which takes them farther away from their affordable housing goals under the statute. You know, how should we think about those two things being in conflict with one another?
Well, I want to push back on a couple of things that you'd said. First, there are affordable housing components in the bill, and the three as of right components. One is, to your point, the missing middle housing, as we call it, anything below 9 units. Although I saw you sent out an email Friday night saying it's required for every town that has a train station to do that. That's not true. So I don't know if that was a mistake or what, but there is the element of as of right missing middle homes below 9, as you mentioned. The other two components that are also as of right, one is actually, and I'll get to why I think it's actually is beneficial for 830G, is the second component, which is if you have a development over 10 units and 30% are deed restricted in concurrence with 830G, I think ours is 60% AMI instead of 80. That's 15 and 15 for 830G. If you have a development over 10 units that is 30% deed restricted, that's as of right. And the reason that we did that was, again, all this outreach that we've done in planning and zoning commissions, planning departments, stakeholders across the state. We are obviously here, 830G comes up a lot. We also hear from many communities, and many communities that you represent, is we are not against affordable housing, but we don't want it there. And what we are doing with Work, Live, Ride is giving a good faith effort to say, okay, well, you pick where you want it. If you want it near the train or bus station in your town, that's going to be as of right. So by sheer rationale of a developer saying, I'm going to build an 830G in New Canaan, 20 miles from downtown or wherever, in a single family neighborhood, and I'm going to just prepare to fight for 5 years and spend thousands and thousands of dollars on redesigns and lawyers. Or New Canaan has already said, we want in this district 30% deed restricted larger developments to go there. And if you do that in regards to the other regulations, you can get your permit. then you're going to get developers building it there. So I don't think it's contradictory to 830G at all. I think it's actually beneficiary for the community that doesn't want big developments kind of scattered around a community, and developers that I generally think don't want long drawn out fights to say, okay, here's the town signaling this is where we want, and that's going to be as of right, given other reviews that are part of it. Then the third part is anything that is a public housing authority, including Greenwich communities, anything that is religiously affiliated or nonprofit affiliated, or publicly owned from state land or local land, and is 100% affordable, is also deed restricted. And to get to that 10% goal, which I reject is the goal of any municipality, the municipality's goal should be growth, sustainable, inclusive growth. But it's actually much better to have 100% developments that are deed restricted, because that gets you the denominator. So we think just these three components, the 100% affordable housing, the 30% affordable housing, and then even the smaller missing middle, which I think we all generally accept, and I think you voted for a bill last year that did some incentives for that. We all agree that that's better for the naturally affordable housing and for ownership and rentership. So I think those three are phenomenal advantages for affordable housing. And then the fourth component of it, and what's been forgotten the entire time today, is if any other type of proposal is or any other type of development is proposed in the TOC district, and it doesn't meet one of those three criteria, it is subject to a special permit and public hearing with some inclusionary zoning requirements. And it kind of depends on the market, but generally it's between 15 and 10%. So if somebody comes in and says, yeah, I don't want to do an 830G, but I'll do 40 units of condos and I'll do less than 30%, then it gets triggered. It's got to be the 15% if it's in Greenwich or New Canaan, and it's still got to go through a special permit in front of the public hearing of the P&Z. So there are really 4 different strategies to get affordable housing in the district. And we think there are generally some really good faith efforts to address folks, good faith concerns about where 830Gs go that I think are going to be real win-wins for communities.
But the 10 units or above with 30% affordable, that's basically already the law under 830G. I could, as a developer, get around local zoning proposing a 10 unit with 3 affordable deed restricted as is, right?
But you would have to go to court to do that, right? That's expensive for everybody.
Yeah, but you have the deference of the law in the courts under 830G.
I think I would just challenge you, Senator, to envision a world where 830G is a very confrontational last resort for a lot of different types of developers and communities. And in a world where there are more options and proactive, predictable results, or particularly around 30% affordable, I do not think it would be shocking to assume many developers would go that route, go through the site reviews, the inland wetland reviews, have 4 stories instead of 6 stories or whatever the other regulations are, knowing they're going to get a special permit. So I totally understand that that's kind of not the way things work in most parts of Connecticut. And I think we both agree that that is not ideal. And here is, I think, a pretty reasonable solution around that I just generally believe water and concrete, folks are going to go by that because they can do that. Are there going to be bad actors that are still going to want to, get a land outside of a TOD district and try to do that? Perhaps. And there's legal avenues that towns can pursue for that. But generally speaking, I think this is going to have positive results. We actually don't talk to many developers, but the ones that we have, some affordable, some market rate, nobody likes this process on the town side or the developer side. And here's a very different way of doing this that we think is worth a good faith, it's a good faith compromise.
I do agree of your characterization of 830G as being confrontational, which is clearly problematic. I appreciate you also reading my newsletter where I said that the proposal would require up to 10 units as of right, or else deprioritize the municipalities from certain funding streams. So that was,
and that's not the way you worded it, to be fair, Senator. I'm sorry to call you out a little bit on this, but the sentence, I think, was require communities with train stations and bus stations to allow as of right which is not accurate. It doesn't require towns with train stations and buses.
It says
Towns that
require
opt
them
in,
or deprive them of priority for hundreds of millions of dollars of state funding.
So
Does that
your characterization of the opt-in is it's a mandate because if you don't do it, you don't get this money.
That's some nice funding you have there. Would be shame if something were to happen to it.
But we just went through this, that you're not guaranteed steep in the first place.
Well, where we live in a world of limited resources. But listen, I'll just say this again. I always appreciate my colloquy with you. I appreciate you reading my newsletter. But
it was forwarded to me. I will sign up for it though, because it
okay.
looks like
Thank you.
a good source of
Thank you. This is mostly about electricity and energy policy anyway. But listen, I would say I think people would have more comfort if urban acts and steep specifically, maybe the clean water funding was removed from the bill. I continue to hope that there could be more of a grand bargain on housing policy where we have all these interacting policies kind of dealt with together, including a rollback of 830G, while also pushing more of the missing middle workforce housing. That I do think it, with, you know, respectfully, I think you have there is a need for some more of that in the state. So again, I appreciate the colloquy. I continue to be concerned about the proposal, but we'll just finally thank the chair for the indulgence with Mr. Harrison.
I'm happy to keep following up with you, Senator.
Yes, I would love for the two of you to get together offline. That would be awesome. And I know you have in the past. I would also say that it just kind of, my colleague to my right actually just sort of threw the light bulb on for me. It's hard to lose something that you don't have when you have to apply for something and you didn't have it to begin with. So you really aren't losing anything because you didn't have it in the first place. But anyway, Representative Dubitsky has questions for you. I think we're going to pause.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Shall I continue?
Sir, please do. Representative Zullo will go after you.
Okay, no, I defer to my ranking member.
Okay, Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. I promise I probably won't be very long. Just a couple of qualifications. And first, thank you, as always, for coming to testify. We really do appreciate the work and the passion that you put into this, even if we don't always agree on every facet of it. My first question has to do with the language of substantially comply. The goal, or the requirement in the statute were to pass, would be that a town's TOD regulations would have to substantially comply with those which are promulgated by the secretary. I think I know the answer to this, but there is no statutory definition of substantially comply, right?
I'm not aware, but I'm also not an expert on the definitions of that. Yeah, I wouldn't know if that was an LCO thing or otherwise, but the intention is certainly that the regulations a town will want to approve will be in compliance with the oversight of the Office of Responsible Growth. But we generally think that's going to be a process of collaboration and back and forth. I think maybe some folks might have a perception that a town P&Z in the dark has to put together a district and then offer it up to this arena and hope that it's good enough. But I think in practice, it will be much more of a collaborative process. So by the time the community is actually voting on and adopting the district, the expectation will be this is in compliance with ORG thinks is appropriate on a case-by-case basis here, and we'll go forward.
I appreciate
that. Might have been a long answer. Sorry.
No, that's okay. It's a detailed answer, and I appreciate it. As far as just to drill down a little bit more on that, the secretary is going to adopt or promulgate. Do you contemplate one set of proposed regulations for TODs? Is that how you envision it?
Sorry, just to try to understand your question. Are you saying, is the ORG going to adopt a statewide zoning TOD standard for everybody?
Yeah, so it says the secretary shall adopt guidelines concerning the development of housing in any transit-oriented district.
Oh, okay.
with respect to
Yeah,
lot size, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So
yeah, what really our expectation is on this, and ultimately this is going to be up to the Office of Responsible Growth, but we have had, I think, really good relationship and collaboration and back and forth with them over the last few years on this. And generally, I think our best case hope for it would be, certainly it's going to come down to case by case generally, because it is not a one size fits all. What a Bethel versus a Bridgeport are going to want to do are going to be different. So we have absolutely no expectation, and I have no expectation from what Office of Responsible Growth has said, is that they're going to adopt some across the board density mandates or anything like that in the MBTA communities bill, or anything like even earlier versions of work, live, ride. What I think we've gotten to a really good place is there is a lot of flexibility. There are some general guidelines about not having too much parking or too many setbacks or other things that might make a density point moot in terms of development. And just generally what I could see the ORG doing, over the next couple of years is giving us a range of options. The C&D plan has the characteristics of like urban core, suburban, inner suburban, outer suburban, rural. There are kind of 5 categories, if I'm not mistaken, of communities. I could see ORG putting together a range of options that are tailored to those categories. So it might be the case that ORG and these guidelines would say, a major urban center should not have parking requirements or minimum parking requirements or whatever. But I highly doubt that in a suburban community with bus stations that they'll do that. They'll probably have different categorization. So and I don't want to speak for the Office of Responsible Growth, but having worked with them on this bill for a few years, they don't, ironically, want to be czarinas or czars or anything. They want to provide technical assistance and collaboration for communities that want to do this and get to something that is going to substantially increase the amount of production for jobs and homes in a community. And then, as importantly, which has also not been talked about much today, is to quarterback getting state resources, whether they're the ones incentivized in the bill or just in general for infrastructure, to work on this interagency council with all the other key agencies and get everybody on the same page, coordinate all the different perhaps contradictory requirements for grants, and make sure everybody is being more efficient on the state side of it. So I think the better way to think about the Office of Responsible Growth is this quarterback to help communities get resources from the state in a way that does not exist right now. So I just don't see a world where OPM would support this if the expectation was they are going to be a zoning arena and they're going to tell towns what to do. That's just not what the office is set up to do, and not what the state's looking to do.
Okay, so that was actually a helpful answer. Moving on to the affordability restriction components of the proposal. Is there anything, so I understand that a town in crafting a TOD, you're going to have to require, there's going to have to be a 30% set aside if there's a proposal for 10 or more units. Is that what I understood, or I'm still understanding?
Yeah. So yeah, there are 3 as of right components. One is the below 9, the missing middle. One's that 30%, and then one is the 100% if it's basically a nonprofit or publicly owned entity.
And so my question is there anything in the proposal that would prohibit a town from requiring an affordability component for less than 9 units or 9 or less units? Can you do that?
Yeah, good question. And I don't remember. So I believe Danielle Dobin in Westport, who was on the P&Z last year, we really had a great rapport and collaboration on this. I think that was something she had flagged of a concern of Westport's probably a market where they could do that and might want to do that. So there's nothing in the bill, certainly there's nothing requiring it, but generally there's also the flexibility of if a town does want to do that, again, and it seems reasonable, the Chaffa opportunity market map has some breakdowns of the inclusionary zoning piece. I think that's probably fine. I'm certainly comfortable with that. Again, because it's Office of Responsible Growth is whatever substantially, maybe that word is made up, but comply with it. But generally the flexibility is if a town wanted to do that and it made sense to do that, I think they would be allowed to do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And don't feel like I'm going to hold you to these things. Listen, we're all working with imperfect information. So often under time constraints, it's very late. So I just want to get a general idea. So I do appreciate you trying to help me get to that answer. And
yeah,
then,
I will say this. I don't know if it's in there. I don't know what Office of Responsible Growth would do in that scenario, but I would be comfortable advocating or saying, hey, that's reasonable.
well, the reason I ask too is because a lot of people are worried about, right, that denominator, right, going up, right? And as far as the total amount of housing, and if you don't have enough affordable kind of being built alongside of it, then you again, as I think my good colleague noted, you've got that juxtaposition against 8-30G, and all of a sudden you're falling behind on 8-30G, even though you're creating more housing. And so I was curious, that could be a way to help alleviate those concerns. And then I also noticed that my tandem question is, as far as the deed restriction for TOD districts, for it says at least 40 years. So you have to require that there be a deed restriction for at least 40 years. Is there anything that would prohibit you from having a perpetual deed restriction? Other than maybe limitations of the associated CHAFA or DOH funding that may.
Yeah, I mean, when we looked into this, that was the determination. I mean, I know people have brought up the sort of perpetual affordable housing. I would like to see that in writing in some cases that's been mentioned. But yeah, the reason we ultimately went with similar to the 830G regulations is that affordable, that component is available in terms of funding. And I generally do agree that, there are units sunsetting and that's a problem. And it's going to be, I think, frankly, even more challenging to protect those sunsetting units in this, administration. But we didn't want to require something that didn't seem like the funding could be guaranteed. However, I will say that, the incentivizing for public housing, alternative equity models like community land trusts, which are perpetual, did a whole thing in grad school and planning school about community land trusts, and I think they're great. So there are opportunities in Work, Live, Ride to do that permanent deed restriction, but it might just not be in the inclusionary zoning. We did, and I will appreciate CCM. We had conversations with them about, is there a way that we can do an offset for tax abatements for towns and guarantee that to increase the subsidy for affordability, but that seemed very challenging from a state funding standpoint. So we definitely want to do more longer term, but the 40 years seems to be the best point. It is kind of late, but I think we did it at 60% in total as opposed to 15% or half at 80, half at 60. So we wanted to deepen it a little bit, but I can't remember if that's for the inclusionary zoning piece or the 30% piece. I'd have to get back to you.
I can look it up. No, I appreciate that. One more technical question and then one more hypothetical. So under 8-30G, a developer comes in, right, and they essentially create their own district, right, with their own, regulations as far as setbacks and things like that. Is there anything that would still prevent, if you adopt one of these TODs and you come up with these bulk standards within that TOD and they're approved by the secretary, can a developer still come in under 8-30G with their own modified setbacks, maybe even with more density, or do you get some relief from that potential threat?
There isn't anything in the bill now related to that, and that was a conversation we had as like a hypothetical. I generally think the draw of the as of right permitting and guaranteed predictability is very attractive. Developers have to get their financing and all kinds of other stacks of money together. So that predictability, I think, really, really takes away the incentive to do an 830G. But as of right now, there is the hypothetically possible that even in a district, that has that set aside, in theory, there could be someone that would do an 830G that might want to go around it. That would probably be a very interesting case law, since it's, there's a pretty good alternative legally adopted already. So most of the 830Gs, I think it's 85% to go against a community, which I think is right. But that would be, I generally, I think, a new legal question, a novel legal question for that, which I can't speculate on because I'm not a lawyer.
I mean, you would think that the offering the TOD regulations and the opportunity to do it the way it's laid out in the TOD would be the reasonable alternative that balances health and safety. But you're right, that is a hypothetical. But I read the statute to protect. I think of it as if it's economically favorable for a developer to do that, to go the 8-30G approach rather than the as of right TOD, they may, again, if the money is there, which was the only reason I was trying. I wanted to query you on that. And then my last
Yeah,
question.
I mean, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Well, it's fresh for you.
Yeah, just, different pro formas we've looked at. I mean, sometimes the permitting redesign process can be 20, 25, 30% of an all-in development cost. So, I don't know, like there's that just, sliding graph XY axis of cost analysis to say that that's a pretty big chunk of money that it's not a whole lot more on top of that if you go past that in terms of what's allowed as of right. But yeah, I'll stop there.
And I have one more, but I'm told we may have a technical issue soon. So I'm gonna forbear on that and I'll find you offline. I appreciate the time and the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy to follow up.
I would absolutely be happy to, if we want to convene like a meeting to discuss possible changes and things. So we are going to have to recess. I'm so sorry, Representative Dubitsky. We're going to have to recess for just a couple minutes. I don't know if people have noticed or can even see this at home, but one of our CGA computers has to restart in about 18 minutes. And so we're going to force the restart now. Otherwise, we will sort of lose you midstream, and we don't want to do that. So we're going to just go into recess for just about 5 minutes, hopefully. Maximum 10, I think. Hopefully, fingers crossed that it comes back on after we hit reset. But we will be back in just a few minutes. So we stand in recess for now. Thank you. Okay, I think we're back, but I am going to just give another little bit here because as we have gone so late, I believe one of our testifiers actually had to put his son to bed. So, oh, he's back.
I am still here, but yeah, it's
Okay,
getting
Representative
meltdown territory.
I'm
But
going to have you go, but I do hope you're mindful of Pete's situation right now with empathy.
very combustible, I'll be honest.
Please go ahead, Representative Dubitsky. We are not in recess. We're back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Peter, for coming in. I heard a lot of discussion about prioritization and deprioritization. If you've got a steep grant and you've got two towns that have applied for it and that are vying for it, and one of them has opted into this system and has been given priority, doesn't that mean the other one has been deprioritized?
No, I actually don't think it does. And admittedly, this is a hypothetical situation, but say, town A and town B, yeah, one town A did work with RIDE, but I don't know how steep grants right now work. They're obviously competitive. I think your hometown's only gotten 7 in 24 years. So there might be other reasons that town B that didn't do work with RIDE might still get it. To be totally honest, the prioritization part of steep grant, urban grant, those other pieces, the agency overseeing those grants doesn't have to do it. The compromise that got to the 90 votes through the House, there was basically Office of Responsible Growth can make recommendations and the agency overseeing the grant can take it or not. So at a baseline, I generally think they'll work together and figure it out. But that's not to say if, distributing steep grants, there's some calculation of what gets prioritized already. There obviously is that. You might probably know more than I do about how that process works or doesn't work. So that whatever those calculations are, it might be the case that, just again, hypothetically, maybe town A that did a work live ride without doing work live ride would score a 70. And now it's going to score a 75. Whereas town B that didn't do work live ride had already scored an 80 for the calculations of how steep grants. Like, that is entirely possible that would be the case. So I do not fundamentally believe that there is a deprioritization that's going to happen. Again, they're competitive grants that already have limited amounts of distribution, requirements, and prioritization internally for how those grants are distributed by the agency, and how they ultimately want to do the prioritization isn't going to be maybe even consistent across the different agencies.
All right, well, I understand your thinking on it. I just think it's wrong. When you prioritize something, you have to be deprioritizing something else. When you give preference to one thing over another, the other thing gets less preference.
Sure, I generally think that's semantics, but
I just don't see how you can work around that by saying there are other factors. You're deliberately giving priority to one over the other, so the other gets less priority. Let me ask you something else. You mentioned that if a town that opted in was working with the Office of Responsible Growth and didn't like what they were hearing from the office, they could simply back out. I went through the bill. I didn't see any place where a town would be allowed to back out after they opted in. Do you know of any provision in the bill that says that?
I do, and let me see. I believe it is in line 258 to 260. And before that, in 240 to 243, that's the language about if ORG makes a decision that the town planning and zoning commission disagree with, they can appeal to the secretary for relief. I think there's 60-day notice on that. There's a process about that. And then if they don't like that decision from the secretary, then in lines, whatever I just said, 240, 243, they can opt, I'm sorry, 258 to 260, they can opt out.
Opt out of the whole system?
That's correct.
Okay, who's going to appeal?
I'm sorry, just who could you be more specific?
Who in the town would do that? The first selectman?
I think the language is the process would be determined by, the Office of Responsible Growth. Generally, from our for the reference points, that could be, a letter from the highest elected official. Maybe they'll do it from the chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission. It presumably would be the highest elected official, but I would have to defer to how they would do it. But they're instructed to do it, and however it's typically done is probably how this would be done.
Okay, and if a town backs out, how does that work if they're already down the road, if they've already gotten a grant under this priority, if they've already, let's say they've already started building something, or if they've already put in one project, can they back out at that point? Like at what point can they no longer back out?
I mean, they can back out at any point as it's currently written. The requirement is you just have to refund any of the discretionary grants that you receive as prioritization. I generally think the process of opting out of a town isn't going to come down 5 years later when they've gotten tens of millions of dollars for projects. I think it would probably come to that point of we have to adopt the regulations at the town level and we just don't like what they're doing. So I generally don't think this is going to happen very often because this is going to be towns that want to do this, that have the political buy-in at the local level. But if for some reason before the town votes on adopting the regulations, if they get to a point where they don't want to do what the Office of Responsible Growth is, that's, I think, when that would probably happen. And it probably at that case, maybe there is some planning, pre-development grant, maybe a traffic study, something along those lines that might need to be refunded. But I just don't foresee a scenario where the town has adopted and voted on regulations and then some mysterious time down the road after receiving funds would want to opt out of it.
Well, stranger things have happened. Now you're talking about tens of millions of dollars. Is that what you anticipate for any given town?
Well, I mean, no, probably. I mean, well, maybe. Yeah. I mean, there are a decent amount of the discretionary grants that have a fair amount of funding in them. And if it's a particularly, big project that is really important for the redevelopment of a site, that might trigger a bunch of funding from DOH, from DOT, from other agencies, and that could be that much money over the life of a project. It's probably more likely to be the case that it'll be a couple of key small parts of an overall project funding, a pre-development, an acquisition, something along those lines. That's probably, in the millions of dollars. But there's absolutely a possibility that, this could be hopefully an overwhelming amount of funding to help a particular district be successful.
Okay, well, that just solidifies the concept that this is not directed at small towns. $10 million is probably 5 times our annual town budget, with other than the school. The whole concept is directed at towns that are considerably bigger than those that I represent. You're talking about, this is really directed at places like your Westports, your Norwalks, like places where with populations, of 40, 50, 60,000 people. A town
But
with,
I mean, I don't know, again, it's 10 o'clock at night. I'm throwing out hypotheticals as you're asking hypotheticals. So, I can have a better analysis of what generally we think would happen in a Westport and a Norwalk versus what would happen in a Chaplin if they opt into this. It might be the case that $500,000 for your hometown could be the difference between a community septic system where you could do some duplexes and a mixed use retail downstairs and some apartments or condos upstairs, and that might be a significant contribution to your tax base in your village center. That's the opportunity out there.
But they can already do that. Why would we want to opt into this why would a town like Chaplin want to subject itself to the bureaucratic nightmare of going through the Office of Responsible Growth and going through this whole thing where people can already do that, but nobody's doing it?
I mean, again, over the course of the last few years and certainly today, I think you've made it clear that there just is not much interest in growth from residents or from the market right now in your community. I think it's a lovely community. I would love to see the kind of growth that would be meaningful for your residents and businesses, but you're not obligated to do it. And something I will also say, and I think I mentioned this last year, is if the goal of a rural community, and it's a totally valid one, is to prevent sprawl and suburbanization, then it's even more important to support something like Work, Live, Ride, because then the market is going to be driven into communities that have transit and infrastructure and away from greenfield development with cheaper land costs, which is what is the default right now in Connecticut. Communities that I grew up in, or hockey games going around towns 20, 30 years ago were very rural. I'm thinking of Canton, even parts of Barkhamsted and New Hartford are developing up in ways because cheap development is harder to do in a Simsbury and an Avon and a Farmington, and it's easier to do it in Canton, and it goes on and on and on until it gets to your town. So if you do not want that, and I'm, as I said last year, I'm on your side for not wanting that in your rural agricultural part of Connecticut, it's even better to concentrate state dollars and growth in a Manchester, in an East Hartford, even in parts of Bolton if they want. That's, I think, another incentive for you representing the best interests of your community as you've been elected to do in good faith. I think this is a very big benefit for that concern that your community has.
The one thing, I would almost agree with you on that, except for one thing.
We got close, Representative. That's good.
You know what that one thing is? Deprioritization. Because we need those steep grants. A steep grant is a small town. What is it? What's the E? Well,
Economic.
It's a small town. Economic. That's it. They're designed for small towns. And to deprioritize, to say that a town like Chaplin would be lower on the priority list and give that money instead to Manchester or Norwalk or someplace like that so they could build more housing, it doesn't make any sense to people out here. Because those
Representative
steep grants,
Dubitsky,
you say we only had,
Chaplin, Connecticut has gotten 7 steep grants since the year 2000. 6
Yeah.
of them were for roads or other things. Only one of those was an
right, roads or
economic
bridges.
redevelopment project.
Yeah, roads or bridges. Exactly. That's what we need the money for. Roads and bridges. We have a big river that runs right through the middle of town.
And the state provides money for roads and bridges in normal circumstances. The E that you just mentioned in steep is for economic development to help main streets, downtowns, and obviously there's a lot of discretion for what communities can use that for, but the E is for economic development. So I generally think, even in this scenario that you've presented of not wanting to do this, you're making the case that getting Chaplin into Work Live Ride might be a better opportunity to get more steep grants.
That's the whole reason why it needs to fail, because we don't want to have to be subjected to this to get the steep grants that we're already getting to rebuild our bridges. So I'm sorry, you're not convincing me, but I appreciate your coming in and testifying. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Representative. Senator Gordon looks like he's comfy at home. You're up next, sir.
Yes, I had to step out because I had to go back to work at the hospital, so I decided to go back home instead of back to Hartford. But thank you, Madam Chair. I've been following along. Mr. Harrison, thank you for all the thought and effort that's gone into the work that you've done. I have read through things multiple times and parsed through stuff. I won't rehash what Representative Dubitsky went through. I do share concerns with regards to what might happen with giving a priority or giving a preference over one town versus another, but I'm happy to discuss that further and understand more mechanics of it offline, so we're not extending the public hearing. But one question I have corollary to that is the E and steep grants for economic development can mean many things, as you know, including roads and bridges, which are extremely important for economic development. But so is public infrastructure. In a number of the towns that I represent, Chaplin is one of my 13 towns. A big part that can limit housing development and even economic development is not having certain infrastructure, such as public water, public sewer, things like that, which are key things when we're talking about wanting to expand housing in certain ways. And my question to you is that if there's a town, small rural town, that doesn't have the infrastructure, thus really is limited in what it can do and has no way right now of even becoming a transit-oriented community, but might want to, would you support efforts on the part of the state in a parallel way, something I advocate for, which is looking at things regional to provide additional funding to try to be of help, especially when we talk about interconnectivity of towns? That can be helpful for public transportation, that can be helpful for shared infrastructure, for example, to then give some of the foundation stepping stones for some of these communities to then look into the future to perhaps become a transit-oriented community that it can't right now, but will need that type of assistance, is relying on current steep grants, for example, and other types of community event investments, such as community investment funds. Some of my towns have received those. But would that be something that you would see as helpful if the state were to make that additional investment for parts of the state, for small towns that struggle as is, to try to deal with expanding infrastructure or creating infrastructure where it doesn't exist?
Yes, Senator. I mean, my philosophy has been we should help the communities that do want to grow at whatever scale that makes sense for that community. And maybe Work Live Ride makes sense for communities with bus and rail. The transit adjacent piece was something we designed for communities that don't have transit but are thinking about this. Of those 70 meetings that we've done, a pretty considerable amount of them have been in smaller transit adjacent communities. And we hear this all the time, and there's usually it's an old mill that's sitting there waiting to be redeveloped, and it just brownfield and it's, expensive amount. So my general belief, having crossed the state talking to planning and zoning commissions, and I know you were on led one for a very long time, is every commission is generally, there's an idea of a part of their community that they want to see some kind of development, and they're struggling with the technical studies for it, or certainly the infrastructure funding for it. So I'm very supportive of seeing growth in our state. I think our state is going to grow considerably in the years ahead. There's so many advantages to it. And it doesn't mean everywhere has to look like Manhattan or even New Haven. But we've got to be strategic about where the state resources go. So I think there's an opportunity within Work Live Ride for some of those conversations that you're talking about. And I certainly want to follow up with them. But just in general, if those communities need something else, either at a regional level or a state level that meets that standard for what they want, I'm very open to having those conversations and supporting that.
And I would look forward to having further discussions with you, which is why I wouldn't want to see some communities that are limited by the reality on the ground that they face to do certain things, especially for a lot of communities that have no public water, public sewer, that want to make certain there's big parts of the town that don't get overdeveloped, because that will ruin the natural resources that the community depends upon, especially wells, things like that. So I'd be happy to have a further discussion with you, and why I also have concerns, and I'm happy to have more discussions when we start talking about priorities and things like that, how that might affect the current reality for some of these towns that they're trying, but they just can't right now sign up for a Work Live Ride, but might be looking at that some point into the future as they develop their plans of conservation, development, things like that. So I just want to caution, we need to be careful with good intentions, not having certain unintended consequences. But I'll take that offline, and happy to discuss some of those further with you and some detailed questions. But I appreciate your being here and testifying tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Senator.
Thank you
Look forward
so
to talking offline.
And last, I believe, Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. P, thank you. I know you was all day with us here in person, and thank you for sharing with us your thought and ideas. Well done. But I have to read this bill a little more. I'm still confused. I don't see anywhere you're gonna, town gonna lose the money from all those grant. My understanding, if you do the transit-oriented develop, then you will, it's mostly you will receive all those grant. But most town not receiving. I don't know, maybe some town is a 10 years, they didn't receive it. So if you don't have something, I was talking with my co-chair, if you don't have something, how are you going to lose it even? So I think I have to read a little more this bill. So again, thank you. Thank you so very much. Well done, man. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harrison. I believe that is the last question for this evening for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Senator Gordon, your hand is still up. I hope I didn't miss you a second time. Oh, you're on mute. Senator Gordon, you're on mute.
I will lower my hand now. Thanks for letting me know.
Okay, thanks so much. I just didn't want to miss you.
Been a long day.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Up next, number 78, Alan Cavagnaro, please. I think I probably butchered that, but close enough, I hope, for 10 o'clock at night.
There we go. Hi, everyone. So great to be back in front of the committee today. My name is Alan Cavagnaro. I'm the Deputy Director for Desegregate Connecticut, a student at the University of Connecticut, a Planning and Zoning Commissioner from South Windsor, and Vice Chair of the Housing and Fair Rent Commission for South Windsor. Tonight, I'm testifying on behalf of myself as an individual. I'd like to start by discussing why Work Live Ride is an economic success for municipalities. For far too long, our communities have relied on stagnant growth and development to contribute to the tax base. The outdated approach to requiring large lots and stringent development regulations has proven unsustainable for economic growth. This has created a ripple effect that hinders municipalities from reducing taxes and seeing a positive return on investment. Restrictive local zoning policies limit housing supply and create significant economic barriers in high productivity areas. Research from UChicago and UCLA and the National Bureau of Economic Research reveals that these constraints led to a 50% reduction in aggregate U.S. growth from 1964 to 2009, as too many workers were unable to access economic opportunities. The importance of TOCs, basically transit-oriented communities, which I'll refer to as TOCs, offer a unique solution because they provide both density and accessibility, key elements for economic growth. By integrating housing and transportation infrastructure, we create environments where businesses, workers, and residents can thrive in close proximity together. These communities stimulate local economies, reduce commuting costs, and foster vibrant areas where we want to work, live, and ride. As we continue to expand housing options around transit hubs, TOCs can serve as engines for both economic and social progress in Connecticut. Work, Live, Ride is a middle ground solution, one that was voted on by the chambers last year, the House and the committee as well, to work with municipalities to create more homes. It is part of the all-the-above approach of solving Connecticut's housing crisis. Local commissions deserve the final say on the size and placement of TOC districts. As a planning and zoning commissioner, I attest to that. Allowing communities to opt into Work, Live, Ride ensures that each town can tailor solutions to its unique needs. As a commuter student at UConn, and I'll change the gears here, I rely on my car due to the financial burden of limited on-campus housing, rising higher education costs, and the lack of sufficient public transportation options to Stores, Connecticut. While I'm fortunate to have this option, many of my classmates do not. Car dependency presents significant barriers to academic success. By embracing transit-oriented communities, we can create more accessible, connected spaces that reduce challenges associated with car-dependent sprawl. Research from the Bipartisan Policy Center shows that nearly 48% of university students experience housing insecurity, underscoring the urgent need for more accessible housing. In Connecticut, expanding housing near transit hubs would offer young people better access to education, jobs, and essential services while reducing the reliance on cars. Work, Live, Ride will allow all 169 municipalities to explore new means of development and sustainable policy near existing transit. I ask for support of House Bill 6831. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. And I wish I had something to give you for being here for 11 and a half hours in person. You are not our last testifier, but you are our last in-person testifier. I thank you so much. And as I have said of previous people today, we really appreciate our young folks coming out, our younger generation coming out, because it's really important because this is what you're inheriting. And certainly I know that I've got one child already out of the nest and not able to afford living here, and hoping that at least one of the three might end up in Connecticut. So thank you again. I think Representative Delnicki has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to recognize the witness as a planning and zoning commissioner in the town of South Windsor, and a young fellow that I've known for quite a while. I'd like to pose you a question, kind of an abstract.
Okay.
Your discussion about the economic development that would occur, growth in the housing stock, the workers, et cetera. Infrastructure. And I'm going to take South Windsor as a case point on infrastructure. We are at roughly 110% capacity on 4 brand new schools. Literally the last one being completed, I want to say 2 years ago. And the enrollment projections supposedly had the school population going down, which it didn't. Literally, South Windsor is the fastest growing school population of any DRGB school in the entire state of Connecticut. Would, as part of transport-oriented development, would there be $50–60 million given to, say, the town of South Windsor if they wanted to do something with it? Because we would have to have a brand new school to buoy the others and to address the issue of kids coming in. And we also have potables at literally 2–3-year-old schools. And we're also in the predicament of having the middle school reaching a capacity, and there's something has to be done there. And the high school, likewise. So my question to you is, if we did that, the transit-oriented development, and we have a situation where we literally have every school at 110% capacity, would the state buoy up $50-60 million for another school? And I realize this is a hypothetical, and I can understand if you don't have a firm answer and you'd have to think about it. I don't want to put you on the spot on that, but I do want to put that out there.
No, it's okay, and I appreciate the question, Representative, and it's so nice to see you as well. I would first start off by saying that, and just for viewers at home, this is a South Windsor question. As Representative Delnicki said, we are the fastest growing school district. What I would say to that is I've served on planning and zoning for 4 years and have the knowledge and understanding that no matter what, within the next 10 to 15 years, this is obviously not an official statement, but from our own view, I mean, not enough has been done in terms of projections to plan for a new school. We went from 5 elementary schools down to 4, but each of the elementary schools are bigger than the previous ones before it. In that case, it makes even more sense to opt into work, live, ride, to have the resources, the access to the funds. If again, South Windsor were to opt in, and that may be after my time on the commission, but we would have, or I shouldn't say we, but South Windsor would have access to that, especially on the zoning front. And I can attest to my own experience. I've made sure to advocate for 1-bedroom units, efficiency, and studio units, as well as expanding SRDs, which are senior residential development zones, which really do not impact the school children population size, as one would imagine. I do want to put a disclaimer as well that, you can't really turn down developments due to the fact that it either blocks families from moving in, or you don't want to turn it down because families would move in a result. However, again, it's down to the Planning and Zoning Commission and their discretion whether or not to zone for what they want in that town. So I would say it's basically adds more reason for a town like South Windsor or any other town with a fast growing school district, because we're not the only one, but we are the quickest to opt in and incentivize that kind of future trajectory. So I hope I answered your question. I know it's a hypothetical, and we've been talking about hypotheticals all night, but that's sort of my opinion and my judgment from serving in South Windsor for around 4 years now.
And another piece of the puzzle, logistically, would be water and sewer that is not necessarily in some areas that would have to be there. And for the sake of speculation, I believe 100 feet of, no, I think it's 100 feet of water line could cost anywhere up to $26,000 to put in. And likewise, same thing with sewer. So I know there's, in the language, there's again, the discussion of some kind of assistance to be proposed. And I illustrate that, and it could very well be one of the worst case scenarios based on the growth, because South Windsor's growth is unprecedented, probably because we have perhaps the crown jewel of Connecticut. And I'm sure you would agree with that. And we are on a tremendous growth curve, straight up. Same thing with housing, same thing with schools, same thing with business. And we've got the Evergreen Walk corridor. And I don't know that you could fit much of anything in there going forward, because I know the piece of property that was the old Krosky property is probably going to be developed very shortly. But the point being, in a situation like that, how would TOD help out? Or would it basically be something that could be an impediment?
So I just want to clarify, you are asking how TOD can help the school system. Is that?
And logistically, you may not have an answer on that. But there's all those moving parts, and we can't be the only community, the only town, the only city, et cetera, in Connecticut that is growing like that. So that's one of those unintended consequences. And I'm trying to flesh out unintended consequences